Upon his rebirth, Su Yi is implored by his good friend to pen a love letter to his secret crush, only to inadvertently deliver it to the school belle who harbors feelings for him. Later, he discovers that this enchanting beauty is, in fact, his childhood muse. "I'm sorry, but becoming my boyfriend is not as simple as you think," Su Yushuang declared haughtily, her chin held high, though her ears betrayed her with a deep flush. Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she remarked, "I read the love letter you wrote, and it was quite good." Su Yi replied, "No, dear sister, it truly was not intended for you." I believe you." Su Yushuang turned her head away, crossing her arms defiantly, yet a tear trailed down her cheek. "Finally, I have found you again. This time, you shall not escape." Chapter 1. I have actually been reborn. On the Zhejiang Bridge, a man in his 30s sat atop the railing, gazing at the brilliantly illuminated city, yet with no home to call his own. Su Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. "In this life, I've already wronged too many people. If there's a next life, I hope you will not encounter a wretch like me again." With that, he leapt into the river. Pain. It was excruciating. Su Yi abruptly opened his eyes, his hands bracing against the sink, staring vacantly at his reflection in the mirror. His visage was no longer that of a greasy middle-aged man, but had transformed back into that of a youthful, handsome lad of 18. Su Yi gently caressed his face, feeling the tangible reality, and then pinched himself harshly. Ouch! The sharp pain caused him to gasp, and it was then that he fully comprehended. He had not perished after jumping into the river. Rather, he had been reborn. Hastily, Su Yi retrieved his phone from his pocket and checked the time. The year 2002, he exclaimed in astonishment. He had inexplicably returned to 20 years prior, for in his previous life, it was already 2023. "Xiao Yi, hurry up and get ready for dinner," a gentle voice called out, laced with a hint of affection. Soon after, a figure knocked on the door and entered the washroom, coming to a halt before Su Yi. "What are you dawdling for, you rascal? If you don't hurry out for dinner, you will be late." In Himai stood with her hands on her hips, her face radiating anger, as though her eyes might emit flames. Su Yi gazed at the woman before him. She was the very person he had longed to see in this lifetime. His eyes suddenly welled with tears, and instinctively, he stepped forward to embrace In Himai, his voice hoarse. "Mom, it's truly wonderful to see you again. What is wrong with you today, you strange boy?" In Himai was taken aback by her son's unexpected embrace. What did he mean by it being wonderful to see her again? Had he lost his mind? She reached up to feel his forehead, murmuring softly, "But he doesn't have a fever." Having said that, she looked at Su Yi with concern, fearing something might be amiss. Hearing his mother's words, Su Yi quickly released her, realizing he had startled In Himai, and chuckled. "It's nothing, Mom. I was just overwhelmed with excitement at seeing you." In Himai shot him a sidelong glance, untying the apron from her waist and retorting, "What's so exciting about the weather?" Su Yi grinned widely, scratching the back of his head, perhaps recalling the mischief of his youth, feeling a bit shy. "Quickly wash up, otherwise you will be late for school. What smells so delightful?" In Himai's nose twitched as she sniffed the air, her expression suddenly shifting as she dashed out of the washroom. In her distraction of talking with her son, she had nearly burnt the porridge. After In Himai exited the room, Su Yi still found it hard to believe. He splashed cold water onto his face, feeling the refreshing droplets cascade down. He understood that this was no mere dream. It was entirely real. Although he was uncertain as to why he had been reborn, Su Yi felt a surge of exhilaration. He finally had the chance to rectify the regrets of his past. After brushing his teeth, he exited the washroom and naturally settled onto the sofa in the living room, surveying his surroundings. It remained so warm and inviting. As he gazed at the familiar living room, memories flooded back to him. This simple, cozy home was what he had desperately sought in his previous life, but had never attained. In his former life, despite his diligent efforts leading him to establish his own company and become an envied executive, he had allowed a woman to shatter his family and bring about the downfall of his business. In utter despair, he had jumped into the river, overwhelmed by guilt. In those final moments before death, he realized the multitude of people he had forsaken. In his previous existence, his parents and friends had all departed, particularly his parents, who could be said to have died of grief. The root cause of it all was undoubtedly him, along with that woman. However, since fate had granted him a second chance, he vowed to seize this opportunity and ensure that such events would never recur. In this life, he would endeavor to mend all those past regrets. Shortly after, In Himai entered with breakfast, placing it on the table. Noticing her son lost in thought on the sofa, she sighed, "Xiao Yi, come eat your breakfast." Coming. Su Yi jolted awake, leaping from the sofa to retrieve 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls, placing them on the dining table. Ahem! A cough echoed as his father made his grand entrance. In Himai naturally walked over to her husband, gently patting him on the back, her voice laced with concern. "Lao Su, why not take a day off to rest? Lao Su glared at In Himai, firmly waving his hand. No way, this minor ailment does not warrant a day off. The sight of this middle-aged man caused Su Yi's eyes to well up once more. In his previous life, this old father had tirelessly devoted himself to his son, only to find himself unable to provide the necessary funds for his father's salvation when the time came. Gazing upon his father's weary countenance, Su Yi felt a pang of emotion and softly uttered, "Dad, please heed Mom's advice and rest at home for a day." Upon hearing his son speak, old Su's stern expression immediately softened into warmth. "It's nothing serious. You two needn't worry about me." Listening to his father's gentle yet serious words, Su Yi lowered his head, striving to suppress his tears. 3 minutes later, the trio sat upright around the table, partaking in breakfast. Observing his parents' cheerful faces, Su Yi experienced a fleeting sense of disorientation. This scene had manifested countless times in his dreams. To his astonishment, it had truly come to pass, a vision he had long yearned for, but could never attain. Ding, ding, ding. In-Hame furrowed her brow, tapping her empty bowl, then glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. "Xiao Yi, it's getting late. Hurry off to school. Your father, and I must head to work as well." Su Yi snapped back to reality, looking at Su Changjian, who had already donned his police uniform, giving him a thumbs up and jesting. "Old Su, you look quite dashing in that uniform." Old Su chuckled heartily, feeling a sense of delight at his son's praise. In-Hame lightly tapped Su Yi, admonishing, "Go on, don't be so cheeky. Off to school with you. If you get called in again, just wait and see how I handle you." Subsequently, Su Yi swiftly donned his school uniform, slung his small backpack over his shoulder, and dashed down the stairs, seemingly genuinely frightened. "Hame, have you noticed how different Xiao Yi seems today?" Having been a police officer for decades, Su Changjian keenly sensed that today, Su Yi was not quite his usual self. He appeared more affectionate towards them, and seemed to have matured somewhat. As In-Hame paused to tidy her hair, she recalled Su Yi's words from the morning and smiled, saying, "This child is indeed acting rather strangely today." "Oh well, I'm going to be late for work," Su Changjian declared as he placed his police cap upon his head and adjusted his uniform. "I'll be off now." "Ah!" In-Hame exclaimed, realizing in her conversation with her husband that she too was nearly late. She hurriedly slipped on her shoes and rushed towards the hospital. Chapter 2. The moment has arrived. Enter the female protagonist. There's a little donkey that I have never ridden, but one day, on a whim, I decided to ride it to the market. Su Yi appeared on the road, cycling with a cheerful tune humming from his lips, feeling elated at having been reborn. Moreover, he was now a high school student again, relishing the opportunity to experience that youthful time once more, and he felt a thrill of excitement. As Su Yi daydreamed about the beauty of high school life, a figure unexpectedly approached from ahead, engrossed in a book and oblivious to the world around. By the time Su Yi realized, he found himself perilously close to the stranger. Startled, he promptly applied the brakes, managing to halt the bicycle just in time. Furrowing his brow as he gazed ahead, the figure seemed equally startled, tumbling to the ground, scattering her book across the pavement. The girl, clad in a loose school uniform and sporting a bun hairstyle, sat pitifully on the ground. "Get up," a gentle voice whispered in her ear. She lifted her downcast head, revealing an exquisite profile, staring blankly at the boy before her. His fingers were delicate and pale, his handsome visage illuminated by the golden sunlight. Suddenly, the corners of her eyes glistened with tears, and she trembled as she extended her hand, allowing the boy to help her up. For reasons unknown, her eyes were red, and her body shook slightly. Su Yi presumed she had hurt herself in the fall, and thus did not dwell on it. When she was on her feet, he seized the opportunity to observe her features more closely. In an instant, he was captivated. She was undeniably beautiful. Her cherubic face, far from appearing chubby, instead lent her an unusual charm. The girl blushed, murmuring an apology. "I'm so sorry, I was too engrossed in my book." Observing her remorseful expression, Su Yi felt his irritation dissipate, and he offered a gentle smile. "It's no bother, just be careful next time." As he spoke, he bent down to retrieve her fallen book. Upon seeing the title, he was momentarily taken aback. Jane Eyre. How mature the youth of today are, he thought. This was a book he had only come to understand after experiencing the vicissitudes of life himself. He handed the book back to her, smiling as he said, "No matter where one is or what one's identity may be, everyone has the right to pursue happiness." The girl's eyes sparkled with newfound light, imbued with a deeper significance. She recognized this as a classic line from the book, and it was her favorite. Though the girl was strikingly beautiful, Su Yi's heart, having traversed 2 lifetimes, remained calm and unperturbed. After observing her for a moment and determining that she was unharmed, he remarked, "Since you're all right, I'll take my leave." She nodded, preparing to step away when, suddenly, she gasped, clutching her ankle, her fair face contorted in pain. Su Yi's heart tightened, and he promptly steadied her to prevent another fall. Seeing her pained expression as she cradled her ankle, he understood what had transpired. He regarded her with exasperation, pondering. What is happening here? Is she expecting me to play the hero and then owe her my affections? Despite having no romantic inclinations towards her, he extended a hand out of sheer goodwill. With Su Yi's assistance, the girl unsteadily rose to her feet, though she was careful to avoid any sudden movements. Are you all right? Su Yi inquired politely. While it was her own clumsiness that had led to this mishap, he felt it courteous to ask. She glanced at her ankle and then, at the time, sighing in resignation, it's nothing serious, just need a little rest. Unfortunately, I'm going to be late. Are you also a student at number 1 high school? Su Yi asked. The girl shyly nodded, her embarrassment palpable. Observing her, Su Yi glanced at his bicycle nearby, hesitating briefly before suggesting, shall I give you a ride? Her eyes lit up, her cheeks flushed as she replied bashfully, is that okay? Su Yi smiled softly, guiding her to the bicycle. He then mounted the bike, patting the rear seat, hop on. Oh! The girl dazedly took her place, her ears reddening for reasons unknown. Watching her bewilderment, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, girls of this age possess an innate innocence. Let us go, Su Yi said with a grin, settling in. The girl hesitated for a moment, but soon understood. The bicycle sped forward, and instinctively, she raised her hands, attempting to clutch his waist. Remembering something, she reddened further and grasped the hem of his shirt instead. It wasn't Su Yi's intention to ride so quickly to elicit such a reaction. Rather, he was merely anxious about being late, having already dawdled. He certainly did not wish to spend his first day as a freshman lingering at the entrance. 5 minutes later, with Su Yi pedaling furiously, they finally arrived at the campus just in time to avoid tardiness. The girl, now feeling a bit better, cautiously dismounted from the rear seat. Her face flushed as she thanked him. Thank you so much. Su Yi nodded. It's nothing, just doing what anyone would do. Just as he intended to depart, the girl called out to him. Curious, Su Yi turned back, pointing to himself. Is there something else? The girl, her smile sweet and slightly playful, asked. I'm sorry for the trouble today, but may I know your name? Su Yi from class 4 of senior year. He replied nonchalantly. Yet he felt an unexpected flutter in his heart as he beheld her radiant smile. With a cheerful grin, the girl extended her hand. I'm Su Yushuang from class 2 of senior year. Su Yi shook her hand, the softness of her touch sending a shiver through him. Just as he withdrew his hand, she presented the book she had been reading. With her large, sparkling eyes, Su Yushuang said, Since you also enjoy this book, I'll lend it to you for a couple of days. With that, she turned and walked away. After a few steps, she looked back, grinning. Su Yi, I'll come by in a couple of days to collect the book. Su Yi shrugged, somewhat indifferent, thinking, well, I might as well read it as an extracurricular book. Before long, he arrived at the classroom door and stepped inside. Hey you, why are you so late? As soon as Su Yi entered, a strong arm enveloped him, squeezing tightly, while the owner of the arm grinned widely. With a sigh, Su Yi patted the arm off, playfully chiding, Chun Song, and let go of me. Chun Song and released him, scratching the back of his head, and exclaimed, Damn you, Su Yi. Today it's your turn to clean. Did you deliberately make me do it by arriving late? Su Yi smiled at the boisterous boy, who was his closest friend. In his previous life, Chun Song had helped him immensely, even offering to lend him money for a house during his most trying times. Yet, due to certain circumstances, he had ultimately departed in disappointment. Seeing the vibrant Chun Song before him, Su Yi felt a lump in his throat. Hey! Chun Song waved his hand in front of Su Yi's face. What's wrong with you today? Have you heard that little rumor? Snapping back to reality, Su Yi looked confused. What rumor? Chun Song leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, according to reliable sources, our school belle is in a relationship. Su Yi's expression turned peculiar. Belle? Which belle? Chun Song looked at him incredulously. Su Yushuang, of course. How could you not know? Su Yushuang. Chapter 3. The belle is in a relationship. Su Yi's mind momentarily faltered. The name Su Yushuang sounded incredibly familiar. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. Wasn't this the very girl he had assisted earlier today? Chun Song was startled by Su Yi's sudden outburst, looking at him with annoyance. What are you shouting about? You nearly scared me to death. Su Yi, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, scratched his head, acknowledging that his reaction had indeed been somewhat excessive. Yet, this only piqued his interest in discussing the matter concerning the campus belle. Chun Song wore a smug expression, convinced that the lad harbored feelings for the beauty, and his assumptions were soon validated. He leaned in and whispered that someone had seen the campus belle this morning, seated in the car of a certain scoundrel, their demeanor undeniably affectionate. The more Su Yi listened, the more he felt a sense of unease. The notorious scoundrel mentioned was, by all accounts, none other than himself. Su Yi, feeling a twinge of guilt, squinted his eyes, and continued the conversation, only to find it was just the beginning. Chun Songin, grinning mischievously, added that rumors were swirling about the campus belle and that scoundrel exchanging tokens of affection, with witnesses claiming she had gifted him a book. Su Yi nodded subtly, discreetly concealing the book he held behind his back. However, Chun Songin, being who he was, immediately spotted Su Yi's movement and snatched the book from him. A novel? Trying to hide it, are we? You little rascal, Chun Songin exclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing triumphantly. Suddenly, he froze upon seeing the title of the book, incredulously asking, Jane Eyre? Su Yi swiftly reclaimed the book, maintaining a calm demeanor. What is wrong with that? He retorted. Chun Songin, with his hands behind his back, wore an expression filled with implication. Something feels off, doesn't it? Quite a lot off, in fact. Su Yi nonchalantly tucked the book into his backpack, smiling at Chun Songin. What seems off to you? Chun Songin rolled his eyes, patting Su Yi's shoulder. I know you type too well. Su Yi sighed inwardly, relieved that Chun Songin hadn't pieced everything together. But why should he feel guilty? He and the campus belle were entirely innocent. Chun Songin, with a cheeky grin, remarked, Could it be that this book is a gift from the campus belle? Su Yi's heart raced. This time, Chun Songin had become rather astute. He coughed awkwardly and playfully punched Chun Songin. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have anything to do with the campus belle? Chun Songin regarded him skeptically, pondering the truth in his words. After all, his good buddy had never interacted with the campus belle. It was utterly impossible. In truth, Su Yi had no intention of deceiving Chun Songin. He merely recognized that his friend had a tendency to blabber. If he learned that the person in question was Su Yi himself, it would undoubtedly spread throughout the school by the next day, bringing him a plethora of troubles. In this new life, he simply wished to quietly accompany his parents and friends, mending the regrets of his past. Chun Songin shook his head vigorously, suddenly snapping his fingers. You have a girlfriend now. How could you possibly be entangled with the campus belle? As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward a particular direction in the classroom. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance at the girl not far away. She was adorned with subtle makeup, her skin as fair as jade, and her exquisite features accentuated by long legs, drawing the attention of many. The girl was engaged in lively conversation with a classmate at her desk. Upon catching Su Yi's gaze, she immediately cooled her demeanor, glaring at him before turning away. Chun Songin cautiously glanced at Su Yi, hesitantly suggesting, Brother, if it's too difficult, we can always find someone else. With your looks, you can have your pick. Indeed, since his rebirth, Su Yi exuded a calm and composed aura, and combined with his naturally handsome visage, he was undeniably more attractive. It must be said that charisma plays a significant role, making him the epitome of the type that girls in this age group adore. Su Yi regarded the girl's profile, devoid of any affection, rather imbued with a chilling contempt. Song Qiaoyu. Even if she returned to Ash, he would recognize her. This was a woman who had caused the previous Su Yi to lose all of his loved ones. In his past life, he had squandered all his savings for her, even borrowing money from others. Yet he received not a single word of praise from her, not even a smile. Indeed, a devoted suitor could end up with nothing. Su Yi vividly remembered her sliding into a Rolls-Royce right before his eyes, mocking him as he sat helplessly on the ground, saying, Someone like you, a pathetic loser, will never be worthy of me. In his past life, Su Yi had loved Song Qiaoyu to the core, disregarding his parents' objections to be with her, even severing ties with his family, subjecting them to the disdain and ridicule of their neighbors. When his father needed money to save his life, he couldn't even spare a dime, and when he approached Song Qiaoyu, he was dismissed with a simple, I have no money. Upon hearing of this, Song Qiaoyu merely laughed softly and said, What do your parents' lives have to do with me? Su Yi still recalled the despair in his mother's eyes, as if his heart had been pierced by 1,000 needles. Noticing Su Yi standing motionless, Chun Songin assumed he was reluctant to let go of Song Qiaoyu. With a sigh, he patted Su Yi's shoulder. If you truly can't bear it, brother, I won't persuade you otherwise. Perhaps you should apologize. Su Yi shifted his gaze back to Chun Songin. This brother of his would unconditionally support him at all times and in all places, but ultimately, he would leave in disappointment. It was only after all his relatives and friends had vanished from his life that Su Yi realized how ludicrous his past behavior had been. He patted Chun Songin's hand and coldly regarded Song Qiaoyu, smiling as he said, Rest assured, Anzi, I will no longer entangle myself with her. Chun Songin was taken aback. He knew well the lengths his brother would go for this woman, sacrificing his dignity, and yet here he was, claiming he could just let go. Seeing the disbelief etched on Chun Songin's face, Su Yi calmly asked, Really, do you not believe me? Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Songin replied, I believe you. Whatever you say, I believe. After saying this, Chen Songin playfully punched Su Yi, feeling a sense of relief. "You've finally come to your senses." Chen Songin was so elated that he danced around. Witnessing Su Yi's awakening brought him more joy than winning the lottery. Su Yi smiled, determined not to let these people down or cause them sorrow any longer. The bell rang, ding-ling-ling. Chen Songin's expression changed drastically as he bolted back to his seat. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get back to your desk. It's time for Master Wu's class." This was the nickname Chen Songin had given their homeroom teacher, and it had earned him a meeting with the teacher's parents. Due to her strict demeanor towards students and the fact that her name was indeed Teacher Wu, the moniker Master Wu had stuck. Song Qiaoyu, who had been conversing with her classmate, paused and finally directed her attention towards Su Yi. Seething with anger, she sat there, and upon seeing Su Yi approaching, she immediately raised her chin haughtily. She could already envision Su Yi approaching her like a puppy, eager to curry favor. To her surprise, Su Yi completely ignored her and walked straight to his seat. Chapter 4. The Goddess Get Lost. Song Qiaoyu's initially smug expression froze in disbelief as she stared at Su Yi. He had dared to disregard her. Who gave him the audacity? Song Qiaoyu sprang to her feet and strode towards Su Yi's position. Standing before him, she crossed her arms, her face as cold as ice. "Su Yi, apologize to me immediately, or we are breaking up." She lifted her chin, resembling a proud swan. Su Yi coolly glanced up, his eyes devoid of warmth. "Get lost. What did you say?" Song Qiaoyu's eyes widened in shock, incredulously pointing at her own face, unable to believe Su Yi would speak to her in such a manner. Trembling, she pointed at Su Yi. "Say that again." Su Yi, noticing she refused to back down and insisted he repeat himself, frowned. "I said get lost. Can't you hear?" This time, not only did Song Qiaoyu hear him clearly, but several others in the classroom did as well. The room fell into an eerie silence. Even the chatter came to a halt. Many turned to Su Yi with expressions of shock, clearly not expecting him to be so assertive. Even Chen Songin was not an exception. He initially believed that Su Yi's earlier remarks were mere jest, and that within a few days, he would be scurrying back to apologize to Song Qiaoyu. After all, such occurrences were not infrequent. To his astonishment, however, Su Yi was indeed serious this time. A shiver coursed through Chen Songin's body, for the sensation was utterly exhilarating. It felt akin to placing an entire ice block in one's mouth during the sweltering summer, refreshing his entire being. He struggled to suppress his laughter, his body trembling slightly, on the verge of losing control. He had long harbored disdain for Song Qiaoyu, who, taking advantage of Su Yi's affection for her, toyed with him as if he were a mere lapdog. He recalled an instance when she expressed a desire for a beverage, prompting Su Yi to brave the scorching heat to procure a chilled drink for her, only for her to declare that she could not consume anything cold. Left with no choice, Su Yi had to return to the store to exchange it. To his further dismay, she then claimed she no longer wanted that drink, demanding yet another replacement. Thus, Su Yi made 5 or 6 trips back and forth before she reluctantly accepted the drink. As for the sweat-drenched Su Yi, she showed no concern, turning her back and walking away. Were it not for Su Yi's constant interference, he would have long ago given that woman a proper lesson. The astonishment among their classmates mirrored Chen Songin's own. Su Yi, the notorious sycophant of Song Qiaoyu, was well known in their class, and many looked upon him with disdain. They could hardly fathom that, one day, Su Yi would tell Song Qiaoyu to leave. Perhaps the incredulity of those around her rendered Song Qiaoyu uncomfortable. Her eyes instantly reddened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She hurried back to her seat, beginning to sob quietly. Several female classmates rushed over to comfort her, while others directed their ire towards Su Yi, their gazes laden with hostility. Su Yi remained impassive, yet inwardly he scoffed. He felt nothing but contempt for this woman, devoid of any pity. "How could you do this? Apologize to Qiaoyu at once." A boisterous voice rang out. Su Yi turned to find Lu Wei, the class monitor, glaring at him. Lu, sporting a somewhat dorky middle part and donning a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, had a fair complexion, and was now glaring at Su Yi with palpable anger. Su Yi cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. "I am not in the wrong. Why should I apologize?" Lu Wei shot up from his seat, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yi. "You made Qiaoyu cry, and you dare say you're innocent?" Su Yi merely smirked, opening the book in his hands. "I merely asked her to keep her distance. Is it a crime? And if you wish to fawn over Song Qiaoyu, by all means, do so. Do not involve me." As he leisurely perused the textbook, Lu Wei's fists tightened in indignation, practically seething with rage, itching to confront Su Yi. Both he and Su Yi were known as sycophants of Song Qiaoyu, yet Lu lacked the charm that Su Yi possessed. Furthermore, in terms of appearance and physique, He paled in comparison to Su Yi, and thus found himself in a constant state of rivalry with him. Consequently, many classmates secretly mocked both of them, claiming they were vying for the title of king of sycophants. Nevertheless, Lu was unfazed. He had believed himself to be out of the running for Song Kaiyu's affections. Yet with Su Yi's sudden outburst, hope surged within him, thinking perhaps an opportunity had arisen. Though joyous internally, he maintained a facade of anger to impress his goddess. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Su Yi, usually so taciturn, had today transformed into a sharp-tongued individual, as though he were an entirely different person. Each of Su Yi's words struck at Lu Wei's heart. Even a sycophant could possess dignity. Lu Wei felt insulted and, in a moment of impulse, decided to rise from his seat to confront Su Yi. While he was uncertain of his ability to win in a physical altercation, he resolved to confront him regardless. Bang! Chun Songen, with an expressionless face, smashed a plastic bottle, grinning at Lu Wei as he said, "If you dare lay a finger on Easy today, I will ensure you leave on a stretcher." With that, he tossed the shattered plastic bottle at Lu Wei's feet as a menacing gesture. Lu Wei instinctively recoiled. It was common knowledge that Chun Songen and Su Yi were close friends. Moreover, given Chun Songen's athletic build, it was likely that 3 Lu Weis would not be a match for him. Consequently, Lu Wei froze in place, caught in a dilemma of whether to sit or stand. Fortunately, the entrance of Teacher Wu, signaling the start of class, alleviated the tension and allowed him to take a seat. Su Yi sat upright at his desk. Next to him was a boy with a flat face, though they seemed not to know each other well. This was hardly surprising, considering Su Yi had previously revolved around Song Qiaoyu, leaving little time for social interactions. Bang! Teacher Wu entered with a grim expression, hurling a stack of test papers onto the podium and clapping her hands together. "You truly have embarrassed me. This time, our monthly exam results are the worst in the class." The classroom fell into a stunned silence. Many had sensed something was amiss the moment Teacher Wu entered. The usually jovial homeroom teacher was now eerily quiet, her demeanor entirely devoid of warmth. Clutching her chest, she lamented, "What can I even say to you? You're all in your final year, yet you still think of nothing but playing, and now you've achieved the lowest scores." Chen Songen secretly chuckled. He knew Teacher Wu was about to embark on a lengthy lecture. Excellent. This meant they wouldn't have to study today. Chapter 5, Good Students. I have high hopes for you. Teacher Wu's gaze swept across the classroom, noting many who hung their heads in shame, her satisfaction evident. However, when her eyes landed on Chun Songen, her expression darkened instantly. Su Yi, noticing the shift in the teacher's expression, instinctively glanced towards Chun Songen. He nearly burst into laughter. No wonder Teacher Wu looked as though a storm were brewing. While the others lowered their heads, this fellow wore a broad smile, gesticulating animatedly, appearing quite pleased. Slap! Teacher Wu slammed her water cup down heavily, darkly glaring at Chen Songen. "You stand up." Chen Songen was taken aback. Why was he being called out? Had his glee at the misfortune of others been discovered? No, he had been discreet with his laughter. Teacher Wu, her face twisted with fury, retrieved a test paper from the stack, shaking it in exasperation. "Tell me, how did you manage to score a mere 8 points in mathematics? I could toss the paper on the floor and stomp on it, and it would still score higher than you." Laughter erupted in the classroom at Teacher Wu's words. Chen Songen, however, remained unfazed, somewhat resigned as he replied, "Teacher Wu, I'm an athlete. It's only natural that my grades are a bit lacking." He then flexed his biceps, appearing rather proud of himself. Teacher Wu was on the verge of exasperation with Chun Songen, her head throbbing as she looked at him. "All right, enough. Sit down." With a swift change of focus, she turned her attention to the ever-observant Su Yi. "This time, I must criticize a particular student whose decline is unprecedented, a rarity in the entire school." Teacher Wu's gaze bore an accusatory intensity as she fixed it on Su Yi, infused with disappointment. Su Yi felt a sinking sensation in his stomach. Could it possibly be him? Surely, he couldn't be that unfortunate. He had confidence in his academic abilities. Even if he occasionally faltered, it couldn't be to such an extent. Unprecedented in the entire school. What kind of label was that? Su Yi, stand up immediately. Teacher Wu thudded her hand on the desk, her frustration palpable. As she scrutinized Su Yi's report card, her complexion turned ashen. "Su Yi, you scored barely over 300 points this time. Do you even still wish to attend a good university? Do you have any idea how disappointed this makes your teachers?" Upon hearing that Su Yi had scored just over 300 points, many classmates cast him peculiar glances. It is worth noting that, although Su Yi was often seen as Song Qiaoyu's devoted admirer, his academic performance was quite commendable, occasionally placing him within the top 10 of the class. This unexpected dip in his score came as a shock to them all. Su Yi stood up, his expression remarkably tranquil. yet a bitter smile curled within his heart. He quickly deduced that the discord with Song Xiaoyu during this period had likely distracted him, resulting in his plummeting exam results. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled that it was around this time when Song Xiaoyu had kept him hanging, her sudden shift in attitude leading to a drastic decline in his academic performance. He had once harbored hopes of achieving a high score for a prestigious university, only to ultimately fail to gain admission to any institution. Raising his head, Su experienced an unprecedented sense of calm as he sincerely addressed the teacher, stating, "This time, I was not in the right state of mind. I will strive to better myself." Teacher Wu sighed, acknowledging, "I am aware that among you, there are those who feign diligence. However, consider this. With less than 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, can you truly deceive me or yourselves? Your studies are not for my benefit, but for your own." Her heartfelt admonitions cast a shadow over many students present. Indeed, with merely half a year until the examination, they questioned their own capabilities. "Teacher, I believe some students in our class are crossing the line. With the imminent exams, their minds are elsewhere, adversely affecting the class atmosphere," Lu Wei interjected, casting a pointed glance at Su Yi. Teacher Wu furrowed her brow and, after taking a slow sip of tea, replied, "I have heard whispers regarding what the class leader mentioned. However, we shall discuss this after class. Both of you, please take your seats." Lu Wei begrudgingly complied, dissatisfied with the teacher's seemingly dismissive response, yet refrained from further protest. After signaling for the students to sit, Teacher Wu adopted a serious demeanor as she presented the test papers. "Let us review the errors from this exam," she declared. Su earnestly retrieved his paper and attentively listened to the lesson. The fleeting nature of high school life was ever apparent. Approaching the end of class, Teacher Wu announced that the remaining time will be devoted to correcting mistakes. Subsequently, she descended from the podium and approached Su Yi's desk, lightly tapping it. "Su Yi, come with me for a moment," she instructed, stepping out of the classroom. Su Yi silently rose, following the teacher. In the previous semester, Teacher Wu had sought him out on several occasions, imparting numerous life lessons, urging him to refrain from becoming overly enamored and to redirect his focus towards his studies. Regrettably, at that time, Su Yi was completely infatuated, viewing anyone who attempted to dissuade him as an adversary, rendering him impervious to counsel. On multiple occasions, he had even argued back, resulting in several calls to his parents. Now, he wished he could slap his past self for such foolishness. Teacher Wu's heartfelt attempts to guide him were solely for the purpose of helping him gain admission to a good university, and yet he had repeatedly challenged her, displaying a lack of maturity. Following Teacher Wu outside the classroom, they found themselves in a deserted corridor, a time likely chosen to respect the young man's pride. In retrospect, it seemed that Teacher Wu was indeed a commendable educator. Standing by the window, Su Yi remained silent, awaiting his reprimand. He understood that remaining quiet was the wisest course of action in this moment. Teacher Wu sighed, "Su Yi, what am I to say to you? With the college entrance examination approaching, how can your thoughts be so consumed with romance?" Su Yi looked up, his demeanor unflinchingly calm as he replied, "Teacher Wu, the fault lies with me. From this moment onward, I shall not dwell on trivial matters. My studies will take precedence, and I am determined to gain admission to a prestigious university." Teacher Wu adjusted her glasses, visibly surprised by Su Yi's newfound attitude. She recalled how just days earlier he had argued with her, yet today he seemed so compliant. However, upon hearing his earnest promise, her expression softened, and she nodded in satisfaction. "It is best that you have come to this realization. In a week, there will be another midterm examination. So prepare diligently and do not disappoint your teacher again." Despite feeling somewhat awkward, having been over 30 in his past life, and now being called a good child, Su Yi managed a slight smile, responding, "Thank you for the compliment, teacher." The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Teacher Wu waved her hand, saying, "All right, you should return and correct your mistakes." As Su Yi nonchalantly re-entered the classroom, he remained oblivious to the gazes of his peers. Chun Song-in, who had approached him at some point, looked at him with concern. "Easy, are you all right? Did Teacher Wu give you a hard time?" Su Yi smiled and shook his head. "Teacher Wu didn't scold me. She just wants me to focus on my studies and not think about other things." Chun Song-in, puzzled, asked, "Since when has Teacher Wu been so understanding?" Su Yi playfully patted Chun Song-in on the shoulder, chuckling, "If you stop annoying Teacher Wu a few times, her attitude towards you will improve." Feeling a bit guilty, Chun Song-in realized that he often irritated Teacher Wu. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged that their relationship was relatively good, resolving to temper his antics in the future, from 3 times a day to just twice. "By the way, EZ, have you truly managed to adjust your state of mind?" Chun Song hesitated but decided to inquire seriously. After all, The college entrance examination loomed just 6 months away, and he did not want to see his good friend miss out on university with his crush. Su Yi, appearing relaxed, reassured him, "Rest assured, I am in the best state possible. You should also focus on your studies. Even if you pursue sports, academic subjects are equally important." Chen Song and scratched his head. Confused. "Aren't I the one advising you? How did it turn into you advising me?" He wore a goofy grin as he spoke, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chen Song admitted, "I also want to study well, but my foundation is too weak. I can hardly understand what the teacher is saying." Su Yi embraced Chen Song with a grin, saying, "But I'm here, right? Learn alongside me. I'll teach you for free." "All right," Chen Song agreed eagerly. "Hey, you barely scored over 300 points yourself, and you still have the audacity to help others study," Lu Wei interjected sarcastically, drawing the attention of numerous classmates. "You idiot." Chen Song clenched his fists, glaring at Lu Wei. "If you keep spouting nonsense, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart." Lu Wei recoiled, his face reddening. Chen Song, "If you dare hit me, I'll tell the class teacher." "Go ahead, I really will." Chen Song rolled up his sleeves, ready to give Lu Wei a lesson, only to be restrained by Su Yi. Stepping forward, Su Yi confronted Lu Wei. "What does my score have to do with you? Am I your father? Why are you so concerned about me?" Lu Wei's expression stiffened, feeling awkward as he realized his concern was unwarranted. He merely wished to belittle Su Yi for his declining grades to elevate his own status and win favor with Song Xiaoyu, the object of his affections. Su Yi stretched lazily, casting a casual glance at Lu Wei. "If your intention in bothering me is to impress Song Xiaoyu, there's no need. That woman is better left for you to fawn over. She is no longer of any concern to me." Shui Yi's words ignited an intense flush on Lu Wei's face. As if he were stripped bare and exposed on stage, the pangs of shame surging within him. He pointed an accusatory finger at Shui Yi, bellowing, "Dare you to compete with me? If you perform worse than I do in the next exam, you shall refrain from bothering Xiaoyu from now on." Shui Yi's brows furrowed deeply, staring at Lu Wei in utter disbelief. He had made his disinterest in Song Xiaoyu abundantly clear. Why was this fool relentlessly fixated on him? "I have no interest in your challenge," Shui Yi retorted, pausing momentarily before continuing. "I have already clarified that I wish to have no association with Song Xiaoyu henceforth." "Are you frightened?" Lu Wei's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity, a smug expression spreading across his face. "If you are afraid, then do not show yourself in front of Xiaoyu again." Shui Yi's gaze turned icy. He had already taken several steps back, yet Lu Wei continued to push forward. "Fine," Shui Yi replied coolly. "I accept your challenge. But I have but one stipulation. Should you lose, do not come to bother me again." The truth behind Shui Yi's acceptance lay in his understanding of Lu Wei's character. If he continuously refused, Lu Wei would persistently pester him. It was far simpler to acquiesce and keep him satisfied. Seeing Shui Yi finally relent, Lu Wei returned to his seat with a sense of triumph. Having achieved his objective of completely overshadowing Shui Yi and monopolizing Song Xiaoyu, Chen Song approached Shui Yi, hesitating momentarily before speaking. After a brief pause, he finally said, "Shui Yi, though Lu Wei is quite unpleasant, his academic performance is indeed commendable. I fear you may lose this wager." Shui Yi raised an eyebrow. "Old Chen, do you not trust me?" Chen Song playfully nudged Shui Yi, responding without hesitation, "I trust you with my life." The two exchanged a knowing smile, grateful for their bond of brotherhood. Finally, the school day concluded, and Chen Song darted to Shui Yi's side. "Shui Yi, let us walk home together." Shui Yi glanced at him, bewildered by his sudden enthusiasm to accompany him. Something felt amiss. Chen Song surely had an ulterior motive. As they leisurely pedaled their bicycles down the street, Chen Song began, "Shui, I need to tell you something. Stop right there. Don't say it." Wei interjected abruptly. Chen Song nearly choked on his words, feeling slightly vexed as he replied, "But I haven't even told you what it is." Wei chuchklet. "Oh please, I know you well enough. If you're so eager to walk home with me, it's certainly not for a trivial reason." Chen Song, appearing somewhat disgruntled, retorted, "That is not true. This concerns a matter of great significance for us brothers." Seeing Chen Song's pitiful expression, Shui Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. "Cut that out." Chen Song immediately brightened. "Then you must help me with this favor." Shui Yi rubbed his nose, "Just so, if this doesn't pan out, don't blame me." Chen Song threw an arm around Shui Yi, grinning broadly. "Don't worry. This is a piece of cake for you. Go on. What do you need me to do?" Wei Yi prompted. Chen Song scratched his head. "I want you to write a love letter from me to the class monitor." "What?" Shui Yi exclaimed, his mouth agape, causing his bicycle to topple over. "Are you saying you plan to write a love letter to Wan Maimei?" "Sure." Chen Song hastily covered Shui Yi's mouth, his expression fraught with anxiety. Shui Yi pushed Chen Song's hand away, exasperated. There's just the two of us here. What is so scandalous? Chen Song's eyes lit up. You're right. It's not like anyone else is around. Shui circled around Chen Song, marveling. You're quite bold, daring to covet Wu Lushi's daughter. Chen Song grumbled. What do you mean covet? It's mutual affection. We're merely a layer of glass away from breaking through. Shui playfully punched Chen Song. Aren't you worried Wu Lushi might find out and have your skin peeled off? Chen Song defiantly replied. Fortune favors the bold. Without risk, there's no reward. Shui found his words rather peculiar in this context. Chen Song anxiously looked at Shui. You must help me, brother. My future happiness hinges on you. As the 7th chapter unfolds, Shui felt a headache coming on. His good friend was indeed a source of constant worry. Of all the girls to fall for, why did it have to be Wu Lushi's daughter? Did he not realize how protective Wu Lushi was of Ruan Maimei? If Wu Lushi ever discovered someone was writing love letters to her daughter Shui, he inhaled sharply, realizing that neither he nor Chen Song would escape unscathed. However, as he pondered, he recalled that in his previous life, Chen Song's wife had indeed been Ruan Maimei. He remembered attending their wedding and being astonished at how a top student and a slacker had ended up together. In that life, Chen Song and Ruan Maimei shared a strong bond, with Ruan Maimei, a graduate of a prestigious university, securing a coveted position in a state-owned enterprise. Moreover, Chen Song often regaled Shui with tales of how wonderful Ruan Maimei was, referring to her as his virtuous partner. Reflecting on this, Shui stroked his chin, realizing that helping Chen Song with a love letter could indeed be worthwhile. After all, he was one of Shui's few friends. As for why Chen Song sought his assistance, it was no surprise. Shui had always been somewhat of a romantic, often writing little essays for Song Qiaoyu. His writing skills were certainly above average, if not exceptional. With such resources at his disposal, it was only natural for Chen Song to seek his help. Shui kicked Chen Song lightly. If I assist you with this monumental task, you owe me a lavish meal. Chen Song shrugged off the kick, confidently assuring him, don't worry, not only will I treat you to 1 meal, but 10 if necessary. Before long, they approached Chen Song's home, which was conveniently located just a street away from Shui's. Their parents had known each other since their youth and were close friends, resulting in the two boys growing up together, practically inseparable. Without a backward glance, Shui hopped on his bicycle, waving farewell to Chen Song. Leave the rest to me. Await my good news. Chen Song leapt with excitement, feeling as if he was one step closer to his happiness. By the time Shui returned home, dusk had begun to settle in. Upon entering, he was greeted by the delicious aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Mom and Dad, I'm home. In-hime poked her head out from the kitchen, casting a disapproving glance at Shui. I know, you're always home so late. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Husband, why are you still sitting there? Xiao is back. Get the bowls and chopsticks. Mister. Su's face darkened as he was abruptly pulled from his moment of leisure. He could not refute his wife's command and made his way to the kitchen to fetch the dishes. Seeing his father caught in the crossfire, Shui silently mourned for 3 seconds. His mother's natural authority was indeed formidable. Before long, Shui finished washing his hands and took a seat at the table, where In-hime placed a large bowl of hot soup before him. However, as she set it down, a splash of scalding soup landed on her hand, instantly forming a blister. In-hime winced, cradling her injured hand, her expression contorted in pain. Before Shui could react, his father dashed to the drawer, quickly retrieving a Band-Aid and applying it to his wife's wound with utmost care. Once he had done so, Mr. Su reproached, You're an adult now. How can you be so careless? In-hime chuckled. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt anymore. You're overreacting. Whereas your composure as a police officer. Shui watched his parents, feeling a pang of jealousy. It was somewhat disheartening to witness such affection while being a single dog himself. To his surprise, before he could even eat, he was forcibly fed a generous serving of dog food. Su instinctively covered his eyes and exclaimed, Mom and Dad, I'm still here. Please consider the feelings of this single dog. As if struck by a sudden rush of embarrassment, In-hime's face flushed crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, she tugged at Su Yi's ear, chiding, You little rascal, you've grown bold enough to tease your own mother. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Su Yi cried out, tears welling up as he lamented. Can't I just make a few jokes? Mom, I was wrong. He promptly conceded, embodying the wisdom of a true hero who avoids conflicts with his mother. In-hime lifted her chin triumphantly, resembling a victorious rooster, clearly pleased with herself. Su Changjian observed the playful banter between mother and son, shaking his head with a chuckle. How old are you two? Yet you still act like children. In-hime, instantly incensed, retorted, What do you mean by that, Su Changjian? Are you implying that I am old? Su Changjian was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the sudden shift of focus onto him. Su Yi silently mourned for his father, thinking, the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. How terrifying. All right, my fault. Let's hurry and eat. Su Changjian quickly pleaded for mercy, actively admitting his mistake while discreetly winking at Su Yi. Instantly grasping the situation, Su Yi realized that his father was diverting attention away from him. Truly, a commendable father. Su Yi discreetly gave his dad a thumbs up, seeing her husband admit fault. In-hime nodded in satisfaction and cheerfully took her seat. Come, dear son, eat more. She picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib and placed it in Su Yi's bowl. She shot Su Changjian a glare, still irked by his comment about her age. The family gathered around the table, enjoying a harmonious and blissful meal. Dinner did not last long. Su Yi and Su Changjian finished eating early and reclined on the sofa, entering a state of blissful indolence. In-hime, witnessing their laziness, felt a surge of indignation. Here I am, slaving away in the kitchen, while you two lounge about on the sofa like sloths. You two, get up and wash the dishes. Su Yi and Su Changjian exchanged glances, yet remained unmoving. After a stalemate of 5 minutes, Su Yi finally stood up and left the sofa. The child had grown up, learning to empathize with his father. Seeing his son rise, Su Changjian felt a swell of pride. After all these years, his son had not been raised in vain. Just as he was about to exchange pleasantries with Su Yi, he was taken aback when Su Yi abruptly dashed into his room, tossing back over his shoulder, Dad, I have homework to do. Please take care of the dishes. Su Changjian was left in a state of shock, frozen on the sofa. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. The son should have volunteered to wash the dishes, leading to a heartwarming embrace between them. Damn it. Who rewrote the script without informing me? Back in his room, Su Yi patted his chest, relieved, thinking he had narrowly escaped the dishwashing duty. He sat at his desk, scratching his head as he pondered over writing a love letter. This was something he had previously excelled at, but having returned to life, he had forgotten how. Chapter 8 Su Yi, the school beauty is looking for you. Su Yi slumped over his desk, silently pulling out the copy of Jane Eyre that Su Yushuang had lent him. He fell into a state of melancholy. Having to write a love letter for someone else was a first for him. What was that twinge of embarrassment he felt? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he focused on the book in his hands. What kind of love letter could truly touch someone's heart? Surely, it must be inspired by the classics. Eagerly, he flipped open the book and began to read, searching for inspiration. Gradually, Su Yi became engrossed, losing track of time as the hours slipped away. Hours later, reluctantly closing the book, he glanced at his phone and realized it was nearly midnight. Staring at the love letter in his hand, his expression darkened. He had not anticipated how swiftly time had passed. Since his rebirth, his sleep requirements had escalated, and now drowsiness was overtaking him. He carelessly shoved the letter into a random book, not even registering which one it was. After tidying up his belongings, Su Yi's eyes grew heavy, and he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. The next day, as Su Yi entered the classroom, he was intercepted by Chun Songen. Hey, Yeezy, where's my love letter? Su Yi yawned and shot Chun Songen an annoyed glare. I spent half the night writing your love letter and didn't get enough rest. Chun Songen clasped his hands together, declaring, I owe you a great debt, my benefactor. A smile tugged at Su Yi's lips. Having Chun Songen around certainly lifted his spirits. Although he had intended to tease Chun Songen a bit longer, the earnestness in his call for benefactor inspired him to hand over the letter. Meanwhile, at the entrance of class 34, a petite and stunningly beautiful girl politely inquired of a male student, Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to class 34? The boy, taken aback by Su Yushuang's beauty, stammered, Hello, I'm Lu Renjia. With a radiant smile, Su Yushuang sweetly asked Lu, Could you please call for Su Yi from your class? Lu Renjia nodded, still dazed, and quickly dashed to the classroom door, shouting, Su Yi, the school beauty is looking for you. Su Yi, furrowing his brow as he rummaged through his bag for the love letter, was suddenly called, and he turned to the classroom door. There stood Su Yushuang, clad in an utterly ordinary school uniform, yet her exquisite features captivated him at first glance. Her fair complexion, bright eyes, and pearly white teeth, along with her clear gaze reminiscent of spring water, enchanted him. Her delicate face, a straight nose, and elegantly arched brows radiated beauty. The black hem of her skirt accentuated her long, slender legs, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. Unconsciously tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her fingers danced lightly, as if she were a sprite, leaving a faint trace of fragrance in the air. In that fleeting moment, Su Yi found himself somewhat smitten. How could such a beautiful girl exist? Su Yushuang's arrival had already drawn considerable attention, But when Lu Renjia's voice rang out, it consolidated all gazes upon her. Seated at her desk, Song Qiaoyu's expression darkened, and with a loud snap, she crushed the pencil in her hand. Initially, upon hearing that Su Yushuang was looking for Su Yi, she thought she must have misheard, but the reality struck her like a blow. She could not fathom how Su Yi had come to associate with Su Yushuang. Su Yushuang was immensely popular on campus. Separately, beauty and academic prowess might seem unremarkable, but together, they formed an irresistible combination. Clearly, Su Yushuang belonged to this elite category. Not only was she stunning, but she also consistently ranked among the top 3 in her class. To many, she was the quintessential dream girl. Song Qiaoyu had felt envy towards Su Yushuang in the past, but never dared to show it, as the disparity between them was insurmountable. Now, having just separated from Su Yi, she could not bear the thought of him now courting someone so vastly superior to her. How would others perceive her? They would think, oh, so Su Yi dumped Song Qiaoyu for Su Yushuang. Song Qiaoyu could not endure the thought of having devoted herself to Su Yi for 3 years, only to see him suddenly find a girlfriend who was 100 times better than her. Meanwhile, seated in the second row, Lu Wei's expression twisted, filled with indignation. Why should Su Yi have the fortune to win over the school beauty? Wow! Chun Songin exclaimed, incredulously staring at Su Yi. The school beauty is here for you. You're incredible. By this time, a crowd had gathered in the classroom, with many students gazing at Su Yi in astonishment. Sensing the unusual atmosphere surrounding him, Su Yi touched his nose. He found the attention of so many people rather exhilarating. He shot Chun Songin a glare, retrieved the book that Su Yushuang had lent him, and tossed his bag to Chun Songin, instructing him to find it himself. Su Yi then made his way toward the door, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze on him. Su Yushuang stood obediently at the doorway, her large, glistening eyes scanning the surroundings in search of Su Yi's figure. Suddenly, upon spotting him, her eyes sparkled with delight, and a sweet smile graced her lips. Soon, Su Yi approached her with his long strides, naturally handing the book back to her. "Thank you for your book, Su classmate," he said. Yushuang took the book without examining it for any damages. Cradling it against her chest, her captivating eyes curved into a smile as she inquired, "Su classmate, do you have time for lunch tomorrow? I would like to treat you as a token of my gratitude for your help." Su Yi was taken aback by her invitation. "I'm sorry, but I have other commitments at noon today, so regrettably, I cannot join you for lunch." Despite the joy of being invited to lunch by such a beautiful girl, Su Yi politely declined. Yushuang's expression dimmed, her spirits visibly sinking. This was her first time actively inviting someone of the opposite sex to dine, and she hadn't expected to be rejected so swiftly. Her curiosity about Su Yi deepened, as if he possessed a certain allure that perpetually drew her in. Noticing her despondence, Su Yi half-jokingly suggested, "How about we have lunch together tomorrow, Su classmate?" Yushuang's dull eyes brightened, and she beamed. "All right, it's a deal." As she spoke, she produced a slip of paper and placed it in Su Yi's palm. "This is my number. We can contact each other tomorrow." Glancing at the time, Yushuang realized class was about to begin and cheerfully remarked, "Su classmate, I'll see you at noon tomorrow." Satisfied to see Su Yi tuck the note into his pocket, she turned and walked towards her classroom. Just a few steps away, she turned back, playfully mimicking a phone gesture with her hand near her ear. "Su classmate, remember to call me." Su Yi chuckled at her playful demeanor. Suddenly realizing how adorable she was, humming a tune, he leisurely returned to the classroom, clearly in high spirits. Not only had he successfully acquired the school beauty's phone number, but he also anticipated a complimentary meal the following day. Who wouldn't he be delighted? As Su Yi entered the classroom, he was immediately intercepted by Chun Songin. "Yi, what's going on? When did you start flirting with the school beauty?" With a resigned expression, Su Yi responded, "I'm not flirting. I merely assisted her a couple of days ago, and she came to express her gratitude." Chun Songin nudged him with his elbow. "Do you take me for a fool? I don't believe you. There must be something going on between you two." Su Yi rolled his eyes at him, baffled by the absurdity of his thoughts. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the banter. "Su Yi, what do you mean by this?" Song Qiaoyu stood, her face cold, throwing a cryptic remark into the air. Yi, along with Chun Songin and their classmates, was momentarily stunned, collectively pondering the sudden tension. What had transpired? Su Yi was perplexed. He had done nothing to provoke her. "What do you mean?" he asked, his smile fading. His disdain for Song Qiaoyu was palpable, and he had no desire to engage in further entanglements with her. With an air of arrogance, she retorted, "Even if we've broken up, you don't need to seek out Su Yushuang to irritate me, do you?" Her words plunged the classroom into silence, followed by an eruption of laughter. Even Su Yi couldn't help but be amused by her ignorance. Chun Songin laughed so hard he struggled to breathe, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes. Qiaoyu, you're hilarious. I've never met someone so self-absorbed. The laughter was infectious, even among the typically stoic students. Lu Wei, her devoted admirer, felt the heat rise to his cheeks. Though he liked Song Ke, he couldn't deny the vast chasm between her and Su Yushuang. One was the renowned school beauty, while the other was merely a decent-looking class flower. There was simply no comparison. As Song Qiaoyu's face flushed red, she coughed to mask her embarrassment. Su Yi strolled to his seat and calmly stated, I've already mentioned that we no longer have any relationship. Song Qiaoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she questioned, what about our 3 years together? Seeing her reddened eyes brought back memories of her cruel gaze when she had left him in his past life. Su Yi opened his book, a self-deprecating smile forming. Let's just say it was all for naught. Conflicted feelings of grievance and shock swirled within Song Qiao. She couldn't fathom how Su Yi, who had previously catered to her every whim, had transformed so abruptly. In the past, he would go out of his way to amuse her whenever she was down. Since that fateful day, however, everything had changed. Yi, don't go too far. Why are you bullying Qiaoyu? Lu Wei sprang to his feet, launching into a tirade at Su Yi, seizing what he believed was a prime opportunity to showcase his valor. Su Yi shot Lu Wei a disapproving look, wondering why this loudmouth always had to insert himself into matters that didn't concern him. What are you? Su Yi scoffed. Lu Wei retorted, I'm not anything. Laughter erupted in the classroom, with many unable to contain their amusement. Chun Songen, finally catching his breath, patted Su Yi on the shoulder. All right, don't tease the fool anymore. Su Yi nodded with a smile, dismissing the incident as mere entertainment. Lu Wei glared at Chun Songen, then turned to Su Yi. His teeth clenched. Do you remember our bet? Su Yi nodded nonchalantly. He recalled it well. It was merely a wager on who would score higher on their exams, with the loser forbidden from approaching Song Qiaoyu. Although he had no intention of engaging with her again, he had agreed to the bet since he had nothing to lose. Lu Wei abruptly raised his head, a fierce glint in his eyes. I want to raise the stakes. Are you game? Su Yi, taken aback, asked. What do you want to wager? Lu Wei's eyes flickered. The loser must kneel and call the winner daddy 3 times. At this, Chun Songen rolled his eyes. Dude, what century are we in? Can't you come up with a more mature bet? Su Yi frowned. There is no need for such childishness among classmates. Lu Wei, basking in his perceived superiority, declared, if you're afraid, just concede. His suggestion shocked many classmates. They hadn't anticipated the stakes would escalate so dramatically. In their youth, they were particularly concerned about their reputations. Kneeling and calling someone daddy in public would be utterly humiliating. Many were visibly displeased, believing Lu Wei was making a mountain out of a molehill. Su Yi shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, but I find this too immature and unnecessary. I cannot agree to raise the stakes. To Su Yi, Lu Wei's wager seemed absurdly juvenile. Lu Wei pointed at Su Yi, laughing triumphantly. Are you scared? Irritation flickered in Su Yi's eyes as he realized Lu Wei truly had a screw loose. Is the pressure of studying in the final year of high school so overwhelming that it has rendered him foolish? I have never witnessed such madness in him in my past life. He was quite the ordinary young man. What has caused this transformation? Upon noticing Su Yi's silence, Lu Wei mistakenly assumed he was frightened and, with an air of triumph, proclaimed, Su Yi, if you apologize to Qiaoyu now, I will rescind the wager. Su Yi's gaze instantly grew cold at the thought of apologizing to Song Qiaoyu. This woman had caused him immense suffering in his previous life, and now someone dared to demand an apology from him. Su Yi replied with a frigid demeanor, Fine, I accept this wager. I hope you won't resort to dishonesty later. This time, Su Yi was genuinely angered. Initially indifferent to the bet, he had not cared about winning or losing. However, Lu Wei had truly touched his sore spot. He realized that one cannot be excessively accommodating towards certain individuals. Relentless tolerance only breeds the impression of vulnerability. Upon Su Yi's reluctant agreement, Lu Wei rubbed his hands together in excitement, exuding an air of assured victory, as though he could already envision his triumph. He hurried over to Song Qiaoyu, pulling a pack of tissues from his pocket. Qiaoyu, please stop crying. Smack! Song Qiaoyu hurled the tissues to the ground, her face flushed with anger. Don't call me Qiaoyu. Do we even know each other? Lu Wei felt utterly humiliated, sensing his own degradation. Chun Songen, nearby, burst into laughter, exclaiming, Hey buddy, why not return to Gotham? Batman said he won't beat you up anymore. Chapter 10. Doing math in English class. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, and the once chaotic morning self-study classroom fell silent. Su Yi sat quietly in his chair, taking out his books to prepare for review. After all, the midterm examinations were just a few days away, and one cannot afford to be careless with their studies. As he gazed at the math book in his hands, Su Yi suddenly realized that concepts that had once been perplexing to him now seemed remarkably straightforward. Could this be a perk of being a reborn individual? Whatever. He decided to embrace it with equanimity. Su Yi shook his head and immersed himself in the ocean of mathematics, soaring freely, completely oblivious to the fact that the subject of the class was not mathematics. Soon, a woman in her late 20s entered the classroom, standing an impressive height of nearly 1.7 meters, her figure curvaceous. What captivated attention even more were her long, slender legs, impeccably straight and devoid of any excess flesh, leaving onlookers in awe. Upon observing her mature and alluring face, one could easily conclude she was the epitome of a mature woman. Chen Song beamed with joy, for it was his favorite English teacher. When asked why he held such affection for her, he would undoubtedly respond, "Who wouldn't he adore such a young and beautiful English teacher?" Chen Song was particularly fond of learning foreign languages, though he had never passed English. Nevertheless, that did not dampen his enthusiasm for learning. Yi, the most beautiful English teacher in the entire school. She typically dressed quite modestly, yet that did not prevent her from being revered as a goddess by many. There were even those who jest that if Xia Yi were the same age as Su Yushuang, the school would boast two prominent beauties. Classmates, today we will discuss the mistakes on the exam papers. I hope everyone pays close attention. Xia Yi spoke softly. Tsundere, he, gaze landet ennui. Her smile abruptly fading, revealing a rare expression of anger. She swiftly approached Su Yi's desk, rapping sharply on its surface. Startled by the unexpected sound, Su Yi snapped back to reality, realizing Xia Yi was standing before him. His heart sank as he thought, "This is bad. I was so engrossed in math that I forgot this class was English." As expected, Xia Yi's voice, tinged with irritation, soon rang in his ears. "Su Yi, this is an English class. Do you not regard me at all?" Feeling awkward, Su Yi scratched his head. It was no wonder Xia Yi was so upset. Any teacher would find it unacceptable for a student to study another subject during their lesson. "Teacher, you look absolutely stunning today. I just wanted to see if you would still be beautiful when angry." Su Yi, quick-wit, decided to flatter his teacher. Adhering to the adage that one should never strike a smiling face, he silently commended himself for his cleverness. Indeed, Xia Yi's cheeks flushed with color, and she retorted, "Stop buttering me up. That won't work on me." Despite her words, her demeanor was evidently more relaxed than before, a smile gracing her lips. Observing Su Yi's obedient demeanor, Xia Yi chuckled lightly. "Su Yi, why don't you come up and explain this problem? I want to hold it against you this time." As she spoke, she casually pointed to a question on the exam paper. This was Xia Yi's way of providing Su Yi with an opportunity. She understood that students at this age are particularly sensitive about their pride, thus opting for a gentle approach. Furthermore, she had a favorable impression of Su Yi, knowing his English grades had always been commendable, which prompted her occasional attention towards him. Su Yi sighed in resignation, realizing he had no choice but to comply. He slowly made his way to the podium, and upon seeing the question on the exam paper, relevant knowledge points automatically surfaced in his mind. Like many small towns in the southern area, which has a lot of small bridges going over clean streams, this sentence contains a glaring error. Can anyone identify the issue? Su Yi quickly wrote the key sentence on the blackboard, then smiled as he posed the question to the class. The students exchanged glances, with a few of the more studious ones already pondering the answer. Yet they remained silent, waiting for Su Yi to continue. Xia Yi crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow in surprise. She had anticipated Su Yi would take a moment to think, yet he had merely glanced at it and pinpointed the error. The problem lay with the word which. If which were replaced with it, it would transform into a correct sentence. Su Yi diligently wrote and drew on the blackboard, ultimately highlighting the mistake. Impressive. Chen Song jumped up, feeling his friend was undeniably cool. Ruan Mei nodded, noting that Su Yi's reasoning mirrored her own. However, she had contemplated the issue for a moment, while Su Yi seemed to have identified the error without a hint of hesitation. This was rather peculiar. Had Su Yi's English skills always been this strong? Lu Wei, seated in his spot, wore a disdainful expression, dismissing the moment as trivial. He believed he could do it too. Song Xiaoyu, her eyes red, lifted her gaze to see Su Yi radiating confidence at the podium. A sudden pang struck her heart. She felt increasingly distanced from him. Clap, clap, clap. With a smile, Xia Yi led the applause, declaring Su Yi did remarkably well, pinpointing the issue with precision. Su Yi maintained his composure, leisurely returning to his seat with Xia Yi's approval. Xia Yi leaned on the podium, grinning as she announced, "Today, Su Yi has truly surprised me, and I do like to commend him." Subsequently, she resumed teaching, guiding the class through the common pitfalls in their studies. As the class neared its conclusion, Xia Yi, beaming at the students, announced, "Before we wrap up, I have an announcement. Next month, there will be a national English competition, and I hope everyone considers signing up. At this statement, a wave of excitement rippled through the room, transforming the previously quiet classroom into a cacophony. Xia Yi clapped her hands firmly on the podium, calling for silence. Is there anyone interested in signing up? Several students exchanged glances, uncertain. A national English competition? Wasn't that merely a recipe for humiliation? The once lively atmosphere quickly turned subdued. After some deliberation, only Ruan Mei and Lu Wei chose to register. Xia Yi's face reflected disappointment as she remarked, "Why is it that none of you want to sign up? The college entrance examination is just around the corner. It will be beneficial to broaden your horizons." In the next moment, her gaze shifted to Su Yi, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. "Su Yi, would you like to participate in the English competition?" Su Yi lifted his head, meeting the eager gaze of the English teacher, and shook his head. "Teacher, I am not interested in the English competition." "Ei smile falteret, Herr Bros Furuing." "Su Yi, you must sign up today. I have already added your name." With hands on her hips, Xia Yi wore a playful grin. "After all, you learn mathematics in my class. Consider this your compensation." Su Yi looked utterly innocent. "But you said you had already forgiven me." As Xia Yi gathered her teaching materials and stepped out of the classroom, she tossed back a parting remark. "I take that back." Chapter 11. The school bell invites for dinner. They took a few laps outside. Shindu Garden, the most luxurious villa district in Fan City, housed only a handful of opulent villas within its vast expanse, where the residents were undoubtedly individuals of considerable wealth. In one of the most lavishly decorated villas, a young girl sat in her room, staring blankly at a love letter. Su Yushuang propped her chin on her hands, her fair cheeks flushed with crimson, her eyes brimming with shyness. The love letter on the table was the very one Su Yi had penned for Tsundere. She had stumbled upon it while perusing Jane Eyre, initially thinking it was merely a blank sheet of paper, only to discover it was a heartfelt missive. Gingerly, Su Yushuang picked up the love letter and began to read, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Although she had received countless love letters throughout her life, this one felt remarkably different. The thought of Su Yi's pure and radiant smile made her heart flutter. He was still the same as before. As she gazed at a photograph in her hand, tears streamed down her face. The moment she laid eyes on Su, she recognized him instantly as the person she had been searching for over the years. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she pouted and murmured, "But he's rather presumptuous. Isn't he? We've only met twice, and he writes me a love letter. I hardly seem like the type to be so easily swayed." With that, Su Yushuang carefully placed the letter in her drawer and locked it away. Next, she stood before the mirror, admiring her reflection, and muttered to herself, "Oh well, who asked me to be so charming? I shall forgive him this once." In Class 4 of senior year, the morning classes finally came to an end. Su Yi stretched comfortably, letting out a contented sigh. The sensation was utterly delightful. Tsundere approached, slapping him on the back. "Come on, easy. Let's go have lunch together." Su Yi shot him a glance, pulling out his phone. "No, I have plans for lunch today." Tsundere leaned in closer, a hint of frustration in his voice. "Su Yi, did you really write that love letter with sincerity? Why has T1 Maimei shown any reaction? I was planning to ask her out next week, and now I'm feeling uncertain." Su Yi glanced at Tsundere with annoyance. "I pour my heart into that letter, and you dare question me?" Noticing Tsundere's skepticism, Su Yi thumped his chest reassuringly. "Rest assured, as long as the envelope isn't empty, it will surely be effective." Tsundere pursed his lips, feeling that Su Yi was somewhat unreliable. Seeing his friend's doubtful expression, Su Yi grew irritated and declared, "I'll go retrieve the love letter from Ruan Maimei." At this, Tsundere quickly chuckled, running behind Su Yi to massage his shoulders. "Hey, don't take it seriously. Let us just forget it. I'll treat you to lunch." Hearing that Tsundere would treat him, Su Yi felt tempted but still shook his head in refusal. Tsundere looked puzzled. Was his good friend suddenly trying to save him money? Usually, he would mooch off him, but today he was acting strangely. Su Yi brushed Tsundere's hand away, laughing. "I told you I have plans today. We can discuss your meal later." "With whom? I don't recall you making any new friends." Tsundere was utterly baffled, wondering if Su Yi had made other friends besides himself. He eyed Su Yi suspiciously, thinking that this guy had been too busy being a sycophant for the past 3 years to form new friendships. Su Yi raised an eyebrow and casually uttered 3 words, "Su Yushuang." Tsundere scoffed, slapping Su Yi's head in disbelief. You actually managed to get a date with the school belle? If you really did, I'll run around the teaching building naked." Tsundere nearly jumped in disbelief, his face a canvas of skepticism. At that moment, Su Yi glanced toward the doorway, a teasing smile gracing his face. He gestured with his chin towards the entrance, prompting Tsundere to look in that direction. To his astonishment, there stood Su Yushuang at the classroom door, smiling and waving at them. Chun Songin quickly turned back. Gripping Su Yi's shoulders, his expression electrified. No way. You're serious. Su Yi maintained a stern expression, solemnly reminding him. Don't forget your promise about running around the teaching building. Chun Songin's face fell, almost begging Su Yi, come on, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Su Yi stood up, patting Chun Songin's shoulder. Kid, you're still too young. Witnessing Su Yi's sage demeanor, Chun Songin felt a surge of frustration. We're the same age. Don't act like you're my elder. Su Yi chuckled, refraining from further argument, and instead led him over to Su Yushuang. Su Yi, good afternoon. Su Yushuang waved cheerfully in greeting. Su Yi blinked, responding, good afternoon, Su classmate. Su Yushuang nodded happily, and then turned her gaze to Su Yi's side. Ahem. Chun Songin cleared his throat, wrapping an arm around Su Yi. Hello, Su classmate. I'm Su Yi's good friend, Chun Songin. Su Yushuang smiled and nodded. Hello, Chun classmate. Chun Songin grinned foolishly, nudging Su Yi with his shoulder. Well, I'll take my leave then, so I don't interrupt your date. Su Yushuang's face turned crimson, as if recalling something. Su Yi shot Chun Songin an exasperated glance. Don't say such nonsense. Su classmate and I are purely platonic. Yes. Chun Songin teased, quickly distancing himself from Su Yi. Goodbye, easy. Make the most of your opportunity. He flashed a thumbs up and hurriedly exited the scene, leaving an awkward atmosphere between the two. Su Yi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That guy's always been like this. Don't mind him. Su classmate. Su Yushuang suppressed a giggle, her eyes sparkling. It's fine. Shall we go have lunch? Su Yi smiled and nodded, suggesting, the school cafeteria will do. No need to spend extravagantly. As Su Yi and Su Yushuang walked together, they attracted considerable attention. Look, isn't that the school belle, Su Yushuang? No way. It really is. Who is that beside her? Is he her boyfriend? What the heck? Give me all the intel on that guy in 10 minutes. Oh my goddess. Walking alongside Su Yushuang, Su Yi couldn't help but twitch at the whispers around them. Su Yushuang indeed possessed an undeniable charm. Su Yi couldn't resist stealing a glance at her. Su Yi, is there something on your mind? Su Yushuang asked playfully, sensing the growing tension in the air. Su Yi sighed. Had I known, we should have gone off campus. Su Yushuang cheekily replied, you chose this. It's too late to say anything now. Su Yi felt increasingly frustrated, wanting to smack himself. Little did he know, as he absorbed the ridiculous chatter around them, Su Yushuang was secretly elated, realizing she didn't mind the rumors at all. In fact, she mischievously pondered if Su Yi had intentionally suggested the school cafeteria to let everyone find out. Ha! Sly man. As she mused, a charming smile graced her lips, leaving Su Yi utterly perplexed. Chapter 12. This love letter is truly not meant for you. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Su Yushuang beamed at Su Yi, playfully waving her meal card before him. Come on, it's my treat. Su Yi chuckled softly, captivated by the vivacious and charming Su Yushuang, a flutter of youthful affection stirring quietly within him. From the very first glance at Su Yushuang, he had found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Su Yi admitted to feeling a twinge of romantic interest. Isn't had often said that all instances of love at first sight are merely the result of physical attraction. Su Yi, come here. Let us sit over there. Su Yushuang called, beckoning him with a smile as she selected a rather inconspicuous spot. All right. Su Yi nodded, thinking that the chosen location was quite suitable. Su Yushuang was exceedingly beautiful, being the school's belle, and he wished to avoid drawing undue attention to their dining together. He certainly did not want to be gawked at like a spectacle, nor did he want any scandalous rumors to surface that might lead to a parental summons. He felt as though he might be cast out of his home. Have you decided what to eat? Su Yushuang inquired. Su Yi hesitated momentarily before waving his hand grandly. I'll have the most expensive set meal. Su Yushuang burst into laughter. You're making it sound as if you're treating me. Before long, they had chosen their meals and settled into their predetermined seats. Su Yi grinned. In that case, I shan't be courteous, Su classmate. With that, he began to eat voraciously, entirely unconcerned about his image, oblivious to the fact that the school beauty was seated across from him. Su Yi had long since ceased to care about others' opinions. Having lived anew, he had come to terms with many things. There aren't that many spectators in your life. Just live comfortably. Su Yushuang rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing Su Yi as he devoured his food. She found him utterly adorable, refreshingly genuine even in her presence, unlike the suitors of yore who would grow coy and pretentious in front of her. Within a mere 10 minutes, Su Yi had cleared his plate. Su Yi, you seem like a reincarnated glutton. It's quite embarrassing to dine with you, Su Yushuang exclaimed, staring at him in disbelief, as if witnessing a peculiar creature. It was no surprise she was astonished. Those who usually accompanied her for meals tended to eat leisurely. often taking only a few bites to display their sophistication. Su leisurely retrieved a napkin from his pocket, elegantly dabbing his mouth, and in a teasing tone remarked, "What can I say? The meal provided by the great school beauty is exceptionally delectable." Su Yushuang huffed, attempting to feign indifference. Yet the crescent shape of her eyes suggested her spirits were quite high. Leaning back in his chair with a subtle smile, Su sensed that Su Yushuang's gaze upon him was rather peculiar. He could not quite articulate the sensation, but it intrigued him. "Su Klasma, do you have something to discuss with me?" Su perceptibly noted her fidgeting demeanor, hinting that she wished to convey something. "There is indeed something I believe should be clarified. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you." Su Yushuang blushed, her chin gradually lowering to her chest as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "I received the love letter you sent me, but we are still quite young, so I would like some time to think it over. However, I will be of age in a few months, and I can reconsider then." After speaking, Su Yushuang cautiously glanced at Su, eager to gauge his reaction. As for Su, he was utterly bewildered. Su Yushuang's words detonated in his mind like a bomb, leaving him dazed. What did she mean by having received a letter meant for her? After a long pause, he finally managed to swallow hard. "Su classmate, what are you talking about?" Su Yushuang covered her face, peeking at Su through her fingers. "Oh dear, I haven't explicitly rejected you, so don't be upset." Su knitted his brows. "But I didn't write you a love letter." Su Yushuang suddenly stood up, a hint of anger in her voice. "It was the one you gave me, tucked inside that book. That book was lent to you. If it wasn't written by you, then who else could it be?" Su Yushuang rose sharply, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Su flustered, urged her to sit down. Wait. He waved his hands, his mind a chaotic whirlwind as he attempted to piece together the situation. Su Yushuang had come out to meet him because of a love letter he had supposedly written. That letter had been carelessly tucked inside the book he returned. He had been too tired that night and had accidentally slipped it in. Chun Songen had claimed that his love letter writing efforts had been ineffective, while Ruan Maimei seemed to have not received a letter at all. It all clicked into place. Su gazed at Su Yushuang with a complex expression, now certain that the love letter he had helped Chun Songen write had mistakenly found its way into her hands. Ruan Maimei had indeed not received a letter. No wonder Chun Songen had said he hadn't heard from Ruan Maimei in days. The letter meant for her was an empty shell, while the true love letter had long been tucked away in the book. Ruan Maimei must have been puzzled as to why Chun Songen had given her an empty envelope. In light of this, Su Yushuang's odd behavior today made perfect sense. Looking into Su Yushuang's sparkling eyes, Su felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Su classmate, that love letter was not meant for you." Yet, Su Yushuang remained skeptical, her fair complexion tinged with urgency. "Oh dear, I haven't explicitly rejected you. So don't give up." Su scratched his head, feeling increasingly awkward, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. It was written for Chun Songen. He is pursuing another girl. Su gritted his teeth, decisively selling out his good friend. If a brother couldn't be sacrificed for the greater good, then what use was he? "I understand. You're just embarrassed, but there's no need to use Chun Songen as an excuse," Su Yushuang teased, her gaze penetrating as if she had seen through his facade. Su was at a loss, feeling as if he might burst into tears. "Though I didn't accept your feelings this time. Perhaps I might agree next time. Your love letter was quite lovely, I must admit." Su Yushuang completely disregarded Su's words, lost in her own thoughts. "Su, it truly was not meant for you." With her arms crossed, she turned away and made Chem. "I understand. I won't tell anyone else." Su resigned himself to defeat. It seemed Su Yushuang and he were simply not on the same wavelength. Clearing his throat a couple of times, he apologized to Su Yushuang and hastily made his exit from the restaurant. As Su Yushuang watched Su's awkward retreat, a mischievous smile crept onto her face. "Su, you can't run away. I won't let you leave me again." In an instant, her smile turned to tears, her eyes reddening as she murmured, "I finally found you. This time, don't think of leaving silently." Chapter 13, This is My Reward. In the restroom, Chun Songen clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. "You gave a love letter to Su Yushuang." Chun Songen's grin was so wide it seemed it might split his face, and he cast a sympathetic glance at Su. "I would lie to you, would I?" Su stepped aside, feeling a headache coming on. "Did you get rejected?" Chun Songen asked, relishing in Su's discomfort. "Sort of, but not really." Su nodded and shook his head simultaneously. "What do you mean?" Chun Songen asked, his eyes nearly popping out. Su clarified, "There was no explicit rejection. She wants me to keep trying." Chun Songen's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. "Wait, are you saying Su Yushuang has given her tacit approval?" Su nodded, resigned to the strange turn of events. "Ah, Chun Songen, you nearly made me leap out of my skin. You sly dog." managing to win over the school beauty without a hint of effort. Oui, age limit, startlet. As he swiftly covered Chen Songin's mouth and whispered angrily, "Keep your voice down. We haven't even confirmed our relationship yet." Chen Songin brushed his hand away, silently mocking Su Yushuang for being foolish enough to fall for someone like Su Yi, a mere sycophant. Just as he finished his thought, Su Yi kicked him. Unfazed, Chen Songin raised an eyebrow and asked, "So what are your thoughts on this? After all, Su Yushuang is the only school beauty in our high school. How could you let her slip through your fingers?" Su Yi shot Chen Songin a sardonic glance and retorted, "Are you asking to be beaten up again?" Chen Songin widened his eyes at Su Yi. "How heartless of you. You would strike me? We're the best of friends." Pretending to be heartbroken, he collided dramatically into Su Yi's arms. Su Yi stepped back in disdain, his expression darkening. "Are you trying to make me sick?" Chen Songin chuckled, his earlier feigned sorrow evaporating. "So what do you plan to do?" he inquired. Su Yi replied earnestly, "I have no interest in romance right now. I just want to quietly get through the college entrance examination." Chen Songin furrowed his brow. "Please don't tell me you're still hung up on Song Qiaoyu." He was well aware that this woman had no genuine affection for Su Yi. Otherwise, she wouldn't treat him merely as a lackey. Su Yi patted Chen Songin's shoulder, his expression serious. "Rest assured, that is absolutely not the case." Chen Songin sighed in relief, thankful that it wasn't Song Qiaoyu. "So what do you intend to do?" he pressed. "Let nature take its course," Su Yi said as he turned to leave. As the midterm exams approached, many students were eager to showcase their skills. Su Yi, however, remained as steady as a rock. After days of diligent study, coupled with his exceptional memory, he had nearly mastered all the material. He approached each subject with unwavering seriousness, treating the exams as though they were mere practice tests. In contrast, Lu Wei, who had wagered against him, came bounding over during the exam period, boasting about how well he had performed. Su Yi, disinterested, ignored him, which only fueled Lu Wei's arrogance, leading him to believe Su Yi was feeling insecure. After the exams concluded, Su Yi felt utterly exhausted. Following days of intense studying, his sole desire was to return home and sleep. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Su Yi looked up to see Su Yushuang standing at the door, her face beaming with a cheerful smile. He grabbed his backpack and took long strides to the classroom doorway. "Su, is there something you need?" Su Yi inquired, taken aback. Su Yushuang playfully stuck out her tongue. "Can I come to see you if there's nothing going on?" Feeling the curious gazes of those around him, Su Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. "All right, I won't tease you anymore," Su Yushuang chuckled. With that, she turned to leave, tossing her backpack at Su Yi without looking back. "Help me carry my bag," she commanded. Su Yi scrambled to catch the backpack, slinging it over his other shoulder. "Wait a minute, why should I carry Su Yushuang's bag? We're not even a couple." He suddenly scowled as he realized Su Yushuang was quite unreserved with him. "Hey, wait up," Su Yi called out as he hurried after her, leaving a group of onlookers exchanging bewildered glances. Meanwhile, at a window-side desk, Song Qiaoyu sat frozen, her eyes glued to the unfolding scene. Only now did she realize the extent of Su Yi's charm. He had managed to attract even someone like Su Yushuang. How had she failed to notice this before? Heartbroken, Song Qiaoyu stood up, slinging her backpack over her shoulder. "So heavy," she murmured, for it had always been Su Yi who carried it for her. But now, that boy would no longer come to her aid. Like a specter, Song Qiaoyu wandered out of the classroom, taking what felt like an eternity to reach the parking area. Just as she was about to push her bicycle, she froze. The tire was flat, clearly having been slashed. Unbidden, tears streamed down her cheeks. Taking a few deep breaths, she quietly approached her bike and struggled to push it forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Song Qiaoyu trudged along, her predicament weighing heavily on her. She felt a deep sense of injustice. Thinking if only Su Yi were here, he would never allow her to feel this way. As she walked, she came to a halt, noticing a pair walking side by side ahead. The girl was lively and sprightly, while the boy pushed a bicycle, his posture upright. Golden rays of sunlight illuminated the ground, casting the surrounding flowers and grass in a warm glow. In the twilight, their shadows stretched long, exuding an almost ethereal beauty. "Oui, let us walk home together from now on, shall we?" Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed, her heart racing as though a little deer was bounding within her. Unbeknownst to her, her palms had grown clammy with sweat. This was her first time so boldly inviting someone to accompany her home, leaving her somewhat anxious. Su Yi, however, obliviously questioned, "It seems our homes aren't on the same route. Are you sure it's all right to walk together?" Su Yushuang lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes shielding the turmoil in her eyes. "It's on the way," she mumbled softly. "Then I'll walk you home. Will you pay me for my services?" Su Yi teased with a gentle smile. To his surprise, Su Yushuang's cheeks deepened in color, even the tips of her ears turning crimson. Su Yi, close your eyes for a moment, Su Yushuang instructed. Although Su Yi was baffled by her request, he obediently complied. A lovely smile graced Su Yushuang's lips as she rose on her toes and planted a soft kiss on Su Yi's cheek. Yi, caught in a dilemma about whether to open his eyes, suddenly felt warmth on his cheek, which vanished as swiftly as it came. Stiffening, he pondered the implications. Despite having reached middle age in his past life, he had never had a girlfriend. After all that time pining for Song Qiaoyu, he had only ever held her hand. Su Yi opened his eyes, his gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions directed at Su Yushuang. This is my reward for you. Do you like it? Su Yushuang whispered, her finger poised near her lips. The sunlight bathed her face, rendering her the most beautiful girl in the world at that moment. Su Yi's long-dormant heart trembled fiercely. Oh dear, how awkward, Song Qiaoyu thought as she witnessed the scene unfold, her heart wrenched with agony. It felt as though something profoundly significant had been stolen from her. Su Yushuang waved her slender hand in front of Su Yi. Su Yi, what's wrong? Nothing at all, Su Yi stammered, shaking himself from his reverie and coughing twice to mask his embarrassment. How infuriating. He was an older man, yet here he was, being playfully teased by a younger girl. Did he have no pride? While Su Yushuang maintained an outward calm, inside, she was a flurry of emotions, berating herself for being so shameless. This feeling was utterly mortifying. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Bewildered by her own impulsive action of kissing Su Yi, now she feared he might think she was some sort of infatuated girl. No, please not that. She felt her image shatter. The kiss had plunged them into an awkward silence as they walked side by side, neither daring to break the quiet. Su Yushuang, you still haven't told me where you live. Su Yi finally broke the tension as he pushed the bicycle. It's at Shindu Garden, she replied in a soft voice, tinged with a hint of guilt. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. It can't be the Shindu Garden I'm thinking of, can it? Su Yushuang blinked innocently, as if to say, how would I know? Su Yi suddenly chuckled. Who would have thought you were a little rich girl? Su Yushuang scrunched her nose in mock annoyance. There are many things you don't know about me. Su Yi found her childlike demeanor utterly amusing. He had previously been unaware that Su Yushuang resided in the prestigious Shindu Garden, a well-known enclave of opulence in Fan City, where merely possessing a modest fortune would not suffice for residence. In a span of 30 minutes, neither too brief nor excessively lengthy, the two swiftly arrived at the entrance of the villa district. Stepping forward, Su Yushuang flashed a smile at Su Yi, playfully suggesting, would you like to come to my home for a visit? Su Yi, chuckling, shook his head, explaining that he ought to return home as the hour was getting late. He added that if he delayed any longer, his mother would likely evict him from the house. Su Yushuang let out a soft giggle, seemingly enchanted by the atmosphere of Su Yi's household. Su Yi turned around, paused momentarily, and gave a thumbs up to Su Yushuang, remarking on her fine taste. With that, he mounted his bike and rode away. Su Yushuang stood there, her cheeks flushed, feeling a delightful dizziness wash over her. Was he truly complimenting me? She pondered Su Yi's words, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Subsequently, she entered the villa district and made her way into one of the houses. Upon pushing open the grand door, she was greeted by a middle-aged man, anxiously pacing in the yard. Spotting Su Yushuang, he rushed over, exclaiming, Miss, are you all right? I was terribly worried. Su Yushuang offered a sweet smile, reassuring him, Uncle Wu, I'm fine. I told you I had a classmate escorting me home. Uncle Wu's face contorted with concern as he replied, Miss, I'm worried about you. If anything were to happen, your father would never forgive me. At the mention of her father, Su Yushuang's previously bright expression dimmed. If only he truly cared for me, she thought. Uncle Wu hesitated, letting out a resigned sigh. Miss, please don't take offense, but your father loves you dearly. He just struggles to express it. Su Yushuang fell silent, understanding that her father did indeed love her. However, he had always been preoccupied with his career since her mother passed away early in her life. For many years, she had been raised by Uncle Wu, making it difficult for her to bond closely with her father as she grew older. I'm feeling a bit tired, Su Yushuang finally said, leaving the conversation behind as she ascended to her room on the second floor. Once inside her room, she collapsed on her bed and retrieved her phone to message Su Yi. Su Yi, have you made it home? She inquired. Yes, I'm already at my doorstep. He replied promptly. That's good, she responded. Su Yushuang set her phone down, fiddling with the large teddy bear in her arms, musing to herself. Do you think he actually likes me? Meanwhile, upon receiving Su Yushuang's message, Su Yi felt a warmth in his heart. Soon after, he entered his own neighborhood, parked his bike, and hurried into his home. Mom, your son is back, Su Yi exclaimed as he burst through the door, only to find his parents seated on the sofa, their expressions tinged with awkwardness as they sat closely together. Su Yi halted in his tracks, the atmosphere thick with an uncomfortable silence. What should he do now? Su Yi's mind raced as he contemplated how to break the tension. Should he pretend he hadn't seen them and retreat to his room? His thoughts whirled, feeling as if he were on the verge of a brain freeze. Just then, In-hime broke the silence, feigning annoyance. "Oh, you finally decided to come home, you little rascal." He scratched his head. "I was just dropping a friend off and lost track of time." In-hime exchanged glances with Su Changjian, and they spoke in unison. "That kid needed you to drop him off?" Su Yi's lips twitched. His parents were surprisingly in sync. No wonder they had become a couple. "It wasn't Tsundere. It was someone else," Su Yi said, a hint of guilt creeping into his voice. In-hime eyed him skeptically, rising from the sofa to approach him. "Son, you smell wonderful," she remarked, sniffing the air around him. "Are you seeing someone?" she asked, hands on her hips, eyebrows raised. Su Yi tried to defuse the situation, gently rubbed her arm, grinning. "Mom, how could that be?" In-hime's expression softened slightly. The college entrance examinations are just around the corner. It's time to buckle down." Su Yi smiled reassuringly. "Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." In-hime nodded in satisfaction, pleased that her son was growing up and taking responsibility. "Now, hurry back to your room and get your homework done." But he secretly winked at Su Yi. Su Yi understood the unspoken message and dashed back to his room. "Just indulge him," In-hime said, rolling her eyes at her husband. After so many years of marriage, they knew each other well. Although Su Changjian appeared stern, it was clear that he was the one who spoiled Su Yi the most. Su Changjian chuckled, gently massaging In-hime's shoulders. "Darling, calm down. The stress of senior year is immense. Don't add to his burdens." In-hime sighed, well aware of the pressures of the final year. However, Su Yi's performance had been dismal over the past 6 months, and he had been summoned to school multiple times, which deeply concerned her, making her reaction seem overly harsh. Back in his room, Su Yi leaned against the door, listening to his parents' conversation, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. "In this lifetime, I will never let you down," he whispered to himself. Chapter 15. Examination Results. The midterm exams of City No. 1 High School had concluded, leaving many students, including Chun Songin, despondent. Su Yi sleepily entered the classroom when suddenly, Chun Songin enveloped him in a bear hug, wailing, "Brother, I bombed this exam." "Oui, visibly ennuyé." Pried Chun Songin off him. Bewildered, "The results are out?" Chun Songin wiped non-existent tears from his eyes, gloomily replying, "Not yet, but I have a feeling I'll achieve my lowest score ever." Observing his despondent demeanor, Su Yi chuckled. "Chun, didn't you claim not to care about grades? Besides, with your abysmal scores, you have nowhere to fall." Chun Songin's face twitched with frustration, his chest heaving in agitation. "Oui, are you doing this on purpose to mock me?" Su Yi blinked innocently. "I don't understand what you're saying." Chun Songin was infuriated. His friend was being insufferable. "You know that Ruan Maimei said she doesn't like people with poor grades." At this, Chun Songin deflated like a puncture balloon. After the incident with the misdirected love letter to Su Yushuang, Su Yi had painstakingly crafted another letter for him at Chun Songin's insistence. Unfortunately, despite Su Yi's eloquence, Ruan Maimei had flatly rejected it. Chun Songin vividly recalled that night when Ruan Maimei had told him, "I'm sorry, but I don't like underachievers." Su Yi rubbed his nose, realizing now why. In his previous life, Chun Songin, who had been a slacker, had suddenly become an ardent student in the final 2 months, working tirelessly and leveraging his athletic status to gain admission to a prestigious university. Interestingly, Ruan Maimei seemed to have graduated from that very same institution. A love story worth envying, indeed, 2 hearts racing toward each other. Unlike himself, who had spent so long as a devoted admirer, Su Yi chuckled at his self-deprecation. "Ugh, easy. I feel like I'm about to be heartbroken," Chun Songin lamented, increasingly convinced that his romantic prospects were bleak. If he couldn't win Ruan Maimei's heart, he feared his future would be devoid of meaning. Su Yi patted his shoulder, encouraging him to remain optimistic. If worst came to worst, he could always tutor him. Su Yi's academic prowess had grown remarkably. With Chun Songin's willingness to put in the effort, gaining admission to a key university was well within reach. He merely needed a little motivation to keep him from slacking off. As the school bell rang, Chun Songin reluctantly returned to his seat, casting a hopeful glance back at Su Yi, pleading for his assistance in studying moving forward. Shortly thereafter, Teacher Wu approached, carrying a water cup and a hefty stack of answer sheets, humming a cheerful tune, clearly in good spirits. Lu Wei stood up, proclaiming, "Good morning, teacher." Teacher Wu smiled broadly, waving her hand in greeting, "Good morning, class. Please take your seats." Many exchanged glances, sensing that Teacher Wu was in an unusually good mood today. It appears that the students in their class performed exceptionally well on the exam, which explains their exuberance. Teacher Wu placed the cup of water on the desk and then opened the answer sheets to announce the results of the mathematics examination. Soon, a palpable tension filled the room, as the outcomes of this test were of paramount importance to them. Lu Wei was no exception. The wager with Su Yi heightened his focus on this examination. After the test, he had discussed answers with several classmates. Although mathematics was not his forte, he had excelled this time, and he estimated that scoring 120 would be well within his reach. Lu Wei sat upright, brimming with pride as he awaited the results. Teacher Wu cradled the answer sheets, remarking that this time revealed a spectrum of abilities, some truly exceptional, while others were dismally poor. Chun Songin, 25 points. Teacher Wu's veins bulged as she saw Chen's score, which genuinely infuriated her. With his head bowed, Chun sluggishly approached the front to collect his paper, utterly devoid of his usual spirit. This surprised her. Had he perhaps come to realize the gravity of his poor performance? Shen Yukin, 56 points. Zhou Xiang, 69 points. As Wu continued to announce the scores, those who passed breathed a sigh of relief. Merely passing was sufficient for them. Song Qiaoyu, 91 points. Teacher Wu's brow furrowed at Song's significant decline, prompting her to issue a verbal reprimand. With reddened eyes, Song stood up, muttered a thank you, teacher, and retrieved her paper. Wu shook her head, but refrained from further comment. Next came the students who scored just over 100, and the smile on Teacher Wu's face grew increasingly pronounced. Su Lu, 109 points. Everyone's spirits lifted at the sight of a score nearing 110. Lu Wei, 121 points. Teacher Wu adjusted her glasses and commended him on his fine performance. Elated, Lu Wei approached, chest puffed out as he collected his paper. As he casually strolled past Su Yi, he taunted, "Just wait until you're down on your knees, call me daddy." Su Yi merely yawned and ignored him. Lu Wei, feeling deflated, returned to his seat. Ruan Maimei, 130 points. Chen Songin's eyes nearly bulged out. A score of 130 was beyond his wildest dreams. He instantly felt unworthy, realizing that their chances of becoming a couple were slim unless fate intervened. Teacher Wu's smile broadened, clearly pleased with her daughter's achievements. Once all the papers had been distributed, only Su Yi's remained unannounced. Lu Wei excitedly raised his hand. "Teacher, you haven't distributed Su Yi's paper yet." His sudden outburst drew the attention of the entire class to Su Yi. Many knew of the wager, and curiosity sparked a flurry of discussion among them. "Quiet down, everyone," Teacher Wu commanded, bringing the chaos under control. She took a sip from her cup and called, "Su Yi, come and collect your paper." Su Yi rose with a smile and confidently approached her. Teacher Wu patted his shoulder with pride. "My boy, you have truly astonished me." Su Yi replied with a confident smile. "Thank you, teacher. I will not let you down again." Teacher Wu nodded with a smile, allowing him to return with his paper. Their mysterious exchange left many in the class puzzled. Lu Wei was the first unable to contain his curiosity. "Teacher, stop keeping us in suspense. How much did Su Yi score?" Teacher Wu took another sip of water and replied leisurely. Su Yi scored 150 points, the only perfect score in the entire school. Instantly, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Many hearts screamed in disbelief. Is this even real? Lu Wei was left dumbfounded. He had thought he had performed admirably. Yet Su Yi had achieved the unimaginable by attaining a perfect score. Meanwhile, Song Qiaoyu's complexion turned pale. Hearing of Su Yi's flawless score struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her dazed. "Impressive," Chun Songin exclaimed, leaping up as if he himself had achieved a perfect score. "Calm down," his classmates retorted. "What has got you so excited?" Chun shot them a glare. "You don't understand. I'm thrilled for my brother." Teacher Wu slammed her hand on the desk. "Chun Songin, sit down." He immediately wilted, resting his head on the desk, quietly sobbing. Chun felt a sense of injustice. He was aggrieved, but chose not to voice it. Wanted to make a good impression on his future mother-in-law. Chapter 16, Disaster, You've Fallen in Love. Wow, Su Yi scored full marks in mathematics. When did Su Yi become so formidable? I don't know, but it's undeniably impressive. Though unclear, the admiration was palpable. As Lu Wei observed the growing praise for Su Yi around him, his expression darkened. "All right, everyone, settle down and focus on your studies," Teacher Wu declared, restoring tranquility to the classroom. "Discipline committee, please monitor the order." With that, she sauntered away, her mood evidently elevated. It was no surprise, given that a top math student had emerged from her class, significantly enhancing her reputation. Not long after Teacher Wu departed, the English teacher, Xia Yi, entered, carrying a large stack of answer sheets. Seeing the gleeful expression on her face, the students felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. As anticipated, Xia Yi cheerfully announced, "It seems you all are quite aware of your good performance." The class erupted in cheers. This time, they were indeed secure. Clearing her throat, Xia Yi stated, "I have two pieces of good news for you all. Would you like to hear them?" "Yes." Many excitedly shouted. The first piece of good news is that the results of the English competition have been released. Those who participated from our class achieved commendable scores. Apart from Su Yi, everyone else received third place. The smile on the English teacher's face never wavered, and her tone grew even gentler. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei seized on the key point. His eyes lighting up, he stood, politely asking, "Teacher, didn't Su Yi win any awards? That is truly unfortunate." He feigned a sorrowful demeanor. Su Yi twitched his mouth in annoyance. Lu Wei seemed intent on seizing every opportunity to belittle him. "I didn't say Su Yi didn't win any awards." The English teacher replied with a smile. Lu Wei was puzzled. Hadn't she just said everyone except Su Yi had received third place? Perhaps sensing the confusion in the room, the English teacher explained, Su Yi didn't receive third place, but he earned first place along with a 10,000 yuan cash prize. The classroom erupted in excitement. The prestige of a first place award in the national English competition was beyond measure, and the cash prize made it even more enviable. All right. Lu Wei fell silent, feeling foolish for his previous inquiries. Su Yi glanced at him with a faint smile, saying, "Thank you for your concern, class monitor. I hope I haven't disappointed you." Lu Wei, sulking, returned to his seat without a word. The English teacher hushed the class, prompting everyone to quiet down. The second piece of good news is that the highest score in our class for the English subject has been announced. Lu Wei's heart sank with an ominous premonition. "No, please no," he silently pleaded, desperately hoping his fears would manifest. But alas, fate had other plans, and Xia Yi joyfully proclaimed, Su Yi won 46 points. Lu Wei, Song Qiaoyu, and the entire class were left in a state of shock. The next moment, the room erupted into chaos. What? Is Su Yi a beast? How can he be so incredible? A perfect score in mathematics and 146 in English? My goodness. Forget worshipping Confucius. Let us start venerating Su Yi instead. Hey, that is a brilliant idea. The English teacher looked at Su Yi with pride in her eyes, exclaiming, Su Yi, please provide me with your bank account details so I can transfer your scholarship shortly. Su Yi nodded, replying, thank you, teacher. The English teacher beamed, Su Yi, you remain humble. This is all a result of your hard work. The English teacher did not linger here for long before departing. Subsequently, the results for various subjects gradually emerged. Su Yi scored 139 in Chinese and 285 in comprehensive science. The class was already numb, having witnessed the emergence of an academic prodigy. Ultimately, Su Yi, with an impressive total score of 720, became a dark horse, leaving the competition far behind on the leaderboard. The name Su Yi became a sensation at Fan City No. 1 High School. Many had already bestowed upon him the title of genius. Moreover, some well-informed individuals disclosed Su Yi's past as a devoted admirer. Yet, in the eyes of many, what he had exhibited was no mere infatuation. It was, in fact, profound affection. Naturally, Song Qiu also found herself scrutinized, with many secretly mocking her perceived lack of discernment. In Class 2 of the senior year, Su Yushuang gazed at her report card, having slipped from first place in the school to second. However, she felt no sorrow. Instead, a radiant smile graced her face. Hearing those around her discuss Su Yi, she propped her chin on one hand, feeling quite elated. Indeed, the man she had set her sights on was exceptional. Yushuang, what are you so happy about? Her desk mate and close friend, Su Yushuang, approached, holding 2 cups of soy milk, expertly handing one to Su Yushuang. With a smile, Su Yushuang accepted the soy milk. Nothing much, just looking at the report card. There's nothing to see. You're always first. It's dull. Su Yushuang placed her hands on her hips. Su Yushuang took a sip of the soy milk and replied, her eyes sparkling with joy, Yushuang, you've misjudged this time. I'm not first. Su Yushuang's eyes widened as she snatched the report card. To her astonishment, the name Su Yi boldly adorned the top position. What? So it's all true, Su Yushuang remarked, pouting. On her way over, she had heard numerous discussions about Su Yi. Initially puzzled, she had assumed he was some sort of celebrity, only to discover he had achieved the highest score in the school. Bah, he is just lucky, Su Yushuang scoffed, feeling a bit indignant on behalf of Su Yushuang. Our Yushuang is the real powerhouse. Listening to her best friend's words, Su Yushuang smiled, while Su Yushuang, observing her nonchalant demeanor, poked her with a finger and said, somewhat exasperated, Yushuang, how can you smile when someone has stolen your first place? With a shrug, Su Yushuang blinked her beautiful eyes. What can I do? Su Yushuang's cheerful disposition immediately aroused Su Yushuang's suspicion. She placed her soy milk on the table and scrutinized Su Yushuang with a quizzical expression. Yushuang, something seems off about you today. As Su Yushuang stroked her chin, she muttered, Su Yi, that name sounds familiar. Ah, I remember, Su Yushuang exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new continent. She recalled that Su Yi was the boy who had been recently exposed for being intimate with Su Yushuang. With this realization, Su Yushuang's gaze turned piercing as she looked at her friend, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Yushuang, are you in a relationship? Su Yushuang, taken aback, flushed and stammered. Yushuang, what nonsense are you saying? Unfazed, Su Yushuang boldly continued. Yushuang, stop pretending. Your eyes nearly sparkled when you looked at the report card. Stop it. Yushuang, Su Yushuang retorted, a hint of panic in her eyes. Su Yushuang smirked, noting that the once aloof school beauty now resembled a love-struck girl. Of course. He is pursuing me, Su Yushuang declared with a touch of pride, lifting her chin slightly. He even wrote me a love letter. Su Yushuang's expression turned skeptical. But you've always refused love letters, haven't you? Oh. Su Yushuang's interest peaked as she rubbed her hands together. Let me see it. Absolutely not. Su Yushuang quickly waved her hands. That letter had long been locked away. There was no way she would share it with Su Yushuang. It was far too embarrassing. Besides, the love letter from Su Yi was meant only for her eyes. Others should not dare to covet it. What if someone tried to steal him away? Su Yushuang pouted, slightly disappointed. Yushuang, you're so stingy. Not listening, la la la. Su Yushuang covered her ears, retreating into her shell. Hee. Then I shall call you Turtle Baby from now on. Su Yushuang teased playfully, sparking a light-hearted scuffle between them. In stark contrast to the joyful atmosphere surrounding Su Yushuang, the mood in Class 4 of the senior year was considerably heavier. Lu Wei stared pale-faced at his report card. He had performed reasonably well, scoring 630 points. Historically, this would have been an exceptional achievement, sufficient for admission to a prestigious university. Yet, he felt no joy, for his score paled in comparison to Su Yi's 720. Ha! Bro, you're amazing, Chun Songan exclaimed, rushing over, nearly kneeling in admiration. He felt rejuvenated, believing that with Su Yi's exceptional guidance, there was no way his grades wouldn't improve. Su Yi chuckled, casually shifting his body. It's just mediocre. Don't be coy, Chun Songan replied sternly. You don't want me to teach you anymore? Uncle, I was wrong. Chun Songan capitulated without dignity. In matters of love, pride was insignificant. After all, in Su Yi's presence, he had no dignity to uphold. They had all grown up together. What was there to be embarrassed about? Su Yi, you win this time. Lu Wei approached slowly, his expression darkening. Though acknowledging his defeat, his tone was laced with resentment. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Lu Wei, if I'm not mistaken, I believe I outscored you by nearly 100 points. At this juncture, Su Yi was no longer inclined to maintain any semblance of camaraderie. He had already been exceedingly accommodating, only to be met with Lu Wei's insatiable ambition. Lu Wei's face flushed with anger as he spat. This time was pure luck. Next time, I will not lose to you. Su Yi found the situation amusing. He had previously regarded Lu Wei as merely somewhat arrogant. However, it was clear now that he was downright conceited. If they had only been separated by a few points, it might have been possible for Lu Wei to catch up. But now, with a gap exceeding 100 points, such a feat was far from achievable through mere effort. Well, as long as you're happy, Su Yi replied nonchalantly. Seeing Su Yi's indifferent expression, Lu Wei felt insulted. Just as he was about to storm off, he was abruptly halted by a voice. Class leader, don't you remember the wager we agreed upon? It was Chun Songan, sporting a devilish grin as he looked at Lu Wei. Chun Songan initially held a favorable impression of Lu Wei, as they were classmates without any profound animosity between them. However, he was taken aback when Lu Wei audaciously proposed a wager to Su Yi a few days prior. The stakes were that the loser would not only have to sever ties with Song Qiaoyu, but also address the victor as father 3 times. Su Yi was reluctant to acquiesce, yet Lu Wei relentlessly pressured him. Chun Songan could barely contain his anger. Had it not been for Su Yi's restraint, he would have lost his composure long ago. Now, with Su Yi emerging victorious in their bed, Lu Wei, rather inexplicably, chose to remain silent about the wager. Did he assume that others would tolerate his insolence simply because they did not retaliate? Lu Wei's movements faltered as he turned around, forcing a smile that lacked sincerity, as if to suggest that such behavior was unnecessary among classmates. Observing Su Yi's impassive demeanor as he sat in his seat, Chun Songan quipped, "What's this? Is the class monitor trying to play the rogue?" Lu Wei's fingers tightened, turning pale as he muttered, "One should leave a thread of kindness for future encounters." Gazing at Lu Wei's shamelessness, Chun Songan fell into contemplation. He had always believed himself to be quite audacious, yet today he encountered someone far more brazen. The onlooking classmates fell silent, the atmosphere in the classroom becoming palpably tense. Before Chun Songan could speak, a flurry of whispers erupted around him. How can the class monitor behave like this? What a lack of shame. Do you think Lu Wei will kneel? Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you not afraid? He LL retaliate. Please, I'm braver than you think. Lu Wei's face darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation he had created. He then cast a pleading glance at Su Yi, the meaning unmistakable. Chen Songin decided to simply enjoy the spectacle. With a smile, Su Yi rose and restrained the increasingly agitated Chen Songin. However, Chen Songin remained unyielding, casting a cold glance at Lu Wei. Lu Wei, head bowed, approached timidly, mumbling, Su Yi, I'm sorry. Su Yi nodded nonchalantly. While he was indifferent to the wager's outcome, it didn't mean he was devoid of temper, especially since Lu Wei had previously crossed the line. Su Yi spoke coolly. Since you lost, I shall propose a request. Speak, and I shall ensure its fulfillment. Lu Wei abruptly lifted his head, hesitantly responding, Su Yi, I have no connection with Song Qiaoyu. Please do not bother me again. Lu Wei appeared bewildered. He had anticipated a more stringent demand from Su Yi, yet this was his request. He immediately assured, thumping his chest, that he would no longer trouble Su Yi. Let us go. Chen Songin, Su Yi declared, shouldering his bag and lazily striding towards the door. Hey, wait for me, Chen Songin exclaimed, grabbing his bag and hurriedly chasing after Su Yi, leaving behind a flustered Lu Wei and a crowd of spectators. Chapter 18. I, too, wish to be number one. At the entrance of Fin City number 1 high school, Chen Songin anxiously tugged at his hair, exclaiming, Su, how can you still be soft-hearted towards someone like Lu Wei? Su Yi tilted his head, chuckling. I did he take him seriously? So whether or not he is punished is of no consequence. Chen Songin struggled to contain himself, finally exclaiming, you truly are a nice guy. A nice guy? Su Yi chuckled lightly. He merely remained unconcerned. Lu Wei was, after all, just a high school student. Who among them had not been youthful once? Chen Songin rolled his eyes, feeling utterly helpless against Su Yi's disposition. Here, take this, Su Yi said, pulling out 2 notebooks from his bag and thrusting them into Chen Songin's arms. What is this? Chen Songin asked, bewildered. My study notes, of course. They contain all the knowledge points I compiled. Study them well. Su Yi was exasperated. Chen Songin had recently claimed he would help him get into college. Yet now he seemed to have forgotten entirely. Wait, how is this what I expected? I thought you called me out for a gaming session. Instantly dejected, Chen Songin lamented the arduous nature of studying, preferring the joys of gaming instead. He hadn't anticipated Su Yi's efficiency. He had only mentioned it yesterday, and today, the study notes were thrust upon him without any buffer. This is all Su Yi's fault. Seeing Chen Songin's reluctance, Su Yi shot him a glare. Do you still want to pursue Ruan Maimei? If you do, get busy studying. Chen Songin quickly relented, asserting that he understood. For love, he would endure any hardship. Through suffering comes greatness. All right, Su Yi, let us go. I'll ride with you, Chen Songin said, his spirit dampened, even lacking the energy to ride a bike. Su Yi kicked him lightly, playfully scolding, Scram. You think I'm going to let you slack off just because I have a bike? Chen Songin rubbed his behind, a look of dismay on his face. He noticed a change in Su Yi. He seemed to lack patience with him now. Chen Songin lethargically approached the bike, noticing Su Yi remaining in place. Curiously, he asked, Su Yi, aren't you coming with me? Su Yi shook his head. I'm waiting for someone. I want to be joining you for a while. What? Suddenly, Chen Songin embraced Su Yi tightly, wailing, oh, Su Yi, how quickly you have become fickle. Su Yi pushed him away in distaste. 2 grown men embracing felt rather odd. Who? Tell me, which scoundrel has stolen you from my side? I shall confront him. I wish to be your number one. How can you treat me this way? I am your best friend. Su Yi shivered at the sentimentality of Chen Songin's words. Look, she's coming, Su Yi said, tilting his head to the right and gesturing toward his side. Chen Songin turned in confusion, his eyes widening. Surely he did not see correctly? How could it be her? For he beheld Su Yushuang, radiantly approaching in the direction Su Yi had indicated. Today, Su Yushuang had evidently made a concerted effort to present herself well. Dressed in a cream-colored French dress that fell just above her knees, her fair, straight legs were on full display. A delicate necklace adorned her pristine collarbone. Her hair, usually loose and flowing, was styled into a bun, lending her an air of playful charm. Coupled with her natural elegance, she stood out brilliantly among the crowd. Upon seeing Su, the joy in Su Yushuang's eyes was unmistakable as she bounded over. You too. Chen Songin was momentarily at a loss, pointing first at Su Yi and then at Su Yushuang, rendered speechless. He was utterly baffled by the situation. Had he somehow lost his internet connection? Were young people developing at such a rapid pace? While he could barely grasp the notion of romance, his friend had already successfully secured the school beauty. It was truly unfair. Su Yi was incorrigible. Su Yushuang regarded Chen Songin earnestly, saying, Thank you, Chen, for allowing Su Yi to be with me. What? Su Yi exclaimed, taken aback by her words. Don't phrase it like that. It sounds so suggestive. We're innocent. Su Yi's protests were ignored as Chun Song-in chuckled awkwardly. With Su Yushuang having made such a declaration, what could he possibly say? Quietly, Chun Song-in raised a middle finger at Su Yi, muttering about how his friend had forgotten his loyalty. Oh dear. Su Yi is indeed a scoundrel who prioritizes romance over friendship. I ought to report him for early dating, Chun Song-in declared, his demeanor nonchalant as he addressed Su Yushuang. Then, Su Yi is all yours. Be sure to cherish him. With that, he made a heart gesture towards the two before swiftly making his exit. Before departing, he called out, Su Yi, let us go to the internet cafe this weekend for some gaming. I'll be waiting for you. Su Yi watched as Chun Song-in fled. Shaking his head with a wry smile, his friend was truly incorrigible. Clearly, he needed to intensify his study regimen. Next time, he would assign him a more challenging set of exercises. Su Yushuang spoke softly. Ah. Su Yi snapped back to reality, awkwardly scratching his head. That's just how Chun is. Please don't mind him. Su Yushuang smiled and shook her head, not perceiving anything amiss. On the contrary, witnessing the playful banter between the two instilled in her an inexplicable sense of ease. Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she mumbled in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Moreover, I bear no concern for any misunderstandings others might harbor. Due to Su Yushuang's soft-spoken nature, Su Yi found himself straining to catch her words. Hastily, Su Yushuang waved her hand, dismissing any importance. Then, a glimmer sparkled in her eyes as she cautiously inquired, Su Yi, could you possibly take me to an internet cafe? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. What a peculiar request it was for him to escort her to such a place. A young lady of Su Yushuang's stature. How could she possibly harbor an interest in internet cafes? Since their last encounter at Su Yushuang's home, Su Yi had gained a clearer understanding of her affluent background. Therefore, it seemed more fitting for her to be ensconced in a tranquil art studio, receiving tutelage from esteemed instructors, befitting her status. I've never been to an internet cafe in my life. It sounds quite novel, Su Yushuang confessed, sticking out her tongue with a hint of shyness. Su Yi shot her a surprised glance, realizing that her upbringing must have been exceedingly strict if she had never set foot in such a place. How unfortunate. What did you do for fun as a child? He asked. Well, my father insisted that I practice the piano from a young age. If we're talking about leisure, it consisted of playing golf at home or traveling abroad, Su Yushuang replied. Listening to her words, Su Yi fell into a contemplative silence. Come on, just take me once. One to you? Su Yushuang pleaded, her eyes wide and innocent as she activated her charm. Su Yi was utterly charmed by her adorable demeanor and, with a tender smile, acquiesced. Splendid. Off to the internet cafe we go. Su Yushuang exclaimed, bouncing with joy like a child. Chapter 19. Accompanying the school belle to the internet cafe. Near Fan City No. 1 High School, there existed a long-established internet cafe. In the year 2000, while internet cafes were just starting to gain traction, they had already become quite popular in major cities. Moreover, residing in the city center, they were always exposed to cutting-edge trends. Thus, Su Yi and Chun Song-in often snuck out to pass the time here. Although bustling with activity, the cafe possessed an evident flaw. The environment left much to be desired. The prevalence of smoking and drinking patrons resulted in a pervasive, unpleasant odor. As Su Yi stepped inside, he was immediately greeted by a strong smell of tobacco. He glanced at Su Yushuang beside him. Personally, he was indifferent, having been accustomed to smoking in his past life. But he surmised that Su Yushuang would likely find it intolerable. As expected, she covered her nose, her expression marred by discomfort. Upon entering, a red-haired youth approached them with an exuberant demeanor. Su Yi, why didn't you bring Chen along today? Same old story, I suppose? The young man inquired, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Spotting Su Yushuang, he paused momentarily before extinguishing his cigarette and, with a grin, asked, Who asked this? Your younger sister? At the mention of younger sister, Su Yushuang felt a tinge of embarrassment but refrained from correcting him. Su Yi, with an exasperated sigh, interjected, What nonsense are you spouting? This is my classmate. Haha, my apologies. Please forgive my ignorance. The red-haired youth scratched his head, offering an awkward apology. Allow me to introduce my childhood friend, Huang Bin. He never cared much for academics, so after middle school, he took over the family-owned internet cafe. Now, he is a rather successful young entrepreneur. Su Yi embraced the youth with familiarity, his smile wide. He recalled that in his previous life, this childhood friend had lent him considerable assistance. In times of difficulty, apart from Chun Song-in, it was Huang Bin who had genuinely stood by him. Su Yi then introduced Su Yushuang to Huang Bin. Explaining that she was a new acquaintance he brought to unwind at the cafe. Su Yushuang offered a sweet smile and greeted Huang Bin. However, Huang Bin's expression stiffened as he awkwardly nodded, clearly flustered. Su Yi playfully chided him. You're still as hopeless as ever. You turned tongue-tied at the sight of a pretty girl. Huang Bin's face flushed crimson, betraying his evident nervousness. All right, enough teasing. There should still be available seats, right? Su Yi inquired. Of course. Your and Chinese seats have always been reserved, Huang Bin assured. Would you prefer mineral water or a soft drink? Just help yourselves. Then you go about your business. We'll find our own seats. Su Yi waved him off. Huang Bin nodded cheerfully and returned to the front desk to resume gaming. Su Yi led Su Yushuang through the cluttered hall toward the inner sanctum of the cafe. As they ventured deeper, they encountered several small rooms accommodating 2 or 3 individuals each. Suddenly, the door to one room swung open, and a young girl emerged, a lollipop dangling from her mouth. Her expression one of discontent. What the heck, time flies. I'm out of money again, she grumbled, seemingly unsatisfied with her gaming experience. Her eyes darted around, as if concocting some mischief. Upon noticing Su Yi and Su Yushuang, she excitedly waved. Suga, over here. She dashed over to them, extending her petite hand. Suga, could you let me 10 yuan? She requested, producing 2 lollipops from her pocket and tossing one to each of them. Observing the girl's antics, Su Yi chuckled. What's the matter? Has Uncle Chin cut off your allowance again? The girl pouted. My dad only gives me 5 yuan a day. I bought a lollipop, and the internet fee is barely covered. She huffed. It's all your fault, big brother. Why not ask your brother for some money? Su Yi suggested. The girl crossed her arms defiantly. That big jerk. To limit my internet time, he always has been good charge me a higher fee. He even told Bingge to keep a close watch on me, forbidding me from playing games. Ugh, that annoying brother. Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Such antics were precisely the sort of thing Chen Songen would pull. Su Yushuang began to piece together the puzzle, realizing that this energetic little girl was indeed Chen Songen's sister. It made sense why they bore some resemblance and why she was so familiar with Su Yi. This is Chen Songen's sister, Chen Xiaoxiao. Su Yi finally introduced the exuberant girl to Su Yushuang. With her lollipop in tow, Chen Xiaoxiao mumbled. Is this beautiful sister your girlfriend, Suga? Su Yi playfully tapped her on the head, admonishing, don't talk with food in your mouth. He clarified. This sister is your brother's classmate, not your sister-in-law. Ow, Suga, that hurts. Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed, rubbing her head as tears welled in her eyes. Su Yushuang leaned down, her face radiant with a smile. Hi there, little sister. I'm Su Yi's classmate, Su Yushuang. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon gazing into the perfect features so close at hand, Chen Xiaoxiao instinctively swallowed hard and shyly replied, Hello, beautiful sister. I'm Chen Xiaoxiao, Songen's sister. Su Yi couldn't help but facepalm. The girl had just stated the obvious. Su Yushuang giggled heartily, gently ruffling Chen Xiaoxiao's hair. The little girl's face flushed instantly. She felt elated that the beautiful older sister had touched her. Then why aren't you playing at home? You have a computer, don't you? Su Yi asked, tearing open the lollipop and handing it to Su Yushuang, slightly perplexed. Chen Xiaoxiao's expression soured as she lamented. Dad says my brother has already ruined the big account, and I can't let the little account go to waste. So he won to let me play at home. Plus, he keeps a tight leash on me, and it's driving me crazy. Su Yi feigned a stern expression. Have you finished your homework? Chen Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, her eyes bright with hope as she looked up at Su Yi. Su Yi stroked his chin. In that case, I shall allow you 1 more hour of playtime. But you must hurry home afterward. Understood? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to show leniency and let Chen Xiaoxiao off the hook. What would he say? After all, he was like an elder brother to her, and although she wasn't his biological sister, she was akin to one in spirit. Among Su Yi, Chen Songen, and Huang Bin, only Chen Songen has a younger sister, while the other 2 are only children. Hence, they have always cherished Chen Xiaoxiao as their sole sister. This little girl, whenever she gets into trouble with her brother, would seek out Su Yi and Huang Bin to complain, which has fostered a close bond among them since childhood. Buddy Ge, I don't have any money for the internet. Chen Xiaoxiao innocently raised her head and asked. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I'll cover it for you and Bingge. Wow, thank you, brother. From today onwards, you're my real brother. Chen Xiaoxiao exclaimed with joy, bouncing off to play on the computer. Su Yi looked at her with a mix of exasperation and affection. Come on, let us go play on the computer too. After a brief pause, he took Su Yushuang's hand and led her to another small private room. Chapter 20. Can you be first in the whole school? Upon entering the room, 2 computers adorned the table, equipped to perfection. Su Yi smiled as he gestured for Su Yushuang to sit down before taking a seat himself. Observing the antiquated desktop computer, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. In the following decades, the computer industry would flourish, rendering desktop machines obsolete in just a few years. Thus, Many places would soon transition to the new generation of computers, which would become increasingly portable. What do you want to play? Street Fighter or King of Fighters? Su skillfully booted up the computer, leisurely browsing through games. Su Yushuang blinked. I'm not too sure. Why don't you decide? After a moment as contemplation, Su flashed a mischievous grin. Then let us play King of Fighters. Su Yushuang obediently nodded, but with a hint of naivete he asked, Is King of Fighters fun? I've never played before. Su replied earnestly, It's quite entertaining and very simple. He then launched the game, selecting the two-player battle mode. Su chose Hyo Kusanagi, while Su Yushuang opted for Shinjo Yabuki. It soon became evident that Su Yushuang was unfamiliar with the game. After being defeated several times by Su, she grew disheartened and relinquished the keyboard. Observing Su Yi's smug expression, she skeptically inquired, Su Yi, are you intentionally tormenting me? Su Yi, slightly guilty, replied with a serious face, How could I be that kind of person? Su Yushuang remained dubious. In the previous 2 rounds, she had questioned her very existence. Noticing her discontent, Su suggested, Let us try something else. The internet cafe has more than just computers. Su Yushuang's eyes brightened, hope reigniting within her. Su led her to a nearby arcade machine. Like a curious child, she poked at the machine and asked inquisitively, Su, what is this? Instead of answering, Su took a handful of game tokens and inserted 3 into the machine. After completing this, he patiently explained, This is an arcade machine, it's incredibly fun, and I'll show you how to play. Monsters will appear, and you just need to help me defeat them. Handing her one of the controllers, he took the other for himself. The screen lit up, revealing 2 characters, one blue and one red. Soon, the sound of gunfire echoed in the air. At first, Su Yushuang struggled, dying several times, but fortunately, she could respawn. As she grew more adept, her deaths became infrequent. Monsters, she exclaimed anxiously, but after their combined efforts, they successfully vanquished the boss. Once the screen displayed the words victory, Su Yushuang excitedly tossed aside the controller and hugged Su exclaiming, We did it. Su bemused, patted her gently, teasing, Don't take advantage of the moment, okay? Su Yushuang quickly released him, tilting her head defiantly, I didn't. You were just too conceited. Is there anything else you'd like to play? Su tentatively pointed at a game on the screen. Su Yushuang immediately lowered her proud head, diligently searching for games that piqued her interest. This one. Why is it a dress-up game? I think this one looks good too. No way. You're too clueless to finish it. Su if you keep this up, I'm gonna get mad. All right. Let us play this one then. As the 2 playfully bickered, time flew by, and before they knew it, dusk had settled. Su suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. He had been so engrossed in playing that he lost track of time, and returning home would surely result in a lengthy lecture. Su Yushuang seemed to realize it was getting late as well. She stretched luxuriously, her graceful figure on full display, much to Su Yi's delight. Noticing his gaze, Su Yushuang shot him an annoyed look, her cheeks slightly flushed but without any intention to stop him. Let us go, I'll escort you home. Su took Su Yushuang's hand and left the internet cafe. After safely delivering Su Yushuang home, Su hurriedly pedaled back, thoughts swirling with dread. Oh no, my mom is really going to kick me out this time. He pedaled furiously, contemplating the impending consequences. As expected, upon arriving home, he found his mother sitting on the couch with a stern expression. His father sat nearby, holding a newspaper to obscure his face. Only when the door opened did he lower the paper, casting Su a look of resignation before returning to his reading. He, too, was apprehensive. It seemed his wife was genuinely angry this time, and he dared not intervene, fearing he would face the wrath as well. Mom, don't rush to scold me. I have something to say. Sensing the situation was amiss, Su promptly took the initiative, denying his mother the opportunity to criticize him. In-hime maintained her stern demeanor, ready to unleash her reprimand, eager to see what tricks her son had up his sleeve. Su gulped nervously, stammering, Mom, I ranked first in the entire school and won first place in the English competition. In-hime's anger only intensified. How dare you lie to me? Do you take your mother for a fool? Su was on the verge of tears. I'm serious. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, just call our homeroom teacher. Naturally, In-hime had Wu Lishi's number. Wait, don't rush off. I'll call to ask your teacher. Su sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding punishment. In-hime pulled out her phone and quickly dialed Wu Lishi. Hello, teacher, this is Su's mother. Oh, hello, Mrs. Su. How can I assist you? Su said he ranked first in the whole school. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Wu Lishi chuckled. Yes, Mrs. Su. Su indeed ranked first. It was quite a delightful surprise. If he can maintain this momentum, he could easily choose between Huaking and Jingda. Before Wu Lishi could finish, In-hime anxiously interrupted. What do you mean by even? Wu Leshi, a bit excited, replied, "It's even possible for him to become the top student in the nation." With Wu Leshi's confirmation, In Hime was left in a state of disbelief. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Wu Leshi, she finally hung up. Staring at Su Yi, she exclaimed, "You actually rank first in the whole school." Lao Su, wide-eyed, had a million questions swirling in his mind, realizing that his son had not been boasting. This meant that Su Changjian's son was indeed capable of attending Huaqing or Jingda. The couple, overwhelmed with excitement, shed tears of joy. Lao Su even called their hometown. "Hello, Mom. Is our ancestral grave still okay?" No, I'm not talking about cleaning it up. I just want to see if it's still standing." In Hime instantly cast aside her concerns about Su Yi returning home late and began calling her friends to boast about her son. Chapter 21. Off to the hot pot restaurant. Chun Songen, can you please take your studies seriously? Do you still want to attend the same university as your goddess? Early in the morning, I was rudely awakened by a frantic knocking at the door, accompanied by Su Yi's exasperated voice in the study room near Fin City No. 1 High School. Today is a rare weekend, and I had barely opened my eyes when the incessant knocking disturbed my slumber. Struggling to rise from bed, I groggily opened the door, only to see Chun Songen, prompting me to slam the door shut again. Surely, I must still be dreaming. How could I encounter that fool at such an hour? The knocking grew more insistent, along with Chun Songen's voice calling out, "Su Yi, you rascal. Hurry up and open the door. If you don't, I'll break in." Upon opening the door, I barely caught a glimpse of him before he dashed inside. Yawning, I impatiently remarked, "Chun Songen, are you out of your mind? Why are you here on a weekend?" With an expression that suggested it was only natural, he replied, "Of course, I came to study with you. You promised to help me. Have you forgotten?" I helplessly slapped my forehead. How unfortunate I was to have such a friend. Thus, I found myself dragged into the study room. Now, Chun Songen slumped his head, dejectedly lamenting, "Su Yi, I can't comprehend this at all. Why do we have to use English letters in mathematics? Sigh, it doesn't recognize me, and I don't recognize it. This is pure torture." Hearing his grievances, I could only facepalm. His foundational knowledge was appallingly inadequate. Despite my best efforts to explain the basics, he remained lost. With no other choice, I patiently reiterated the concepts over and over. As time trickled by, after 3 hours, Chun Songen finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the table. "I can't take it anymore. Let us go grab something to eat." His stomach growled audibly. It had been hours since we left in the morning, and he hadn't eaten breakfast. I shot him a glance, recalling who had barged into my home so early. Chun Songen, hands raised in surrender, urged me to abandon our studies. It was time to prioritize food. Contemplating the long morning of studying, I too felt a pang of hunger. In unison, we decided to meander down to the street. By the way, a new hot pot restaurant has opened in the west of the city, and they're offering half-price meals for 2. "Let us go. Don't worry. It's on me," Chun Songen proclaimed, raising an eyebrow and wrapping his arm around me. I fiddled with my phone and replied, "All right. If the esteemed young Master Chun is treating, I have no reason to decline." Hearing my teasing, Chun Songen rolled his eyes as if, "I'm the one with the lowest status at home. Moreover, don't think I'm unaware that you have a bonus of 10,000 yuan in your hands and still expect me to treat you." I retorted, "I got up early this morning to tutor you, and you still want me to pay?" Chun Songen immediately switched to a more flattering demeanor, affectionately squeezing my shoulder. "All right, let us go." Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Chun Songen chose a seat by the window. As soon as we sat down, I marveled at the restaurant's elegant decor. It was evident that it was not inexpensive. Chun Songen shot me a look, exasperated. Of course, I've only been here a few times myself. He casually picked up the menu and handed it to me. "Here, take a look at what you want. Today, I'm treating." He patted his wallet, adopting a rich demeanor. I smirked, thinking I wouldn't hold back then, and called the waiter over. "This one, that one, and this one too." I pointed out 5 or 6 vegetarian dishes with a mischievous grin. "None of those. I want everything else on the menu," I declared with a leisurely opening of my mouth. Not only was the waiter taken aback, but even Chun Songen beside me was momentarily stunned. "Wait, are you serious? You should have said so earlier." I was already writing it down. However, the waiter merely maintained a professional smile and said, "All right, sir. Wait." Chun Songen suddenly jumped up, stopping the waiter from leaving. He quickly grabbed the menu and made a few swift notations before confidently handing it back. "All right, that'll do," he signaled to the waiter, dismissing him. After the waiter departed, I chuckled at Chun Songen's bewildered expression, teasing, "Didn't the esteemed young Master Chun say to order whatever we wanted?" Chun Songen, clearly frustrated, pointed to himself and asked, "Su Yi, do I look like a fool to you?" I replied with a serious expression, "Actually, you do. Get lost." Just then, 2 girls entered, arm in arm, and Chun Songen's eyes lit up with a mischievous grin as he turned to me. "Finally, I found my chance," he thought gleefully, Waving at the girls, Su classmate, over here. On this rare weekend, Su Yushuang had specifically invited Su Yushuang out for a shopping spree. After a while, feeling somewhat tired, they decided to visit this newly opened hot pot restaurant. As soon as Su Yushuang stepped inside, she heard someone calling her name and instinctively glanced in that direction. To her surprise, she spotted Su Yi, casually scrolling through his phone, his long eyelashes casting a youthful charm. Do you know him? Su Yushuang asked, puzzled, as she could recall Su Yushuang mentioning any male friends. Before an answer could be given, Su Yushuang had already tugged her over to join Su Yi. Su Yi looked up and was pleasantly surprised to see Su Yushuang. What a coincidence! Su Yushuang smiled, indeed, since it's so crowded here. Why don't we share a table? Su Yushuang raised an eyebrow. Have you even noticed how many empty tables there are? Meanwhile, upon hearing the name Su Yushuang's heart raced. Could it be the Su Yi she had always heard about? How thrilling! She had finally encountered the real person after hearing so much about him. Realizing her excuse was flimsy, Su Yushuang felt a blush creeping onto her pristine face. Su Yi laughed. Today, young Master Chun is treating. You should inquire with him. Great, let us all dine together, with lovely companions. Dining with Su Yi was far more enjoyable than being alone. Chun Song and grandly stood up, moving to sit beside Su Yi, creating space for Su Yushuang and Su Yushuang. Su Yushuang beamed sweetly as she settled down with Su Yushuang. Observing Su Yi beside her and then glancing at Su Yushuang, Su Yushuang teased, Frosty. Your intentions seem to extend beyond just dining. Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed. It felt as if her little secret had been exposed. Chun Songin stroked his chin and asked, would anyone like a drink? After inquiring about everyone's preferences, he dragged Su Yi away, claiming it was to help him. Chapter 22. Having heard you were once quite the admirer at the beverage station, Chun Songin casually draped an arm around Su Yi's shoulder and asked, so, what's the status with Su Yushuang? Su Yi continued fiddling with his phone, not bothering to look up. Just the usual, we're still just friends. Chun Songin frowned, snatching the phone from him with a hint of frustration. What on earth are you thinking? Don't tell me you feel nothing for Su Yushuang. She asked the school bell. Su Yi chuckled. If I said I felt no attraction at all, would you believe that? Chun Songin nodded, finding merit in Su Yi's words. If Su Yi claimed he felt no attraction, he would never accept it. To be fair, from what he heard, Su Yushuang was indeed a perfect girlfriend. If it were him, he would have already been smitten long ago. Tisk tisk. It seems that Su Yi possesses quite a resilient spirit. Or perhaps it is that he has been so deeply wounded by Song Qiaoyu in the past that he has now encased his heart in concrete. He scrutinized Su Yi from head to toe, questioning, have you perhaps altered your sexual orientation? You don't seem particularly interested in women. With that, he pretended to retreat a few steps, eyeing Su Yi with exaggerated caution. Su Yi's veins throbbed in irritation. This fellow truly knows how to provoke. He raised a foot to kick at Chun Songin, who deftly sidestepped the incoming blow. Tsk, tsk, you miss it. Chun Songin grinned smugly, his expression replete with self-satisfaction. Shuang shuang. Su Yi looks incredibly handsome. Su Yushuang rested her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily. Oh, stop it. Su Yushuang cast a disdainful glance at Su Yushuang, recalling how she had scoffed at Su Yi before. Now, seeing him in person, she had transformed into a lovesick admirer. Su Yushuang playfully shook Su Yushuang's arm, exclaiming, well, it's not like she has seen him in real life before. Holding a dish of oil, Su Yushuang remarked that Su Yi did not resemble the rumors at all. His demeanor was poised, neither obsequious nor arrogant, and he bore no semblance of a sycophant. In contrast, you seem to gravitate toward him. I can hardly tell who among you is the real sycophant. You are the sycophant. I was merely giving him a chance. Considering he wrote me a love letter, Su Yushuang retorted, lifting her chin with a proud expression. Yes, yes, my dear young lady speaks the truth, Su Yushuang quipped, rolling her eyes. Since high school, countless boys had penned love letters to her, each one discarded without a second thought. Yet when it came to Su Yi, not only had she accepted his letter, but she also found herself pursuing him. Come on, you're the school beauty at Yizhong. This is rather unbecoming. What are you all so cheerful about? Su Yi and Chun Songin approached, each holding a few bottles of Red Bull. Nothing much. Just a discussion between Su Yushuang and me. Su Yushuang replied quickly, sitting up straight like a well-behaved child. Oh, Su Yi chuckled, handing the Red Bulls to the two girls without pressing further. Chun Songin shot him an annoyed glance. Why are you so nosy? Sit down and eat. Su Yushuang placed a piece of fish in Su Yushuang's bowl, prompting a look of envy from Chun Songin. Now that's what a true friend does. Unlike Su Yi, who only ever mocks me. Asking him to serve me food is akin to wishing for the moon. By the way, Su Yi, your ex-girlfriend is Song Qiaoyu, right? Su Yushuang casually asked, chewing on her fish. Su Yi nodded, yes, but doesn't matter now. Su Yushuang narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him intently. She felt compelled to assess Su Yi thoroughly, allowing Su Yushuang to make her own judgment. Come on now. Su Yushuang goes blank whenever she sees Su Yi. Letting her judge him is like giving away free tickets. Su Yushuang smirked, but continued, I heard you were a sycophant for 3 years. Su Yushuang's expression shifted dramatically, tugging at Su Yushuang's sleeve. Xian, stop it. Unfazed, Su Yushuang maintained her gaze on Su Yi, awaiting his response. As Su Yushuang's friend and confidant, she felt it was her duty to scrutinize. She had heard of Su Yi's deep infatuation with Song Qiaoyu. Who knew if he still harbored feelings for that girl? Su Yushuang, being a romantic at heart, could be hurt if Su Yi turned out to be a cat. Thus, she aimed to eliminate that possibility. Su Yi replied coolly, Chu, you needn't probe further. I have no ties with Song Qiaoyu anymore. Time to validate this. Before Su Yushuang could interject, Su Yushuang interrupted, Xian. Please don't ask any more foolish questions. Su Yi and I are merely friends. Su Yushuang glanced at her friend, resignedly closing her mouth. Let's change the topic. The college entrance exam is approaching. Does anyone have a university in mind? Chen Songin quickly interjected to ease the awkward atmosphere. His question diverted the attention effectively. Su Yushuang pondered for a moment before saying, if possible, I would like to attend Jiang University. Chen Songin perked up, but Jiang University is so far away. Why would you want to go there? Su Yushuang pouted, I've been under my parents' thumb my entire life. As I grow older, I want to distance myself from home. Chen Songin nodded in understanding, appearing to have found a kindred spirit. What do you plan to apply? Su Yushuang asked. Chen Songin scratched his head, casting an embarrassed glance at the three of them. Su Yi chuckled, this guy has no fixed goal. It all depends on where his crush is applying. Chen Songin grumbled under his breath, insisting he had his own thoughts. Su Yushuang burst into laughter, realizing that Su Yi and Chen Songin were indeed the perfect pair, one a romantic, the other a sycophant. With a sigh, Chen Songin asked Su Yi, what do you want to apply? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. He truly had not decided which university to attend. Su Yushuang shot Chen Songin an exasperated look. Su Yi ranked first in the school. He must be aiming for Huqing or Jing University. Chen Songin fell silent, suddenly aware that his best friend was no longer the same as before. Most likely, Su Yi would be headed to Jing University, right? Su Yushuang gazed at Su Yi with anticipation, hoping to hear a definitive answer from him. With a smile, Su Yi replied, I haven't quite decided yet. It may depend on various factors. Su Yi was not lying. He was not committed to going to Jing University or Huqing. He had a plan still in its infancy. And once implemented, he might opt for a different university altogether. Su Yushuang felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to attend the same university as Su Yi. Now, it seemed she would have to seek out other opportunities to find out. Come on, eat up, Chen Songin exclaimed, trying to keep the mood light. Here, this one is delicious. Su Yushuang smiled as she served Su Yi a piece of meat, her expression radiant. Su Yushuang and Chen Songin exchanged glances, perplexed. What's going on here? Can we not have a peaceful meal? One can eat, but not at the same table as a dog. Wait, it seems they're the real single dogs now. Chapter 23. Old Dog Su. Are you planning to sneak off on a date? Shall we meet again tomorrow? The four of them quickly finished their hot pot, and due to their differing plans, prepared to part ways. Upon hearing that Su Yushuang and Chen Songin were heading to the amusement park, Chen Songin immediately expressed his desire to join. Su Yi, shall we go together? He implored, eyeing Su Yi eagerly. Su Yi shot him a cold glance. If you're willing to give up on Ruan Maimei, then by all means go. I won't stop you, but if you can't catch her, don't come crying to me. Chen Songin lowered his head, knowing it was impossible for him to abandon Ruan Maimei. Hearing this, Su Yushuang's eyes dimmed with disappointment. She had wanted Su Yi to accompany them. Glancing at Su Yushuang beside her, she felt a sense of disillusionment. Well, have fun, Chen Songin, and I will head back first. Su Yi smiled as he bid farewell, pulling a reluctant Chen Songin away. Stop staring. They've already walked far away. Su Yushuang chided as she noticed Su Yushuang watching the two leave. Xian, do you think Su Yi likes me? Su Yushuang asked, uncertainty lacing her voice. Su Yushuang furrowed her brow, her tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. I can't say for sure, but I can tell you he doesn't harbor any dislike for you. Su Yushuang beamed. So he doesn't dislike me? I must not be trying hard enough to be worthy of his affection. I will strive to improve myself and become even better. Clenching her little fist, she waved it in the air with determination. Seeing her enthusiasm, Su Yushuang felt a mix of amusement and incredulity. She couldn't quite grasp what had come over Su Yushuang. She had never shown such regard for a boy before. Could this be the fabled sensation of falling in love? Su Yushuang observed Su Yushuang with seriousness and inquired, Can you tell me why you're so fond of Su Yi? Su Yushuang conceded, Well, Su Yi is indeed somewhat handsome, and he possesses a decent aura. However, for someone of Su Yushuan's stature, a white wealthy beauty, she had encountered countless types of boys. To speak bluntly, in terms of looks and charm, many of Su Yushuan's admirers surpassed Su Yi. When it came to academic pursuits, Su Yi undeniably emerged as a dark horse, quietly achieving the top rank in the entire school. Could it be that Su Yushuang was drawn to those with exemplary academic records? Su Yushuang found this perplexing, feeling a bit at a loss. Su Yushuang smiled faintly and said, "Su Yi once saved me." Su Yushuang, with a hint of annoyance, pouted and retorted, "I know. That was when he took you to school. You've told me many times." Su Yushuang pressed her lips together and quietly responded, "It wasn't he that time." Su Yushuang suddenly raised her head, astonished. "You and Su Yi knew each other before?" Su Yushuang shook her head, refraining from answering the question. Clearly, this was a shadow in her heart, a past she was reluctant to revisit. Noticing Su Yushuan's unwillingness to speak further, Su Yushuang wisely refrained from probing, instead taking her hand as they made their way towards the amusement park. On Su Yi's side, after leading Chun Songen to the study room, he picked up his backpack in preparation to leave. Chun Songen immediately blocked his path with a displeased expression, pressing, "Hey Su, old dog, are you planning to sneak out to have some fun?" "Ah, I see now. You deliberately sent me away to have a sweet date with Su Yushuang. Seriously, you're such a dog. No way, I'm coming with you." Su Yi found Chun Songen's incessant chatter rather bothersome and replied, "Can you please be quiet?" Chun Songen, undeterred, began to throw a tantrum. "No, I want to go out and have fun with you." Su Yi, with a resigned glance, patiently explained, "I'm not going out to play. I have important matters to attend to. Understand?" Chun Songen stroked his chin and tentatively asked, "Really not going out to play?" "No." Su Yi shook his head in exasperation. "If you want, you can help me with some work. I could use an extra pair of hands." Chun Songen immediately sat up straight at the desk, rolling his eyes. "I'm not going to help. Just go quickly and don't disturb my studying." "You studying?" Su Yi scoffed, waving his hand dismissively at Chun Songen. "Study well. I'll check on you tomorrow." Once Su Yi left the room, Chun Songen slammed his pen down onto the desk with a loud thud. Su Yi is pushing me too far. However, thoughts of his goddess, Wan Mai Mei, quickly compelled him to obediently pick up his pen once more. In May of 2002, the weather in Fan City was already quite warm. Su Yi walked along the street, feeling the stifling heat, and a thought suddenly sprang to mind. Though it may seem sudden, it was a plan he had been contemplating for quite some time. Up until now, the weather hadn't been too hot, which had delayed his execution of his plan. Adhering to the principle of taking action, Su Yi sought a bustling location and rented a small stall. Before he could proceed further, he received a call from Su Yushuang. "Hello, Su Yi, where are you? The amusement park is no fun at all. Can I come find you?" On the other end of the line, Su Yushuang sounded anxious, while Su Yushuang beside her rolled her eyes. This young lady hadn't even played for a few minutes before declaring it boring, clearly just looking for an excuse. Back in the day, before knowing Su Yi, she could spend half a day enjoying the amusement park. Now, just a few minutes felt like torture. Su Yushuang felt a pang of sympathy, sensing she was merely Su Yushuang's backup. Su Yi paused for a moment before responding, "Sure, I'm at Shilly Street. Come find me." Initially hesitant, he quickly agreed upon recalling that Su Yushuang was a natural crowd puller. Hearing Su Yi's agreement, Su Yushuang's face lit up with joy. She shook Su Yushuang's arm, saying, Xian, let us go find Su Yi, shall we?" Su Yushuang, exasperated, pointed at her head. "Su Yushuang, I genuinely want to take a picture of you to show you how unremarkable you look." Su Yushuang pouted playfully. "Oh, you're the best. Just come with me." Su Yushuang scoffed. "A scoundrel who forgets his principle for lust. Let us go, and stop bothering me." Su Yushuang blinked. "I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow." With that, she decisively abandoned Su Yushuang and happily set off to find Su Yi. Su Yushuang found herself both amused and irritated, thinking Su Yushuang was beyond help. Before long, Su Yushuang arrived at Shilly Street. As she approached, she spotted Su Yi standing near a small stall, waving at her. Once by his side, she curiously asked, "Su, are you selling something?" Su Yi nodded slightly. "What is it?" "A secret. You'll find out soon enough. For now, please help me keep an eye on the stall." Su Yi feigned mystery before disappearing off somewhere, which only piqued Su Yushuang's curiosity further. Nevertheless, she obediently remained at the stall, without questioning him further. Approximately 20 minutes later, Su Yushuang saw Su Yi approaching, cradling a large foam box with a steady gait. "What's in there?" she inquired as Su Yi set the box down. He opened it, and a blast of cold air made her instinctively shiver. "Yushuang, could you fetch a few lemons?" "Sure." Without further inquiry, Su Yushuang dashed off to buy lemons. When she returned, she found Su Yi had procured several large plastic cups from somewhere. Su Yi smiled warmly at her. "It'll be ready soon." With that, Su Yi began busying himself at the stall, while Su Yushuang quietly observed. Before long, Su Yi poured the concoction he had made into the cups and added a few ice cubes. Sweet lemon water, it's going to be a hit. Give it a taste, and let me know how it is. Su Yi handed a cup to Su Yushuang, his face brimming with anticipation. Su Yushuang, skeptical yet intrigued, accepted the cup and cautiously sniffed it. The aroma was pleasant, and she slowly brought it to her lips. It's delicious. The subtle sweetness combined with a hint of tartness, as if the lemon had been sweetened with honey and mixed with ice, dissipated all the heat within her. What is this? Su Yushuang exclaimed in astonishment. Sweet lemon water, Su Yi replied with a smile. Su Yi was not surprised by Su Yushuang's reaction. Although lemon water would become commonplace 20 years later, it was still a novelty in 2002, especially since milk tea shops had yet to proliferate. For many, lemon water was still a rare treat. Ironically, had Su Yi not worked at a certain snow ice establishment, he might not have known the precise method of preparation. Despite its simple ingredients, the recipe involved intricate steps that only those who had made it would understand. Su Yushuang clutched the lemon water, unable to put it down. Su Yi, are you really going to sell this? Su Yi nodded with a grin. This is a lucrative industry with nearly zero costs, making it perfect for someone like me who lacks startup capital. Su Yushuang gazed at Su Yi with admiration, thinking how remarkable he was. Indeed, the man she fancied was truly extraordinary. What can I do to help? She asked, sipping her lemon water. Su Yi chuckled. Just stand here. That is all you need to do. Su Yushuang, momentarily taken aback, wore a puzzled expression. Su Yi appeared relaxed, seemingly unconcerned about whether they would sell out. After about 5 minutes, a tall, slender boy approached. Hello, could I have your contact information? He asked, a hint of shyness in his demeanor as he tucked his right hand behind his neck. Su Yushuang, may I have your contact information? The boy shyly nodded. It was his first time asking someone for their contact details. Su Yushuang replied nonchalantly, I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. The boy froze, feeling awkward as he noticed Su Yi sitting behind her. His tone turned stiff as he apologized. I'm sorry for the disturbance. Just as the boy was about to leave, a clear and melodious voice chimed in. He abruptly turned around, hoping for a change in circumstances. To his surprise, Su Yushuang casually asked, would you like to buy a cup of sweet lemonade? Su Yi stifled a laugh. He was struggling to contain his amusement. Su Yushuang's maneuver was simply brilliant, deserving full marks. The tall, slender boy was left with a head full of questions. Was it truly so outrageous? He was denied contact information, but then offered a beverage instead. After a moment's hesitation, he noticed the ice cubes floating in the cup, and with the temperature soaring close to 30 degrees, he suddenly craved a drink. Thus, the tall boy ordered a cup, each priced at 3 yuan. He amused himself that the price was quite reasonable, though he was unsure of the flavor. Upon taking a sip, the moment the lemonade touched his palate, he was astonished. This is incredibly delicious, he exclaimed. Boss, give me 3 more cups. I'll treat my friends. He hurriedly requested a few more cups and swiftly departed. His voice drew the attention of those around him, who were curious to see him ordering multiple cups at once. They wondered if it was indeed that delightful. Was he perhaps a plant? Nevertheless, a few individuals, mostly boys, approached, unable to resist the lure of Su Yushuang's presence at the stall. Today, Su Yushuang wore a white dress, her skin as fair as snow, exuding a playful charm. Coupled with her naturally aloof demeanor, she resembled a snow lotus, captivating from a distance, yet untouchable. Her mere presence at the stall was enough to draw the eyes of passers-by. Darling, I want that, a girl with a doll-like face exclaimed, linking arms with her boyfriend as they halted in front of the stall. The boy, noticing her expression, affectionately said, then let us buy it. He playfully ruffled her hair and readily purchased 2 cups. Wow, that guy's so handsome. Damn, that girl is stunning. I'm so envious. The doll-faced girl then realized that the stall was manned by a strikingly attractive duo. Her boyfriend raised an eyebrow. Am I not more handsome? The girl giggled. You're the most handsome. The boy nodded in satisfaction, playfully flicking her nose. Su Yi handed the lemonade to the girl and cheerfully wished, may you both find happiness. The couple happily accepted the lemonade, reciprocating his good wishes. As noon approached, the crowd began to swell, and a line for sweet lemonade grew longer by the minute. Soon enough, a long queue extended several dozen meters, creating quite a spectacle. Many passers-by were taken aback. Could it truly be that delicious? People are naturally inclined to follow the crowd, and soon, more joined the lengthy line, causing the number of customers to swell to an astonishing figure. Su Yi's expression stiffened. He had anticipated that lemonade would sell well, but he never imagined the business would be this booming. He glanced apologetically at Su Yushuang. I didn't foresee such a rush. Could you assist me here? Su Yushuang chuckled. I can, but how will you compensate me? Su Yi? He scratched his head. The notion of salary was hard to articulate. Ever since he had escorted Su Yushuang home, he realized how affluent her family was. As for the meager wages he could offer, he doubted they even amounted to her daily expenses. After pondering for a moment, he helplessly said, "How about I pay you?" Su Yushuang shook her head. "I don't want money." Su sighed in resignation. Indeed, money held no sway over someone of her stature. "I already know what I want. I'll tell you after we finish," Su Yushuang replied with a mischievous grin. The business flourished to such an extent that the ingredients Su had stocked were consumed at an alarming rate, and by 5 in the afternoon, they were all sold out. Su looked at the long line before him and stated, "Everyone, our stock has been completely depleted today. Please come back tomorrow." At his words, the crowd stirred, ultimately departing in disappointment. After selling the last cup of lemonade, Su tidied up the stall and discovered Su Yushuang waiting for him. He approached her. "Thank you for your help today." Su Yushuang waved her hand, smiling. "It's no trouble. I had a great time, and it was a good exercise for my skills." The sky was beginning to darken. "Shall I walk you home?" Su noticed that the light had faded, and he felt uneasy about her going home alone. "Sure." Su Yushuang twirled playfully, winking, "Consider it your way of thanking me." Chapter 25, Su I want a date. Su pushed his bicycle and said, "Hop on the back." "All right," Su Yushuang replied, pursing her lips as she adeptly climbed onto the rear seat. Her silky hair danced in the wind, releasing a refreshing fragrance. Su mounted the bike, his long legs pedaling as a playful smirk appeared on his lips. "Hold on tight." "Huh?" Su Yushuang was momentarily taken aback, her fair face flushing with realization. "If you fall, don't blame me," Su teased. To his surprise, Su Yushuang swiftly wrapped her arms around his waist, feeling the warmth from behind. Su's body tensed momentarily. He had never experienced this before and was momentarily at a loss. Su Yushuang pressed her face against his back, her expression serious. "I want a date." Perhaps sensing the rapid beat of her heart, Su's previously stony heart began to thaw. A smile crept onto his lips. "Su Yushuang, do you like me?" Su Yushuang tightened her embrace, staring blankly as she replied, "Am I not being obvious enough? Is it not obvious?" Su chuckled softly. It was indeed quite evident. Even Chun Songin, that big fool, could see through Su Yushuang's feelings. How could Su who had lived a second life, possibly be oblivious? He smiled, understanding her sentiments. His previous avoidance stemmed from his own insecurities, feeling unworthy of someone as wonderful as her. Yet, Su Yushuang's fervent affection illuminated for Su that love knows no worthiness, only preference. "Su Yushuang, why don't we give it a try?" Su suggested gently, his eyes sparkling with a different light. As the boy rode ahead on his bicycle, the girl embraced him from behind, their forms intertwined. A cool breeze swept over them, and under the fading sunlight, they formed a picturesque scene, as if time had frozen in that moment. However, this enchanting atmosphere was soon shattered by an unexpected encounter. Song Kyu, adorned in a lovely floral dress, approached, accompanied by her friend Jiangyu. While Jiangyu was somewhat attractive, she paled in comparison to Song Kyu, merely serving as a backdrop. The two girls were carrying bags, evidently returning from an outing. Su intended to ignore them and ride away. However, Song Kyu suddenly spoke up, her face filled with mockery. "I didn't expect you to forget so quickly." Su halted his bicycle, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Thank you for the compliment." Song Kyu trembled with anger, unable to comprehend why Su had suddenly ceased his infatuation with her. Previously, a mere word from her could leave him anxious, yet now he completely disregarded her. Was he merely pretending all along, a true scoundrel at heart? At that moment, Jiangyu chimed in with a cold remark. "You're quite the scoundrel. I previously thought you were a decent person." Su was astonished by her audacity. Did she have no shame? He vividly remembered that in his past life, Song Kyu had consistently toyed with his feelings, and Jiangyu had not hesitated to scheme from the sidelines. It was the same woman who informed Song Kyu that a man must always be kept on a string, lest he stray and seek affection elsewhere. He had not troubled this woman, yet she dared to emerge, which was truly absurd. Su Yi's brow furrowed, his expression tinged with impatience. Just as he was about to order them to leave, his hand was suddenly grasped, and Su Yushuang emerged from the back seat. "You are Song Kyu," Su Yushuang said with a radiant smile. "Indeed, I am," Song Kyu replied, her head held high with pride. The smile faded from Su Yushuang's face, replaced by a hint of disappointment as she remarked, "I had thought you would be a beauty. Instead, you are rather ordinary." Su Yi's eyes widened. Su Yushuang's sharpness was impressive. The pride on Song Kyu's face vanished, her fists clenched tightly. "What do you mean by that?" "Literally," Su Yushuang responded earnestly. Seeing Su Yushuang standing before her like a fierce little tiger, Song Kyu felt her anger surge. Suddenly, Song Xiaoyu laughed again, her tone haughty as she declared, Su Yushuang, what good is your beauty? Your boyfriend was once my devoted admirer. Su Yushuang's eyes sparkled with mischief. How could I forget? Su Yi dumped you. Song Xiaoyu's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, while Jiangyu, standing nearby, could no longer contain herself, scoffing. Aren't you worried Su Yi will fall for someone else? He was able to forsake Xiaoyu for you, so he could easily abandon you too. Su Yushuang cast a fleeting glance at her, unfazed. I trust him. Su Yi, his expression impassive, interjected, Yushuang, let us go. There is no need to argue with such people. Oh, Su Yushuang obediently nodded and took her seat in the back. Su Yi mounted the vehicle, casting not a second glance at the two, as if they were mere wisps of air. Jiangyu continued to mutter behind them, but Su Yi gradually distanced himself, the words fading into silence. Even if he had heard, it mattered little. He was indifferent. As they basked in the glow of the setting sun and relished the gentle spring breeze, the lengthy journey came to an end before they realized it. Su Yushuang clung to the young man ahead, as if she had captured the entire world. This atmosphere enveloped her, rendering her utterly entranced. Boyfriend, I am quite pleased with your performance today, she said, playfully rubbing her face against Su Yi's back like a little kitten. Before long, they arrived at kindergarten. After disembarking, Su Yushuang gradually moved closer to Su Yi until they walked side by side, their shoulders occasionally brushing against each other. Noticing her subtle gestures, Su Yi smiled silently. Perhaps this was how love ought to manifest. As they strolled, Su Yi suddenly asked, Why do you like me? Su Yushuang raised her gaze, then shyly lowered it, a blush coloring her cheeks as she softly replied, From the first moment I saw you, I knew you were the one. Su Yi chuckled. Could it be that it's because I helped you? Her expression turned cautious, her radiant face dimming slightly. Her brows knitted into a delicate frown as she pursed her cherry lips. Not quite. It's because Su Yi, you saved me once. A gentle breeze swept by, causing her long hair to dance beneath the brim of her hat, while her white dress billowed like a balloon, revealing her long, slender legs that were irresistibly captivating. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had saved her before. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he exclaimed, You're that little girl? Su Yushuang looked up, her eyes glistening. Brother Su Yi, so you haven't forgotten me. Gazing at the girl with reddened eyes, Su Yi felt a swirl of emotions within him. Now, he understood why Su Yushuang harbored feelings for him. He smiled and tousled her hair. After all these years, you've grown so much. Su Yushuang took a deep breath, forcing down her excitement, and managed to present a bright smile. I searched for you for many years. Thank heavens I have found you again. She bit her lip, her tone laced with uncontainable excitement and joy. Listening to Su Yushuang's words, Su Yi's thoughts drifted back to several years prior. Chapter 26. Memories. At that time, he was merely a boy, a naive adolescent. 13 or 14, he could not recall clearly. All he remembered was that day when his parents were too busy to take him out, so he sneaked out to play in a desolate, dilapidated amusement park. This was the secret base of Su Yi and Chun Song, and in their childhood, they delighted in visiting this place. Even simple games of hide and seek brought them immense joy. Since they had few friends growing up, this secret haven was truly secluded, known to hardly anyone. On that particular day, Su Yi slipped away to this spot, intending to call out to Chun Song, but he found that his friend was preoccupied with his younger sister and could not join him. Feeling a bit dejected, Su Yi decided to venture alone, only to discover that their secret base had been invaded. As twilight began to settle, Su Yi sensed something was amiss upon arriving at the site. He spotted a white delivery van, reminiscent of the one his father owned, and for a moment, he feared it might be his father coming to scold him. Fearing reprimand, Su Yi instinctively sought a hiding place. He quickly concealed his small vehicle in a discreet spot, covering it with some brush. Then, he crawled into a hidden hole, a secret passage that he and Chun Song had often used during their games of hide and seek. It was so well hidden that Chun Song could never find him. Just as he settled in, he heard noises coming from the direction of the van. Expecting it to be his father, he was taken aback to see three men emerge from the vehicle, their faces obscured by masks. Despite his efforts to remain hidden, an unsettling feeling washed over him as he observed these men. They exuded an aura that suggested they were not of good character. Perhaps it was because Su Yi's father was a police officer, but he could sense the malice emanating from these men, a chill creeping up his spine. Who were these individuals? Su Yi remained concealed, curiosity piqued. Perhaps due to his youthful ignorance, he didn't comprehend fear. Instead, he found the situation thrilling. He watched closely as two of the men glanced around, then stealthily moved away, leaving one to stand guard. Before long, the two returned, this time carrying a bulging sheet that seemed to contain something. Su Yi couldn't see clearly what it was, but he noticed that whatever was wrapped within was writhing. It was a living being. Due to the men's clumsiness, as they opened the van door, the sheet got caught and a small shoe tumbled out. A child's shoe. In that moment, Su Yi's confusion dissipated. He realized he was witnessing a child abduction. A wave of dread washed over him as he recognized the gravity of the situation. These men were seasoned criminals. Though merely a boy, he understood the horror of human trafficking. He had seen the devastation it wrought on families, the pain etched in their faces. He could not fathom how many children they had sold, but he knew that a child, as small as he was about to be taken away. His father had often spoken of the grim fates that befell abducted children. Most never returned home. With a stroke of fortune, perhaps the traffickers would provide them with a suitable haven, allowing them to thrive. Conversely, in the face of misfortune, devoid of any guardians, these traffickers would render the children disabled, masquerading them as homeless waifs to exploit for monetary gain. If they were fortunate enough to procure funds, it would be well. However, should the funds elude them, they would face starvation and even physical abuse. At that moment, perhaps fueled by an overwhelming sense of justice, Su Yi resolved that he must rescue this child. Yet, he did not lose his composure. Upon seeing the burly men, he recognized that he was no match for them. Thus, he opted to observe discreetly before seizing an opportunity. He hesitated, pondering whether to report to the authorities first. However, without a phone and unable to leave recklessly, he feared that departing would result in the complete loss of these individuals' trail. Just as he wavered, the men sprang into action, tossing a bedsheet into the trunk before entering their vehicle. The leader took the driver's seat and ignited the van's engine. To avoid detection, Su Yi crouched down, concealing himself with a few plastic bags. He dared not move a muscle, nor even breathe audibly. The van suddenly lurched forward, speeding away. Only when the vehicle had receded into the distance did Su Yi dare to emerge from his hiding spot. Although the van had driven far, the area was inherently secluded, characterized by poorly developed dirt roads. Given the terrain, tire tracks were inevitably left behind. Su Yi fixated on the distinctive tire marks of the van, grappling with a dilemma. The most prudent course of action was to swiftly locate his father and enlist the police to apprehend these traffickers. However, he was deeply concerned that the traffickers would relocate the child. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yi resolved to pursue them on his bicycle. While the area was remote, it was not devoid of passers-by, enabling him to borrow a phone along the way. Thus, he could inform his father while simultaneously tracking the perpetrators. Without further ado, Su Yi retrieved his bicycle and pedaled in pursuit of the tire tracks. To facilitate his father's tracking efforts, Su Yi left a trail of clues along the route. After an indeterminate time, he stumbled upon the van outside an abandoned warehouse. Coincidentally, a middle-aged woman on a bicycle passed by. Su Yi waved enthusiastically to halt her, borrowing her phone to call his father. After a brief silence, his father's solemn voice resonated through the line, "Xiao Yi, remain calm and find a place to hide. I will be there shortly." Su Yi responded calmly, hung up, and returned the phone to the woman. Once she had departed, Su Yi cautiously approached the vehicle, and under the cover of night, stealthily made his way toward the warehouse. Chapter 27. The Deviant. Su Yi was far too astute to directly enter the warehouse. Instead, he sought a concealed corner and, upon discovering a low wall, his spirits lifted. Having been quite the mischievous child, Su Yi found climbing walls to be second nature, effortlessly scaling to the rooftop. Once atop, he surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted a skylight. He approached quietly and peered down. The scene that greeted him ignited a fierce anger within him. The warehouse interior was encrusted with filth, with abandoned boxes haphazardly strewn about. 3 men sat on the floor, drinking and playing cards, surrounded by a plethora of food, seemingly reveling in their comfort. In stark contrast, a few large iron cages, welded from rebar, occupied a corner of the warehouse, containing not ferocious beasts, but rather a handful of wretched children, each around 10 years old. Each child bore scars to varying degrees, their faces gaunt and spirits utterly deflated. Their vacant stares conveyed a numbed acceptance of their grim fate. They had lost all hope, resigned to the belief that their lives had reached a dismal end. Witnessing children of a similar size imprisoned in cages sent Su Yi's breath quickening and his heart aching painfully. Monsters! The young Su Yi clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, his attention was drawn to one particular cage, distinct from the others, which housed a solitary girl adorned in striking attire, her cherubic face reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Noticing that she wore only one shoe, Su Yi sighed inwardly. Indeed, this girl was the very child who had been abducted earlier that day. Were it not for her, he might never have uncovered this den of traffickers. Suddenly, One of the men, clad in a black checkered shirt, rose in a fit of anger, discarding his cards in frustration. Ligo, calm down. We're just playing for fun. Another lean man rose cautiously, offering a cigarette to the irate man, attempting to placate him. Ligo scoffed, producing a lighter to ignite the cigarette, taking a leisurely drag. Damn it, if it weren't for the tight situation outside, we wouldn't be holed up in this godforsaken place. Ligo cursed, his jowls quivering with rage. The lean man lowered his gaze, refraining from further comment. Su Yi, observing from above, furrowed his brow. It appeared these individuals operated with a degree of organization. The man referred to as Ligo was likely their leader. Perhaps out of frustration, Ligo strode toward the corner cage, his eyes brimming with cruelty. The children within the cage recoiled at his approach, trembling uncontrollably. They understood that when this man was displeased, punishment would inevitably follow. Over the past few days since their abduction, they had long lost count of how many times they had been beaten. They only knew that this man would unleash his wrath upon them, often resorting to his belt for a severe thrashing. With a malevolent grin, Ligo brandished his belt, laughing maniacally. Today, who shall be first to receive my affection? The children instinctively shrank back, perceiving this man as akin to a demon. Witnessing their retreat, Li Ji's fury intensified. Just as he was about to select a victim, the lean man who had earlier offered him a cigarette approached, expressing concern. Brother, don't injure these children too badly. We're counting on them to fetch a good price. Slap. Ligo raised his hand and struck the lean man, visibly annoyed. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? The lean man's eyes flickered nervously as he hastily apologized, claiming it was unintentional and refrained from further interference. He was well aware of Li Gu's ruthless nature. Previously, a disobedient boy had been killed on a whim, his body buried without ceremony. Perhaps the lean man's words had some effect. Li Gu reluctantly sheathed his belt. However, he harbored no intention of sparing the children from torment. With a wicked grin, he summoned the remaining two men, instructing them, prepare some food. The two lackeys, perplexed yet obedient, scurried off to gather a few buns and a chicken leg. Li Gu brandished the chicken leg before the children, taunting, do any of you wish to eat? The children in the cage fixated on the chicken leg, swallowing hard. Their eyes filled with longing for sustenance. Clearly, they had not had a proper meal in days. Observing their desperate gazes, the man's smile grew increasingly depraved as he beckoned his companions. Come, let me show you something entertaining. Two curious young subordinates leaned in, eager to discover what Brotherly was up to. Do you see the large chicken leg in my hand? Would you like to have a taste? Brotherly waved the chicken leg as he spoke. Observing the children nodding frantically, Brother Lee's grin widened with mischief. If you wish to eat it, it's quite simple. Just engage in a brawl. Whoever remains standing at the end shall be rewarded with this chicken leg, he proclaimed cheerfully. The other two subordinates rubbed their hands in excitement. They had been utterly bored for days, and having a bit of entertainment seemed rather appealing. The children in the cage exchanged glances, none daring to move. Despite their hunger after many days without food and their yearning for that chicken leg, they were not foolish. This man was clearly toying with them. Even if one of them managed to stand victorious, he would never part with the chicken leg. Fight! For heaven's sake, why aren't you fighting? Seeing the children remain motionless, Brotherly's fury intensified. Not gonna fight, are you? Then I shall have to strike you. He angrily slammed his hand against the cage and quietly withdrew his belt. Pervert! A suddenly cold voice cut through the tension, causing Brotherly to momentarily regain his composure. He turned slowly to the source of the voice. Upon seeing the little girl, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. She was so extraordinarily beautiful that he hesitated to place her alongside the other children. What did you just say? Brotherly's expression twisted as he questioned. I said you are a pervert, the little girl reiterated coldly, her words clear and resonant. The atmosphere fell silent, everyone holding their breath, fixated on the solitary girl trapped within the iron cage. Suddenly, Brotherly erupted into a shrill, piercing laugh that sent shivers down many spines. Several children shut their eyes, already envisioning the girl's grim fate. Confronted with this inhumane demon, the girl's destiny seemed sealed. Chapter 28. It's wonderful to see you again. Brotherly appeared to develop a flicker of interest in the little girl. With a sinister grin, he declared, let me show you what it means to be a pervert. As he reached to unlock the cage, pulling the girl out. His expression was menacing, his eyes glimmering with a strange intensity. The girl, defiant, finally displayed a hint of fear on her face. Clearly, Brotherly's actions had pierced through her facade of strength. After all, no matter how composed she might be or how many grand scenes she had witnessed, she was still just a child, trapped in a predicament without any kin by her side. She too was capable of fear. If you dare to harm me, My father will surely not let you off. The little girl stated resolutely. Haha, let your father come and deal with me, Brotherly retorted, his eyes bloodshot and his demeanor grotesque, clearly unperturbed by her threat. In a fit of rage, Brotherly lunged toward the girl. She closed her eyes in despair. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed in from outside the warehouse. What is happening? Is there fire? Damn it. What are you standing around for? Hurry and extinguish the flames. Brotherly shouted angrily, ordering his two subordinates to put out the fire. They dreaded creating a commotion in their line of work. A fire would invite the police, and if they discovered the multitude of children locked inside, their operation would be exposed. At that moment, Su rushed in, covering his mouth and nose with a wet cloth, hoping to stealthily rescue the children from their cages amidst the chaos. Unfortunately, he had overlooked one crucial detail. He did not possess the key to unlock the cage. He could only grab the stunned little girl and flee. Stop right there, you little brat. A furious voice echoed from behind. Su turned to see Brotherly, his face ashen, pursuing them with a machete in hand. Su felt a surge of panic, pulling the little girl as they dashed away. He had not anticipated Brother Lee's swift reaction. Little brat, if I catch you, I'll chop you to pieces, Brotherly bellowed, brandishing the machete as he followed closely behind. He had not expected anyone to be audacious enough to attempt a rescue right under his nose. However, being mere children, their stamina and speed were no match for Brotherly, a grown man. Before long, the distance between them diminished rapidly as Brotherly lunged at the two. Su swiftly pulled the girl aside, and as he stood up, he found Brotherly looming threateningly before them, his machete raised, ready to strike. Without thinking, Su instinctively shielded the girl behind him. Bang, bang, bang. A series of piercing gunshots rang out, startling Brotherly. Put your hands up, or I'll shoot you on the spot. Su's father's deep, steady voice resonated, his gun trained firmly on the assailant. Hearing his father's familiar voice, Su Yi's tense demeanor finally relaxed. A swarm of armed police officers surged into the warehouse, accompanied by police dogs, some wielding riot shields, others carrying rifles, encircling Brotherly. I'm a good person. I'm a good person, Brotherly exclaimed in terror, dropping his machete and raising his hands in surrender. Su held the girl tightly, gently rubbing her head, whispering reassurances that everything would be all right. The girl lifted her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate wings, her dark pupils resembling two shimmering black gems. Her face was pale, clinging desperately to Su as if seeking warmth. Brother, thank you for saving me. May I know your name? The girl asked, her voice melodious as a bell, regaining a hint of color in her cheeks. Su smiled broadly. My name is Su. The little girl nodded earnestly, then nestled back into his embrace. Su's father approached slowly, anxiously examining Su's body. I'm fine, Dad. Su reassured him with a light laugh. Su's father shot him a stern glare, reprimanding, Didn't I tell you to stay put? If anything had happened to you, your mother, and the latter part of his sentence trailed off, choked by fear. He was overwhelmed with dread at the thought of what could have transpired had he arrived any later. Dad, hurry and rescue the others. There are still many children trapped in the warehouse. Su's expression shifted, gripping his father's arm urgently. Su's father gently patted Su's head, soothingly assuring him, Don't worry, we've already dispatched people to assist. Son, I am proud of you. Soon, the police arrived at the warehouse, their fury igniting upon witnessing the children confined like livestock within the iron cages. They could hardly fathom the existence of such a monstrous human trafficker. After rescuing the children, they showed no mercy to the perpetrators. Before long, the little girl's father hurriedly arrived. He was a refined middle-aged man, exuding an exceptional demeanor that instantly endeared him to others. He lifted the little girl into his arms and smiled at Su. Thank you for saving my child. Su merely pressed his lips together, saying nothing. The man later attempted to offer Su a check as a token of gratitude, but Su's father firmly refused. The man sighed and shook his head, ultimately conceding defeat. Through the girl's father, it was revealed that they were not from Fin City due to business commitments. He had been unable to leave his daughter alone in another city. Thus, he had brought her along, not anticipating that she would sneak out to play and fall prey to the traffickers. Now that the man's business had concluded earlier than expected, it was time for them to depart. Before leaving, the little girl wept, insisting on finding Su. Left with no choice, her father sought out Su and his father to explain the situation. Su vividly recalls the pitiful gaze of the little girl as she looked up at him. Ultimately, he and the girl captured a photograph together, a keepsake for her, after which she was obediently led away. A dream spanning millennia. It felt as though it belonged to another lifetime. It was so distant, as if it were merely an illusionary tale. Su Yushuang retrieved a wallet from her pocket, opened the innermost compartment, and extracted a yellowed photograph, handing it to Su. "I have been searching for you all these years, yet I could never find you," she said. Su silently accepted the photograph, which depicted a handsome young boy alongside a porcelain doll-like girl. The girl wore a radiant smile, nestled closely against the boy. Su Yi's heart fluttered gently. To be honest, his recollection of the little girl had grown somewhat hazy over time. Yet astonishingly, after all these years, fate had brought them together once more. A few tears glistened in the corners of Su Yushuang's eyes as her voice trembled. "Brother Su Yi, seeing you again brings me immense joy." A cool breeze swept past, lifting the strands of hair from her forehead, revealing those familiar eyes. In that moment, Su Yushuang and the little girl seemed to merge into one. She extended her delicate, pale hand, grasping Su Yi's hand that held the photograph. In that instant, she felt as if she had captured the entire world. Chapter 29. Su Yi was indeed the little boy of yesteryears. Holding the girl's icy hand, he momentarily lost himself in thought. Gazing at the charming and lovely Su Yushuang before him, he pulled her into an embrace. What reason could he possibly have not to cherish such a girl? Having been wounded by love in a past life, must he then allow it to taint the present? "Su Yi, you still owe me for today's work," Su Yushuang suddenly interjected, leaning against him with eyes filled with anticipation. Su Yi chuckled, gently teasing her nose. "What reward do you desire?" Su Yushuang mischievously blinked and pointed to her soft, rosy lips, the meaning unmistakable. She wanted a kiss. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback by her boldness, but then swiftly lowered his head to plant a quick peck on her cheek. In the next instant, he pulled away as if it were a fleeting moment. Feeling the warmth on her cheek, Su Yushuang's eyes widened. Su Yi truly kissed her. What to do? What to do? Her head spun, and she felt as though she might soar into the heavens with happiness. "Well," Su Yi said, smiling, "that doesn't tea count, does it?" Su Yushuang pouted, slightly displeased. She hadn't been prepared and hadn't properly experienced it. Moreover, she had clearly indicated her lips. So why had he kissed her cheek instead? Su Yi blinked. "What more do you want?" Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed. Could she really ask him to kiss her again? No. No. Although she cherished Su Yi, she did not want him to think of her as a lovesick fool. "It's getting late. We should head back," Su Yi said, ruffling her hair, oblivious to her feelings. Su Yushuang pouted, a bit annoyed. "I feel like you don't want to spend any more time with me." "We'll see each other again tomorrow," Su Yi replied helplessly, sensing that Su Yushuang had become a bit too clingy. Su Yushuang clung to his arm, reluctant to part. Seeing her stubbornly lift her chin, Su Yi had no choice but to smile and say, "How about you come home with me?" Su Yushuang's eyes sparkled, and she giggled. "Sure." Her response left Su Yi momentarily speechless. Was she really this forward? Observing his reaction, Su Yushuang secretly made a victory gesture and smiled, her beautiful eyes squinting into crescent moons. Indeed, men are drawn to proactive girls. Su Yi finally realized he had been playfully teased by Su Yushuang. "You little rascal." He chuckled. "I am not," Su Yushuang replied, feeling shy, her cheeks warm. They lingered together for quite some time before Su Yushuang reluctantly departed. Su Yi waved goodbye as he mounted his bicycle and left. Su Yushuang skipped joyfully like a little sprite, clearly in high spirits, but as she reached her doorstep, her smile faded upon seeing her father. A well-dressed, gentle middle-aged man, slightly portly, lounged on the soft sofa, staring intently at the door. As Su Yushuang changed into her slippers at the entrance, she prepared to head upstairs, completely ignoring her father. Ahem, Su Hanming's expression darkened. His daughter had grown increasingly audacious, now daring to disregard him outright. Su Yushuang feigned surprise. "Wow, Dad, you're back." Su Hanming stiffened. What kind of remark was that? This was his home. Was it not normal for him to return? He wore an awkward expression, his voice somewhat sheepish. "I came back to keep you company, fearing you might be lonely." Su Yushuang turned her head. "I see you've finished your business." Su Hanming covered his mouth and nose with one hand to mask his embarrassment, deliberately adopting a stern demeanor. "Nonsense. Sit down and chat with your father." Su Yushuang sulkily plopped onto the sofa, turning her head away to focus on her phone. "Come on, it's not easy for Dad to be home. Can't you at least acknowledge me?" Su Yushuang tucked her phone into her pocket, crossing her arms. "You're so busy all the time. How could I possibly disturb you?" Hearing his daughter's sarcastic tone, Su Hanming felt not anger but guilt, engrossed in his business. He had indeed spent little time with her. This often led him to acquiesce to Su Yushuang, rarely engaging in disputes with her. However, today he had resolved to have a serious conversation, as he had discovered someone was trying to woo his precious daughter. Su Hanming adjusted his posture, adopting a serious tone. "Yushuang, you've grown up. It's time you develop your own judgment. I don't oppose you making friends, but you should know whom to befriend. Stay away from those you don't know well. They could lead you astray. Su Yushuang abruptly interrupted Su Hamming, her gaze piercing as she stared at him. Did you send someone to follow me? Su Hamming was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, he replied with conviction, You're my daughter. Of course. I have to ensure your safety. Besides, it seems I had to protect you from secretly dating. Su Yushuang stood up in agitation, glaring at her father with fury. The intensity of her gaze momentarily startled him. Su is not a bad person, Su Yushuang declared coldly. Su Hamming trembled with rage. How could his daughter, whom he had raised for over a decade, scold him for a boy? How do you know he isn't harboring ulterior motives? Do you truly know him? Do you even know what kind of person he is? Su Hamming slammed his hand on the table, his brow furrowing deeply. Immediately after, he regretted his outburst. He had never spoken harshly to Su Yushuang in her entire life. Since his wife's passing, he had spoiled her to an extreme degree, always yielding to her wishes. Seeing the redness in Su Yushuang's eyes, all of Su Hamming's anger dissipated, leaving only a sense of helplessness. He could not comprehend how their father-daughter relationship had deteriorated to this point. Yushuang, I don't want you to get hurt, Su Hamming said, pulling out a cigarette. Lighting it and taking a drag, his voice hoarse. Su Yushuang's tears turned to laughter as she murmured, Dad, do you know who he is? Su Hamming took a long drag on his cigarette, then extinguished it. What could he possibly be? 7 years ago, I was abducted by traffickers, and he saved me. Su, he is that little boy from back then. Su Hamming froze in disbelief. Is it really that boy? He recalled the moment he handed a check to the boy, whose bright eyes had replied, Uncle, I don't want money. Realization dawned on him. It was indeed the same boy. Should I intervene or not? Su, he is already my boyfriend. I sincerely hope you refrain from causing him any trouble. With those parting words, Su Yushuang ascended to the second floor, retreating to her room. Chapter 30. If you dare to hit me, my father will have your head. Su Hamming pondered bitterly, reflecting on his daughter, whom he had raised for over a decade, yet she had not yet married and was already turning her affections elsewhere. The thought of her marrying would only exacerbate his heartache. The exquisite tea in his hand lost its flavor as he became increasingly despondent. At that moment, Uncle Wu, the butler, entered from the courtyard. Rubbing his temples in weariness, Su Hamming queried, Old Wu, why is it that Yushuang seems so distant from me? There was a hint of lament in his tone, as he sensed that his daughter appeared to be closer to the butler, stirring a pang of jealousy within him. Uncle Wu bowed his head with a smile, replying, Sir, you should dedicate more time to accompany Mississippi. What she truly needs is your presence, not merely endless wealth. Su Hamming frowned, wishing he could indeed spend time with his daughter. However, with his wife having passed away early, he had tirelessly toiled to amass a considerable fortune, hoping to provide her with a substantial inheritance, ensuring she would never be mistreated. Yet, he found that as his business flourished, his bond with his daughter grew increasingly tenuous. He often mused whether he should have prioritized his daughter over his career. Old Wu, do you think I should intervene in her romantic endeavors? Su Hamming held a cup in his hand, his face etched with concern, devoid of the commanding presence he once held in the business world. Embodying the essence of a devoted father, Uncle Wu slightly bowed, his tone respectful as he said, I believe it would be wise to allow Miss her freedom. At her age, she possesses a certain level of discernment. Moreover, it will be beneficial for her to gain experience, as you cannot shield her for a lifetime. Su Hamming's eyes widened in disbelief. Why not? If it comes to it, she need not marry at all. The fortune I leave her will suffice for a carefree existence. Uncle Wu, feeling a bead of sweat form, sighed and refrained from further comment. He had known Su Hamming since his youth and was acutely aware of his temperament. Once he set his mind to something, it was not easily swayed. Furthermore, this was a matter he felt ill-equipped to judge. Rising from the sofa, Su Hamming resolved that despite Su having saved his daughter's life, he must personally investigate to ensure everything was in order. After escorting Su Yushuang home, Su made his way to the internet cafe run by Huang Bin. Before he could enter, he spotted a small figure standing at the entrance. Ego, you're here. Chen Xiao bounded over, excitement radiating from her. It's so late. Are you still playing here? Does your brother know? Su furrowed his brow, pulling out his phone to check the time, realizing it was nearly 6 o'clock. His tone instinctively grew stern. Chen Xiaoxio's brows knitted together. Ego, you're being quite fierce today. It's not very endearing. Noticing her silence, Su assumed he had frightened her, so he gently ruffled her hair and said, Xiao. It's so late, you should head home. Uncle Qin will be worried about you. Chen Xiaoxio's spirits sank. There are so many restrictions at home. I don't want to stay there. It's dreadfully boring. Ego, I want to play outside, she said, her eyes pleading and tinged with a hint of grievance. No, it's too late. You'll worry Aunt Qin. Without a moment's hesitation, Su firmly declined. I'll call your brother to pick you up. He wouldn't indulge her. She was far too playful, and he couldn't spoil her whims. Chen Xiaoxio's face scrunched up, yet she dared not protest. Du. Chen Songin speaking. Who is this? Su Yi, your obedient son, he replied. How dare you call me after leaving me stranded? Are you even human? Su Yi chuckled. Are you unwell? Enough chatter. Your sister is with me. That little rascal? ISN Tishi home? Where are you two? 3 rapid-fire questions left Su Yi momentarily speechless. Chen Songin certainly was a dedicated brother, yet he was unaware of his sister's whereabouts. At the internet cafe. Come and pick her up. I'm not comfortable letting her go home alone. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. The call abruptly ended, showcasing Chen Songin's evident urgency. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Su Yi with a woeful expression, saying weakly, Iga, I'm doomed. My brother will definitely scold me mercilessly. Su Yi tapped her head lightly and said with feigned annoyance, Who told you to play all day? You're turning into a wild child. You deserve a good scolding from your brother. Alas, Chen Xiaoxiao sighed dramatically. Having an older brother ISNT always a blessing. Not long after, Chen Songin rushed over. And true to form, the first thing he did was unleash a torrent of reprimands upon Chen Xiaoxiao. Fuming, Chen Songin had learned from their parents that his sister had spent the entire day out. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he finally relented. Su Yi observed quietly, occasionally giving Chen Songin a mental thumbs up, surprised at his adeptness in discipline. It was then that Chen Songin finally noticed Su Yi. Oh, if it isn't the old dog Su. Su Yi remained unfazed. Hurry up and take your sister home, you college dropout. Chen Songin was momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a retort. Watching her brother flounder, Chen Xiaoxiao stifled a giggle behind her hand. Like a wolf pouncing on its prey, Chen Songin lunged at Su Yi, wrapping an arm around his neck with a smirk. Su Yi, you're getting more shameless by the day. Su Yi grinned. Thank you for the compliment. Fine. Since you're helping me with tutoring, I'll let you off the hook today, Chen Songin said, feigning generosity as he released Su Yi. Su Yi smirked. I truly appreciate it. Before long, Chen Songin turned to see Chen Xiaoxiao, still giggling. His irritation flared anew. Oh, you think it's funny, huh? You haven't been home all day. Let us see how Mom and Dad deal with you. Chen Xiaoxiao puffed out her chest defiantly. Mom and Dad love me too much to lay a finger on me. Besides, whose fault is it that you've been gone all day? Dad told you to look after me, and you disappeared. I'll give you something to cry about if you dare tell on me. Chen Songin warned, his expression darkening. Chen Xiaoxiao pouted. You wouldn't dare. Dad would kill you. Unfazed, Chen Songin rolled his wrist. I could very well take care of you before Dad gets a chance. Terrified, Chen Xiaoxiao darted behind Su Yi, quickly declaring, I understand my mistakes. Su Yi looked at the spineless Chen Xiaoxiao and chuckled. You coward. You know just where to hide. With a sigh, Chen Songin seized Chen Xiaoxiao from behind Su Yi and placed her in the backseat of the car. Let us go. See you tomorrow. With that, Chen Songin left with Chen Xiaoxiao. Su Yi shook his head with a smile as he entered the internet cafe, making his way to the front desk. Hey, good, you're here so late. Shall we have a couple of rounds? Huangbin set aside his keyboard, looking puzzled. I primarily came to discuss something with you. Su Yi casually picked up some sunflower seeds and began to snack. Huangbin, confused, asked, What is it, Iga? Su Yi smiled. I've started a sweet lemonade business that is quite profitable, but I lack the time to manage it. How about you find a couple of people to help me run it? Huangbin's eyes lit up. Count me in. I'll find 2 brothers tomorrow to help you out. Su Yi added, I won't let you work for free. We'll split the earnings from the stall 70 to 30. Huangbin eagerly agreed. No problem. I have a few idle guys who could use something to do. They'll all be thrilled to earn some cash. Feeling relieved, Su Yi patted Huangbin on the shoulder and left with a smile. Chapter 31. Come pick up my girlfriend. Here's breakfast for you. Su Yushuang entered the classroom, handing soy milk and steamed buns to Su Yushuang. Su Yushuang accepted the breakfast with a smile, exclaiming that Xian treats her the best. Su Yushuang rolled her eyes, pouting as she remarked that it was only now that she remembered her. Subsequently, she poked Su Yushuang with her finger and inquired, What were you up to with Su yesterday? Not much, just helping him sell lemonade. Su Yushuang innocently replied, taking a bite of her bun. What? Su Yushuang's eyes nearly bulged out. You two went out just to sell lemonade? Dang it, she couldn't help but curse, mentally giving Su Yi a thumbs up for being the first in history to take a school beauty to sell lemonade. That's it, Su Yushuang sighed. Casting a sympathetic glance at Su Yushuang, you two are doomed. Su Yushuang halted her eating, looking somewhat bewildered. Xian, what do you mean by that? Su Yushuang tapped her forehead and retorted, Don't you realize? Su Yi is deliberately keeping you on string. With such a golden opportunity to be alone together yesterday, he had to make a move. It seems you have no chance. Su Yushuang bit into her bun and blinked, but we're already a couple. Su Yushuang sprang up, her eyes wide. When did this happen? Just yesterday. He even kissed me, Su Yushuang said slowly, her face tinged with a rosy hue. Goodness, Su Yushuang exclaimed. Things are progressing too quickly. What on earth happened? Spill the details, no hiding. She stood on her stool, glaring at Su Yushuang. Tilting her head, Su Yushuang softly explained. Last night, I confessed to him, and he agreed. That's it. Su Yushuang stood there, mouth agape in astonishment. That's all. Su Yushuang innocently blinked her big eyes. Su Yushuang dramatically embraced Su Yushuang, feigning tears. My Shuang, you belong to someone else now? Su Yushuang, feeling helpless, could only pat Su Yushuang's head in consolation. Why do I feel like you're petting a dog? Su Yushuang mumbled in dissatisfaction. Su Yushuang secretly chuckled. Well, Xian is currently a single dog. Time in senior year flew by, and soon it was time to leave school. Unlike his usual routine, Su Yi proactively approached the entrance of Class 2 of the senior year today. He was there to pick up his girlfriend. Su Yushuang was engrossed in conversation when she suddenly noticed her best friend had gone silent. Spotting Su Yi smiling and waving at them, she rolled her eyes. Damn it, I knew it. That scoundrel Su Yi is here. As Su Yushuang approached the door, she barely had time to speak before Su Yi grasped her hand. Her face flushed crimson as she asked in surprise, What are you doing here? Typically, they would meet at the school gate, so Su Yi's initiative took her by surprise. I'm here to pick up my girlfriend, Su Yi replied with a smile. Su Yushuang felt flustered and her ears turned beet red. Su Yi was quite the charmer. What was she to do? She felt as if she could hardly withstand it. Your face is so red. Are you coming down with something? Su Yi reached out and placed his hand on Su Yushuang's forehead. Su Yushuang quickly grabbed Su Yi's hand, bashfully saying, I'm not sick. Oh. Su Yi leaned in closer. Whispering in her ear, Su Yushuang, are you feeling shy? Su Yushuang slightly lowered her head and murmured, Su Yi, can we not do this here? There are too many people. Only then did Su Yi realize they were still on school grounds, and perhaps being a bit too audacious. The surrounding classmates stared in disbelief. Who the hell is this? He just took the class beauty's hand, and he dares to flirt with her openly. The key point is, she isn't resisting. What on earth is going on? Hey, Su Yi greeted the onlookers with a smile, then led Su Yushuang away, who obediently followed like a marionette. What has happened? The classroom erupted into chatter, and many turned their gaze towards Su Yushuang, as she was Su Yushuang's best friend and likely knew something. Su Yushuang packed her bag and slung it over her shoulder, her expression unchanged as she stated, Oh, he's Su Yushuang's boyfriend. But why him? A boy who had long harbored feelings for Su Yushuang stood up, confused. Su Yushuang shot him a glance and retorted, They're mutually in love. Why are you meddling? As Su Yushuang and Su Yi walked home, Su Yi initially intended to escort Su Yushuang back. However, she firmly refused, insisting that after so many times of him taking her home, it was her turn to take him back. Su Yi could not argue with her. Thus, the current scene unfolded, with Su Yushuang tightly wrapping her arms around Su Yi's as they strolled leisurely along the path home. Su Yi helplessly remarked, Don't hold on so tightly. I'm not going to run away. Su Yushuang scrunched her nose and huffed. No, I just want to be closer to you. With that, she leaned in even closer, almost pressing her entire body against Su Yi's arm. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Su Yi was slightly taken aback. This girl was full of surprises. He regarded her with a peculiar gaze, nodding slightly, acknowledging that she was indeed a young lady. Sensing Su Yi's gaze, Su Yushuang followed his line of sight down to her chest, instantly blushing. Su Yi, you're so naughty. Su Yushuang abruptly released her grip and patted her slightly flushed cheeks. Su Yi feigned innocence, saying, I didn't do anything. You. Su Yushuang's face turned crimson as she was rendered speechless by Su Yi's shamelessness, turning her head away with a pout, refusing to engage with him any further. Su Yi quickly leaned in closer. Are you really mad? Su Yushuang turned her face away, ignoring him. Su Yi sighed and then wrapped his arms around Su Yushuang, chuckling. Don't be angry. I know I was wrong. The warm breath tickled Su Yushuang's neck, and having never experienced such a thing, she immediately brightened. Her previous anger vanishing without a trace. Cough, cough. An abrupt voice interrupted from behind them. Su Yi turned around, his smile frozen in place. Mom. In-Hime looked at her son with a knowing smile, then glanced at Su Yushuang, asking, Aren't you going to introduce me? Seeing this, Su Yi boldly declared, This is your future daughter-in-law. Su Yushuang quickly extricated herself from Su Yi's embrace, standing up obediently. Hello, Auntie. My name is Su Yushuang. Oh, what a good child. Seeing the well-behaved girl before her, In-Hime's face lit up with joy. You're all grown up and still letting the little girl take you home? Noticing Su Yi standing there in a daze, In-Hime playfully kicked him and smiled. Little Shuang, it must be exhausting to walk such a long way. Why not come in for a bit? Su Yushuang glanced at Su Yi, her meaning crystal clear. Su Yi smiled. Let us go, come home with me. Chapter 32. I can't stay in this house at all. Come, little Shuang, please sit down. Hime warmly invited Su Yushuang to take a seat on the sofa. Su Yi, hurry and wash some fruit. Su Yi nodded helplessly, realizing he had completely lost his favor. At this moment, Su Changjian returned home. As soon as he entered, he saw a beautiful girl sitting on the sofa. Hello, uncle. Su Yushuang immediately stood up, nervously greeting him. Seeing Su Changjian's puzzled expression, Hime smiled. This is Xiao Yi's girlfriend. Su Yushuang's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had just ascended to a new realm. Had she gained the approval of her future mother-in-law? Good lad. Su Changjian's eyes also widened in surprise, clearly delighted. This boy had silently brought home such a beautiful girl. Not bad. He had indeed inherited his former charm. Su Yi returned with the washed fruit, lifting his eyebrows in triumph. Dad, isn't your son impressive? Su Changjian had no time to respond as he turned to Hime. Hime took Su Yushuang's hand, warmly saying, Little Shuang, let me take a good look at you. Su Yushuang had never encountered such a situation, her body stiffening with nerves. Sitting nearby, Su Changjian chuckled. Xiao Shuang, don't be anxious, just treat it as if you're at home. All right, Su Yushuang gently nodded. The more Hime gazed at this beautiful and gentle girl, the more she grew fond of her. She patted Su Yushuang's hand and inquired, Xiao Shuang, how old are you this year? Su Yushuang smiled softly. I just turned 18. Hime beamed even more, exclaiming, Oh, you're only 2 years younger than Su Yi. How delightful. Daughters are the best, unlike that troublesome boy who annoys me every day. With that, she shot a glare at Su Yi, who sat nearby. Su Yi grimaced, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Observing Su Yushuang's parents laughing and enjoying themselves around her, he felt like an outsider, as if he had been picked up off the street. Su Yushuang winked at Su Yi, her earlier tension dissipating. Suddenly, an awkward sound interrupted the moment. Su Yi cleared his throat and said, Mom, could you please start cooking? I'm starving. There's bread in the fridge. Help yourself. Hime replied with a sidelong glance at Su Yi before immediately turning back to Su Yushuang with a bright smile. Xiao Shuang, stay here for dinner today. Auntie will prepare something delicious for you. Witnessing his mother's swift change of demeanor, Su Yi was left speechless. Su Yushuang, with her eyes crinkling in a smile, gently insisted, Auntie, there's no need to go through so much trouble. What trouble could this be? Just come and enjoy Auntie's cooking. Hime responded, patting her hand before heading into the kitchen. Before long, the sounds of the kitchen filled the air. Old Su, come help me with the vegetables. Su Changjian cheerfully rose, showing no sign of reluctance. The couple busied themselves in the kitchen. Su Yi took Su Yushuang's hand, his eyes sparkling. Xiao Shuang, are you nervous? Su Yushuang placed a hand over her heart, looking pitiful as she said, I'm so nervous. My heart felt like it was about to burst a moment ago. Su Yi affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze softening. Perhaps noticing her lingering nervousness, he mischievously suggested, Want to go watch a movie in my room? Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she playfully pinched him, saying, I'm not watching that kind of thing. But I remember you saying you enjoy comedies. Su Yi teased. Oh, so that's the kind of movie you meant, Su Yushuang replied, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, silently cursing Su Yi for being such a rascal. Just kidding, I'm not teasing you anymore. Su Yi took her hand and slowly pushed open the door to his room. Su Yushuang curiously stepped inside. Her first time entering a boy's room. Contrary to her expectations of chaos, it was remarkably tidy. As she entered, a faint scent of gardenia wafted through the air, reminiscent of Su Yi himself. The room, neither too big nor too small, was filled with everything one might need, appearing somewhat crowded. Yet everything, from the bed to other items, was impeccably organized. On the wall opposite the bed hung numerous posters, including one of Luffy grinning widely and another of the Empress seated upon her throne. Most striking was a poster of the character Rukawa Koed from Slam Dunk. Although she wasn't well versed in it, she had occasionally heard boys mention these popular comics. Below the poster sat a shoe rack with 2 pairs of sneakers and a basketball. You can play basketball? Su Yushuang exclaimed, surprised, thinking her boyfriend was quite impressive. Su Yi laughed. I was the captain of the middle school basketball team, but I gradually gave it up in high school due to heavy studies. Su Yushuang nodded, her gaze inadvertently drifting to a few mini figurines on the desk. Perhaps Su Yi had a bit of a nerdy side? Seizing the moment while Su Yi was distracted, Su Yushuang pounced onto his bed. Wow, this bed is so soft, she exclaimed, sinking into its comfort. She felt no desire to move, simply wanted to lie there and enjoy a good nap. Su Yi chuckled at the sight. How old are you to still act like a child? Su Yushuang propped herself up on her side, beckoning him playfully, come give me a kiss. Su Yi laughed. Aren't you a bit shy? Su Yushuang buried her head into the blanket, revealing only her eyes. You're my boyfriend. Kissing isn't a crime. With that, she tossed the blanket aside, stretched her body, revealing a perfect silhouette. Su swallowed hard. It wasn't that he feared she would get into trouble, but rather that he might lose control. Internally berating himself, he reminded himself to remain composed. Calm down. She's only 18, and you're a man in your 30s. You can't be a beast. After reciting a mantra several times, he barely managed to suppress his restless heart. Su Yushuang sat at the edge of the bed, her delicate legs swinging as she noticed him with his eyes closed, and curiously asked, Xiao Yi, what's wrong? At that moment, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Was her figure so disappointing that he couldn't even bear to look at her? Thinking this, she lowered her gaze to her chest and reached out to touch it. I think it's fine, she reassured herself, not bad at all. Su quickly diverted his gaze. This is sinful. The air in the room felt stifling. He decided to step outside for some fresh air. Without a backward glance, Su exited his room and plopped down onto the sofa, reciting his mantra once more to calm his racing heart. He couldn't stay in there any longer, fearing he might truly lose control. Su Changjian emerged from the kitchen and, spotting Su alone on the sofa, asked in confusion, Why are you here alone? Where is Xiao Shuang? Su leaned back. She is in my room. Su Changjian immediately erupted, You scoundrel! What is the meaning of leaving her alone in there? After scolding Su he jovially approached the room door and knocked, calling out, Xiao Shuang, come out for dinner. Su felt helpless. He couldn't stand this family any longer. Chapter 33. The Pitiful Su Hamming. Su Yushuang emerged from the room, her cheeks flushed. Her head was spinning. Su noticing her rosy complexion, asked with concern, What's wrong? You look flushed. Su Yushuang shook her head, insisting she was fine, just having spent too long in the room. She saw Inhime carrying dishes and quickly offered, Annie, let me help you. However, Inhime stopped her, smiling, Xiao Shuang, you just sit there, Annie can manage. With no choice, Su Yushuang joined Su at the dining table. As soon as Su sat down, a voice bellowed from the kitchen, Su hurry up and bring the dishes. Su sighed, knowing what was coming. Su Yushuang stifled a laugh. The atmosphere in Su Yi's family was simply too entertaining. Before long, Su returned with a large bowl of rib soup, asking, What has got you so cheerful? Su Yushuang blinked innocently. Nothing, just found it amusing. Su felt a pang of annoyance. He had already deduced why Su Yushuang was laughing. Soon, the final dish was placed on the table. Inhime served Su Yushuang a piece of chicken wing, saying, Come, try NES cooking. After taking a bite, Su Yushuang's eyes lit up. This is delicious. Although she had eaten everything at home, she still savored it with delight. Su observed the mountain of food piling up in Su Yushuang's bowl, muttering in discontent, Mom. You're being too biased. Inhime shot him a glare, retorting, Serve yourself. It's not like you don't have hands. Su rolled his eyes, silently lamenting the loss of his family status. Suddenly, a shrimp dish landed in his bowl, courtesy of Su Yushuang. Su felt a surge of gratitude. His girlfriend was thoughtful. Inhime and Su Changjian exchanged glances, both astonished, a shared thought arising in their minds. Why should their son be so lucky? Xiao Shuang, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. You seem quite familiar. During a casual conversation, Su Changjian, who had been silent, suddenly inquired. Su Yushuang nodded seriously. Uncle Su, do you remember the time you and Su saved a little girl? Su Changjian slapped the table, his emotions somewhat stirred. So it's you, child. After all these years, you've grown so much. He could hardly believe he was seeing that little girl again. Even more coincidentally, that little girl had become his son's girlfriend. What? Inhime, sitting nearby, was bewildered. What child? Noticing her confusion, Su chuckled. Mom, remember 7 years ago when I rescued a little girl from human traffickers? Well, she's sitting right in front of you now. Inhime's eyes turned red as she grasped Su Yushuang's hand tightly. What is fate? This is fate. She raised her drink joyfully and proclaimed, To fate, let us celebrate. Indeed, meeting is a form of destiny, Su Changjian concurred. Su glanced at his formidable mother, hastily raising his cup. He certainly didn't want to incur her wrath. Su Yushuang also smiled and lifted her cup. Fate, perhaps. Yet, it wasn't solely fate that brought them together. She had deliberately transferred schools to their city in search of Su. Everything was not mere coincidence, but rather orchestrated by her own volition. The ensuing dinner was delightful, with Su Yi's parents engaging Su Yushuang in casual conversation. Although she relished the warm atmosphere of Su Yi's home, the night was growing late, and she knew she must return home. Observing Su still seated, Inhime grew irate, wondering why he wasn't accompanying Su Yushuang. Su feeling helpless, stood up. He hadn't said he wouldn't see her off. His mother was far too impatient. The two walked side by side out of the house and arrived at the entrance of the community. Su Yi took Su Yushuang's hand and draped his coat over her shoulders. Just then, Su Yushuang's phone rang at an inopportune moment. She glanced at the screen and saw it was her father calling. Su Yushuang felt a chill. She had forgotten that Su Hamming was home during this time. Meanwhile, inside the Shindu Garden Villa, Su Hamming sat at the dining table with a dark expression, surrounded by a feast of dishes that had long since cooled. These were all prepared by the family chef at his request, consisting entirely of Su Yushuang's favorite foods. He had finally found time to have dinner at home. Yet, as darkness fell, Su Yushuang had not returned. With mounting anger, Su Hamming made a call. Looking at the caller ID, Su Yushuang, usually fearless, felt an uncharacteristic pang of guilt. "Hello," she answered. "Where have you been? Why haven't you come home yet?" Su Hamming demanded. "I was at Su Yi's house for dinner," Su Yushuang replied. "You have no home of your own?" He retorted. "I didn't know you were home," she replied. "Wait at the entrance of our house. I will send someone to pick you up," he instructed sternly, before abruptly ending the call. Su Yushuang pouted. "My dad always loses his temper." Su Yi pinched her cheek gently. "It is indeed concerning to return home so late." Su Yushuang sighed, feeling guilty for leaving her father alone at home. A short while later, a long wheelbase Maybach sped into view. Uncle Wu stepped out and approached Su Yushuang, respectfully saying, "Miss, the sir has sent me to escort you home." Aware of her own culpability, she refrained from throwing a tantrum and obediently followed Uncle Wu into the car. With reluctance, she waved goodbye to Su Yi as the Maybach whisked her away. Upon returning home, Su Yi found In Hime and Su Changjian sitting on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds. In Hime smirked upon seeing him. "Su Yi, aren't you going to have a proper chat with us?" "Cough, you both already know. What is there to discuss?" Su Yi attempted to deflect. In Hime, suddenly wielding a feather duster, glared at him intently. "I'm asking you, what is the story with this lovely girl?" "Oh, she likes me, and I like her, so we're together," Su Yi replied nonchalantly. "And that's it?" In Hime exploded in anger. "Do you think I'm blind?" Su Yi, feeling helpless, said, "Mom, what else do you want to know? I've stated everything clearly." With her arms crossed, In Hime warned, "Let me tell you, I have taken a liking to this girl. If you dare mistreat her, don't blame me for disowning you as my son." Su Yi was taken aback. This was not the reaction he had anticipated. "Wait, you're not opposed to us dating?" he asked incredulously, surprised by his mother's unexpected open-mindedness. In Hime shot him a glare. "Do you think I'm such an unreasonable person?" Su Yi nodded in agreement. Chapter 34. A son who is infatuated, approaching the college entrance examination. In Hime was so enraged by Su Yi that she felt a pain in her heart, struggling to find words after being caught off guard by him. Su Yi picked up an apple from the table, grinning. "Mom, weren't you adamantly against me dating early on? Always telling me to focus on my studies and not get distracted? Why are you suddenly so liberal now?" In Hime glared at him. "Who knew you switched girlfriends? The previous one was clearly unsuitable. This one, I genuinely like." Su Yi finally understood the situation. In Hime put down her feather duster and sighed. "The reason I didn't want you to date before was mainly to prevent it from affecting your studies." Su Yi rubbed his nose. He was currently the top of his class, so it was indeed unnecessary for her to worry anymore. "This girlfriend is certainly better than the last one." "You mean Song Qiaoyu?" Su Yi inquired, taking a bite of his apple. "Who else could it be?" In Hime responded. Su Changjian interjected. "Who is Song Qiaoyu?" "Oh, you rascal. Are you still playing both sides?" "I'm a person of loyalty. You haven't inherited that at all," Su Changjian exclaimed, standing up abruptly as if to pull off his belt. "The belt is disinfected with iodine. I'm going to teach you a lesson for not focusing on your studies at such a young age." Su Yi looked at Su Changjian in disbelief. "Dad, can you show your concern for your son in a different way? You seem quite eager to hit me." In Hime scolded. "Sit down. You know nothing and are wrongfully accusing Su Yi." With a chuckle, Su Changjian complied, not out of fear of his wife, but out of respect. In Hime pulled Su Yi to sit on the sofa. She had previously opposed Su Yi dating, one reason being her concern for his studies, and another being her lack of fondness for Song Qiaoyu. She had been called to the school multiple times, fully aware of the reasons behind it. Moreover, Su Yi's homeroom teacher, Ms. Wu, had vaguely mentioned their situation, giving her a certain understanding of Su Yi and Song Qiaoyu's relationship. Although the teacher had been quite diplomatic, she still grasped the underlying implications of her words, combined with her son's actions. In internet parlance, he had become what some might call a simp. Now that her son had come to his senses, she couldn't be happier. She owed a debt of gratitude to the girl named Su Yushuang, for she had pulled Su Yi out of his misery. Su Changjian now realized he had wronged his son. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious demeanor as he said, "Since you decided to date, you must treat her well. Don't be fickle and hurt the girl. Yushuang is a good girl. Don't let her down, or you'll find me disowning you. Su's expression gradually turned serious, shedding his usual nonchalance. He would certainly cherish Su Yushuang. Meeting her was his fortune. However, you two are still young. Youths have fiery tempers, so control yourselves and avoid making any rash decisions. I don't want to become a grandfather at this age. Also, remember, as Su listened to the increasingly absurd remarks in the latter half of the conversation, he could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What on earth was being said? It only grew more preposterous. Moreover, was he truly the sort of person to take advantage of an innocent 18-year-old girl? That would be nothing short of beastly. Upon hearing Su Changjian's blunt words, Hime's interest was piqued as she smiled and inquired, "Son, what stage are you two at now?" Su wore a face of despair and replied, "Mom, you know too much." He decided not to engage further with the two and declared, "I'm off to take a shower." Sensing the prying curiosity of Hime, Su felt a sense of urgency and promptly made his escape. With that, he swiftly grabbed his clothes and dashed into the bathroom. The elderly couple exchanged knowing smiles. "It seems our son is shy," remarked Su Changjian. "Indeed, you must admit his blushing face is rather endearing," Hime sighed, reminiscing that it had been quite some time since she had seen her son display such an expression. After Su finished his shower and returned to his room, he noticed a message from Su Yushuang on his phone. "Su, I'm home now, don't worry. I knew you'd get scolded. I'm so sad. What are you doing? Why are you ignoring me?" Su towel dried his damp hair and chuckled as he typed back. "I was just under interrogation by my parents. Didn't have time to check my phone. Just finished showering. I'm here now." Upon hearing the notification sound, Su Yushuang eagerly opened her phone, and upon seeing Su Yi's message, she joyfully bounced on her bed. She suddenly pounced on her teddy bear, her delicate feet flailing about, and typed, "I miss you the moment we parted." Su looked at the message and couldn't help but smile. How could his girlfriend be so adorable? "I miss you too." After sending his reply, he glanced at the screen and noticed it was getting late, so he typed, "You should get some rest." She quickly replied with an acknowledgement. Su smiled as he turned off his phone and settled down to sleep. In the subsequent month, everything unfolded according to the original script. Chun Songin was fervently studying, obsessively tackling practice questions, and with Su's dedicated tutoring, his grades soared impressively. Even Wu Shitai was astonished by the remarkable transformation of Chun Songin, unaware that the boy's sole motivation was to win the affections of her daughter. Although he still lagged behind Ruan Maimei in terms of academic performance, Chun Songin pursued the route of a sports student, where the demands for cultural subjects were not as stringent. His drastic improvement left his parents, Chun Fu and Chun Mu, in disbelief, even suspecting he had been possessed by another spirit. The stall that Su entrusted to Huangbin also flourished rapidly, transforming into a professional milk tea shop, boasting a plethora of new products and generating substantial profits daily. Su merely had to recline and count the money. Ever since Su and Su Yushuang began their romantic relationship, they would attend school together each day and study on weekends. Their monthly exam results were nothing short of jaw-dropping, with Su achieving a record-breaking score of 739, while Su Yushuang consistently secured the second position in their grade. Consequently, although their relationship was common knowledge, the school authorities chose to turn a blind eye. Many expressed grievances, questioning why Su could indulge in a relationship without repercussions. In response, Wu Shitai merely rolled her eyes and declared, "As long as you can attain the first and second ranks in your grade, I shall not interfere." Upon hearing this, all fell silent. The heightened atmosphere of the third year was palpable, enveloping the students in an overwhelming sense of pressure as they prepared for the impending college entrance examinations. Unbeknownst to them, spring had quietly slipped away, giving way to the sweltering summer. Every corner of the campus seemed to resonate with encouragement. Keep going, strive on. Exhaustion is but a fleeting shadow. The third year is devoid of flavor. Give your all to secure a spot at a prestigious university. Every point counts. Triumph over the countless competitors. Classmates, hold on just a little longer. Victory is within reach. The blackboard in the classroom was adorned with each student's aspirations for their dream universities, as they all toiled towards their individual goals. Chapter 35. The college entrance examination arrives. Finally, the much-anticipated college entrance examination had arrived. Fan City No. 1 High School, one of the examination venues, had commenced preparations 2 days prior, granting a holiday to the first and second-year students while leaving only the third-year students in attendance. The classroom was entirely cleared, with all desks rearranged to accommodate 56 seats, leaving only 30 examination spots in the cramped room, a measure taken to prevent cheating. Showcasing their meticulous planning, on June 7th, early in the morning, Hime rose to prepare breakfast, and after helping her son gather his belongings, the family set out together. To bolster her son's spirits, In-hime donned a red kippeo, proclaiming it would bring good fortune. However, upon inspecting the garment's slit, she grew dissatisfied, feeling it was too revealing, and asked Su Changjian to assist her in making alterations. Su Changjian grimaced, warning that further alterations would leave her exposed to the waist. It was best to leave it as is. Su, munching on a steam bun, mumble, Mom, please don't fuss. With your son's abilities, getting into a good university is a piece of cake. In-hime sighed, relenting to the idea of not fussing any further. Originally, Su had not wished for his parents to accompany him, but the elderly couple was adamant. Su Changjian asserted, nothing is more significant than your college entrance examination. You are our top priority. In-hime echoed his sentiment, emphasizing that their son's exam took precedence over all else. In light of this, she even took a leave of absence from the hospital, sacrificing her perfect attendance for the month, though she cared little for such trivialities compared to her son's well-being. Meanwhile, Su Hamming also rose early, diligently preparing breakfast for Su Yushuang. He had gone to the western part of the city to buy her favorite crystal dumplings. To ensure that his daughter's examination was not disturbed, he had canceled all his engagements, dedicating his time to accompany her at home. When Su Yushuang saw her father dressed in a red outfit paired with flamboyant green shoes, she nearly burst into tears from laughter. Dad, you look quite dapper. In response to his daughter's teasing, Su Hamming wore a frown, muttering, I would wear such ridiculous attire if it weren't for the belief that red signifies good fortune and green means smooth sailing. He would never have donned such garish clothing. After all, he was a CEO of a publicly listed company, which was almost too embarrassing to bear. Yet, for his daughter, he set aside all concerns about appearances. Su Yushuang cheerfully enjoyed her breakfast, while Su Hamming sat nervously, trembling, unable to eat. He was usually very health-conscious. Su comrade, today is my college entrance examination. Why are you so anxious? She inquired, her eyes sparkling. Su Hamming swallowed hard, replying, You're my only daughter, of course. I'm anxious. He added, but you need not worry. Regardless of the outcome, I will always support you. Even if you don't make it, I'll donate a building just to ensure you can attend. Su Yushuang pursed her lips, saying, I'm already ranked second in the entire school. My results are commendable. No need for your donations. And who is first? Su, my boyfriend, she replied, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Noticing her father's silence, Su Yushuang chuckled and finished her breakfast. All done, let us go. Do you have her ID? Yes. Your examination admission ticket and stationery? I've got everything. Please don't fret. After Su Hamming's numerous confirmations, they finally boarded the extended Maybach, which was adorned with a few red flowers, lending a festive air to the otherwise luxurious vehicle. Inside the car, Su Yushuang sat with her eyes closed, resting, while Su Hamming nervously sipped water. Su Yushuang opened her eyes and said, Dad, could you please relax? Su Hamming paused, questioning, Am I that tense? Su Yushuang pointed out that the cup was nearly drained, and with a cough, Su Hamming displayed a rather embarrassed expression. Before long, the pair arrived at City No. 1 High School. The elongated Maybach adorned with a multitude of red flowers instantly captured the attention of all onlookers. How ostentatious. The more Su observed, the more an unsettling familiarity with the vehicle dawned upon him. With a click, the car door swung open, and Su Yushuang emerged, followed closely by Su Hamming clad in a striking red tracksuit. The eye-catching attire of Su Hamming drew numerous gazes, making him feel thoroughly uncomfortable. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, Su Hamming straightened his back, maintaining a composed demeanor. In contrast, Su Yushuang seemed unfazed, joyfully wrapping her arm around her father's. In that moment, she felt that her father was the best in the world. Why should he feel embarrassed? Wasn't that red outfit and those green shoes a manifestation of his love? Lost in thought, tears began to cascade down Su Yushuang's cheeks as she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt toward her father. Upon witnessing her tears, Su Hamming panicked, hastily producing a tissue and comforting her. What is wrong, my dear daughter? Why are you suddenly crying? Over the years, Su Hamming had encountered numerous tempests and perilous situations without flinching, yet nothing unsettled him more than seeing his daughter in tears. Su Yushuang wiped her eyes and smiled. It's nothing, I just feel really sorry for you. Throughout her life, she had been granted every desire, living in luxury and comfort, never truly facing hardship. All thanks to her father. Yet, she often directed her anger toward him, becoming upset over trivial matters. Frost, if you can understand your father, that brings me great joy. Su Hamming replied, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a warm smile and ruffling her hair, reminiscent of their childhood days. Sniffling, Su Yushuang asked, Do I look terrible when I cry? Su Hamming laughed gently, No, my dear daughter will always be the most beautiful. A smile broke through Su Yushuang's tears, and at that moment, their bond was wholly restored. As the announcement for the exam began, urging candidates to enter in an orderly fashion to avoid congestion, Su Yushuang declared, "All right, I shan't keep you any longer. I must go in." Su Hamming replied with a smile, "Go on. I'll be waiting for your good news." Nodding, Su Yushuang entered the examination hall. Meanwhile, Su Yi and In Hime were checking various exam materials, ensuring everything was in order. After confirming, In Hime advised Xiao Yi, "When you enter the exam room, maintain a calm mindset. Do not panic under any circumstances. Even if you don't perform well, it's all right. We can always try again next year." Su Changjin quickly chimed in, "Right, as long as you put in the effort, that's what matters. Besides, with your abilities, there's nothing to worry about." Su Yi felt a slight sting in his eyes. "Rest assured, I won't let you down." With that, he strode into the exam room without looking back. "They've grown up," the elderly couple remarked as they watched Su Yi's retreating figure. Chapter 36. After the college entrance examination, graduation party. All candidates, please cease entering. The exam is commencing. Su Yi took a seat, calmly awaiting the invigilator to distribute the test papers. If one were to inquire about his nervousness, there was indeed a hint of it, yet it was not overwhelming. 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of effort off stage. Su Yi had prepared thoroughly for this college entrance examination, determined not to allow past regrets to resurface. Inside the examination hall, candidates fervently scribbled, while parents outside were as restless as ants on a hot skillet, pacing anxiously. At last, the day's exams concluded. Su Yi and Su Yushuang crossed paths at the school gate. Su Yushuang, with her gaze cast downward, inquired, "How did you do?" Su Yi replied with a smile, "Not bad. I believe I performed normally. What about you?" Su Yushuang pouted, "I only completed half of the last math question." Su Yi chuckled and took her hand, reassuring her, "The last question's score won't vary much, so no need to worry." Su Yushuang murmured, biting her lip, before burying herself in Su Yi's embrace. Unbeknownst to them, Su Hamming had approached with an ominous expression. A throng of parents had gathered at the school gate, eager to collect their children, and they began to murmur about Su Yi and Su Yushuang's affectionate display. Some parents remarked condescendingly, "Today's youth should focus more on their studies. What does it signify to embrace in public?" Su Yi smirked. "Auntie, do you not have children of your own? Why meddle in other people's affairs?" One parent was left speechless, her face turning ashen. With a thunderous demeanor, Su Hamming approached, his gaze fixed coldly upon the woman. "What concern is it of yours how my daughter conducts herself? Should you dare to speak further nonsense, I'll have no qualms about silencing you." The woman visibly recoiled. Realizing from Su Hamming's vehicle that his status was not to be trifled with, he likely possessed the means to fulfill his threat. Su Yushuang was taken aback by her father's sudden outburst, as he had always been known for his gentle demeanor. Another parent, perhaps feeling the sting of humiliation, retorted, "If you don't study hard, why shouldn't people comment?" A student beside her clutched her sleeve, urging her to cease her tirade. The student then glanced at Su Yi and Su Yushuang, quietly stating, "Those two are first and second in our grade. One nearly achieved a perfect score, while the other scored over 700, both already recruited by Hyuking and Jing University." The woman promptly fell silent, and the other parents shifted awkwardly. Soon after, Su Hamming shot a glance at Su Yi before forcibly leading Su Yushuang away. Reluctantly, Su Yushuang climbed into the car, waving goodbye to Su Yi. Su Yi rubbed his nose, understanding Su Hamming's protective instincts, particularly with his little cabbage being taken away. The day after the college entrance examination, Su Yi slept until the afternoon and, after a brief refresh, ventured out. This was primarily due to a graduation party taking place. The gathering was arranged at a restaurant not far from the school, spearheaded by class monitor Lu Wei, which left no room for dissent. By around 6 in the evening, classmates began to arrive in droves. Standing before the private room, Su Yi took a deep breath before pushing open the door. "Ah, our academic prodigy has finally graced us with his presence. Come, we've saved you a seat," Chun Songin exclaimed, grinning widely as he waved Su Yi over. Su Yi smiled and approached, taking a seat beside him. By sheer coincidence, directly across from him sat Song Qiaoyu along with her friend Jianyu. Chun Songin smacked his forehead in dismay. "How could I forget? Should we swap seats?" Su Yi calmly replied, "No need, let us leave it as it is." Song Qiaoyu, evidently having overheard their exchange, bit her lip tightly, her expression tinged with discomfort. Chun Songin, somewhat disheartened, nodded in silence, deciding not to pursue the matter further since Su Yi seemed unbothered. Once everyone was seated, class monitor Lu Wei distributed the menu, allowing them to order dishes. After a prolonged bout of indecision, Su Yi grew impatient and took the initiative to grab the menu. An awkward silence fell, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Lu Wei was taken aback, having anticipated a lengthy deliberation before he could reclaim the menu. He had not expected Su Yi to interject. Spicy beef hot pot, braised pork knuckle, sweet and sour pork. Su Yi pointed out several items, satisfied once the menu was returned to the waiter. Once the dishes were ordered, and the server had exited, the group finally relaxed into conversation. Su Yi scanned the room, noting that everyone was engaged in lively chatter, discussing topics like Meteor Garden and 18-year-old Sky, in which he found himself unable to partake. To be frank, Su Yi held little interest in the graduation party. His attendance was primarily to rectify the regrets of his previous life. In that past existence, a quarrel with Song Qiaoyu had led to a disastrous performance in the college entrance examination, ultimately resulting in his absence from the graduation celebration. If relaxation were a necessity, he would much prefer to lie at home and rest. Moreover, he found little of interest to discuss with these classmates. Talk of idols, dreams, apologies. But he had long surpassed that phase. One classmate suddenly piped up, "Which university do you all want to attend?" Su Yi felt speechless. Indeed, the graduation party was inescapably tied to this topic. A girl with a doll-like face cheerfully remarked, "My studies aren't that great. I'd be content to attend a local university." Lu Wei laughed and added, "If possible, I'd like to go to Capital Normal University." Class monitor, "Do you aspire to be a teacher?" Many were taken aback, for this was quite contrary to Lu Wei's character. Lu Wei merely smiled and said nothing. Mei, which university do you wish to attend?" Chun Song jovially poured a drink for Ruan Mei, seemingly casually inquiring. "Beijing University of Technology," Ruan Mei replied. Chun Song scratched his head. "Then I shall also apply to Beijing University of Technology." Oh. Old Chun, you're up to no good. Old Chun is quite bold. Aren't you afraid Wu Lishi will have your head? The crowd began to jest, unable to contain their laughter. Chun Song nervously sipped his drink, patting his chest as a sign of fearlessness. Ruan Mei, however, said nothing, her face visibly reddening. Chun Song's gaze flitted about before he redirected the conversation. "Su Yi, do you think this year's provincial top scorer will be you?" Everyone instinctively turned to Su Yi. They all knew that with his capabilities, it would not be surprising for him to achieve such a feat. Su Yi smiled. "Who knows? We shall see when the results are out." Chun Song scoffed and turned to chat with someone else. Su Yi glanced at his phone, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Noticing his expression, Chun Song curiously asked, "Who is it that makes you so happy?" Su Yi shot him a glance. "Who else could it be? You were just pretending not to know." Chun Song sighed dramatically, loudly declaring, "So it's your girlfriend." After saying this, he cast a pointed look at Song Qiaoyu, filled with disdain. "Oh wait, he is not being malicious. He is genuinely trying to embarrass Song Qiaoyu. What?" The crowd was drawn to the sound. Su Yi's girlfriend? Chapter 37. In this lifetime, I shall only love you. Su Yi's deskmate, the boy with a pockmarked face, asked, "Is your girlfriend coming too?" The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere exploded with excitement. Who is Su Yi's girlfriend? She's the most beautiful girl at City No. 1 High School. Su Yushuang. Many had only heard of her name, but had never seen her in person. Now, they were all thrilled. "No, we plan to head out. You all enjoy yourselves," Su Yi said, raising his drink with a smile. The other students immediately expressed their discontent, rallying against Su Yi. "You, don't even think about escaping this graduation party. Don't hide away while dating." Chun Song, hold him down. Don't let this guy get away. Chun Song eagerly wrapped his arms around Su Yi, grinning mischievously. "Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I still want to see the show." Su Yi observed the expressions of his classmates and knew that leaving now would only incite their ire, so he decided to embrace the situation. Allowing Su Yushuang to make an appearance was not a big deal. It might even earn him a wave of envy, which was delightful indeed. Thus, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Yushuang. "Meet me at the restaurant near the school, room 208. Su Yushuang replied, "Received." Before long, the door was pushed open. Everyone beheld a youthful girl standing at the entrance, her skin fair as snow, her beauty breathtaking, clad in a white dress that, along with her cool demeanor, compelled onlookers to gaze longer. Many who saw Su Yushuang in person for the first time were utterly astonished, internally exclaiming, "What on earth? This is the school beauty." Su Yi, seeing the stunningly dressed Su Yushuang, found himself momentarily entranced. The next moment, he stood up and walked to her side, gazing tenderly as he said, "Our classmates are very welcoming of you." Su Yushuang shyly lowered her head, allowing Su Yi to lead her inside. She nestled closely against him, occasionally glancing up at him with eyes brimming with affection. Chun Song, sensing the moment, vacated a seat for the young couple, happily swapping places to sit beside Ruan Mei. Ruan Maimei lightly punched him, but made no move to stop him. Once seated, Su Yi held Su Yushuan's hand and smiled. "Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Su Yushuan." The moment those words were uttered, cheers erupted. Someone directly asked Su Yi, "How did you two meet?" Another girl excitedly inquired about the scholar duo, who pursued whom. Upon hearing this name, Su Yushuan could hardly contain her laughter. The girl blushed. It was a name she had whimsically created. Before Su Yi could respond, Su Yushuan blinked and said, "It was I who pursued Su Yi." Su Yi, not to be outdone, shamelessly chimed in, "Well, face is something one earns." Chun Songen rolled his eyes at the side, secretly amazed at how Su Yushuan was giving Su Yi face. Ruan Maimei, noticing Chun Songen's expression, leaned closer and whispered, "Isn't it Su Yi who pursued Su Yushuan?" Chun Songen chuckled and leaning closer to her ear. Puffed. Ruan Maimei couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, she realized they were too close, appearing quite intimate from an outsider's perspective, and hurriedly turned her head away. Oh my, who would have thought? Old Su is not just academically gifted, but also quite adept at finding a partner. Impressive. Many were taken aback by Su Yushuan's words, marveling at Su Yi's remarkable abilities. How could Su Yi be so extraordinary? Truly, he was a stunning example of how one can surpass others. The atmosphere grew livelier amidst the chorus of exclamations. Only Song Xiao Yu felt as though she was being pricked by thorns, restless in her seat. She could distinctly feel several mocking gazes sweeping over her. Undoubtedly, Su Yushuan was far superior to her in every aspect. In terms of academics, she cannot compete. In terms of family background, she was outmatched. And in terms of looks, there was no comparison. It was a comprehensive defeat. Song Xiaoyu gripped her chopsticks tightly, truly perplexed. Why? Su Yi had clearly been her devoted admirer, yet he had changed so drastically. Of course, she would never realize her own mistakes. In reality, Su Yi had always been exceptional. She had simply failed to notice. As the saying goes, those who are favored are fearless. Perhaps this aptly described her past self. Since it was a graduation gathering, everyone loosened up and enjoyed themselves. 2 hours later, Lu Wei observed that everyone had nearly finished eating and cleared his throat, suggesting, "How about we have a second round?" This proposal sparked interest among many classmates, as heading home felt too mundane and somewhat incomplete. "How about karaoke?" Lu Wei suggested with a grin. "Agreed. Count me in." Su Yi and Su Yushuan declined, and the others did not press them further, as they did not wish to disturb the couple's sweetness. The two exited the restaurant, hand in hand, strolling down the street. Su Yi suddenly asked, "What should we do now?" Su Yushuan tilted her head, pondering but unable to think of a fun place. Su Yi gazed at her quietly, softly saying, "I'll take you somewhere." Su Yushuan looked at him earnestly, nodding emphatically. Su Yi hailed a cab, and they both climbed inside. Sitting beside him, Su Yushuan asked dreamily, "Where are we going?" Su Yi playfully pinched her cheek. "You'll find out when we get there." "Oh," Su Yushuan obediently nodded, trusting Su Yi without reservations. Su Yi raised his gaze. "Aren't you afraid I might sell you?" Su Yushuan bit her lip. "I trust you." Su Yi smiled, gripping Su Yushuan's hand even tighter. In the vehicle, Su Yushuan, her drowsy yet beautiful eyes gazing out the window, was filled with anticipation. It was her first time being out so late with Su Yi, and although she was unaware of their destination, she sensed that he intended to surprise her. The journey to their destination took a little over 40 minutes. Upon arriving, Su Yi took Su Yushuan's hand and led her into a towering building. Ascending the stairs, they reached the balcony on the top floor. At approximately 7 stories high, the view was breathtakingly expansive. Looking east, nothing obstructed their sight. The dim sky twinkled with stars, and at the horizon, the heavens were painted a silvery hue by the shimmering celestial bodies, a sight of unparalleled beauty. As soon as Su Yushuan stepped onto the balcony, she was entranced by the scene before her. The spacious floor was adorned with hundreds of candles arranged in a heart shape. Su Yi led Su Yushuan to the center of the candlelit heart. Their position was perfectly situated for optimal viewing, and at that moment, their silhouettes were elongated under the moonlight, the gentle silver starlight cascading upon them, creating a picturesque tableau. "Su Yushuan," Su Yi called. Su Yushuan tilted her head to look at him. "Our love will be eternal, like the stars of your," he professed, his smile radiant, his gaze tender. "In this lifetime, I shall love only you." With her eyes glistening and her lips slightly parted, Su Yushuan replied, "I too shall love only you." Su Yi embraced her tightly, and together they looked up at the stars above. A tear slipped from the corner of Su Yushuan's eye. She had finally waited for this moment. The boy she had longed for had confessed his love to her. Chapter 38. At home, your mother manages the finances, Su Yi said. Su Yushuan lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "Do you think I'm dreaming right now?" Su Yushuang could hardly believe that Su Yi had actually confessed to her. Everything felt like a beautiful dream. She silently wished that if this were indeed a dream, she would never awaken from it. Reflecting on her past, Su Yushuang had always harbored a tinge of regret. She felt that the process of their relationship was somewhat simple, lacking in ceremonial significance. But now, she believed herself to be the happiest person in the world, for the boy she adored reciprocated her feelings. She was no longer alone in her affections. Su Yi grasped her shoulders, his eyes overflowing with unhidden love. Su Yushuang, taking the initiative, wrapped her arms around Su Yi's waist, cradled his face in her hands, and stood on her toes to kiss him. Her cheeks flushed, and although her movements were a tad awkward, she showed no signs of stopping, clinging tightly to Su Yi. Time stretched on. Su Yi, breathless, gazed deeply at the girl before him, her complexion flushed. Su Yushuang, you still claiming not a flirt? Su Yushuang bit her lip. Only with you am I flirtatious. Su Yi realized that all those years in his past life had been in vain. He was no match for Su Yushuang's charm. He playfully tapped her head, saying, the confession is over. Let us head home, quickly. I do not wish to be chased by your father. Su Yushuang stuck out her tongue. You're so heartless, Su Yi. Whatever happened to the sweetness we just shared? In truth, Su Yushuang did not want to return home. She wished to linger outside with Su Yi a while longer. However, Su Yi firmly rejected her pleas. Driver, to Shindu Garden, he instructed, and despite Su Yushuang's forlorn gaze, he swiftly called a cab and ushered her inside. Ultimately, Su Yushuang was reluctantly escorted home by Su Yi, who felt a sense of relief at having acted quickly. This enchantress could easily distract him from his resolve. After dropping Su Yushuang off, Su Yi summoned another vehicle and made his way to Shilly Street. The small stall he once knew had been transformed into a beautifully decorated milk tea shop. Su Yi entered, greeted by two employees who set down their tasks, and exclaimed, Brother Yi is here. Seeing their anxious demeanor, Su Yi chuckled. Am I really that frightening? The employees, scratching their heads, relaxed slightly and stammered. Brother Bin found us a good job. We are naturally grateful to you. Rest assured, we will work diligently and not slack off. Su Yi smiled and nodded in satisfaction. These two had once been school dropouts, looked down upon by their neighbors and families. Now, with the opportunity to work at the milk tea shop for good pay, they felt immense gratitude. Furthermore, Brother Huang had informed them that the owner of the shop was Su Yi, and should they ever displease him, they would be shown the door. Su Yi inquired, how's business lately? One of the young men replied, business is thriving. Using your recipe, we've launched several new milk teas, and they are in high demand daily. His eyes sparkled with admiration, viewing Su Yi as a master who possessed an abundance of delightful milk tea recipes. He had never tasted such teas, let alone known how to prepare them. He even contemplated whether he might one day open his own milk tea shop using these recipes. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. These recipes are merely what I learned in my past life. Nothing to boast about. By the way, is Brother Bin not in the shop today? Brother Bin went to the internet cafe today to handle some issues, the young man replied. Su Yi nodded lightly and left the milk tea shop, hailing another taxi to the internet cafe where Huang Bin was located. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by the pungent smell of smoke. As expected, Huang Bin was seated at the front desk, smoking. Su Yi approached him with a smile. What is going on? Huang Bin waved his hand dismissively. Nothing much. Just a few people trying to scam us online and got into a fight. It's all sorted now. Care for smoke? Su Yi accepted without hesitation, grinning as he took the cigarette and lit it. In his past life, he had gradually picked up the habit of smoking due to stress. Although not addicted, he found that an occasional smoke felt pleasant. Why are you here today? Huang Bin asked, extinguishing the cigarette. I need to discuss something with you, Su Yi replied. Exhaling a smoke ring, Huang Bin raised an eyebrow. Trouble? Su Yi shook his head. Not exactly. I mainly want to borrow some money. Huang Bin's expression turned peculiar, unable to restrain himself from asking, how much do you need? Su Yi inhaled deeply, discarding the cigarette, but the entire revenue from last month at the milk tea shop? I'm taking it all. Huang Bin's face stiffened. Just that? Su Yi chuckled. What? Is there something else? Without a word, Huang Bin pulled out his wallet and tossed a card in Su Yi's direction. Here, all my savings, 30,000. Su Yi accepted the card, a mischievous smile on his face as he asked, aren't you curious what I need it for? Huang Bin retorted, are you going to scam me? Su Yi was momentarily speechless. He and Huang Bin had grown up together, and he could never bring himself to deceive him. Thanks, I'll pay you back double later, Su Yi said, pocketing the card without pretense. Huang Bin chuckled, don't bother asking Anzi for money. PS broke too. Su Yi rolled his eyes, retorting, as if I needed you to tell me that. That guy's pockets are cleaner than his face. It would be a miracle if he didn't ask me for money. Huang Bin playfully patted Su Yi's arm. In the end, I'm more reliable than Shun Songan. Su Yi stretched lazily. Now that I've borrowed the money, I'm off. Huangbin jokingly cursed, "You bastard, borrowing money and running off right after." Su Yi walked away without looking back. "You're not a woman. What is there to linger over?" As Su Yi hummed an unknown tune on his way home, he pushed open the door to find Su Changjian seated on the sofa, reading a newspaper. "What's got you so happy?" Su Changjian asked, lifting his gaze from the paper. "I won't tell you," Su Yi replied mischievously. Su Changjian chuckled. "You little rascal." Ahem. Su Yi cleared his throat, feeling a bit too pleased with himself just now, forgetting who truly held the authority. He promptly dashed to Su Changjian's side, respectfully kneeling beside him, and inquired warmly, "Father, are you comfortable?" Su Changjian relaxed his furrowed brow, asking, "What's the matter? Speak." He didn't need to ponder. He knew this mischievous lad was up to something, for it was a well-known adage that no one offers favors without an ulterior motive. Su Yi sheepishly chuckled. "Dad, could you lend me some money?" Su Changjian opened his eyes and replied with a hint of melancholy. "In our household, your mother manages the finances." Chapter 39, Baby, lend me some money. Su Yi pouted. Feigning innocence, "You must have a secret stash." He added with a smirk, "I even saw you stuffing a considerable amount of cash behind that painting in the living room." As he spoke, he made a move towards the artwork. "Stop." Su Changjian, cold sweat beading on his forehead, quickly scanned the vicinity for Mei, and upon ensuring her absence, he sighed in relief. "How much do you need?" Su Yi replied, 20,000. "What?" Su Changjian exclaimed in disbelief. Su Yi blinked innocently. 20,000, Dad. You heard me correctly." Su Changjian sprang to his feet, incredulous. "Do you think I'm an ATM? Just withdraw whatever you want?" Su Yi rubbed his nose, realizing he may have pushed it a bit too far, considering his father, who would hesitate to take even 100 when secretly saving money. The pitiful amount he had likely accumulated during this time was probably only a few thousand at best. Su Changjian slumped back onto the sofa, lazily stating, "Don't think I'm oblivious. Where did that 10,000 from the English competition prize go?" He clearly recalled that Mei hadn't taken that sum, but had instructed Su Yi to keep it himself. Su Yi murmured softly, "But that is only 10,000. It's not enough." Su Changjian furrowed his brow. "What on earth do you need so much money for? You're not getting involved in anything illegal, are you? Be honest with me. Have you developed any bad habits?" As a police officer, he was particularly sensitive to such matters. His mention of bad habits encompassed far more than mere smoking or drinking. He had witnessed firsthand a boy of similar age to Su Yi who had jumped to his death, reportedly due to overwhelming gambling debts. Feeling the weight of his father's increasingly serious gaze, Su Yi felt a chill run down his spine and quickly reassured, "Don't worry, Dad. We absolutely won't engage in any illegal activities." Hearing his son's promise, Su Changjian's expression softened. He relaxed back into the sofa, languidly responding, "If your father has no money, go and ask your mother." Su Yi recoiled slightly, falling silent. He dared not approach Mei. Moreover, he could already envision the scenario that awaited him. "Mom, could you lend me 20,000? Do I look like I have 20,000? All right. Su Yi promptly abandoned this route and retreated to his room. Sitting on his bed, he pulled out Huangbin's card alongside his own, calculating the total amount. The profits from recent ventures combined with the English competition prize and Huangbin's savings amounted to a mere 100,000. Su Yi frowned. While 100,000 was a substantial sum in 2002, it fell woefully short of his plans. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Su Yushuang. "All right." Su Yi slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten Su Yushuang? She was indeed a little heiress. However, recalling the resolute manner in which he had sent her home and her subsequent expression made him feel somewhat embarrassed. It seemed borrowing money from her might not be so straightforward. Indeed, upon opening his phone, he found Su Yushuang's message. "Humph." Su Yi sighed, crafting a response. "Are you still angry?" "Humph." Su Yi continued. "Let us discuss something, shall we?" "Humph." Su Yi, feeling defeated, said, "Forget it. I won't bother you then." No. Please tell me wah. Su Yi finally asked, "Could you lend me some money?" Su Yi watched the expression Su Yushuang sent him, his lips twitching in confusion, unsure of what scheme she was plotting. "Sure, but you must unconditionally obey me for a month." Su Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He knew it. That's too much. How about half a month? "Fine." Su Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed he was being outmaneuvered. Su Yushuang asked, "How much do you need?" Su Yi braced himself. "How much can you lend? Is 200,000 sufficient?" Su Yi nearly jumped in astonishment. 200,000 without batting an eye. Su Yushuang was no mere little heiress. She was practically a financial powerhouse. "Little E. Send me your card number." Su Yi promptly sent her the number, reasoning that whoever repaid her, the more he could borrow, the better. Within a minute, 200,000 appeared in his account. Without delay, he headed downstairs, disguising his intentions before making his way to the lottery shop to purchase a significant number of tickets. This was currently the fastest avenue for financial gain. With the World Cup in full swing, despite his past indifference to such matters, he had heard of a few notable matches. Rather than blindly betting on winners or losers, he chose to purchase score predictions, as the odds were considerably higher. However, Su was not foolish enough to invest all his funds, as a 200,000 influx would undoubtedly skew the odds. High-stakes betting could lead to match manipulation, an easy feat for those in the know. Thus, even with his wager on a number of goals, the odds would remain manageable, and even a modest win could yield significant returns. Transforming 6,000 into 20,000 was no trifling matter. There was still time. He could slowly navigate these investments. The next step was to patiently await the doubling of his funds. Su was confident that through this World Cup, he would amass sufficient capital to launch his plans. Chapter 40, Baby, it's wonderful to have you. Since Su Yushuang became his creditor, Su's rhythm over the following week was utterly disrupted. Nearly every day, he was compelled to accompany her on various outings. Just now, she sent another message, asking him to join her for dinner. Su stood up, calling toward the kitchen. Mom, you don't need to prepare dinner for me tonight. Himei turned off the gas stove, stepping out with a spatula in hand. You've been going out every day for weeks. Do you not consider this a household anymore? Su shrugged helplessly. My daughter-in-law is asking me out for dinner. What can I do? Upon hearing he was going out with Su Yushuang, Himei's face lit up. Go ahead, go ahead. Should I leave the door open for you tonight? Do you have enough money? If not, you could take some of your father's private stash. Su Changjian, bewildered, thought. When did his hidden savings become so well known? Himei crossed her arms, casting a sardonic glance at him. I'm aware of every penny you've stashed away in that painting and your stinky socks. It was over. He felt as if his life had lost all hope. Go on, son, good luck. Himei encouraged. Su felt slightly embarrassed. How eager was his mother for grandchildren? They were still young. Did they really need to rush? All right, I should be off. I don't want to keep Su Yushuang waiting. Himei waved her spatula, ceasing her teasing. After a brief tidying up and styling his hair, Su stepped outside. Su Yushuang had chosen the same hot pot restaurant, praising it endlessly after their last visit, eagerly waiting for another opportunity to dine there with Su. Here, over here. As Su arrived at the restaurant, he spotted Su Yushuang in a black lawn dress, joyfully waving at him. The dress hugged her figure, accentuating her perfect curves. Do you think I look good? Su Yushuang twirled around playfully and asked with a mischievous glint in her eyes. The handsome Su showered her with compliments, pondering who else would pamper his girlfriend, if not him. Taking her hand, he smiled and inquired, Have I kept you waiting long? Su Yushuang's beautiful eyes sparkled as she replied, I've been waiting for ages. I could really use a hug. Without hesitation, Su pulled her into his embrace, the unique fragrance of the young girl wafting into his senses. He couldn't help but internally marvel. Is this the legendary body scent? After holding her for nearly a minute, he released her and asked, Are you satisfied? Su Yushuang nodded with a beaming smile, her lips curving into an enchanting arc due to her skipping lunch. An untimely growl erupted from her stomach. Su wasted no time, taking her hand and leading her into a hot pot restaurant, where he ordered a yin-yang pot. As the broth began to bubble, Su Yushuang seemed to recall something and asked, Su, my father mentioned he would like to meet you. Su momentarily froze, then quickly regained his composure, smiling as he replied, All right, I'll find a suitable time. Su Yushuang pouted, My father can be quite difficult. Please don't take it to heart. Su chuckled, Trust me, let us not dwell on that. The pot is ready. Let us add the ingredients. Su cheerfully suggested, insisting that she should eat more vegetables and kelp for her health. He placed the greens and kelp in front of her in the non-spicy pot, followed by some yam and other vegetables. Watching Su's attentive actions, Su Yushuang felt as if she were savoring honey, her heart swelling with sweetness. After they finished their meal, Su Yushuang looked up at Su with a pitiful expression, shaking his hand as she said, I want to watch a movie. A movie? Su blinked in surprise. Yes. Ever since we got together, we haven't gone to see a movie alone, she lamented, clinging to his arm like a sloth. All right, Su said indulgently, ruffling her hair and agreeing with a smile. Let us go watch a movie. Instantly revitalized, Su Yushuang jumped off him, bouncing as she led him to the cinema. Upon arrival, Su glanced at the movie titles on the screen and asked, Which one do you want to see? With her hands clasped behind her back, Su Yushuang furrowed her brow. I'm torn between two films. Why don't you make the choice for me? Unable to decide, she relinquished the power of choice to Su The Assassin of the Jianghu and Love Paradise. Su felt a wave of confusion, while he could understand Love Paradise. What was this The Assassin of the Jianghu? It was clearly an action film. Did Su Yushuang enjoy such genres? Thus, he decisively chose Love Paradise. After all, couples should watch romantic films, lest they squander such a delightful atmosphere. Once the film was selected, Su guided Su Yushuang to the back row. The cinema was sparsely populated that day, with no strict seating arrangements, allowing patrons to sit wherever they pleased. Su had his own little scheme. As someone well-versed in modern experiences, he understood the purpose of the back row. It was a place for couples to enjoy intimacy. Who would joke about watching a movie there? As soon as they settled, Su Yushuang leaned in close to Su Yi's ear and whispered, "Su Yi, are you planning something mischievous?" Su Yi felt his cheeks flush. Was his intention that obvious? Su Yushuang blinked innocently, her voice dripping with allure as she leaned closer. "I heard from Xian that the back row is where couples engage in activities. Are you thinking the same?" Su swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "What nonsense! I am a gentleman." His voice dwindled, losing confidence with each word. Su Yushuang playfully lifted his chin. "No lewd thoughts, okay? Wait a moment. I'll go buy some snacks." Su sprang up in a flash, rushing out. He admitted he couldn't withstand it. Su Yushuang was simply too skilled. Watching Su flee in a fluster, Su Yushuang couldn't help but laugh. Her boyfriend was indeed adorable. A few minutes later, Su returned, holding 2 bags of popcorn and various other snacks. With utmost seriousness, he stated, "I know girls like to snack while watching movies, so I bought a few random things." Seeing his earnest demeanor warmed Su Yushuang's heart, causing her to lean against him. "Su, you're so wonderful," she murmured softly. "How did she end up with such an amazing boyfriend?" Su wrapped his arms around her, chuckling, "You're so easily moved. Just buying some snacks and you're in tears." Su Yushuang looked up at him, her expression adorably soft. "It's because they're for my boyfriend that they have such an effect." Su took a deep breath, feeling overwhelmed. What was he to do? He could never compete with Su Yushuang. She was far too adept at this. "I love you," a multitude of thoughts flickered through Su Yi's mind, and he finally managed to utter, "Baby, having you is truly wonderful." Chapter 41. This movie is a bit adult. Su Yushuang's mind went blank, her thoughts consumed by the term baby. Baby? Su had actually called her that. Was the term so casually used? What was she to do? She felt she might burst from happiness. Shyly, she covered her face. It was her first time being addressed so intimately. Su Yi's lips curved into a smile. It seemed he had successfully captured Su Yushuang's heart. Indeed, in the future, that phrase would undoubtedly be a sensation. As they leaned against each other, a profound emotion flowed between them. Moments later, the screen lit up with subtitles. Finally, the movie was starting. A series of accented voices echoed through the cinema, causing Su to freeze. Why is it in Japanese? This was decidedly off. Seeing the familiar subtitles, an ominous premonition surged within him. This looked eerily similar to certain action films from his past life. Judging by the quality, this must be a product of Sakura. Su Yushuang, too, was momentarily startled, questioning, "What are we watching?" The screen displayed nothing but snowflakes, reminiscent of a television losing signal. Su scanned the audience, only to find their faces alight with anticipation, as if they were watching some international blockbuster. He quickly turned back to the screen, only to be struck dumb. The screen showcased an opulent city church, followed by a car pulling up to the villa-like church where a young couple disembarked. The moment he saw the woman's face, Su lost composure entirely. 4. He recognized the quintessential teacher of every teenager in the 21st century. Su was stunned, realizing with horror that this was, indeed, an adult film. And worse yet, it featured the famed teachered song. "No way, don't do this to me. This is a serious story. Can such scenes even appear here?" "Su, have you seen this film?" Su Yushuang asked, noticing his peculiar expression. "No," Su replied, jolting as he realized he could never admit to having watched it. Such content was something 99 of boys had seen, with the remaining 1 denying it to their graves. Clearing his throat, he suggested, Su, how about we switch to another film?" Su Yushuang tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend Su Yi's reaction. He wanted to leave, but when he turned, he discovered that the exit had somehow been locked, likely to prevent any police inspections. Well then, Su surrendered completely. All avenues of escape had been blocked. At that moment, the film depicted the young couple entering the church. For reasons unknown, the young man hurriedly departed, leaving only teachered song behind to pray. In the next instant, a man resembling a priest appeared and began to tear at teachered song-esque clothing. Su Yushuang was utterly stunned. What was this? Was this something she could witness? Su discreetly opened his eyes to glance at Su Yushuang, discovering her blushing and looking down. "Su Yushuang, I can explain," he said. "There is no need to explain. I understand," she replied. Meanwhile, scattered couples around them, oblivious to their surroundings, began to embrace and kiss. Su Yi quickly covered Su Yushuan's eyes, saying, "Let us not look, be good." Suddenly, the previously locked door was violently kicked open, and the overhead lights flickered to life. "Police, raise your hands," a commanding voice echoed as several plainclothes officers rushed in. At the forefront stood a familiar face, Su Yushuang, looking bewildered. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Su Changjian looked at his son with a complicated expression, then glanced at the blushing Su Yushuan, rendered speechless. "You've been quite the player, haven't you?" he exclaimed. "Take them all back." To their surprise, Su Yi and Su Yushuan were promptly escorted away. As a dutiful father, Su Changjian arranged for Su Yushuan to rest in the lounge while taking Su Yi into the interrogation room. This wasn't Su Yi's first visit to the police station, but entering in such a manner was indeed a first. Many officers recognized him, and it was certainly a way to bring honor to his father. Sitting in the interrogation room, Su Yi stared wide-eyed at his father. Name? Su Yi. Gender? Male. Occupation? Future university student. Home address? Dad, don't you know? Su Changjian closed his notebook, his expression stern. "Let us not be familiar. We are currently in the roles of police and suspect." Su Yi nodded resignedly, acknowledging the situation. "Do you know why you were arrested?" Su Yi shook his head. This was something he truly did not know. All he had intended was to accompany Su Yushuan to enjoy a movie, unwind, and foster their relationship. Instead, he ended up in a cinema screening an adult film. And before he knew it, he was caught by his own father and brought to the station. Distributing obscene media, Su Changjian slammed the table, his lips twitching in disbelief. This boy had certainly surprised him. What could be more explosive than arresting one's own son? Seeing his colleagues struggling to stifle their laughter, Su Changjian felt a surge of frustration. "I had no idea it was showing adult films." Su Yi protested, feeling wronged. Su Changjian's expression softened a bit as he grasped the situation. "Let us leave it at that for now." "Can I go then, Dad?" Su Yi asked with a hint of hope. Su Changjian shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "You always bring me trouble. Just get out of here." Su Yi grinned and quickly made his way to the lounge to leave the police station with Su Yushuan. At the entrance, Su Yi lamented, "What a mess. Our date has been completely ruined." Su Yushuan, however, was beaming with joy, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. She playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "Today was quite thrilling, actually." "Thrilling?" Su Yi was speechless. Su Yushuan nodded happily. "It's my first time in the police station. It feels rather novel. Besides, being with my boyfriend here isn't so bad." As long as she could be by Su Yi's side, she felt content. Su Yi ruffled her hair. "Your thoughts are quite dangerous." Su Yushuan swatted his hand away, laughing. Even with a little mishap, today's date was still quite successful. Su Yi took her hand, suggesting, "How about we catch another show?" "Isn't that inappropriate?" Su Yushuan blushed and hesitated. "Didn't Uncle Su say that it's illegal?" Su Yi playfully tapped her forehead, chuckling. "I was talking about a regular movie." "Oh, then I'm not watching anymore." In chapter 42, Su Yi teased, "Sister, what reward do you desire?" He playfully twirled Su Yushuan's hair, a smile gracing his lips. Such things can be quite harmful to one's health. With a mischievous grin, Su Yushuan traced circles on his chest with her finger. "But you've seen it before, haven't you? How do you know so much?" Su Yi seized her wandering hand, clearing his throat. "Chun Songin enjoys watching. He often talks to me about it. I don't usually watch that stuff. I have no interest in it." Seeing his earnest expression, Su Yushuan nearly believed him. "Oh," she sang, her eyes sparkling, a knowing smile on her lips. In truth, she didn't believe him. After all, a man's words could be deceiving. Su Yi silently acknowledged Chun Songin, realizing this was indeed a brotherly way to use knowledge. He wouldn't feel guilty. After all, their essay saying, "Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothing. You can lose a limb, but can you walk the streets without clothes? We're brothers for if not to share a few jabs." Su Yushuan leaned closer to Su Yi, her lips slightly parted. "Baby, I'll watch with you from now on." She winked, her intentions unmistakable. Hearing her bold words, Su Yi felt a ticklish excitement, raising his arms to embrace her. But Su Yushuan nimbly evaded his grasp, her gaze inviting, "Come catch me." Thus, she fled while he pursued, a playful game of cat and mouse. Su Yi finally wrapped his arms around Su Yushuan from behind, grinning, "Got you. What is my reward?" Su Yushuan bit her lip, her eyes sparkling seductively. "Brother, what reward do you want?" Hearing her call him brother made Su Yi's heart race. Who could resist such charm? She was truly enchanting. Su Yi chuckled, cradling her delicate face in his hands, and pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was filled with affection, his tongue exploring her mouth in a gentle caress, evoking an intoxicating sensation. Su Yushuan's heart raced, as if it might burst from her chest. After a minute, Su Yushuan blushingly pushed Su Yi away, breathless from a kiss. Yet, She didn't reject it. In fact, she relished it. Su grinned mischievously. Sweet? I senti it? What is sweet? She teased. Is it me? Su Yushuang's face turned crimson, and she promptly covered his mouth, preventing him from uttering any more daring words. Unbeknownst to them, passers-by nearby were already desensitized to the scene. Ah, so this is how you play in public? One onlooker remarked. I thought you were a good boy, but it turns out you're quite the lechayer. It seems the saying about men being big pigs is spot on. Su Yushuang playfully scolded Su Yi. Her eyes filled with sweetness and shyness. Seeing her playful banter, Su Yi squeezed her hand. You're the little rogue. I learned all this from you. Su Yushuang pouted, insisting she was merely an innocent and naive high school girl, far from Su Yi's exaggerated claims. Frost, it's getting late. Let me walk you home. Su Yi checked his phone, realizing it was already 8 o'clock. If we linger any longer, your father might worry. Okay. Su Yushuang nodded obediently. After the college entrance examination, the rift between her and Su Hanming had completely dissolved, and she found herself considering her father's feelings more, no longer acting out of rebellion. Every time she thought of this, Su Hanming felt a wave of emotion. His precious daughter had finally grown up. As they made their way to Shindu Garden, they leaned closely together, engaging in light-hearted conversation until they arrived at the destination. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa, they halted, noticing bodyguards stationed at the door. Su Yi, I am truly reluctant to part with you. Su Yushuang felt a deep sense of loss, although they had spent a considerable amount of time together. The thought of separation left her somewhat despondent. She threw herself into Su Yi's embrace, her small hands gently tugging at his shirt. Her tone laced with a hint of reproach, blaming her father for not allowing her to stay out overnight. Su Yi playfully tapped her on the head, exclaiming irritably, What do you think about all day? A girl definitely cannot stay out overnight. Su Yushuang, unfazed, replied, But you're here, aren't you? Su Yi affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice softening, You're still young. Wait until you grow a bit more. Su Yushuang nodded glumly, reluctantly waving goodbye to Su Yi. Suddenly, she tiptoed and planted a kiss on his cheek, then giggled as she ran away. Watching her charming figure retreat, Su Yi couldn't help but smile faintly before turning to leave. In the living room, Su Hanming was engrossed in a crime drama when he saw his daughter return. His face initially adorned with sweetness and shyness, but his mood quickly soured. His daughter was growing up and had begun to understand romance. Clearing his throat a couple of times to draw her attention, he finally caught Su Yushuang's gaze. She sat beside him, her expression conflicted. Dad, I'm in so much pain right now. Su Hanming's body tensed instantly, transforming into a protective father figure, asking anxiously, What's wrong, my daughter? Who has bullied you? Su Yushuang frowned, expressing her frustration. Why must the legal marriage age be 20? I can't get married yet. Su Hanming's lips twitched in exasperation as he stared at her, pondering for a long time who in their family might have passed down this romantic mindset. With a stern expression, Su Hanming asked, What kind of potion has that Su Yi lad poured into your mind to make you so infatuated? Dad, I'm not. Su Yushuang retorted, her cheeks flushing. Little Shuang, have you considered what you like about him? Su Hanming finally inquired after a moment of silence. I realized the moment he saved me that I would be devoted to him for life. I'm well aware that my feelings for him are not born from gratitude. They are genuine affection, and I can feel that he likes me too. Su Hanming sighed, observing the stubbornness in his daughter's demeanor. He understood that arguing would be futile. Once she set her mind on something, she would see it through to the end, a trait she inherited from him. He recognized that Su Yushuang had always possessed a strong sense of heroism. In simpler terms, she held a deep admiration for heroes. Ever since the day Su Yi had miraculously saved her, he had become her ideal hero. Moreover, her feelings for Su Yi would not waver throughout her life. He questioned whether he could truly bear to see her marry someone she did not love, living a life of melancholy. Su Hanming pondered that he could not do such a thing, for it would be unfair to his daughter. Additionally, he had conducted a thorough investigation into Su Yi over the past few days and found him to be a decent young man, aside from a brief episode of infatuation. He seemed quite commendable. Given the current circumstances, he appeared to be a suitable choice. His daughter had grown up and deserved to have her own thoughts. With a tender touch, Su Hanming ruffled Su Yushuang's hair, smiling. In a while, bring Su Yi home for dinner, and we'll all eat together. Su Yushuang's eyes sparkled with delight as she lifted her head. Dad, you're not opposed anymore? Su Hanming sighed. What good would it do if I were opposed? Dad, you're the best father in the world. Su Yushuang exclaimed joyfully, giving him a hug before bounding upstairs to share the delightful news with Su Yi. Chapter 43. Rest assured, we are on the same side. The following morning dawned with rare, beautiful weather. Su Yi purchased 2 bottles of Fishan Mutai and headed to Su Yushuang's home. Upon arrival, he was greeted by Uncle Wu, the family butler, who exuded a calm demeanor that seemed vaguely familiar to Su Yi, as if he had encountered him before. "Are you Su Yi, the classmate?" Uncle Wu inquired politely. Su Yi nodded, suddenly recalling that this man had once come to pick up Su Yushuang. He must indeed be a butler or something similar. As expected, Uncle Wu smiled and said, "Young man, please come in. The sir and miss are in the living room. I'll take you there. Thank you for your trouble." Su Yi replied. Uncle Wu led Su Yi into the living room. "Sir, I brought Su Yi for you," he announced respectfully before stepping back. Su Hamming, seated on the sofa with a newspaper, replied coolly, "Have a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. Just treat it like home." Su Yi took a deep breath and sat down naturally, presenting the 2 bottles of mutai with a smile. "Uncle, as this is my first visit, I wasn't sure what to bring, so I brought 2 bottles of wine." Su Hamming nodded, acknowledging that's very thoughtful. An awkward silence ensued. "Xiao Yi, may I call you that?" Su Hamming set down his newspaper and asked. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, "Of course, as long as you're happy, uncle." Su Hamming nodded faintly and continued, "Then I 1T beat around the bush. I wish to discuss matters concerning Su Yushuang." Su Yi's expression grew serious. "Uncle, please go ahead. Do you believe you can bring happiness to Su Yushuang?" Su Hamming arched an eyebrow, his eyes glimmering with scrutiny. "We repeat confidently. I believe I can." Their gazes locked. Su Yi's eyes remained profoundly unwavering, devoid of any trepidation. Su Hamming suddenly chuckled. "This young man has some spirit. Few dare to be so assertive in my presence." Su Yi smiled faintly. After all, he had been a company president in his previous life. Although he did not possess Su Hamming's formidable strength, he was not easily intimidated by mere looks. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and the radiant Su Yushuang emerged from a room. Upon seeing Su Yi, her beautiful eyes lit up. "Su Yi, you're here?" Su Yi nodded with a smile, taken aback by Su Yushuang's charming appearance. Today, she wore a pink dress, adorned with a purple ribbon tied in a bow around her waist, exuding an air of playful cuteness. She plopped down beside him, playfully scolding, "Why didn't you let me know earlier? I could have prepared Dad." Su Hamming's face darkened. What did she mean by preparing him? In terms of age, he was far older than Su Yi, and as her future father-in-law, it shouldn't be his responsibility to prepare for a visit. With a complex expression, Su Hamming glanced at his daughter, thinking how she had already begun to lean towards Su Yi before even getting married. What would happen once she was married? "Dad, don't look so stern," Su Yushuang said, placing her hands on her hips, clearly dissatisfied with Su Hamming's serious demeanor. Su Hamming's expression softened slightly, and the atmosphere around them lightened. "Su Yi, you mentioned that you could take good care of Su Yushuang." Su Hamming squinted. "How can I trust you?" "Dad, you," Su Yushuang began, but Su Yi took her hand, interjecting with a smile as he presented a card. "Uncle, I believe you're aware that I borrowed 2 million from Su Yushuang a while back." Su Hamming nodded non-committally. He knew about the card he had arranged for Su Yushuang, thus he was aware of where the funds had gone. He had not intervened because he was indifferent. Besides, even if Su Yi were to abscond with the money, it would serve as a lesson for Su Yushuang, allowing her to recognize someone's true character. Su Yi slid the card towards Su Hamming, stating coolly, "Now, there's 5 million in here, which represents the interest for Su Yushuang." Su Hamming's interest was piqued, his posture instinctively straightening. Although 5 million was not a significant sum for him, it was astronomical for Su Yi, who had just completed his college entrance examinations. What had allowed him to amass such wealth in such a short time? Su Hamming's gaze towards Su Yi shifted, now tinged with curiosity, contemplating whether this young man truly possessed remarkable capabilities. After marrying him, the daughter could confidently hand over the company to Su Ji, as it was all a legacy left for her. Su Yushuang gazed at Su Yi with admiration. When she initially lent him money, she never anticipated any interest, even preparing herself for the possibility of giving it away for free. For this, Su Yushuang had scolded her more than once, declaring that she was truly a love-struck fool. 2 million was simply lent without a second thought. Unexpectedly, Su Yi surprised her. Su Hamming picked up the card and remarked that 5 million was not an insignificant amount. Yet for him, it was hardly anything. Su Yi chuckled, stating that this was merely a fraction of his earnings during this period, with much more planned for the future. Indeed, Su Yi was not lying. Thanks to his betting on the World Cup, even with just a vague recollection of some scores, he had amassed a considerable fortune. His initial investment of 2 million had successfully transformed into 50 million after several transactions. It could be said that Su Yi had already become a millionaire. He had no intention of concealing this. Su Hamming, as the owner of a publicly listed company with a formidable net worth, would certainly regard his modest sum with disdain. Thus he felt no need for concern. However, Despite his newfound wealth, he felt no pride. As a reborn individual, if he could not even achieve this, it would be a disgrace to call himself one, wasting the opportunity granted by the heavens. Observing Su Yi's confident demeanor, Su Hamming was finally moved. Gazing at Su Yi with newfound respect, acknowledging that he had underestimated him previously. A high school student who had just completed his college entrance examination had managed to multiply his initial 2 million by 25 in a mere 2 weeks. An absurd feat indeed. "Uncle, can you now believe in me?" Su Yi inquired. Su Hamming's gaze swept over him, and he nodded slightly, conceding that Su Yi indeed possessed some capability. It seemed that Shuangs would not suffer under his care. "All right, I want to eat. No more discussing this." Su Yushuang firmly interrupted their conversation, feeling that it was sufficient and unnecessary to delve deeper. Su Hamming glanced at his daughter helplessly, sighing, "Ah, my little cotton-padded jacket." Su Yi noticed Su Yushuang winking at him, reassuring her, "Don't worry, we are on the same team." Chapter 44. Su Yi, your phone is poking me. Noticing Su Hamming's displeased expression, Su Yushuang quickly approached him, taking his hand and shaking it. "Dad, please don't make things difficult for Su Yi anymore. And can you bear to let your little darling go hungry?" Watching his daughter act coyly, Su Hamming felt his heart soften, all his irritation dissipating. "Su Yi, stay for lunch," he said resignedly. "Then I must trouble Uncle Su." Su Yi replied with a smile, appearing quite obedient. Su Hamming waved his hand dismissively, urging him to cut out the formalities. "Old Wu, arrange for a few chefs to prepare some good dishes. As for drinks, let's just have what Su Yi brought." Uncle Wu nodded slightly and proceeded to organize the meal. The next moments were spent in tranquil anticipation for the meal. Su Yi sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, while Su Yushuang rested her head on his shoulder, gazing dreamily at his profile. It was initially a harmonious scene, but the more Su Hamming observed, the more disheartened he became, prompting him to stand and exit the living room, opting for the adage, "Out of sight, out of mind." After a prolonged gaze, Su Yushuang began to feel a bit bored, her hand playfully wandering to Su Yi's Adam's apple. Su Yi lifted his head, seizing her small hand. "Shuangs, could you possibly be a little more composed?" Su Yushuang pouted, feeling utterly wronged. "Who told you to keep staring at your phone without glancing at me?" Su Yi chuckled helplessly. "Are you competing with my phone for attention?" "Oof." Su Yushuang huffed, glaring at him in indignation. Before long, Su Yushuang yawned, tears brimming in her eyes. "Are you tired?" Su Yi inquired. She nodded weakly. Ever since her father approved of her relationship with Su Yi the night before, she had been in a state of extreme excitement, leading to a poor night's sleep. "Then go take a nap. There's still some time before lunch," Su Yi suggested. Su Yushuang, her eyelids drooping, whimsically said, "I want you to hold me while I sleep." Su Yi's lips curled into a smile. "Shuangs, are you doing this on purpose? We're in your house, you know." Su Yushuang blinked innocently, a look of feigned ignorance on her face. "All right, I'll indulge you," Su Yi replied. With that, he swept Su Yushuang into his arms, executing a princess carry. Su Yushuang gasped, her cheeks flushing. "Ah!" She was on the verge of bursting with excitement. Su Yi had actually carried her like a princess. Did that mean she was his little princess? She was practically bubbling with happiness, giggling with delight. Su Yushuang nestled against Su Yi. "Where's your room?" "I'll carry you there," he asked. Shyly, she pointed in a direction, then buried her head deeper into his embrace. Standing before the door to her room, Su Yi took a deep breath. To be honest, he felt a bit nervous. This was the first time in his life he was entering a girl's room. With a mix of anxiety, shyness, awkwardness, and hesitation, he used his leg to gently push open the door while still holding Su Yushuang. Upon entering, he was greeted by a room filled with feminine charm. The space was clean and tidy, with pink walls adorned with numerous cute stickers of rabbits, puppies, and kittens. In one corner stood a vanity table, a writing desk, and a projector. As he gazed at the array of cosmetics on the vanity, Su Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had always thought his mother's makeup collection was extensive, but compared to Su Yushuang's, it was but a trifle. Many brand-name items lay haphazardly on the table, seemingly disregarded. Indeed, the disparity between individuals was striking. As he stepped further inside, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted toward him, uplifting his spirits. When he spotted the stuffed toys adorning the bed, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Su Yushuang, I didn't realize you had a habit of sleeping with toys." Su Yushuang raised her little head defiantly. Su Yi gently placed her on the bed and turned to leave. "Xiao, you don't go." Su Yushuang grasped the hem of Su Yi's shirt, feigning an attempt to hug him. Su Yi, however, gently pushed her forehead with his hand, laughing. "What are you trying to do? Did you say you were tired?" Su Yushuang, with exaggerated gestures, declared, "I already said I wanted to hold you while I sleep." "Why are you leaving?" Su Yi playfully tapped her nose, laughing, Su Yushuang, can you be a bit more reserved? Su Yushuang pondered for a moment. What did being reserved even mean? Was having a boyfriend not more important? It seemed not. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, being reserved can't be touched. I don't want that. I want you. Su Yi was left speechless, now questioning who truly played which role in their relationship, no matter how he looked at it. Su Yushuang didn't seem like a good person. Changing her position, Su Yushuang lay flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling with a sigh. Alas. Even though I have a boyfriend, I can only watch, unable to touch. What great suffering this is. Heaven did not give birth to me, Su Yushuang. I am doomed to languish in this long night. Listening to Su Yushuang's melodramatic monologue, Su Yi was utterly bewildered. What nonsense had this good child learned? Su Yushuang turned her gaze back to Su Yi, her eyes filled with a pitiful glimmer. Boyfriend, can you just stay with me for a while? I promise I won't do anything. Su Yi's expression became peculiar. Did her words not echo the infamous lines of a scoundrel from his past life? I'll just snuggle, not intrude. However, upon seeing the hopeful look in Su Yushuang's eyes, Su Yi's heart softened. All right, just for a moment. Su Yi bent down, drawing closer, and Su Yushuang joyfully wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a kiss on his cheek. The suddenness of Su Yushuang's action caused Su Yi to lose his balance, instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist. With a startled gasp, Su Yushuang fell back onto the soft bed, pulling Su Yi down with her. Their eyes locked, and the atmosphere heated to an almost palpable intensity in an instant. Gazing at Su Yushuang's face, so close, Su Yi swallowed hard before kissing her without hesitation. Su Yushuang's mind went blank. She could only respond shyly to Su Yi's advances. Despite it not being their first kiss, this moment felt entirely different. It was in her home, on her bed, a sensation both extraordinary and exhilarating. After about 3 minutes, Su Yushuang found herself breathless from the kiss. Su Yi, your phone is digging into me, she suddenly exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. She was also puzzled, wondering if Su Yi possessed 2 phones, recalling that his phone had been in his shirt pocket earlier. The smile that had been playing on Su Yi's lips instantly froze. Striving to maintain his composure, he replied nonchalantly that it was not his phone. Su Yushuang blinked in surprise. Not a phone? Then could it be the realization struck her, and her eyes widened in shock. With a swift motion, she pushed Su Yi away and dove under the covers. She touched her face, feeling the heat that could practically cook an egg. Oh no. It can't be what I'm thinking, can it? This is so embarrassing. Su Yushuang felt utterly mortified, wishing she could disappear. Chapter 45, I need to cool off. Under the dim, purple light, Su Yushuang's head peeked out from beneath the blanket, her eyes darting nervously to Su Yi. Xiao Yi, are you okay now? She asked. Su Yi glanced at her, his expression troubled. Thanks to you, I'm managing. Su Yushuang felt a mix of shyness and indignation. It wasn't her fault. How could she know that the hard object was not a phone? But Su Yi suddenly stood up and walked straight toward the door. Su Yushuang panicked, casting aside her embarrassment as she tossed the blanket aside. Su Yi, where are you going? Su Yi turned back to glance at her, his voice hoarse. I'm just going to cool off. Su Yushuang, no. She retreated back under the covers, reverting to her turtle-like state. After exiting the room, Su Yi found the bathroom and stepped inside. After taking a cold shower, he felt considerably calmer. A bitter smile crept onto his face. He had nearly lost control just moments ago. It must be said, in terms of allure, Su Yushuang possessed quite the talent. Unfortunately, it seemed she was oblivious to her own charms. After a quick towel down, Su Yi dressed and returned to Su Yushuang's room. Xiao Yi, how are you feeling now? Su Yushuang's head popped out. Su Yi glanced down at his lower half, tugging at the corners of his mouth as he softly replied, I've managed to calm down for now. Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed. She understood the implication of his words. He was telling her to behave and not provoke him further. With a hint of guilt, she asked Su Yi, would you like to come sit with me for a bit? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi rejected her request, causing Su Yushuang to pout in displeasure. She cleared her throat, unwilling to give up, and asked, are you really not coming? Don't you like your sweet and fragrant girlfriend anymore? Su Yi, with a helpless expression, pondered where this little girl had learned such words. Sensing Su Yi's wavering resolve, Su Yushuang seized the moment. Xiao Yi, I promise I won't move around this time. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Really? Su Yushuang raised her hand solemnly. I swear. Then, with a large yawn, she appeared utterly exhausted. Su Yi sighed, ultimately conceding. In the next moment, he lifted the blanket and sat beside Su Yushuang. She happily snuggled against him, settling into his arms, and soon drifted off to sleep. After an unknown duration, Su Yushuang quietly opened her eyes, thinking Su Yi hadn't noticed, and attempted to feign sleep once more. No need to pretend. I've seen you awake, Su Yi said. Only then did Su Yushuang fully open her eyes, rubbing them, and feeling much more comfortable. Su Yi smiled and gently tapped her nose. The timing is perfect. Uncle wants us to come out for dinner. In truth, Su Hamming had prepared the meal an hour earlier, when he pushed open the door and saw his daughter peacefully sleeping with her head on Su Yi's arm. An unsettling feeling washed over him. His precious daughter, nestled in another man's embrace. What man could accept such a sight? Nonetheless, to avoid disturbing her rest, Su Hamming quietly withdrew from the room. Their joy was theirs alone. His sorrow was his to bear. Su Yushuang wrapped her arms around Su Yi's. Her voice is soft wine. This is great. I'm so hungry. As they stepped out of the room, they were greeted by a table laden with an array of dishes. Su Hamming chuckled, "Daughter, did you sleep well? I knew you'd be hungry, so hurry and eat." Su Yushuang nodded happily, believing that life encompassed three great joys: Su Yi, eating, and sleeping. She settled in her chair and began to eat. Su Hamming opened a bottle of premium liquor, smiling wryly at Su Yi. "Care for a drink?" Su Yi replied with a smile. "Well then, I suppose I'll indulge Uncle with a few." Su Hamming burst into hearty laughter, feeling an increased sense of approval toward Su Yi. Glasses clinked as they drank, and soon the 2 bottles of liquor Su Yi had brought were emptied. Su Hamming, seemingly unsatisfied, instructed Butler Wu to fetch more fine wines from the cellar. Su Yushuan squeezed Su Yi's hand. Concern etched on her face. "Xiao Yi, if you're feeling unwell, don't force yourself to drink." She was well aware of her father's drinking capabilities, and so was everyone else. As the CEO of a publicly listed company, Su Hamming was accustomed to social drinking, his very essence steeped in the aroma of alcohol. The reason Su Hamming was intent on pouring drinks for Su Yi stemmed from 2 motives. Firstly, he was genuinely in high spirits today, and secondly, he wished to observe how Su Yi behaved when intoxicated. After all, a person's true character often reveals itself under the influence of alcohol. Some individuals are adept at masking their true selves, but inebriation tends to strip away those facades, presenting a stark contrast. If one desires to truly understand another, a few drinks to loosen the tongue can be quite revealing. For the sake of his daughter's happiness, Su Hamming believed that his cautiousness was entirely justified. However, he found himself disappointed as Su Yi seemed remarkably resilient. After several bottles of liquor, he exhibited no signs of inebriation. Since his rebirth, Su Yi's physical constitution had improved significantly, and his immunity to alcohol had heightened, perhaps one of the perks of being reborn. After a few rounds of drinks, the conversation inevitably shifted toward work among the men. Su Hamming inquired with a smile, "Su Yi, what do you think will be the most valuable asset in the future?" He was eager to see if this young man could surprise him with his insights. Su Yi, with clear eyes, replied nonchalantly, "Real estate." This answer illuminated Su Hamming's expression, prompting him to encourage, "Please go on." Su Yi set down his chopsticks and continued. "The country is currently undergoing rapid development, and in the future, land will inevitably become scarce, leading to a shortage of housing. According to my predictions, within 5 years, property prices will soar. Moreover, over the coming decades, I anticipate that real estate prices will continue to rise, ultimately stabilizing at a high level. Investing in real estate now is undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. One might even say it's highly profitable." A gleam of understanding flashed in Su Hamming's eyes. It was evident that Su Yi was on the same wavelength as him. As a seasoned entrepreneur, his intuition has always been remarkably sharp. In recent years, he has sensed the subtle shifts in the winds of change. The real estate market is gradually on the rise, and many are eager to seize the opportunity. He too is contemplating a transformation. Another reason lies in the fact that, for someone of his stature, a robust network of connections is a given. Hence, he often receives certain news slightly ahead of the general populace. Although the implications may still be somewhat ambiguous, this advantage is sufficient for him to gain a competitive edge. Su Hamming, with keen interest, inquired, "Where do you believe holds the most investment potential?" Su Yi's lips curved into a slight smile as he replied, "In the Magic City." Chapter 46, A Love Letter, exclusively for her. Su Hamming tapped his fingers thoughtfully, his gaze deep and shadowy. In recent years, the development momentum of the Magic City has indeed been formidable, and he had been tempted to enter this market. However, certain reservations led him to temporarily abandon the idea of venturing into the city. Su Yi's comment rekindled the dormant excitement within him. Su Yi continued with a smile, "If I had an enterprise as vast as Uncle Su's, I would undoubtedly choose the Magic City to stir the tides." After a moment of contemplation, Su Hamming replied, "Give me one compelling reason." Su Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, articulated, "The geographical position of the Magic City connects it internally to the entire nation while boasting external trade ports. This alone is quite significant. Moreover, The current national economic policies are unequivocal in their intent to vigorously develop the economy, with the Magic City serving as the vanguard of this initiative. Although the journey may be fraught with challenges, it signifies that it will emerge as the greatest beneficiary. To align ourselves with international standards, we cannot overlook the importance of the Magic City. I dare say, in the future, its status may rival that of the capital. Observing Su Yi's confident and spirited expression, Su Yushuang was momentarily lost in thought. He too had once possessed such audacity and determination in his youth. Yet, as time passed, that childlike zeal seemed irretrievable. After a brief silence, Su Yushuang chuckled. The youth are indeed formidable. If we were 20 years younger, we might just become friends. Su Yi smiled modestly. Uncle Su, you flatter me. In recent times, Su Yushuang had contemplated much. His conglomerate spanned multiple sectors, yet conspicuously lacked a foothold in real estate, a fact that had long troubled him. Su Yi's remarks had invigorated his long-buried ambitions. Su Yushuang had risen from nothing to his current stature, driven by audacity. Yet now, he found himself retreating, overly cautious in his endeavors. What was there to fear? Furthermore, with his current capabilities, an investment in real estate would not devastate him even in the event of a loss. In truth, Su Yi spoke with conviction. As a reborn individual, he understood the impending escalation of property prices, knowing full well that some may never accumulate enough funds for a single home throughout their lifetimes. Although the current property prices in the Magic City are not exorbitant, they are projected to soar by over 20-fold in the future. Even the outskirts, distance from the city center, will command prices that are unattainable for the average person. Regrettably, his present financial capacity did not allow for such ventures, as he had other pressing matters to attend to. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to acquire several properties in the Magic City, content to be a landlord in due time. His ambitions were modest. He had no desire to construct a vast commercial empire, merely wishing to live a stable and secure life. Su Yushuang regarded Su Yi with a discerning gaze, even feeling a sense of admiration for the young man's fierce determination. It seemed his cherished daughter had indeed found a commendable partner. As their meal drew to a close, Su Yi remarked with a smile, "Well then, Uncle Su, I must take my leave. I have a few matters to attend to." Su Yushuang lifted her small hand, grasping his sleeve with reluctance, stating, "I'll accompany you home." She glanced at Su Yushuang, as though seeking his approval. "Very well, Shuang, you may see Xiao Yi off," Su Yushuang responded with a smile, rising to head towards his study. Upon entering his study, Su Yushuang dialed number. His assistant's voice resonated from the other end. Taking a deep breath, Su Yushuang spoke in a low tone. "Xiao Li, please provide me with the recent itinerary. Cancel any unimportant meetings. In a couple of days, I plan to visit the Magic City." After departing the Su residence, Su Yi and Su Yushuang strolled along the path. Su Yushuang released her grip and dashed ahead of him, patting her chest. "Xiao Yi, you nearly scared me to death today." "What happened?" Su Yi queried, puzzled as to what could be frightening about dining at home. Su Yushuang stuck out her tongue. "I was worried my father might put you in a difficult position, but I never imagined he would be so agreeable today." Su Yi gently pinched her cheek. "Was my performance today satisfactory?" Su Yushuang nodded enthusiastically, absolutely beyond satisfaction. "Moreover, today marks a momentous occasion, the first night we share a bed." With this milestone achieved, she mused that the subsequent days would not be far behind. When that time came, she would certainly embrace Su Yi for a lengthy slumber, undeterred by any obstacles. "Su Yushuang, close your eyes," Su Yi instructed, releasing her cheek. Though uncertain of his intentions, Su Yushuang obediently complied. Suddenly, she felt something new in her hand and, peeking open her eyes, discovered it was a love letter. Dazed and overwhelmed, she found it challenging to accept the sudden wave of happiness. Had Su Yi penned another love letter for her? "Su Yushuang," Su Yi murmured, "this is a supplementary love letter for you." Tears streamed down Su Yushuang's cheeks as she clutched the letter, her emotions swelling. Su Yi swiftly embraced her, chuckling softly. "Crying like this is rather unbecoming, you know." "Su Yi, why are you so kind to me?" Su Yushuang stammered, her voice thick with emotion. In truth, Su Yushuang had long understood that the matter of the love letter was a misunderstanding, yet she refrained from voicing it, as it provided her with a reason to draw closer to Su Yi. She feared that without the letter, their connection would falter. Just a few days prior, she had casually confessed the truth to Su Yi, only to find him smile in response, offering no further action. To be honest, Su Yushuang felt a twinge of regret. After all, the love letter had not been intended for her, leaving her with a slight sense of disappointment and a feeling of being undervalued by her boyfriend. Yet now, it appeared that her worries had been unwarranted. Su Yi truly cared for her, taking to heart every word she uttered. as evidenced by his miraculous reproduction of a love letter at this moment. One that was entirely hers. A letter exclusively for her, with her vision blurred by tears. Su Yushuang tightly embraced Su Yi, her voice choked with emotion. Xiaowai, I'm so sorry. I misunderstood you before, and I apologize. Su Yi gently patted her head, a warm smile gracing his face. No more tears. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty anymore. Despite his reassurances, Su Yushuang continued to weep, her heart shattered. Su Yi playfully pinched her nose, whispering, if you keep crying and ruin your face, I might just lose interest. Su Yushuang laughed through her tears. You can't get rid of me. I'm sticking with you for life. Su Yi raised an eyebrow playfully, then let it be. His whimsical demeanor elicited a giggle from Su Yushuang. Shuang, I should head home now, Su Yi said. Wait. Su Yushuang quickly leaned in and pecked him on the cheek. Then winked. Now you can go home. Su Yi touched the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him. A faint smile on his lips as he turned to leave. Chapter 47. The exam results are out. Su Yi is the top scorer. Ding, ding, ding. Su Yi pulled off his eye mask, awakened by the incessant notifications from his phone. The class group chat, previously silent for half a month, erupted with activity. Messages pouring in one after another. Classmates, the results are about to be released. Just a few minutes until 10 o'clock, and we can check our scores. Excitement coursed through the air as I felt a surge of confidence that I might achieve a score of 700. Are you still half asleep? Even if I provided you with the answers, you might not reach that score. The class group chat erupted in a frenzy, with everyone fervently discussing the impending results. Su Yi glanced at the flood of messages, then turned and set his phone aside, donning a sleep mask to resume his slumber. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open, and Su Yi was forcibly yanked from his dreams. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met by the sight of his mother. Mom, what are you doing? Su Yi muttered, a hint of annoyance in his voice. The results are about to be released, and you're still here sleeping. Hurry and sit at the computer to check your scores. I said, hands on her hips, her voice tinged with exasperation. Su yawned lazily and replied, with my grades, is there really a need to check? Teacher Wu already said I could choose between Huaking and Peking University. Taken aback, couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Don't be so glib. Get up and check your scores. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you don't seem the least bit anxious. Outmatched by his mother's insistence, Su Yi reluctantly rose from his bed. After dressing, he made his way to the computer, opening the website. For 04 it read, silence enveloping him. Mom, look, I told you the website is down. There's no need to panic. Just then, the landline phone rang. I hurried to the living room and answered, hello, this is Huaking. Beep. She promptly hung up and returned to Su Yi's bedroom. Who was that? Su Yi inquired. I waved her hand dismissively. Probably just a telemarketer. Ignore it. Meanwhile, at the Huaking admissions office, Director Lee stared at the disconnected call. Lost in thought. What just happened? Did they mistake me for a salesperson? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the long-awaited website loaded. I's heart raced. Despite her belief in Su Yi's high scores, the anxiety lingered until she actually saw the numbers. Su Yi entered his student ID and password. Name, Su Yi. Exam number, 463. Chinese, 139. Mathematics, 150. English, 143. Comprehensive Science, 294. Total score, 726. I rubbed her eyes and glanced at the screen multiple times to confirm she wasn't dreaming. Old Su, come quickly. Am I dreaming? She exclaimed, calling for Su Changjian. Upon seeing the total score, Su Changjian's eyes nearly popped out, muttering, 726 points. Our Su family's ancestors must be thrilled. Su Yi chuckled, Mom and Dad. There's no need for such theatrics. This was already expected. I's eyes glistened with tears as she playfully hit Su Yi. Stop being so cheeky. Su Changjian took a deep breath. Su Yi, does this mean you're the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Su Yi nodded, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He was indeed the top scorer. Dad, why are you asking this? Before Su Yi could finish, Su Changjian picked up his phone, beaming as he made calls. Hey, Old Lee, my son scored 726. Old Wang, how did you know my son is the top scorer? Old Jiang, let us go out for drinks tonight. My son just became the top scorer. In a similar vein, I was equally enthusiastic. Sister, my son scored 726. Yes. Su Yi scored 726. He is the national top scorer. Su Yi couldn't help but smile at his parents' synchronized boasting. Ding! Su Yi's phone buzzed again. Opening it, he saw Chun Songin's message in the group. Su Yi, announce your score. The classmates were eager to know just how well he had performed. Not too much. Just a modest 726. Buzzing messages flooded the class group. Wow, 726. How can there be such a disparity among people? Damn, I didn't even score half of Su Yi's points. Watching the chaotic stream of messages, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, another message from Chun Song-in popped up. Su Yi, are you the national top scorer? That's likely, Su Yi replied. Ah, that explains why I only scored in the 500s, came Chun Song-in's response, followed by a chorus of lamentations from a group. Damn it, how did Chun Song-in score so high? I'm at a loss. Everyone, please refrain from personal attacks. That's too far. As Su Yi amusedly observed the sporadic messages, he sent a voice message to Su Yushuang. The exam results are out. What did you score? Hee, I scored a steady 693. Not bad at all, Su Yi replied, a smile gracing his face. Your boyfriend is the top scorer. Ding ding ding. The landline rang again, and Su Yi assumed someone would answer. But he found In Himei and Su Changjian still engrossed in their celebration, completely disregarding the phone. Reluctantly, he approached the landline and picked it up. Hello. Please don't hang up. I'm not a telemarketer. Su Yi was slightly taken aback when the caller didn't hang up. At the Huaking admissions office, Director Li let out a sigh of relief, finally making contact. Hello, is this Su Yi's family? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's me. Director Li's face lit up. Su Yi, I'm from the Huaking admissions office. Oh, Su Yi replied casually, not overly excited. He had anticipated this situation, so it came as no surprise. Director Li cleared his throat. Su Yi, we believe you have great potential. Huaking University has a few reserved spots for internal admissions, and we've set one aside for you. You know, Huaking University is a prestigious institution, and such opportunities are rare. Are you interested in joining us? And this spot is limited. It's first come, first served, so you must act quickly, Su Yi. Internally, Su Yi scoffed, thinking that Director Li must not consider him very bright. The straightforwardness of the offer was evident to anyone with a discerning ear. Su Yi yawned and replied nonchalantly, I'll think about it. Chapter 48. Not afraid of thieves, just afraid they're watching. Director Li's smile faltered, realizing that this year's top scorer was not easily swayed. He couldn't help but reminisce about last year's top scorer, whom he had successfully persuaded to join Huaking, albeit through some subtle coercion. With this in mind, Director Li cleared his throat again. Su Yi, our conditions at Huaking University are quite generous. Would you be interested in discussing them further? Oh, Su Yi said, intrigued, a playful smile gracing his lips. What kind of generous conditions are we talking about, Director Li? Recalling the principal's instructions to secure Su Yi for the school, Director Li grimaced and said earnestly, tuition is completely waived, plus an annual stipend of 30,000 along with guaranteed research opportunities. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi replied coolly, I'm sorry, but choosing a school is a significant decision. I need some time to consider. Director Li, with a knowing tone, remarked, Su Yi, our science program at Huaking is renowned. This is something Jingda cannot match. Su Yi smiled, I will give it careful thought. Director Li was momentarily speechless. He had offered the most favorable terms he could muster. If he could not attract Su Yi with this, he would be at a loss. Once he regained his composure, Director Li said, if you come to a decision, please give me a call. Su Yi agreed with a smile and subsequently hung up the phone. Just minutes after the call concluded, Su Yi had yet to settle down when the landline in the living room rang once more, rubbing his forehead in fatigue. He answered the phone. Hello, is this Su Yi's residence? Su Yi's expression turned peculiar as he thought to himself, do not tell me you are from Peking University. The admissions officer from Peking University hesitated, taken aback that his identity had been uncovered before he had even introduced himself. Could this young man possess the ability to read minds? Regaining his composure, the caller earnestly inquired, hello, student, I am Director Wang from the Peking University admissions office. I am reaching out to inquire about your interest in attending our esteemed institution. Since his identity was already known, the admissions office no longer held back, directly stating their intentions. What conditions can Peking University offer? Su Yi asked. The admissions officer paused, his tone tinged with excitement. Given your outstanding academic performance, our university has decided to grant you early admission, waiving all tuition and fees for your time here, along with an annual scholarship of 20,000 yuan and guaranteed research opportunities across all majors. How do you find these terms? Su Yi expressed his disappointment, stating that it paled in comparison to what Huaking offered. The admissions officer was momentarily puzzled, now understanding that Su Yi had already been contacted by Huaking. Reluctantly, he asked, what conditions did Huaking extend? Su Yi blinked and recounted those terms verbatim. After a moment of silence, the officer replied, Su Yi, we have decided to add an additional 10,000 yuan to your annual scholarship on top of Huaking's offer. What do you think? Su Yi was somewhat taken aback. Peking University was indeed generous. The annual scholarship was quite substantial. Well, let me think it over. All right, take your time. Our university boasts a long history and profound academic heritage. Hyuking simply cannot compare. Before hanging up, Director Wang took one last jab at Hyuking. Just then, another call came through. Su Yi answered calmly. Hello. This is Zhao from the Zhejiang University admissions office. Hello. The voice on the other end hesitated before asking. Su Yi, have any other institutions contacted you before us? Su Yi replied with a smile. Yes, Hyuking and Peking University have already reached out, offering enticing conditions. Immediately, he heard a sigh from the other side. In that case, I shall not take up any more of your time. With that, Director Zhao intended to hang up. In his view, with Hyuking and Peking University having made their moves, it was essentially a foregone conclusion that Su Yi would choose one of the two. Few could resist the allure of invitations from such prestigious universities. Wait, I haven't agreed to either of them yet, Su Yi interjected. On the other end, a glimmer of hope sparked in Director Zhao's eyes. Su Yi's willingness to engage in conversation indicated the possibility of a chance, and he was determined not to let it slip away. Su Yi, while Zhejiang University may not rival Hyuking or Peking University, we excel in certain fields. You're pursuing a science degree, correct? Our computer science program is second to none. Would you consider it? Su Yi found it quite appealing, as he indeed had an interest in that area. Director Zhao's enthusiasm surged as he quickly added, Su Yi, rest assured, if you choose to join our institution, I can guarantee you the best possible treatment. Full tuition waiver, a total of 200,000 yuan in scholarships over 4 years, and guaranteed research opportunities across all majors. How's that sound? Director Zhao felt an intense pressure as he hurriedly laid out all the benefits. Historically, top scores in the college entrance examination usually settled for either Hyuking or Peking University. Other institutions faced immense challenges in competing against these giants, often without hope. Although Zhejiang University maintained strong overall capabilities, and certain flagship programs surpassed those of Peking University and Hyuking, its lesser-known status made it difficult to attract top talent. Securing a top science student like Su Yi would significantly enhance the university's reputation. Su Yi rubbed his nose, contemplating the proposition. It sounded quite favorable. Su Yi, please feel free to request any reasonable terms. We will do our utmost to accommodate you, Director Zhao added with renewed vigor. No need for conditions. I will choose your university, Su Yi responded with a smile. Hearing the first part of his statement, Director Zhao's heart sank, but upon realizing there was a twist, he was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. He had truly managed to recruit a top scorer. Excellent. Su Yi, I will proceed with the necessary arrangements immediately. Director Zhao beamed, filled with elation as he set off to handle the paperwork. Buzzing, Su Yi opened his phone to find a message from Su Yushuang. Little Yi, which university are you going to apply to? Su Yi had just made his decision to attend Zhejiang University for computer science. Su Yushuang replied, then I will also apply for computer science. You like computer science? Su Yi asked. Not really. I just want to go where my boyfriend is going. Su Yushuang admitted. Su Yi. The two delicate white feet of Su Yushuang excitedly wiggled on the bed. The thought of attending the same university as Su Yi thrilled her. She envisioned her journey from school uniform to wedding gown, a notion she found utterly romantic. Indeed, Su Yushuang was already contemplating how to marry Su Yi in the future. She could not fathom enduring a long-distance relationship. It would be unbearable. Moreover, with such an outstanding boyfriend, the thought of someone else catching his eye made her anxious. Although she firmly believed Su Yi would never betray her, she still felt it was far better for them to be together. After all, there is a saying, better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 49, Buying a Car. Ever since the college entrance examination results were announced, everything had settled into place. Su Yi's standing in the family had dramatically diminished. He could sense that his mother was growing increasingly impatient. Were it not for his daily dishwashing to maintain familial bonds, he might have already been shown the door. Fortunately, In-hime soon insisted he learn to drive. After a month and a half, Su Yi successfully obtained his driver's license and sent Su Yushuang a message. I got my license today. Would you like to go for a drive? Su Yushuang quickly replied. I'll meet you at my door in 20 minutes. Su Yi tidied himself up and set off in Su Changjian's used Buick. Sitting in the driver's seat, he gazed at the somewhat worn vehicle, contemplating what kind of car he should get for his father. This car had seen several years of service and was nearing the end of its lifespan. The cost of repairs was almost equivalent to purchasing a new one, so he considered replacing it altogether. Humming a tune, Su Yi arrived at kindergarten. Upon entering, he spotted Su Yushuang standing by the roadside, waiting for him. The moment he saw her, his eyes lit up. Due to the summer heat, Su Yushuang was dressed unusually lightly, a black tank top paired with a beige knee-length skirt. making her appear utterly adorable. After she hopped into the passenger seat, she remarked with a hint of disdain, "Wow, this car is really old." Su Yi chuckled. "It's my dad's car. I was just thinking about getting him a new one. Little E, shall we go buy a car together?" Su Yushuang suggested with a smile, revealing a small canine tooth. Su Yi pondered for a moment and realized her proposal was quite reasonable, promptly turning the car around and heading to the dealership. Upon arrival, they exited the vehicle and walked inside. As they strolled, Su Yushuang inquired, "Little E, what kind of car do you like?" Su Yi pinched her cheek playfully. "A Land Rover, but since today is about buying a car for my dad, it's better to choose something he would prefer." Su Yushuang nodded, but her eyes were darting around, seemingly lost in thought. As the two entered the sales hall, they were greeted by a vibrant group of youthful and radiant young women engaged in conversation at the front desk. Shortly after, one of the sales representatives approached them, her face beaming with a warm smile. "How may I assist you today?" Su Yi responded with a smile, inquiring whether they had the BMW 3 Series available. The sales representative replied, "Indeed, sir. The BMW 3 Series boasts an understated elegance, with a luxurious configuration and outstanding performance. It is, in fact, this year's trendiest model. You truly have an eye for quality." Pleased, Su Yi smiled at Su Yushuang and asked, "What do you think?" Su Yushuang bit her lip and replied, "Since it's for my uncle, this car seems quite suitable." Then it's settled. Su Yi nodded nonchalantly. The sales representative chimed in, "We happen to have one in the showroom right now. Are you planning to take it home today?" Su Yi grinned. "Yes, let us finalize the purchase today," as he handed over his card. Once the payment was completed, Su Yushuang playfully shook Su Yi's hand and, with a hint of mischief, said, "I want to browse a little longer. Is that all right?" Su Yi, taken aback, asked, "What's the matter? Do you want to buy a car as well?" "You'll find out soon enough," she replied with a light huff, pulling him toward another section. After wandering for a few minutes, they arrived at the Land Rover section. Su Yushuang released Su Yi's hand and began to look around with enthusiasm. Su Yi was momentarily stunned. "Yushuang, you're not actually thinking of buying me a car, are you?" Turning to him with excitement, she exclaimed, "Yes, yes. I want to buy you a car." Su Yi chuckled in disbelief. "A car is not something you can just buy on a whim. Thank you for the thought, but it's unnecessary." He affectionately ruffled her hair and continued, "I truly don't need it." Upon hearing this, Su Yushuang's lips trembled as she threatened to cry. Su Yi, however, stood his ground, quietly observing her performance. Realizing her usual tactics were ineffective, Su Yushuang suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and questioned, "If you won tea, let me buy you a car. Does that mean you don't like me?" Su Yi was puzzled. Her reasoning seemed increasingly illogical. Such statements typically arose when a girlfriend was upset that her boyfriend refused to buy her a handbag. Yet here the roles were reversed. He playfully flicked her forehead. "Where did you come up with this nonsensical logic?" Su Yushuang pouted. "I've seen those dramas where a man's reluctance to spend on a woman implies he does not love her." Su Yi sighed internally, bemused by the source of her misconceptions. He mused whether, if such dramas persisted into the future, they might mitigate the prevalence of infatuated admirers. Shaking his head, he advised, "You should watch fewer of those shows." "Oh," Su Yushuang obediently nodded, her irritation dissipating. "So, are we buying that car?" She hesitantly pointed at the Range Rover. Su Yi certainly had no intention of purchasing it. Su Yushuang clung to him, insisting, "I want to buy it, especially since I just got my license. It's time for a new car." Reluctantly, Su Yi conceded, "All right, then choose something you like. Let us purchase another vehicle." She pointed decisively, "I think the Land Rover is perfect. Let us go with that." After completing the purchase, and under Su Yushuang's strong insistence, the BMW 3 Series was arranged for delivery to their home. Meanwhile, they drove off in their newly acquired Range Rover. As the passenger, Su Yi remarked, "I never imagined you could drive." Su Yushuang made a playful face, replying, "Of course. I have my license. I must admit, this Land Rover is quite comfortable." He thought to himself, amused. The spacious interior, especially the rear seating, was ideal for couples. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across Su Yi's face as he leaned closer to Su Yushuang, whispering something in her ear. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully smacked him, returning her focus to driving. Chapter 50. Ah, Baba, such mischief should not even be entertained. Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully scolded him. Su Yi feigned innocence. "I merely commented on its potential uses. I never implied we would engage in such activities." As he leaned in closer, gazing deeply into her eyes, he teasingly asked, "Or perhaps it is you who has a mischievous mind." "You rascal," she retorted, turning her attention away from him, realizing she could never outwit Su Yi. Suddenly, Su Yushuang's phone rang. "Su Yi, could you answer that for me? I can't while driving." She raised her chin and handed her phone to him. As he answered, an excited voice burst through the speaker. "Sister, are you interested in going out? I can introduce you to some men." The phone was on speaker, and both could hear clearly. Su Yushuan's grip tightened on the steering wheel, and she abruptly halted the car, internally lamenting, "This is disastrous." Her image in Su Yi's eyes was crumbling. Stealing a glance at him, she found he was watching her with keen interest, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "Su Yushuan, I never expected you to be this kind of person," Su Yi teased. Su Yushuan felt as though lightning had struck her, internally screaming, "No, I can explain. I truly can." On the other end, Su Yushuan was confused. "Wait, this isn't right. Why is there a man's voice?" "Wait, what?" Su Yushuan exclaimed, shocked. "Su Yushuan, are you secretly meeting men behind Su Yi's back?" Her bold statement left both Su Yi and Su Yushuan stunned. Through gritted teeth, Su Yushuan snapped, "Su Yushuan, be quiet." "Su Yushuan, does Sui know about this?" Su Yushuan's tone shifted to grave concern. Feeling defeated, Su Yushuan replied, "Yes, he is right here," laughing so hard he might break. Su Yushuan's enthusiasm quickly dissipated. "Oh, it's Su Yi? Never mind then." Realizing Su Yi's gaze was upon her, Su Yushuan urgently added, "Su Yushuan, you better explain yourself, or you'll regret it." Clearing her throat, Su Yushuan said, "Actually, it's nothing serious. I've just developed a crush on a younger guy, a classmate of my brother. I thought you could vet him for me." "Su Yushuan, since you're with Su Yi, never mind. I wouldn't want him to get jealous. Please tell him I'm sorry. I got carried away." With that, she hung up, leaving no room for Su Yushuan's protests. "Boyfriend, I assure you, I'm not that kind of person. I only have feelings for you." Su Yushuan quickly clarified. Su Yi pinched her cheek, smiling. "It's all right. I trust you." Su Yushuan bit her lip. "Really? It's truly all right?" Su Yi nodded earnestly, and she finally let out a sigh of relief. Before long, they arrived at Su Yi's neighborhood. Since Su Yushuan had some matters to attend to, she didn't take it out with him, but drove away directly. Su Yi took just a few steps when he noticed Aunt Ma from next door casting him a peculiar glance. "Aunt Ma, is there something on me?" Su Yi could not help but inquire. Aunt Ma, with a grave expression, replied, "Young man, you cannot seek shortcuts. You are a distinguished top scorer in the college entrance examination. You must not be so unambitious." Su Yi then realized that Aunt Ma had mistaken him for someone being supported by a wealthy woman. With a wry smile, he clarified, "Aunt, you're overthinking it. She is my girlfriend." The expression on Aunt Ma's face gradually turned awkward as she realized her misunderstanding, and she chuckled before departing. Upon returning home, Su Yi sensed an unusual atmosphere. In-hime sat silently in a chair, while Su Changjian wore a troubled expression on the sofa. Curiously, Su Yi asked, "Mom, Dad, what is the matter?" "Ask your father," In-hime instructed. Su Yi shifted his gaze to Su Changjian, who innocently replied, "Son, I'm not sure what is going on. A BMW suddenly arrived at our home today, addressed to me. Your mother insists that I must have engaged in corruption, and she has scolded me for 2 hours straight." Su Yi, slightly taken aback, admitted, "That car was bought by me." Su Yi rubbed his nose and sheepishly added, "I invested with some friends recently and made quite a bit of money. I thought I did get you a new car." In-hime's expression shifted dramatically. "What? You say it's yours? Where did you get that much money?" Her immediate reaction was to question if Su Yi had done something illegal. Su Changjian shot him a stern glance. "So, it was you, you little rascal. You've caused your father to be scolded for so long." Su Yi chuckled nervously, realizing his mother had a point. As a public servant, his father driving a BMW could indeed invite unwarranted speculation and tarnish his reputation. Su Changjian quickly intervened to smooth things over, saying, "Well, the car is already bought, so let us not reprimand Su Yi any further. After all, it's his heartfelt gesture, and it'll also bring us some face." The thought of spending so much on a car made In-hime feel a pang of regret. And in annoyance, she declared, "Fine, I won't concern myself with this matter anymore. Do as you please." With that, she stormed into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Su Changjian then pulled Su Yi aside and quietly asked, "Son, did you really buy this car for me?" Su Yi helplessly replied, "Of course. Just trust me to drive it. Isn't this your favorite model?" Su Changjian nodded happily, his heart brimming with joy. How could he not be delighted that his son had bought it? After taking a quick shower, Su Yi emerged to find the house empty. Checking his phone, he noticed an unread message. "Son, your mother and I have gone for a drive. Dinner is in the rice cooker. Heat up yourself." Su Yi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation upon reading the message. Just a moment ago, they were scolding him for spending money on a car, and now they were eagerly off for a drive. Not overly hungry from just returning home, Su Yi merely changed his clothes, lay back on the sofa, and began browsing the Chinese enterprise share transfer system. He recalled a significant event from 2002. Alibaba was on the brink of bankruptcy and struggling to survive, presenting Su Yi with a prime opportunity. He decided to acquire the company known as Alibaba during this critical period. In his previous life, Alibaba had evolved into a colossal entity over 2 decades, making acquisition a mere fantasy. However, at present, it was still in a developmental phase, grappling with a crisis, which sparked a different notion in Su Yi's mind. Ever since his rebirth, he had contemplated this matter, but due to a lack of funds, he could only entertain the thought. Now, with approximately 50 million in cash at his disposal, he could straightforwardly acquire the company and become its owner. Why Alibaba? You may ask. The answer is simple. It is immensely profitable. As the saying goes, it's foolish not to seize the opportunity for wealth. Chapter 51. His company is saved. Dear passengers, we are headed to Hangzhou. Chan sung and sat on the plane, utterly bewildered, unsure of why Su Yi had invited him along to Hangzhou. Glancing at Su Yi beside him, he could not help but ask Su Yi, "Why did you ask me to come to Hangzhou?" "It's a surprise," Su Yi replied, donning a masked arrest. 2 days earlier, the alarm clock rang insistently, waking Su Yi. The first thing he did upon waking was to access the Chinese enterprise share transfer system. Upon seeing Alibaba listed for sale, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, and he exclaimed in delight. As he had anticipated, Alibaba was in dire need of new investment, presenting him with an opportune moment for acquisition. Without hesitation, Su Yi dialed Alibaba's contact number. Li Zhe had not slept for days, watching the company's data decline steadily, feeling a profound sense of despair as he realized the company he had built was on the verge of collapse. It would be a lie to say it didn't hurt. 3 years had passed since the company's establishment, and he had developed a deep emotional connection to it, akin to a father with his child. From the outset, he had devoted countless nights to building a commercial empire. Now, due to the internet bubble burst, his company faced catastrophic consequences. The company's performance was dismal, suggesting a lack of market appeal and posing a significant threat to its survival. Faced with successive blows, even Li Zhe hesitated to give up. Yet, the thought of many employees not receiving their salaries for months weighed heavily on him. These individuals had been with him since the company's inception, tirelessly contributing to its growth. Now, he was unable to provide them with their wages, causing him immense distress. If not for himself, he felt he should consider the well-being of these loyal employees. With such thoughts, he resigned himself to fate, realizing that effort does not always yield reward in this world. To complicate matters further, his wife was gravely ill with leukemia, requiring exorbitant funds for treatment. Their family savings had dwindled to nearly nothing, and they had incurred significant debts for medical care, leaving them in a precarious situation. The weight of his wife's illness and the employees' salaries felt like a boulder pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe, as though everything was signaling that it was time to surrender. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying an unknown number. Hesitating, he answered, "Hello, this is Alibaba. I'm Li Zhe, the company's owner." "Hello, Mr. Li, I understand you're looking to sell Alibaba, correct?" Su Yi sat up, his expression turning serious. Li Zhe offered a wry smile. "Yes, I'm not sure if you're interested." Su Yi discreetly made a gesture of encouragement, forcibly calming his emotions, and replied in a steady voice, "I am indeed interested. Otherwise, I wouldn't be calling. However, I'm curious about the terms." While he spoke calmly, his heart was already set on acquiring Alibaba. Missing out on this opportunity would be a regrettable mistake. "Please state your requirements, and I will see if they're acceptable." Li Zhe's tone was somewhat heavy, and it was evident that he was currently in distress. "I noticed that the introduction stated that the company could be sold for 10 million. It must be true, right?" Su Yi remarked. "Of course," Li Zhe replied, his excitement rising. "If it weren't for my current difficulties, I would never consider selling the company." After speaking, Li Zhe deflated like a punctured balloon. Su Yi said, "All right, let's proceed with the deal at 10 million. Li Zhe was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a swift and straightforward agreement. He expected another round of haggling, ultimately leading to a lower price. After all, the previous person had taken quite a while to negotiate and had ultimately walked away due to price disagreements, having unreasonably offered 7 million. "Mr. Su, I have one more condition I hope you can agree to," Li Zhe suddenly stated. "Go ahead," Su Yi replied, his tone even and devoid of any discernible emotion. Li Zhe took a deep breath. "I need you to advance a portion of the money to me first, as my wife is ill and I need to pay the salaries of the employees. Therefore, I require part of the funds up front. Rest assured, once the money is transferred, we will sign the contract immediately." "Very well," Su Yi nodded calmly. "Provide me with your account number, and I will transfer 5 million as a deposit shortly. The remaining 5 million will be given upon the completion of the transaction." Li Zhe's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you so much. Don't be too hasty in your thanks. I have a condition of my own," Su Yi stated. Li Zhe paused before responding. "What is it?" "Mr. Li, what are your future plans?" Li Zhe sighed and smiled wryly. "I suppose I will take it one step at a time. At my age, starting anew carries substantial risks. It's wiser to seek a stable job. On the other end of the line, Su Yi chuckled. My condition is to retain the existing staff of the company, including you. Li Zhe was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of exhilaration. Mr. Su, are you implying that I can remain with the company? Indeed. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, Li Zhe felt his heart race with joy. He was utterly elated. Su Yi, on the other end, remained silent, his expression one of amusement. Rather than a condition, this felt more like an invitation to stay. He firmly believed that the future success of the company relied on each individual within it. He did not harbor the arrogance to think he could manage alone. Even with insight into the company's trajectory, it would be unfeasible without technical support. Thus, he required talented individuals like Li Zhe. He understood that Li Zhe was the current link to the company, and his departure could potentially lead to a mass exodus of veteran employees alongside him. Such a scenario was something Su Yi sought to avoid at all costs. Otherwise, spending 10 million on a shell company would make him appear rather foolish. May I inquire when you are available for a face-to-face meeting? Li Zhe asked. In 2 days. I will be flying to Hangzhou. Mr. Li, will you have time to meet? Su Yi inquired. I have time, of course. Li Zhe responded eagerly. After hanging up the phone, Li Zhe was rendered speechless with excitement. His company was saved. Chapter 52. I hope this isn't a pyramid scheme. As his thoughts drifted back, Su Yi and Chun Songen soon disembarked from the plane. Xiao Yi, where are we headed next? Chun Songen inquired, still befuddled by Su Yi's intentions. Su Yi patted his shoulder, saying, Follow me. I will guide you to substantial wealth. Chun Songen chuckled, unable to suppress his teasing. Just wait and see. Su Yi glanced at his phone and realized they had arrived precisely on schedule. Moments later, a white Audi A4 glided to a halt before them. A man exited the vehicle, wearing glasses and exuding an air of refinement. Excuse me, is one of you named Su Yi? That's me. Su Yi replied with a smile. The man's eyes flickered with surprise, but it quickly vanished as he respectfully introduced himself. I am Mr. Li's assistant, and I have come to fetch you both. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Su Yi nodded and pulled the bewildered Chun Songen into the car. Once inside, Chun Songen finally processed the situation and grasped Su Yi's arm, asking incredulously, What do you mean, Mr. Li? Xiao Yi, you haven't been duped, have you? Su Yi. Chun Songen's expression turned wary. I know that some pyramid schemes exploit companies to deceive people our age. You must be cautious. Individuals like us, who are the pillars of society, cannot afford to be ensnared. As he spoke, Chun Songen shuddered, recalling the terrifying portrayals of pyramid schemes he had seen on television. Do I seem like such a foolish person? Su Yi retorted, shooting him a disapproving glance. Chun Songen rubbed his nose sheepishly, realizing that his companion was a top scorer in the college entrance examination. If Su Yi were foolish, then intelligence would be a rare commodity. Rest assured, young man, we are certainly not malicious, and she interjected, driving. Su Yi, intrigued, asked, What kind of person is your Mr. Li? Outstanding, and she answered promptly, without hesitation. Su Yi remarked, I heard that your company is facing a crisis and has been unable to pay salaries. And she, gripping the steering wheel, nodded honestly, showing no signs of concealment. Indeed, since the month before last, we have been unable to disburse salaries. However, we do not blame Mr. Li. Rather, we believe in him and trust that he can lead the company out of this predicament and make it thrive. Then why do you choose to continue working with him? Su Yi inquired, and she glanced at Su Yi and replied with a smile, Mr. Li has always treated us well. Our salaries were consistently higher than those of our competitors. Moreover, many of the long-standing employees have been with Mr. Li for many years, creating a bond that makes us reluctant to leave. We want to stay and see how things unfold. Listening to Enchi's words, Su Yi silently nodded. Cohesion is paramount for a company's success, and it was evident that Awaba had excelled in this regard. Otherwise, they would not have navigated the challenges so smoothly. Unfortunately, they had encountered the bursting of the internet bubble at an inopportune moment, exacerbating their struggles. Mr. Su, we've arrived, the man announced. Su Yi nodded and exited the car alongside Chun Songen. Upon stepping out, Su Yi was greeted by a dilapidated office building. To call it an office building would be somewhat disrespectful. It resembled an unfinished shell of a structure instead. Chun Songen discreetly tugged at Su Yi's sleeve, whispering, This looks increasingly like a pyramid scheme. And she locked the car and cleared his throat awkwardly. Mr. Su, as you know, the company is currently experiencing financial strain, which is why we had to relocate here. Su Yi chuckled lightly, refraining from further comment, and the three of them ascended the stairs together. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Yi observed the sign for Awaba Company, Limited. Please, gentlemen, come inside. Mr. Li has been expecting you, and she gestured. Su Yi, feeling no need for formalities, pushed open the door and beckoned Chen Song to enter with him. Upon entering the company, Su noted that there were only about 50 to 60 employees scattered about, with a handful of desks placed haphazardly. Suddenly, a door swung open, and Li Zhe emerged, looking haggard yet excited. He grasped Su Yi's hand, a look of uncertainty on his face. Mr. Su. Su Yi smiled and nodded, extending his own hand. Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. Li Zhe gazed at Su Yi's youthful visage, exclaiming in astonishment, Mr. Su, you are truly impressive for your age. This was not mere flattery from Li Zhe. He was genuinely taken aback by Su Yi's youth. Although he had heard Su Yi's voice on the phone, and sensed he was not particularly old, he had not expected him to be so young. To possess the means to invest 10 million in acquiring a company at such a young age could imply either a wealthy background or genuine capability. If it were the former, that would be acceptable. If the latter, it would be truly admirable. Oh dear, Li Zhe exclaimed, striking his forehead in excitement. Mr. Su, let's discuss matters in the office. Upon entering, Li Zhe noticed that Su Yi was accompanied by another individual and hesitantly inquired, and who might this be? This is my good brother who has come along with me, Su Yi replied with a smile. Ah, a pleasure to meet you, Li Zhe responded. Now, Mr. Su, let us get straight to the matter of the company acquisition. Su Yi, eschewing further pleasantries, promptly got to the point. Li Zhe retrieved a document from his drawer and presented it to Su Yi. Mr. Su, this is the company transfer agreement. Please review it for any objections. Su Yi accepted the document and began to scrutinize it. Although he trusted Li Zhe's integrity, he prudently decided to examine the agreement thoroughly. After meticulously reviewing the contents, Su Yi gently closed the agreement and remarked with a smile, I see no issues. Let us proceed to sign the contract. Naturally, Li Zhe had no objections. He was eager to finalize the contract, fearing that Su Yi, a wealthy benefactor, might reconsider. After all, such matters could be unpredictable, and should Su Yi withdraw, Li Zhe would have little recourse for his distress. Before long, both parties affixed their signatures and seals to the documents. Li Zhe managed a bittersweet smile, saying, From now on, I shall refer to you as Mr. Su. His bitterness was not unfounded. In the blink of an eye, he had transitioned from being the head of the company he founded to working under someone else, a stark contrast that would leave anyone feeling unsettled. Mr. Su, regarding the other half of the cash we discussed, Li Zhe inquired urgently. The pressure was palpable, as the company was burdened with substantial debts, and the previous 5 million deposit had only partially alleviated employee wages and other obligations. Su Yi smiled and replied, Mr. Li, the funds have already been transferred to you. In the next moment, he received a notification on his phone indicating that 5 million had been deposited into his account for verification. Li Zhe exhaled a sigh of relief. The matter was finally resolved. Now, he could sleep soundly without the weight of worry pressing upon him. Chapter 53. A rescue and a request for contact information. Regaining his composure, Li Zhe cheerfully said, Mr. Su, allow me to show you around. Su Yi was intrigued. He was eager to witness the early days of the company, Alibaba, as it began its journey. Li Zhe smiled as he opened the door, only to find that all the employees had paused their work and stood in a row. Brotherly, they chorused, some even surreptitiously wiping away tears. Why is everyone crying? Smile. Today marks the official change of ownership at Alibaba. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Su, your new boss. Li Zhe announced with a forced smile. Brotherly, I will miss you. Brotherly, I will think of you. Brotherly, safe travels. It seemed someone had started the farewell, and soon everyone was bidding their goodbyes. Li Zhe's heart sank. He felt increasingly uneasy. Wait, I never said I was leaving. Oh what? Hey, don't cry for nothing. Everyone looked bewildered, realizing that Li Zhe had no intention of departing. He jestingly scolded. Is that how much you want me gone? He quickly added, thanks to Mr. Su, we have weathered this storm, and he has insisted on retaining the original team. So let us all express our gratitude to him. Mr. Su is generous. Our boss is amazing. From now on, you are my idol. Su Yi raised his hand and said, everyone, if you work hard this year, I promise to bring back a boss lady for you next year. Laughter erupted in the office, dispelling any lingering awkwardness and sadness. The faces of all present radiated joy and newfound vigor. Once outside the company, Chen Song remained in shock over the revelation that Su Yi had transitioned from being his good brother to the owner of a company in an instant. Xiao Yi, where did you get so much money? Chen Song asked, astonished. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, just made a few investments. Chen Song opened his mouth, taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and asked, so why did you invite me here? I can't be of any help to you. Su Yi chuckled. It's nothing serious. It's just hiring to fly solo. I wanted some company. Why not invite Su Yushuang to keep you company? Chen Song inquired, frowning. Su Yi patted him on the back, half smirking, Business is exhausting. I couldn't possibly ask her to accompany me. You bastard. Chun Songin exclaimed, lost for words. Only able to remark, Xiao Yi, you really are something else. Since we've come to Hangzhou, why don't we visit Westlake? Chun Songin suggested, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Su Yi shot him a sidelong glance. Weren't you reluctant to come just now? Chun Songin retorted, as the saying goes, above there is paradise. Below there are Suzhou and Hangzhou. Now that we're here, it would be a shame not to explore. Su Yi sighed, conceding to the request. After all, it would be unkind to deny such a small favor after bringing Chun Songin along. Thus, under Chun Songin's persistent persuasion, the two rented a boat for $100 and began to row across the lake. Just as Chun Songin was getting into the rhythm of rowing, a commotion erupted not far ahead. Su Yi noticed people shouting, and the scene appeared chaotic. What happened up ahead? Su Yi frowned. Chun Songin nonchalantly replied, nothing serious. It can't be that someone fell in. After a moment of silence, wait, what? Chun Songin squinted and exclaimed, it seems someone really did fall into the water. Without hesitation, he prepared to jump in, but Su Yi stopped him. Wait, we need to save them. Confused, Chun Songin asked, why are you stopping me? Su Yi retorted, can you swim? Chun Songin fell silent. He realized he could not. Then what do we do? He fretted, pacing anxiously. Su Yi swiftly removed his jacket and tossed it to Chun Songin before leaping into the water, swimming quickly towards the distressed individual. Chun Songin hurriedly grabbed the oar and rowed toward them. Su Yi took a deep breath and swam as fast as he could to reach the girl, pushing her towards the boat. By the time Chun Songin arrived, the girl had already been pulled aboard, while Su Yi remained in the water. Without delay, Chun Songin extended his hand and helped Su Yi out of the water. After a collective effort, the drowning girl soon regained consciousness, gasping for air. Upon realizing someone had saved her, she cast a grateful glance at Su Yi. Thank you, kind stranger, she said, clutching her chest, still shaken. Su Yi responded nonchalantly. Just a small act of kindness. I hope you will take care in the future. Observing Su Yi's cool demeanor, Chun Songin couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This guy is really getting better at showing off. Once the incident was resolved, Su Yi and Chun Songin prepared to leave. Wait, the girl called out to Su Yi, raising her voice. My name is Chi Xin. Could I have your contact information to treat you to a meal as thanks? Su Yi smiled and said, I'm Su Yi. I appreciate your goodwill, but there's no need for contact information. I'm not from Hangzhou and likely won't be back. Chi Xin bit her lip, borrowing a piece of paper and a pen to write down her QQ number. She then handed the paper to Su Yi, insisting, this is my QQ. Please remember to add me. Holding the note, Su Yi chuckled softly to himself, pondering what this was, a classic case of hero saving the beauty. After this incident, neither of them felt inclined to continue their outing, so they decided to head home. Before boarding the plane, Su Yi took the note and tossed it into a trash bin, never so much as glancing at it. Curious, Chun Songin asked, why did you throw that away? Su Yi shot him a sideways glance. I have a girlfriend. I can't just add any girl's contact. What a pity, Chun Songin lamented. That girl was quite attractive. Having her as an online friend wouldn't be too bad. Su Yi let out a cold laugh. If you like her, feel free to add her. Chun Songin shrank back, a hint of guilt in his voice. I was just saying that casually. Don't take it too seriously. I only have eyes for one my Mei. Su Yi, uninterested, shot Chun Songin a disdainful glance before boarding the plane. Chapter 54. A trip to the amusement park. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, Su Yi's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and, in the next moment, answered the call. Soon, a furious voice came through the line. In he may I. Su Yi, do you think you've grown up? You've got the audacity to stay away from home for so many days? Do you even consider me your mother anymore? Are you trying to ascend to the heavens? Su Yi, feeling a bit guilty, touched his nose. It indeed was his oversight. He had been so excited to fly to Hangzhou that he neglected to inform his mother. Cough, cough. Su Yi cleared his throat. Mom, the plane is about to take off. For safety's sake, I'll have to cut this short. He hung up, denying In Himei the chance to unleash her wrath. Seeing this, Chun Songin chuckled. Was that Anine calling? Su Yi shot him a glare. What is it to you? Chun Songin laughed triumphantly. Not my concern, but someone is in for a scolding. Irritated by his presence, Su Yi simply closed his eyes and put on his earplugs, choosing to ignore the annoying chatter. Since Fin City was not far from Hangzhou, the two soon arrived at their destination. Shortly after disembarking, Chun Songin excused himself, claiming he didn't want to be near Su Yi when his mother scolded him. Su Yi was indifferent. He was used to it after all these years. Besides, In Himei rarely scolded him. It usually amounted to just a few words. Upon returning home, Su Yi confessed to In Himei that he had been out on business and had forgotten to notify her in his haste. In Himei immediately calmed down, scrutinizing her son's face with a complex expression before letting out a sigh and choosing not to pursue the matter further. She understood that Su Yi had been busy lately, evident from the BMW 3 series he had gifted to the family. Reflecting on this, her anger dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of pride. Her son had finally grown up and could support the family. However, her moment of pride was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected phone call. Su Yi answered and chuckled. "All right, I'll be there shortly. You little rascal, you just got home and you're already planning to go out." Himei was furious. Her son was becoming increasingly unruly. He had barely spent half a day at home before wanting to leave again. "Mom, it's Yushuang who wants to go out with me," Su Yi replied innocently, handing her the phone. Himei shot him a skeptical glance before reluctantly accepting the call. "Anine, can Sui go out today?" Of course. Yushuang's sweet voice melted Himei's heart, leaving her no room to refuse. After hanging up, Su Yi pouted. "Mom, that's a bit biased. I assent it? Who's your son, after all?" Himei glanced at him sideways. "You're not my biological son. I found you in a trash bin 18 years ago." Su Yi was momentarily speechless. Was that how she wanted to play it? Fine. If my mother doesn't cherish me, I might as well leave. Where I'm not wanted, there will be a place that welcomes me. Soon, Su Yi drove to the location he had agreed upon with Yushuang. "Little E, over here. At the entrance of the amusement park, Yushuang waved excitedly in a white dress. Her graceful figure was subtly highlighted by the garment, paired with her flawless complexion, radiating both purity and allure. Su Yi alighted from his car and joyfully rushed over, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "After so many days apart, did you miss me?" Yushuang immediately wrapped her arms around his waist. "Of course I did. I missed you terribly, to the point of desperation. So little, what have you been up to these past few days?" Yushuang inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Su Yi ruffled her hair. "I acquired a company and didn't have the chance to inform you." "You went alone?" Yushuang bit her lip. Su Yi chuckled, "With that guy Chun Songin." Yushuang's expression soured slightly, her lips pouting. "Why didn't you let me come? I'm your girlfriend." Su Yi laughed lightly. "I couldn't bear to drag you through such a hectic endeavor. It's more fitting for a rough fellow like Chun Songin." Yushuang gently leaned her head against Su Yi's shoulder, saying, "But I want to be with you. Otherwise, I'll miss you." Reluctantly, Su Yi agreed and promised to take her next time. "What brings you to the amusement park? Do you really enjoy it here?" He quickly changed the subject. Yushuang nodded enthusiastically, pulling him towards the entrance. Once inside, she transformed into a different person, displaying childlike enthusiasm for everything around her. Su Yi, puzzled, asked, "Haven't you been to an amusement park when you were younger?" Yushuang gently shook her head. "My father was always busy when I was little and never had time to take me. How did he want to go with Uncle Wu and the others? So I hardly came here, and now that I'm grown, I feel like I've missed out." "Wait here for me," Su Yi said before darting off. In just a few minutes, he returned holding 2 cotton candies in one hand and a thick stack of tickets in the other. "Here, this is for you," he smiled, handing her the cotton candy. Yushuang accepted it, her curiosity drawn to the hefty stack of tickets in his other hand. "These are tickets for all the attractions. Today we'll have a blast," Su Yi exclaimed, waving the tickets with excitement. "Little E," Yushuang's eyes glistened with tears, as if she were on the verge of crying. Su Yi pinched her cheeks playfully. "No crying today, only smiles." Yushuang managed to hold back her tears, forcing a sweet smile. "Little E, I want to ride the roller coaster." "All right, let's go." "Boyfriend, I want to ride the pirate ship." "Sure thing." "Little E, I want to." Yushuang bit her lip, looking adorably at Su Yi as he bent over, catching his breath. Su Yi awkwardly chuckled. This girl was far too energetic. Normally, she would complain about carrying a backpack, yet here she was bouncing around for 2 hours without a hint of fatigue, still brimming with energy like a little rabbit. Yushuang smiled brightly. "Little E, are you feeling tired?" Upon hearing her teasing words, Su Yi straightened up, his expression serious. This was a matter of manly dignity. A man could not admit to being worn out. "Su Yi, let us ride the carousel." Yushuang pointed excitedly at the nearby attraction, her eyes sparkling. Su Yi was more than happy to oblige. After all, it meant he wouldn't have to run around anymore. Yushuang chose a pink horse and reached out to pull him onto the adjacent white horse. With a slight smile, Su Yi took her hand and hopped on beside her. "Little E, look." Just as Yushuang turned her head, Su Yi snapped a picture, chuckling at the result. Yushuang pouted. "Hurry and delete that. It's too ugly. I demand a retake." Su Yi, however, ignored her pleas, snapping more photos as he delighted in her adorable expression. After all, how could he resist capturing the charm of his lovely girlfriend? Chapter 55, The Beginning of School. Truly a university student. Seeing that Su Yi was unyielding, Yushuang eventually relented, allowing him to continue taking pictures. After snapping over 100 photos, Su Yi finally turned off his phone, satisfied. He took Yushuang's hand. "My darling, you are simply too adorable." Yushuang's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, clearly flattered by his words. They continued to enjoy their time at the carousel for a while before moving on. Throughout the entire afternoon, under Su Yi's company, Yushuang relished every single attraction, thoroughly enjoying herself at each one. At long last, the hour for dinner arrived, and the two decided to dine at the amusement park. Despite the exorbitant prices of the eateries within the park, often 3 or 4 times, and in some cases even tenfold the cost of restaurants outside, they were both utterly exhausted from a day of play and had no desire to venture out in search of alternatives. Besides, the inflated prices were still within the means of Su Yi, being the proprietor of a company. They indulged in a delightful meal within the park before enjoying a few more attractions, after which Su Yi escorted Su Yushuang back home. Since their return from the amusement park, Su Yi had been exceedingly busy, as the myriad affairs of his company required his decision-making prowess. In the final stretch, he found himself predominantly at home, and before he knew it, the commencement of school was rapidly approaching. The end of August was sweltering, the heat almost unbearable, and this year, for reasons unknown, the temperature seemed particularly oppressive. Within the airport, Su Changjian, unusually disregarding the no-smoking signs, lit a cigarette. Xiao, once you arrive, do take good care of yourself, all right? Make sure to foster good relationships with your classmates. Don't get too caught up in play. You must also attend to your studies. In Himei's eyes brimmed with tears, entirely devoid of her former assertiveness. Su Yi chuckled as he embraced her mother, saying, "Why the long face? I'm merely heading off to university, not to the gallows. Smile a little." In Himei gently punched him, but her tears continued to flow unabated. Su Changjian took a deep drag from a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, and clapped Su Yi on the shoulder. "Son, you're now a young adult. University is akin to a miniature society. You must rely on yourself. This is an excellent opportunity for growth. If you don't spread your wings, they will never harden. I have faith in you." Su Yi smiled and solemnly replied to In Himei and Su Changjian, "Mom, Dad, you both must take good care of your health at home." With that, Su Yi dragged his suitcase into the security area. "All right, stop staring. He has gone now," Su Changjian remarked. In Himei shot him a glare. "It's our son's first time away from home, and you can't even muster a hint of concern?" Su Changjian dismissed her worries. "He just went to Hangzhou a month ago. He is probably already familiar with the place. What if he encounters some danger?" In Himei fretted. Su Changjian chuckled. "He has grown up. It's time he learns to be self-sufficient. You needn't worry unnecessarily." With a sigh, In Himei watched Su Yi's diminishing figure, her heart heavy with emotion. She understood that her son had matured, and it was indeed time for him to forge his own path. Yet, the thought of not seeing him for nearly half a year tightened her heart in anguish. Meanwhile, Su Yushuang glared at Su Hamming with dissatisfaction. "Dad, why must you see me off? I could just go with Su Yi." Su Hamming's expression was grave. "It's not the same. You're leaving my side for the first time. How could I possibly entrust you to someone else?" Su Yushuang pouted. "He is my boyfriend." Su Hamming retorted. "Boyfriend or not, that doesn't change anything." Faced with her stubborn father, Su Yushuang reluctantly lowered her head in defeat. How cruel. I still have half a day before I can see Su Yi." This was nothing short of torment for her. Unbeknownst to Su Hamming, who was busy directing his staff to gather their belongings, the incessant cicada song of summer was a wearisome backdrop. He pushed his suitcase out of the airport and exhaled deeply. The air, free from his mother's watchful gaze, felt exhilaratingly refreshing. Lighting a cigarette for himself, he relished the newfound freedom. He hailed a cab nearby, instructing the driver to take him to Zhejiang University, then settled back to admire the scenery along the way. Before long, they arrived at the university's entrance, where throngs of people were gathered. Most were new students checking in, while a significant number were accompanying parents, assisting with the transportation of luggage and bedding. The youthful faces of the freshmen were evident, and Su Yi anticipated that within a couple of months, they would appear somewhat foolish, as is typical of university students. Due to the crowd, the surrounding din was chaotic, filled with various sales pitches. Bedding set, original price $99. Now only $3.99. Don't worry, we'll take good care of your child. Pots, pans, and everything you need, with a special 20 off for friends. Come see. 8G seeds, packed with youthful hormones, available at a high price. Su Yi's lips twitched at the absurdity of the last offer. Truly, this was a university, and its openness was astonishing. Honestly, he felt a twinge of temptation. Had he not been too shy, he might have inquired about the price. Yet, it was clear that several bold individuals were already congregating around, seemingly eager to acquire such items for their own enjoyment. Su Yi stood patiently, knowing that it wouldn't be long before enthusiastic seniors would come to assist him. After all, these items contributed to credits and comprehensive evaluations, and for university students, such matters were of utmost importance. As expected, A friendly senior soon approached him, eagerly taking his luggage. "Hey there, handsome. Which major are you in?" Su blinked. "Computer science." The senior nodded, as if struck by a thought, and suddenly asked, "I heard our school has a top student this year, supposedly from your major. Have you heard about it?" "Oh." Su nodded thoughtfully, feigning interest. He watched the senior with keen anticipation, awaiting the next part of her spiel. Typically, such conversations would lead to a sales pitch. And indeed, the next moment, the senior cleared her throat, her eyes bright as she addressed Su as a newcomer. "You might not realize that your major requires excellent internet connectivity, so getting this phone card is a wise choice." Su smirked, raising an eyebrow. "Please be professional. What does a phone card have to do with computer science? Besides, I'm not a child." The senior's face flushed crimson, as she sensed an underlying meaning in his words. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to mask her embarrassment. Chapter 56. The beautiful life of university has just begun. "Senior, which way should we go?" Su continued to inquire. "So, are you buying the phone card?" "No," he replied suddenly, and the senior, releasing her hold on his suitcase, apologetically stated, "I'm sorry, Junior, my dorm is on fire. I must go extinguish it. I'll take my leave now." With that, she turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation, as if resolutely committed to her decision, leaving Su with a rather cold back. Su rubbed his nose, bemused by the senior's practicality. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and no one would extend kindness without reason. However, he felt no concern. After all, his legs were his own, and he could manage on his own. As he searched, Su quickened his pace, weaving through the crowd until he reached the reception area of the School of Information Science and Engineering. A jovial, plump senior approached him with a broad smile, offering him a bottle of water. "Thank you." Su accepted it and took a sip, feeling parched after the long journey. "Junior, a bottle of water is 10 yuan. Would you prefer cash or card?" The affable senior inquired, retrieving a POS machine from his bag. Su silently closed the lid of the bottle. As expected, not all friendly seniors were benevolent. "You're quite the opportunist, aren't you?" Just then, a few other seniors arrived, laughing as they teased him. "Haha, I just wanted to have a little fun with the junior." The rotund figure of Chu, scratching his head in awkwardness, bore a pair of shifty eyes that betrayed a hint of guilt. "Come on, you're just trying to swindle money from the freshmen," remarked one of the senior sisters, her complexion slightly tanned, brutally exposing his ruse. Chu, defiantly puffing out his neck, defended himself. "Sister Yin, I've helped many freshmen move their luggage." With a derisive scoff, Yin retorted, "You've only helped the female freshmen these past few days. Everyone knows what you're after." The audacity of calling him a benevolent senior was laughable. Naturally, after the help, he would invite the female freshmen out for a meal, hoping to procure their phone numbers and QQ accounts. While he pretended it was to offer assistance in the future, anyone could guess his true intentions. His so-called kindness was merely a guise for his ulterior motives. Clearing his throat, Chu signaled Yin to refrain from further comments, wishing to preserve a semblance of dignity before the freshmen. "All right, let us not linger here. The junior is still waiting," he urged, hastily directing the conversation. Another senior sister interjected. Chu, with a smile, took the suitcase from Su's hands. "What is your major, Junior?" he inquired. "Computer science." Su replied with a grin. "Oh, splendid. We share the same major. In fact, I'm your direct senior." Chu's eyes lit up, joyfully patting his round belly as he prepared to escort Su to the registration area. 10 minutes later, having completed the registration process, Chu led Su forward, the two gradually making their way towards the dormitory. "By the way, Junior, I still don't know your name," Chu inquired leisurely. "Su. What did you say?" Chu rubbed his ear, unable to believe his ears. "Su, came a reply again. This time, Chu stared intensely at Su, who felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny. "Senior Chu, is there something wrong?" he asked. Chu swallowed hard. "Tell me, what was your score on the college entrance examination?" Su blinked. 726. "Walk," Chu exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. "So, you're the prodigy everyone speaks of." "Prodigy?" Su's expression turned peculiar, suppressing a laugh. Chu gazed at Su with admiration. "Indeed, you are the national top scorer, and you've chosen to attend our school. You are truly a figure of reverence in my eyes." Su chuckled. "Please, senior, don't flatter me too much, or I might just float away." Chu scratched his head, revealing a bashful smile as he pulled out his phone. "Prodigy, could you add me on QQ?" Su readily agreed, grateful for the senior's assistance. After a short while, they arrived in front of a dormitory building. Chu had intended to help Su carry his suitcase upstairs, but upon seeing Chu's corpulent frame, Su shook his head in refusal. Chu, undeterred, set down the suitcase and returned to welcome more newcomers. Su grasped the suitcase with one hand and swiftly ascended the stairs. The dormitory was bustling, with numerous individuals at the reception area. A bulletin board adorned the wall, displaying various A4 papers with names and dormitory numbers. Squeezing through the crowd, Su quickly located his name. The paper indicated room 3208, signifying that he was in building 3 and his room number was 208. After deciphering this information, Su promptly found his dorm. The dormitory was a standard quadruple room with bunk beds and desks below. His 3 roommates had already settled in, making Su the last to arrive. As he pushed the door open, all 3 roommates turned to look at him. The closest to the door was a tall, slender young man with a hint of charm. He amicably took the suitcase from Su's hands, squinting with a smile. Finally, you've arrived. I thought this dorm only housed the 3 of us. It's the last day, and you're not in a hurry? My mother was quite strict, forbidding me from coming to school early. Su replied with a slight smile. Let us not dwell on that. Let us introduce ourselves. I'm Chui Kai from Jinling. You've heard of duck blood vermicelli soup, right? My family owns a place that serves it. Feel free to visit Jinling when you have a chance. The tall and slender boy spoke confidently and cheerfully. Next, the chubby boy beside him chimed in. I'm Zhao Lei from Lishan. You've heard of Lishan beer, right? That's where I'm from. Then, another bespectacled boy smiled and introduced himself. I'm Qian Fei, a local from Hangzhou. If you have any questions about the area, I can help. I'm Su from Fin City. I don't have anything particularly famous from my hometown, Su replied. Suddenly, he noticed the astonished expressions on the faces of the other 3. Zhao Lei stared wide-eyed. Wait, did you say your name is Su? Are you the top scorer? Su nodded with a smile, affirming that if there weren't another Su then he was indeed the one being referred to. The top scorer. Qian Fei adjusted his glasses, perplexed. Zhao Lei, exasperated, exclaimed, the top scorer you don't know about is the one who scored 726 in the sciences and was specially recruited by our school. They even made a big announcement about it. With this revelation, Qian Fei looked at Su in shock. Though he was puzzled as to why Su did not choose Hyuking or Jingda and instead opted for Zhejiang University. However, he refrained from probing further, as it was a personal choice. Zhao Lei, however, bluntly asked about the reason. Su smiled. I chose Zhejiang University because its computer science program will benefit my future. Zhao Lei nodded thoughtfully, sensing that Su did not wish to elaborate and thus refrained from pressing. He instinctively assumed Su might be aiming to become a programmer. Now that we've all introduced ourselves, shall we determine our hierarchy based on age? Chui Kai suggested. I'm fine with that. Zhao Lei agreed. Su and Qian Fei also nodded in acceptance. After sharing their birth months and years, the final arrangement was Chui Kai as the eldest, Zhao Lei as the second, Su as the third, and Qian Fei as the youngest. The youngest? I can't believe you're only 16, Chui Kai exclaimed, patting Qian Fei's shoulder in surprise. Qian Fei adjusted his glasses, a hint of pride on his face. I was specially recruited, so I'm naturally a bit younger. Little brother from now on, you'll call me brother, got it? Zhao Lei teased with a mischievous grin. The other 3 rolled their eyes at him, confirming that this chubby fellow was quite cheeky. Watching his roommates banter and laugh, Su's smile widened. The beautiful journey of university life was just beginning. Chapter 57. The young lady as the driver. Since Su was the last to arrive in the dormitory, only the bed closest to the door remained, with Chui Kai occupying the upper bunk. After helping Su organize his belongings, they all realized they were quite hungry. At Chui Kai's suggestion, the group decided to go out for a meal to celebrate their first meeting. By the time they stepped outside, dusk had already begun to settle. The 4 of them walked out of Zhejiang University and headed to a nearby street food market across from school. They casually selected a bustling eatery, but given the influx of students starting the semester, the establishment was packed. Thus, they found a table outside to sit down. Boss, bring me a case of Lishan beer. Zhao Lei bellowed, waving his hand. The other 3 exchanged exasperated glances. This guy was ordering beer as his first request, a true testament to his Lishan upbringing. Wow, look over there, Zhao Lei exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he pointed to the roadside. The other 3 couldn't help but glance in the direction he was indicating. To their surprise, a Range Rover was parked at the entrance of the university. Damn, what a wealthy person, one of them muttered. I wish I could live off someone else, Zhao Lei joked as they scoffed, feeling indifferent since it had nothing to do with them. Su chuckled softly and then dialed Su Yushuang's number. As the phone connected, her melodious voice came through. Xiaoyi, where are you? I'm all set now, ready to find you. Su smiled and suggested. How about we grab a bite at that bustling eatery across from the school? Su Yushuang replied eagerly. Sounds great. I'll be there shortly. Su chuckled as he hung up the phone, only to find the other 3 staring at him intently. Is there something on my face? He inquired. No. Was it your girlfriend? They asked. Su nodded, not deceiving them. Not only is she my girlfriend, but she is also a student at Zhejiang University. Wow. Zhao Lei couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a pang of envy. He thought to himself, Su, he was not only the top scorer in the college entrance examination, but also had his girlfriend by his side at such a prestigious university. Wasn't he the epitome of a life winner? In contrast, Zhao Lei felt like an NPC, merely a bystander in this grand narrative. Clutching his chest in despair, Zhao Lei lamented, I've never even held a girl's hand, and you already have a girlfriend right after starting university. Su Yi, weary of Zhao Lei's theatrics, had already discerned his character during their brief acquaintance. Cui Kai scoffed, Zhao, can't you be a bit more dignified? Is it embarrassing to have never been in a relationship? Have you ever dated? Zhao Lei challenged. Cui Kai replied, I have. Zhao Lei, feeling disheartened, turned to Qian Fei and lamented, Brother, it's just the two of us left. Both of us without any romantic experience. Qian Fei scratched his head, but Zhao, I have dated before, I just broke up recently. Zhao Lei was taken aback. So, am I the only one left out? All right, I see how it is, he retorted. Su Yi, observing Zhao Lei scrolling through his phone, couldn't help but chuckle. Now that you're in university, you should seize the opportunity. Zhao Lei groaned, don't remind me. Our major has a gender ratio of 9:1. Clearly, there's an abundance of monks and not enough porridge. I've already resigned myself to being single for the next 4 years. Cui Kai and Qian Fei shared his sentiments, realizing that finding a partner during their university years would be quite challenging. At that moment, someone in a relationship felt the atmosphere grow cold around them. It was palpable with unspoken grievances. Before long, they noticed a luxurious Range Rover, previously parked at the school gate, suddenly moving towards them. Initially thinking it was merely a coincidence, they were surprised when the vehicle came to a halt nearby. Their hearts raced. It seemed the car was indeed approaching them. They couldn't possibly be narcissistic enough to think it was for them, which left only one person in consideration. In unison, they turned their gazes towards Su Yi, their expressions revealing a mix of complexity. With a slight curve in his smile, Su Yi stood up and walked towards the Range Rover. The door swung open, and Su Yushuang emerged, dashing towards him with playful grace. How do I look? She twirled, showcasing her outfit. Dressed in a white t-shirt and light denim shorts, her long, slender legs were flawless, complemented by a pair of striking blue sandals. Su Yi smiled, you look stunning. Elated, Su Yushuang leaped into his embrace, nuzzling her face against him. Meanwhile, the three roommates stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the sight before them. Such a beautiful girl, driving a Range Rover. Wasn't she the quintessential rich beauty? What could Su Yi possibly offer to deserve her? Holding Su Yushuang's hand, Su Yi approached his friends and introduced her. However, Cui Kai and the others appeared noticeably uncomfortable, their conversation becoming awkward and stilted. Even Zhao Lei's usual boisterous demeanor was somewhat subdued. The reason was clear. Su Yushuang's poise and beauty made them feel out of their depth, as if they were standing before a character from a novel, a privileged young lady. Su Yushuang bit her lip and greeted them with a smile. Observing their nervousness, Su Yi suggested, Old Chui, you guys enjoy your meal. I'll take my leave for now and catch up with you tomorrow. With that, he took Su Yushuang's hand and departed. Once they were gone, Zhao Lei let out a sigh of relief. If Su Yushuang had stayed any longer, they might not have been able to enjoy their meal. As Su Yushuang wrapped her arm around Su Yi's, they strolled and chatted. Have you visited your dorm yet? How's it going with your roommates? She asked. They're all right. Su Yushuang replied, but they seem to keep a certain distance from me. Su Yi chuckled, driving a Range Rover to school. It's obvious you come from wealth. Naturally, they'll maintain some distance. If you can build a good rapport with them, that would be ideal, but don't compromise yourself. Su Yushuang's lips curled into a smile, revealing her small fangs. How about I give you the car and tell them it's rented? And they won't keep their distance. Su Yi lightly tapped her forehead. Don't think I'm oblivious to your schemes. That's not happening. Su Yushuang pouted, her plan thwarted. She had originally intended to use this opportunity to gift the car to Su Yi. But I want to spend money on you. This car was meant for you, she said, her spirits dampened. Su Yi affectionately pulled her into an embrace, chuckling, I don't want this car. I want you to be my driver. Huh? Su Yushuang looked up, her expression adorably bewildered. Why would I want a broken car when I can have a free, beautiful driver? Besides, you're already mine. Does it matter whose car it is? Su Yi pinched her cheek, speaking earnestly. Su Yushuang's mind raced. So that was Su Yi's intention. Then I'll gladly be your driver. Chapter 58. The arrow of Cupid finally aims at me. A sudden growl from her stomach shattered the romantic atmosphere. Embarrassed, Su Yushuang covered her belly, wishing to silence it. Su Yi chuckled, let's go get some delicious food. Su Yushuang raised an eyebrow. What's good to eat? You'll find out once we get there, Su Yi replied. Soon, they drove to a serene restaurant named Langsuan Xinguang, where Su Yi had reserved a private room in advance. Upon entering, they found the ambience delightful. with a hint of traditional charm. Before long, an array of dishes was served. Westlake vinegar fish, dampo pork, and longjing shrimp. Su Yushuang gazed at the table laden with food, her ruby lips agape. Wow, this is too much. How can we possibly finish this? Su chuckled. No worries. If we can't finish it, I'll take it back for my roommates. As Su Yushuang savored a piece of dampo pork, her eyes sparkled. Su this is delicious. Su placed a piece of fish in her bowl. I'm glad you like it. This restaurant has a great reputation locally. I learned about it from Qian Fei. Su Yushuang picked up a shrimp and held it to Su Yi's mouth. Su smiled and opened his mouth, enjoying the shrimp while giving her a thumbs up, praising her for feeding him such delicious food. For the next 2 hours, they were engaged in a delightful exchange, feeding each other, creating a sweet atmosphere. After their meal, they returned to school together. Reluctantly, Su Yushuang bid farewell to Su Yi, as they needed to report to their respective classes, and she was in a different major from him. Su Yi returned to his dorm, carrying the takeout food, only to find the other three lounging and chatting. Holding up the food, he grinned. Anyone interested in some more? Qian Fei rubbed his round belly. Nah, I think I'll pass. I might burst. Su Yi placed the food on the table. If you don't eat now, it'll be left for a late-night snack. Zhao Lei sat up, his expression eager. I'm not interested in food. I'm more curious about your love life. Su Yi replied, sorry, but I'm not into guys. You should look elsewhere. In the next moment, Zhao Lei realized that Su Yi was implying he was gay, which struck at his masculine pride. This was intolerable. Old 3, teach me a thing or two about how to pursue girls, Zhao Lei pleaded. Zhao, I truly have no idea. Su Yi shook his head. If he truly had the ability to pursue women, would he have endured being strung along for 3 years? Zhao Lei lamented with a heavy heart. Then tell me, how did you manage to win over such a beautiful girlfriend? Su Yi chuckled. We are mutually attracted to each other. To be precise, it was she who pursued me first. Zhao Lei clearly found this hard to believe and inquired of Cui Kai and Qian Fei, who also expressed skepticism. It was evident that Su Yushuang, with her wealth and beauty, and her admission to Zhejiang University indicating excellent academic performance, was undoubtedly a high-quality, affluent beauty. Would someone of her caliber actively pursue others? Su Yi found it exasperating, as he himself was quite exceptional as well. Admittedly, when compared to Su Yushuang's brilliance, he felt somewhat overshadowed. Zhao Lei's relentless questioning was becoming a headache for Su Yi, who quickly sought to change the subject. The instructor had issued a notification for everyone to gather in the classroom, promising to revisit these matters later. Su Yi hardly gave Zhao Lei a chance to respond, pushing him along and signaling to Cui Kai and Qian Fei to hurry up as well. As they made their way, Zhao Lei was brimming with excitement, having heard that this year's cohort of female students in the computer science department was larger than in previous years. He secretly hoped that there would be a greater number of beautiful girls. Upon arriving at the classroom, they found only a sparse scattering of students already seated. The classroom was reasonably spacious. Although the number of students in their major was considerable, the emptiness of the room made it feel quite sparse. Furthermore, as they were unfamiliar with one another, they tended to sit apart, generally grouped by dormitory. As time passed, more individuals filed into the classroom. Zhao Lei, with a furrowed brow, lamented, why are there so few girls? Weren't we told there would be more this year? Cui Kai shot him an incredulous look, replying, this year is indeed an improvement. In previous years, there were only 3 or 4. Look, we've tripled the number. You should be grateful. Zhao Lei was taken aback, having anticipated a larger turnout of girls. With only a handful present, he fretted about his prospects for finding a partner. Unlike Su Yi and Cui Kai, he did not possess their striking looks, leaving him at a disadvantage in this classroom where the ratio of men to women was decidedly unfavorable. The more he pondered, the more dismal his outlook for the next 4 years of university seemed. Sigh, everything feels so meaningless, he remarked to Su Yi, a forlorn expression on his face. Do you think I stand a chance of finding a partner? Su Yi patted his shoulder reassuringly. Opportunities for love will come, as will a home. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Qian Fei teased, are you here for an education or to find a partner? There are plenty of girls in the finance department. Why not switch majors? Of course I'm here to study. Zhao Lei retorted defiantly. Cui Kai chuckled. All right then, focus on your studies. At this, Zhao Lei's expression faltered, clearly stung by the jest. Qian Fei, do you need to provoke me? Zhao Lei lunged at Qian Fei, playfully demonstrating a mock martial arts move. Qian Fei, gasping for breath, managed to say, mind your image, or you won't find a partner. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. Zhao Lei's gaze intensified, nearly drooling as he fixated on the entrance. Cui Kai and Qian Fei, witnessing his eagerness, followed his line of sight, their eyes widening in surprise. Look, there's a beautiful girl. Zhao Lei snapped back to reality, excitedly tugging at Su Yi's sleeve. Su Yi shrugged off his hand, irritated. I see her. Stop pulling on my clothes, or you'll rip them. He cast a glance at the girl at the door, finding her somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. The girl, with a stunning visage and light makeup, wore a sky-blue t-shirt adorned with two cartoonish monster eyes, which made her appear even more captivating. Anyone who laid eyes on her would undoubtedly acknowledge her striking presence. As she stepped into the classroom, the girl sensed the multitude of gazes upon her, rendering her slightly uneasy. However, upon spotting Su Yi, her eyes lit up, and she walked towards him. Zhao Lei was euphoric. She is coming over. Is it because she is entranced by my extraordinary looks? What should I do now? Should I be subtle about it? Within mere seconds, Zhao Lei had envisioned names for their future children. The arrows of Cupid have finally struck me. Chapter 59. Would you be interested in being class monitor? Zhao Lei swallowed hard, feeling a sudden surge of nervousness. The girl soon approached him and politely asked, Excuse me, could you please make room for me to sit here? She pointed to the seat next to Su Yi. Zhao Lei, Cui Kai, and Xian Fei exchanged incredulous glances. Zhao Lei was momentarily dumbfounded, his smile frozen. This plot twist seemed all wrong. It should have been him experiencing this romantic encounter, not someone else. Who altered the script? Despite his internal protests, Zhao Lei courteously vacated his seat, reluctantly squeezing in beside Cui Kai. Cui Kai patted him sympathetically on the shoulder, feeling a pang of pity for his friend. The girl settled next to Su Yi and, with a hint of annoyance, asked, Why haven't you added me on QQ? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening. The intricacies of fate were indeed remarkable. How serendipitous that they should cross paths again in such a vast sea of faces. He now understood why she seemed familiar. She was the girl he had rescued from drowning at West Lake a while back. What was her name again? He couldn't recall, but it hardly mattered to him. Su Yi replied, I have a girlfriend, so I prefer not to add girls casually. Otherwise, she might get upset. The girl, seemingly unfazed, extended her hand and assertively stated, My name is Chi Xan. Remember it. Also, please give me your contact information. I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Su Yi calmly responded, Chi Xan, I've already mentioned that there's no need for thanks. Please don't bring it up again. Chi Xan's lips parted slightly, momentarily lost in thought. Had she just been rejected? Throughout her life, few had ever turned her down. Zhao Lei watched in disbelief, lamenting the waste of such a perfect opportunity. He doesn't want her contact information, but I do, he exclaimed, feeling envious of Su Yi. A fat man knows not the hunger of a thin man. Old 3. You're truly incorrigible, Chi Xan retorted with a pout. If you don't give me your contact, I will persistently bother you. Su Yi's expression began to show signs of impatience. But to avoid any awkwardness, he ultimately relented and provided Chi Xan with his QQ number. Chi Xan noted down his contact information and then turned to join a group of girls nearby. Zhao Lei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It was clear she hadn't been searching for a seat, but had ulterior motives all along. Old 3, do you know her? Zhao Lei asked. Su Yi sighed. I saved her life when she nearly drowned at West Lake during the summer, and then she became like this. Zhao Lei's expression turned complex. He too could swim. So why hadn't he encountered such heroic opportunities? Had he done so, sweet love would surely have been within his grasp. Old 3, why did you add her contact information? She has quite the catch, Zhao Lei remarked with a hint of jealousy. No, brother Lei, Ego has a girlfriend. Stop meddling, Xian Fei interjected quietly. Exactly, Lei Zi. Old 3 has a girlfriend. Don't stir the pot. What if their relationship falters? Can you handle the fallout? Cui Kai chimed in, exuding an air of disappointment in Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei felt embarrassed. He had merely made a casual remark. Reflecting on his words, he realized they had been rather inappropriate. Su Yi chuckled, no worries. I will only ever love one person in my lifetime, and besides, she might just want to express her gratitude. Since he couldn't evade the situation, he decided to embrace it with a sense of calm acceptance. Initially, Su Yi intended to leave no contact information, but to his surprise, it turned out to be quite a coincidence that both he and the other individual were freshman students in the same major. To avoid creating an awkward atmosphere among classmates, it seemed reasonable to exchange contact details. After all, he could simply choose not to respond to messages if he wished. As Su Yi pondered this, the previously closed classroom door swung open once more. A stylish woman, appearing to be in her 30s, entered the room. She surveyed the classroom and proceeded to the podium, gently tapping the desk to garner attention. Students, please settle down, she instructed. The once boisterous classroom fell into an abrupt silence. Conversations ceased, and even Zhao Lei sat upright, as all eyes turned to the podium. The teacher then inscribed her name and phone number on the blackboard. Hello everyone, my name is Tang Jing, and I will be your class advisor and instructor. Above is my contact information. Please take note of it, as we will be sharing the next 4 years together. I warmly welcome you all to our computer science program, and I hope we can all foster a friendly and supportive environment. Tang Jing smiled. A voice from the crowd shouted, "Good," and the classroom erupted in applause. Tang Jing raised her hand to quiet the clapping, chuckling, "Next, let us proceed with self-introductions. Who would like to go first?" Silence ensued. Observing the hesitance among the students, Tang Jing felt no irritation. After all, it was quite normal for university students to experience a bit of social anxiety. However, the continued silence was not ideal, so she resorted to a bit of prodding. "What's the matter? Is no one willing to introduce themselves? With so many young men in the computer science program, why is everyone so shy?" Zhao Lei, excited and harboring his own thoughts, eagerly raised his hand, thinking that being the first to speak would attract more attention. After receiving Tang Jing's nod of approval, Zhao Lei swiftly approached the podium and wrote his name on the blackboard. "I'm Zhao Lei, and I'm sure you've all heard of Lichtenbeer. I'm from that region. If anyone has questions in the future, feel free to ask me, and I will do my utmost to assist you." After finishing, Zhao Lei strutted off the podium like a proud rooster, feeling quite handsome, regretting only that there was no camera to capture the moment. With Zhao Lei breaking the ice, the atmosphere lightened, and soon others began to introduce themselves one by one. Before long, it was Su Yi's turn to step up to the podium. He wrote his name and smiled. "I'm Su Yi, and I hope to foster a harmonious relationship with all of you over the next 4 years." Just as he was about to leave the podium, Tang Jing called out to him. "Su Yi, if I'm not mistaken, you were the top scorer in the college entrance examination, correct?" Su Yi paused for a moment, hesitantly nodding his head. Tang Jing's remarks stirred a ripple of excitement throughout the classroom. Although all the students admitted to Zhejiang University were academically accomplished, being the top scorer remained a coveted aspiration. "Wow, the top scorer really came to our school," someone exclaimed, while another responded, "I thought it was just a rumor." "Are you foolish? Our school has been promoting it online for quite some time. Did you notice?" "No, I was too busy playing games," came the reply. The classroom buzzed with chatter once again. Tang Jing clapped her hands against the blackboard, restoring silence. She then turned to Su Yi, smiling. "Would you be interested in becoming the class monitor?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow, a faint smile on his lips. "Teacher, I don't want to be the monitor. I just wish to enjoy my university life." In truth, Su Yi harbored his own reservations. He was all too aware of the burdens that came with the monitor role, which entailed constant labor within the class, a reality far removed from his vision of university life. ISNT, it said that the class monitor, league secretary, and academic committee member are known as the 3 pillars. Tang Jing's face fell slightly at his refusal, for she genuinely hoped Su Yi would accept the position. After all, his academic prowess was evident, and he appeared quite affable, making him an ideal candidate for class monitor. "Since you are unwilling, I want to force you. You may return to your seat," she said, and Su Yi complied, sitting back down next to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, looking puzzled, remarked, "Old 3. Being the class monitor is great. You can earn extra credits and be the teacher's favorite. Why did you refuse?" Su Yi reclined lazily. "Whoever wants to be can have it. I'm not interested." Zhao Lei was taken aback, glancing helplessly at Su Yi, who was now resting with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent. "Well then, now that everyone has introduced themselves, let us move on to the next activity." Tang Jing adjusted her glasses, a smile dancing in her eyes as she glanced around the room. "Since we have some time, this evening we will select our class officers. All class monitors and other officers will be elected by you, ensuring complete democracy. Although these positions come with a salary, they present an excellent opportunity to develop your skills, which will be beneficial for your future careers. I hope everyone will actively participate." Noticing the students' growing interest, Tang Jing's smile widened. "Those wishing to run for a position may come to the podium to share their campaign speeches and solicit votes. Who would like to start?" Stepping aside, she gestured for them to begin. "Teacher, me. Zhao Lei eagerly raised his hand, quickly standing up and rushing to the podium, writing his name on the blackboard. "Everyone already knows me. I want to run for the position of psychological committee member. I'm an outgoing person, and if anyone is feeling down, you can come chat with me. I'll definitely make you laugh. Moreover, if you need help with anything, I will do my utmost to assist you." After finishing, Zhao Lei stepped down from the podium, having secretly observed the students' reactions and feeling confident about his prospects for the position. He settled back beside Su Yi, elbowing him. Su Yi, still in a state of relaxation, lazily opened his eyes and asked, "What is up?" Zhao Lei gestured with his eyes toward the podium. It turned out Chi Xin had taken the stage, writing down her intended position. "Ah, she's running for class monitor? Huh? Not bad," Su Yi mused. glancing at her before yawning and smirking at Zhao Lei. You, my friend, seem to need a bit of drama in your life. Zhao Lei cleared his throat. What do you think? Do I have a chance with Qi Xian? He asked, stroking his chin with anticipation. Su Yi glanced at Qi Xian, who was passionately delivering her speech, then back at the eager Zhao Lei. He hesitated to voice the thought that there was no hope. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yi chuckled. Why don't you give it a shot? Encouraged by Su Yi's supportive gaze, Zhao Lei felt a surge of confidence. I think I will give it a try, he exclaimed. So, I need you to help me out. Su Yi frowned, aside from asking her out. I'll do my best. No, just give me her QQ number, and I'll handle the rest myself, Zhao Lei insisted, rubbing his hands together. Su Yi smirked, realizing that Zhao Lei had been waiting for this opportunity. I can give it to you, but don't involve me in any of it. No problem. You can trust me, brother. I'll definitely not betray you, Zhao Lei promised, his earnest expression leaving Su Yi skeptical. If you all elect me, I will certainly live up to your expectations and fulfill my responsibilities as class monitor. At that moment, Qi Xian raised her voice, capturing everyone's attention. The classroom fell briefly silent before applause erupted, led by an enthusiastic student. That was powerful. I really like her, Zhao Lei thought to himself, clenching his fist in admiration. Su Yi cast a glance at him, realizing that this fellow was truly beyond redemption. Well, are there any other classmates who wish to run for election? Tang Jing inquired with a smile, glancing at her phone and noting that the time was nearly up. Silence enveloped the room. Is there really no one else? Then we shall proceed to the next step, voting. Please take out a piece of white paper, divide it in half, write your name on the front, and then flip it over to ensure anonymity. The students eagerly responded, engaging in fervent discussions, with many vying for votes. Before long, nearly everyone had written down their chosen candidate, while Tang Jing collected the slips from two boys sitting in the back row. Once all the papers were gathered, the exhilarating counting of votes commenced. This part wasn't particularly captivating, so we shall omit it. Ultimately, the results revealed that Zhao Lei had, as expected, been elected as the psychological committee member, while Qi Xian had decisively secured the position of class leader. It was evident that Qi Xian, with her striking beauty and eloquent demeanor, possessed an emotional intelligence that made competition utterly futile. Well then, this matter of class committee is settled. Does anyone have any objections? Tang Jing asked. Seeing no one speak up, she continued, we still have some time, so let us head out for dinner. Don't forget that there's an opening ceremony at 7 this evening. No sooner had Tang Jing finished speaking than a stir arose within the classroom. After a long day, everyone was quite fatigued, and the prospect of a freshman gala seemed rather absurd. Despite the collective groans, they knew they had to attend. After all, they were university students. They could grumble, but still had responsibilities to fulfill. Su Yi, wait a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Tang Jing did not leave. Su Yi, feeling somewhat dazed, approached her. We'll take our leave first. Zhao Lei and his friends bid farewell as they headed to the cafeteria. The classroom was nearly empty, leaving only Tang Jing and Su Yi. Is there something you need, teacher? Su Yi inquired. Tang Jing smiled lightly. It's nothing serious. Mainly regarding tonight's freshman gala. I need you to give a speech. Cough, cough. Teacher, my public speaking skills are rather lacking. Could you perhaps select someone else? Su Yi suggested. Tang Jing's smile remained unyielding. That's not an option. Principal Teng has specifically instructed us to showcase our top student from the entrance exams. You must make an appearance. Teacher, Su Yi began, but Tang Jing patted him on the shoulder, expressing her confidence in him, without giving Su Yi a chance to decline. She turned on her heels and departed, leaving him standing there with a wry smile. Chapter 61. She didn't intend to feel stirred. Yet Su Yi had called her baby. The Zhejiang University campus was ablaze with lights, bustling with excitement. The annual freshman gala was in full swing, featuring various talented upper-class women showcasing their skills through song and dance. Their dynamic performances highlighted their exquisite figures. Zhao Lei's eyes were glued to the stage, captivated by the dancing seniors. Hey, the white stockings, black stockings, and flesh-colored stockings. He bore a gluttonous expression, nearly drooling. He couldn't help but reflect. University life is truly liberating. Stealing a glance at Su Yi beside him, who was engrossed in his phone, he felt a surge of anger. Hey, Su Yi, can you put your phone down? Consider the feelings of us 3 single guys at least. Zhao Lei exclaimed, snatching the phone from Su Yi with indignation. Qian Fei and Shui Kai wished they could silence Zhao Lei. They hadn't even been aware of the situation until he chose to shout. Now, instead of one person feeling discomfort, 3 were affected. Su Yi sighed. What do you expect me to do, spy on the beautiful seniors like you? Zhao Lei's plump face flushed, retorting, that's not spying. it's simply enjoying the view. Chui Kai rolled his eyes. Aren't you trying to pursue Chi Xin? Why waste time on the seniors? Zhao Lei sighed. It's not that I'm not trying. I added Chi Xin as a friend, but she hasn't accepted. He pondered. I'm quite dashing, far more so than that third wheel. Why is she interested in him? Su Yi cast a nonchalant glance at him, wondering where he derived such confidence in his own attractiveness. Brother Lei, if it doesn't work out, we can always find someone else. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why obsess over a single flower? Qian Fei reassured. Upon hearing Qian Fei's comforting words, Zhao Lei's spirits lifted as he excitedly pumped his fist. You're right. What do you think about that one? Zhao Lei pointed at a spicy girl wearing shorts on stage, clearly having already chosen his target. Qian Fei facepalmed, realizing he had made a mistake in trying to console Zhao Lei. This guy didn't seem the least bit heartbroken. At some point, while Zhao Lei was distracted, Su Yi stealthily reclaimed his phone. Upon opening it, he found a message from Su Yushuang. Su Yi, this gala is so boring. Why aren't you replying? You're not entranced by the beautiful seniors dancing, are you? Don't look. If you want, I can dance for you. Su Yi, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, thought to himself, does she really see me as such a lay-chair? However, the notion of her dancing, just for him, was certainly tempting. Concerned that Su Yushuang might be waiting too long, Su Yi hastily typed a response. Not at all. My roommate just snatched my phone. What are you up to? Should I come find you? Su Yushuang smiled to herself, thinking that Su Yi seemed to care about her. You're supposed to be giving a speech, so don't come over just yet. As Su Yi read Su Yushuang's message and prepared to reply, the host announced, Let us welcome our top student from the entrance exams to the stage to speak on behalf of the freshmen. I'm heading up now. I'll talk to you later, Su Yi said, pocketing his phone and making his way to the center of the stage. Su Yushuang stood on her toes, catching sight of Su Yi on stage. Her boyfriend still looked as handsome as ever. Su Yi took the microphone from the host and smiled. Hello, everyone. My name is Su Yi. It is an honor to represent the freshmen here today. To be honest, I haven't prepared a speech. I don't believe it's necessary. Speaking is not as complicated as it seems. We all enter this place and might feel lost or pressured. But university life is vibrant and colorful. We must embrace it and pursue what we truly desire. My only hope is that 4 years from now, none of you will look back with regrets for the opportunities you missed. A voice from the audience suddenly called out, Su Yi, what is the one thing you most want to do? Su Yi chuckled, to have a passionate romance, so I don't leave my youth with regrets. The atmosphere in the room ignited instantly. That's outrageous. Tang Jing, seated among the audience, darkened at Su Yi's audacity. Rising from her seat, she intended to pull him down from the stage. Young lady, don't be so quick to anger, an older man beside Tang Jing interjected. Appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with bright, piercing eyes, Tang Jing resumed her seat. It was my oversight. I never imagined Su Yi would be so audacious. Principal Tang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. I believe this is the spirit that young people should embody. Our university hasn't seen such vigor in years. Let us not spoil this atmosphere. On stage, Su Yi was taken aback by the fervor his offhand remark had invoked. Su Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Several bold female students below began plotting how to obtain his contact information. After all, Su Yi was not only academically gifted, but also quite handsome. He seemed like a devoted and sincere person. Su Yi smiled gently, yes. She is also a student in the same cohort at Zhejiang University. Gasps of surprise erupted from the audience. What on earth? They now have reason to suspect that Su Yi's earlier words were merely a means to flaunt affection. How outrageous it is that the trend now seems to involve deceiving dogs into a deadly trap. After uttering these remarks, Su Yi evidently had no intention of elaborating further. He exchanged a few more words before departing. As soon as he descended, Zhao Lei gave Su Yi a thumbs up, exclaiming, You really are something. Daring to stir up trouble at the freshman gala. You're the first to do so. Su Yi chuckled, rising to walk toward the playground. Wait, the gala isn't over yet. Where are you going? Zhao Lei shouted after him. Chui Kai silently interjected. What else is there to say? He is surely off to find his girlfriend. Zhao Lei sighed, feeling somewhat helpless about having such a roommate. At the university's kitchen lake, Su Yushuang had long been waiting by the lakeside. Upon seeing Su Yi approach, she joyfully rushed into his arms, looking up at him. Xiao Yi, I absolutely loved your speech on stage. Su Yi, in a habitual gesture, pinched her cheek playfully. Which part are you referring to? Su Yushuang pouted adorably, mimicking Su Yi's tone. I have a girlfriend, and she from our cohort at the university. Unable to resist her charming demeanor, Su Yi affectionately ruffled her hair. Leaning closer, he whispered, Darling, didn't you say you would dance for me? Su Yushuang's eyes widened, her heart racing. She didn't wish to feel this way, Yet Su Yi calling her darling sent her heart aflutter. Chapter 62. Future Plans. Su Yushuang bit her lip, playfully feigning forgetfulness. Did I say that? I don't remember. Su Yi smirked, seizing the opportunity to grasp the soft flesh at her waist when she wasn't paying attention. Su Yushuang giggled, laughing while pleading for mercy, claiming she understood her mistake. Su Yi halted his playful assault, gazing at her with a cheerful expression. Su Yushuang, with her eyes sparkling, puffed out her cheeks and teased, "You naughty boy, always bullying me." Su Yi found it amusing, replying, "That's only because you started it." Su Yushuang huffed, "I did not." Gently grasping her arm, Su Yi pulled her into an embrace, saying, "As long as you're happy, whatever you say is right." Su Yushuang beamed, rising on her toes to plant a quick kiss on Su Yi's right lip. "Your performance today has pleased me greatly. This is your reward." After the kiss, she attempted to flee, but Su Yi caught her. "Xiao Yi, we should," before she could finish her sentence, Su Yi leaned in, captivated by her rosy, full lips, and pressed his own against hers. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate, just as he contemplated taking it further when suddenly, an unexpected ringtone pierced the air, emanating from his phone. Furrowing his brows, Su Yi retrieved his phone and saw it was a call from Li Zhe, promptly answering. "Mr. Su, the company is facing some issues. Could you spare some time to come by?" Li Zhe's tone was grave, suggesting a significant problem had arisen. Su Yi paused momentarily, glancing at Su Yushuang in his arms, then resignedly replied, "Give me a moment. I'll be there shortly." He hung up, leaving Li Zhe on the other end bewildered. "Shortly? Is Mr. Su in Hangzhou?" Su Yushuang lifted her head, inquiring curiously, "What is going on?" Su Yi smiled. "The company has encountered some issues that require my attention." "Then you should go quickly," Su Yushuang said, her voice tinged with disappointment. Noticing the time was still early, Su Yi decided to accompany her for a few more laps around Kitchen Lake. Once she grew tired, he escorted her to the base of her dormitory before departing with a sense of relief. Driving Su Yushuang's car, Su Yi soon arrived at the entrance of the Awai Baba Company. After parking, he made his way toward the building. Finding this location had consumed considerable time. The office building appeared quite dilapidated. Consequently, he allocated additional funds to the company, allowing them to relocate to a more suitable office space. Once inside, he was quickly guided to the office by the receptionist. As he opened the door, he discovered Li Zhe seated at his desk, his face etched with worry. "I told you not to bother me," Li Zhe instinctively remarked, but upon realizing it was Su Yi, his expression shifted to one of surprise. "Mr. Su, you truly came?" Su Yi smiled. "I forgot to mention that I'm currently studying at a university, which is why I could arrive so swiftly." The worry vanished from Li Zhe's face. "Mr. Su, your timing is perfect. The company is facing some issues that require your decision-making." Su Yi nodded, stepping out of the office. He clapped his hands to garner the attention of several employees. "Everyone, please set aside your tasks for a moment. We will convene in the office in 5 minutes to discuss the company's future direction." Given the relatively small size of the office, when over 20 core technical employees gathered, it became somewhat cramped. Su Yi seated himself at the foremost desk, with Li Zhe beside him. Once the group had assembled, Su Yi signaled for Li Zhe to begin. Currently, the company faces 2 challenges. The first is that our online trading platform app is encountering significant difficulties. The software is unstable, and we may need to work overtime in the coming months to address this issue, although it isn't insurmountable. The second issue is more severe. Our customer usage is rapidly declining, having dropped by 10. We must find a way to reverse this trend. Otherwise, we will continue to operate at a loss, Li Zhe explained. Su Yi contemplated for a moment before speaking. The decline in customer usage is easily remedied. If we allocate more funds toward advertising, we can boost customer engagement. The critical aspect is innovating the software. I propose that the IT department enhance the current software, transitioning from a C2C, customer-to-customer, model to a B2C, business-to-consumer, approach, effectively integrating brand merchants to dominate the market. We can temporarily name this software Taobao. Su Yi articulated his vision for the future in one breath. Li Zhe's jaw dropped in astonishment. This is simply brilliant. Transitioning from a one-on-one model to a business-oriented approach will significantly optimize our resources while creating a win-win situation for the platform, consumers, and merchants. The fact that Su Yi, a young university student, could conceive such an audacious plan left him in awe. Initially, he had harbored doubts, believing Su Yi was merely wealthy and lacked understanding of company operations, but he was now thoroughly impressed. This was not merely a matter of Su Yi being a genius. He had experienced the evolution of a similar platform in the future, effortlessly adapting its model to their situation. Although Taobao was also a creation of Awai Baba, the concept was still ahead of its time for them, and the suggestion from Su Yi felt like a game changer. Li Zhe's expression turned serious. Mr. Su, while research and development pose no issue, many of our servers are nearing expiration, and maintaining the current app's operation means that our existing servers, both in quality and quantity, are inadequate. Su Yi replied with a smile, "No need to worry about that. I'll handle the server situation. Once this batch of servers expires, we won't renew them. I will reach out to the university to arrange for leasing their servers." Mr. Su, can you really lease servers from the university? Li Zhe asked. Uncertain. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, I was recruited by the university, and the director there assured me they would do their best to meet my requirements. If it doesn't work out, I'll find another solution, Su Yi reassured him. Is there sufficient funding in the company account? There's hardly anything left. We may need to take out a bank loan, but it might not be approved. Su Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. In that case, I'll transfer 10 million to the company account. That should suffice for the time being. Funding won't be an issue. So focus on your research and development without worry. Li Zhe nodded enthusiastically, and the other core employees wore smiles of relief. With such a boss, how could their company fail? Let us proceed with that. Meeting adjourned, Su Yi concluded with a smile. Having arranged both minor and major affairs of the company, Su Yi found himself surprised to discover that it was nearly 11 o'clock. At this hour, the school had long since locked its gates, leaving him with no choice but to seek accommodation at a nearby hotel. The following morning, Su Yi rose early and hurriedly made his way back to campus. Chapter 63. Could it be an online romance? Su Yushuang lay on her dormitory bed, her delicate, fair feet swaying playfully, evoking an irresistible desire to pinch them. Shuang, who are you chatting with that has you so delighted? Inquired Li Mengmeng, who was busy applying her makeup, meticulously shaping her eyebrows. Li Mengmeng had recently become a friend of Su Yushuang, and after spending a night together, their camaraderie had deepened, particularly with Mengmeng. With a playful grin, Su Yushuang replied, "Of course, it's with my boyfriend." Instantly, the entire dormitory erupted in surprise, with several roommates pausing their activities. Li Mengmeng, her makeup forgotten, rushed to Su Yushuang's bedside. "When did you get a boyfriend? Who is this remarkable person who managed to win over our beautiful Su?" On the first day of school, Su Yushuang had driven onto campus in a luxurious Land Rover, instantly becoming well-known at Zhejiang University. Coupled with her striking beauty, it was only natural that she attracted numerous admirers. A quintessential rich and beautiful girl who wouldn't be captivated. Since the beginning of the term, countless boys had approached her for her contact information, all of which she had graciously declined. Moreover, she had treated all male attention with icy indifference. Embodying the persona of an aloof, ice queen, Li Mengmeng had initially assumed that Su Yushuang was simply too discerning, dismissing her suitors. However, the revelation that she already had a boyfriend put things into perspective. "I've always had a boyfriend, you just didn't know," Su Yushuang hummed cheerfully, her mood evidently buoyant. Li Mengmeng, now concerned, remarked, "Then why haven till you mentioned him? Please don't tell me it's an online romance. I've heard so many horror stories about online dating scams. It's truly terrifying." With a smile, Su Yushuang shook her head. "Of course not. He is also from Zhejiang University, and we're in the same year." Relieved, Li Mengmeng responded, "As long as it's not an online romance, that's a relief. After all, they say online dating is akin to a grand gamble. Until you meet in person, you never truly know who you're dealing with. Thus, online romances carry risks, and one must tread cautiously." Shuang, who is he? Please tell me." Li Mengmeng's curiosity was piqued, eager to uncover the identity of this fortunate fellow. With a bright smile, Su Yushuang replied, "His name is Su Yi, a major in computer science." Su Yi. Li Mengmeng's brow furrowed, recognizing the name from somewhere. Wait a moment, could it be that Su Yi from the freshman welcome party yesterday? Su Yushuang nodded enthusiastically, clearly pleased with Li Mengmeng's astonishment. Learning that Su Yushuang and Su Yi had attended the same high school, and that he had once saved her as a child, only to reunite at the same university, left Li Mengmeng in stunned silence. She recalled Su Yi's words from the previous night. "I simply wish to experience a passionate romance, to ensure my youth does not go regretted." Moreover, Su Yi had boldly declared on stage that he had a girlfriend. What is this? That's what they call love. Li Mengmeng mused, feeling overwhelmed by the sweetness of it all, not out of jealousy, but sheer delight. What a fairy tale romance. A mutual pursuit is utterly enchanting. This is like a story come to life. Just then, Su Yi sent a message. "I brought you breakfast, waiting for you downstairs." Su Yushuang quickly replied, "Wow, Xiao Yi, you're so wonderful. How can I repay you? Perhaps I should offer myself as a reward." Su Yi responded, "Think of something that can make me happy." With a cheeky smile, Su Yushuang sent him several pictures. Upon opening them, Su Yi swallowed hard. Black stockings, white stockings. Flesh-colored stockings. Fishnet stockings. He cleared his throat. Black stockings are quite nice. I like black stockings. Su Yushuang huffed playfully. She scrunched her nose, turning off her phone. Sorry. Ming, I need to head downstairs. My boyfriend is waiting for me. Li Ming waved her hand in exasperation, too fatigued to say more. It's just too much. Why do all the sweet romances belong to others? Is it a crime to be less than conventionally attractive? When Su Yushuang reached downstairs, she found Su Yi already there, holding breakfast while engrossed in his phone. A mischievous smile graced her lips as she stealthily approached from behind, covering his eyes with her hands. Guess who I am? With a smirk, Su Yi replied, It's my clever, lovely, and elegant girlfriend, right? Su Yushuang blushed, pulling her hands away and covering her face. Here, ess your breakfast. Hurry and eat. Su Yi opened his eyes and smiled. After glancing down, he noticed Su Yushuang's smooth legs beneath her long skirt, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Su Yushuang devoured her breakfast, exclaiming, Wow, the breakfast you brought is exceptionally delicious. Su Yi affectionately ruffled her hair, his expression full of adoration. Xiao Yi, did you finish handling the company's matters? Su Yi chuckled, all sorted, nothing major. Su Yushuang raised her chin, declaring, If you encounter any issues, don't hesitate to come to me. I'll help with any financial matters. Su Yi lightly tapped her forehead. Save your money for yourself. Su Yushuang took his hand. What's mine is yours. If needed, I'll just ask my dad for more. After all, that money is ultimately mine. Su Yi's expression turned peculiar. You really are your father's good daughter. Students, prepare yourselves, as a 2-week military training program is about to commence, announced the instructor. Su Yushuang was taken aback, having forgotten about the military training that accompanied the start of the semester. To avoid getting sunburned and tarnishing her image in Su Yi's eyes, she had applied several layers of sunscreen. The military training at Zhejiang University was notorious for its rigor, traditionally more stringent than other institutions. What? You can't fold your clothes properly? All right, that means 100 push-ups for the boys and 100 squats for the girls. What? You can't stand at attention properly? Fine. No push-ups for you. Instead, you'll run 3 kilometers. Su Yushuang sighed, finding the military training to be utterly dreadful and tedious. She much preferred lounging in Su Yi's embrace while scrolling through her phone, enjoying life's simple pleasures. Hello everyone, I am your instructor, responsible for the next 2 weeks of military training, and I hope that during this period you will. Su Yushuang had no interest in the instructor's words. Instead, she tiptoed, straining to catch a glimpse of Su Yi among the computer science students. Alas, after searching in vain, she sighed in disappointment. The prospect of being apart from her boyfriend for an extended period was a significant blow to her. Chapter 64. Oh no, someone is trying to steal home. The days of military training were particularly grueling, standing under the scorching sun at 36 degrees Celsius, a veritable nightmare for all participants. Many returned from training with noticeably darker skin. It was likely that their parents would not allow them to enter the house upon their return. The most apparent change was in Zhao Lei, who had started the semester as a chubby, fair-skinned boy. After enduring a few days of military training, he had visibly tanned and lost several pounds, making it look like he had been laboring in Africa. Initially, he was not too disheartened since everyone else was similarly affected. However, upon noticing that Su Yi had remained unscathed, his heart filled with indignation. He could accept being tanned, but his friend should share in the experience with him. In response to his inquiries, Su Yi chuckled, gently touching his face, and remarked, The heavens bestow their bounty upon me, and I am powerless to change it. Do not envy me. I am merely a legend. Perhaps it was due to his reincarnation, for it seemed that his memory and drinking capacity were benefits bestowed upon those like him. Without a system, one must possess some other advantages, otherwise he would appear rather unimpressive as a reincarnated soul. Just as those thoughts crossed his mind, their instructor signaled the commencement of their training in formation marching. As fate would have it, regardless of how the instructor taught, there were inevitably a few individuals whose limbs were uncoordinated. Either they moved 2 steps ahead or lagged 2 steps behind, leaving the instructor utterly speechless and infuriated. After a great deal of effort, he finally managed to teach them how to march in step, only to discover that a few were veering off course. So there's always a few like this every year, is there? The instructor mused, selecting the most typical offender to step out of line. He then proceeded to guide this individual, demonstrating slowly with a stick how to walk correctly. To everyone's surprise, the instructor himself ended up veering off course as well, eliciting a roar of laughter from the formation. Even Su Yi found himself amused. Indeed, one is influenced by their surroundings. Well, that is not inaccurate, he thought. The instructor, feeling utterly embarrassed and questioning his life choices, declared a temporary break for everyone to regroup and practice again, determined not to be outdone by a mere novice. Su Yi settled beneath the shade of a tree, engaging in conversation with Zhao Lei and the others. Old 3, what do you think of her? Chui Kai asked, tilting his chin toward a particular girl. Su Yi glanced up and noticed a girl with fair skin and a slightly plump figure. Her face, however, bore the hallmark of a cherubic visage, appearing adorably chubby. She was perpetually smiling, radiating a comforting aura. Su Yi teased, Old Chui, have you taken a liking to her? If so, go ahead and ask for her contact information. After all, we're quite dashing. Chui Kai, embarrassed, scratched his head, not denying his interest. He indeed had a penchant for this type, and having finally encountered someone who stirred his heart, he was reluctant to let her slip away. However, his shyness prevented him from asking for her details. Su Yi patted his shoulder in reassurance. Old Chui, what are you afraid of? You're quite handsome. Unlike Lei Zi here, your chances are rather favorable. Don't cue me, Zhao Lei grumbled, feeling disgruntled that even while resting, he was still being teased. Chui Kai cleared his throat, pulling Su Yi aside to whisper, Old 3, how about you accompany me? Su Yi laughed. Not a chance, let Lei Zi go with you. Don't cue me. I'm currently preparing to pursue Chi Xian. I certainly can't let her see me asking for another girl as contact information. It would tarnish my image. Su Yi scoffed. You still have an image? Didn't you give up? Chui Kai interjected. Zhao Lei rolled his eyes, exasperated. I've searched high and low and found that the prettiest girl in our class is Chi Xian, and as class monitor, she is a perfect match for me as the psychology representative. With a blade of grass between his lips, Su Yi gazed at the clouds above, his thoughts lingering on Su Yushuang. Suddenly, Zhao Lei's urgent voice broke through. Old 3, hurry, Chi Xian is coming over. How do I look right now? Am I handsome? Su Yi shot him a sidelong glance. Absolutely dashing, buddy. Then, he noticed Chi Xian approaching slowly, a bottle of mineral water in hand. Su Yi withdrew his gaze, pulling out his phone to check a message from Su Yushuang, a smile creeping onto his lips. Su Yi, you must be parched after being under the sun for so long. Here is a bottle of water for you, Chi Xian said as she reached him. Su Yi merely glanced at it, declining with a polite, thank you for your kindness, class monitor, but I am not thirsty. Meanwhile, Su Yushuang had also finished her training. As the instructor announced a 20-minute break, she kept her eyes fixed on Su Yi's formation, anxiously biding her time. When she saw a girl delivering water to Su Yi, her emotions flared. How intolerable, she exclaimed, urgently tugging at Li Mengmeng's arm. Li Mengmeng, bewildered, asked, What's wrong? Are we about to start training again? Didn't we just begin our break? No, someone is stealing from me, Su Yushuang replied, her tone laden with urgency. What has been stolen? Li Mengmeng's mind momentarily stalled. A girl is giving my boyfriend water. I must hurry over. Su Yushuang bit her lip, grabbing a bottle of mineral water and striding towards Su Yi. Li Mengmeng, realizing Su Yushuang was taking her water, sprang to her feet. Wait, someone is stealing my home. How can I stand by? She couldn't let her good friend face the situation alone. Good friends, hand in hand, let us go. Back with Su Yi, he found himself in a rather awkward situation. No need to be polite. It is only natural for the class monitor to care for her fellow students. Please take it, Su Yi. Chi Xian insisted with a bright smile, her demeanor resolute. It was as if she would not relent until her goal was achieved. Those nearby exchanged bewildered glances. It is only natural to care for classmates. Why not extend that concern to us as well? Chui Kai remarked, glancing at Zhao Lei and teasingly suggesting, Old 2, if you don't eliminate Old 3. I fear you will forever remain without hope. Zhao Lei pondered, scratching his chin as he genuinely considered the proposition. He envisioned simply tossing Su Yi into a sack and disposing of him in Kitchen Lake. Su Yi, feeling quite helpless, insisted, class monitor Chi Xian. I truly am not thirsty. Perhaps you should give it to someone else. Just as Chi Xian opened her mouth to respond, an unexpected voice interrupted. Su Yi, drink my water. Su Yushuang rushed over, positioning herself before him and presenting a bottle of mineral water, her gaze fierce as she eyed Chi Xian. Upon observing Chi Xian's figure, her suspicion deepened. She had heard that men often favored women with appealing physiques. Su Yushuang glanced at Chi Xian and then lowered her gaze to herself, feeling a pang of insecurity. An adversary, indeed. This is an enemy. Alarm! Alarm! Su Yushuang's mind raced as she devised a plan to assert her claim. Su Yi took her hand gently, his gaze softening. What brings you here? Su Yushuang pouted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. If I didn't come over, you would have been whisked away by someone else. Su Yi chuckled lightly, playfully tapping her forehead. What nonsense are you conjuring? I would never be taken away by anyone else. Hearing their exchange, Chi Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had never anticipated Su Yushuang's sudden appearance. Although Su Yi had mentioned having a girlfriend, she assumed it was someone from another department and had never seen her until today. Upon meeting her, she couldn't help but acknowledge the girl's striking beauty, fair skin, alluring eyes, and lips as red as a rose, all crowned with a neatly tied high ponytail, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance. Xin conceded that in terms of beauty, she could not compete with Su Yushuang. Even her charm seemed to pale in comparison. After all, Su Yushuang had grown up in a world of privilege, radiating an air of elegance that was anything but ordinary. Chapter 65, The Bonfire Party. Zhao Lei, you really are a show-off. Observing the flawless Su Yushuang, Xin felt an unusual twinge of inferiority. She awkwardly turned away, handing her water to Zhao Lei. Zhao, this bottle is for you. No need to be courteous. Having completed her task, she turned and left, unable to bear the sight of Su Yushuang any longer. Zhao Lei stared at the bottle in his hand, lost in thought. Do I really resemble a collector of discarded items? He mused, feeling somewhat insulted to receive something unwanted. Olfor, do you want it? No, thank you. Kaizi, do you want it? Chui Kai replied. How could I dare accept something from my goddess? Damn it. Just as Zhao Lei was about to toss it away, he halted, mentally chastising himself for nearly wasting something freely given. After all, if it was free, why not enjoy it? He twisted the cap off and began to drink heartily. The water of free indulgence feels exceptionally sweet. Su Yi chuckled as he playfully scratched Su Yushuang's nose, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear, Su Yushuang, are you feeling jealous? Su Yushuang's ears tingled at his touch, huffing slightly. I am indeed jealous. Who wouldn't be when you were almost taken by another woman? I was genuinely worried. Su Yi smiled, ruffling her hair, realizing that her jealousy was quite endearing. Nearby, Zhao Lei exclaimed, his eyes squinting, urging them to be mindful of their surroundings and consider the feelings of the single spectators in this public setting. Li Mingming, with an inquisitive expression, gazed at Su Yi, her mind racing in admiration. This was Su Yi, after all. It was no wonder he managed to win over Su Yushuang, the belle of their department. Upon closer inspection, he was rather handsome and quite eloquent. As the days of training progressed, the group gradually became familiar with one another. Many from their department openly debated who was the department's flower, with Su Yushuang receiving the most ardent support. Shouldn't we introduce Su Yi? He suggested, glancing at Li Mingming with a smile. Su Yushuang bit her lip. This is Li Mingming, my roommate and a newly forged good friend. Su Yi nodded, then smiled warmly. Hello, I am Su Yi, Su Shuang's boyfriend. Li Mingming reciprocated with a smile. Hello. From that point on, the atmosphere shifted. Su Yushuang remained by Su Yi's side, while Li Mingming mingled with Zhao Lei and the others. They even made plans to unite their dormitories for a gathering after military training, ostensibly to enhance their camaraderie. Whether such feelings could truly be fostered, and how, remained uncertain. In a blink, the 20-minute respite elapsed, and Su Yushuang and Li Mingming returned to their formation. Perhaps irritated by a few mischief makers, the drill instructor became particularly stringent during the subsequent training session, subjecting them to rigorous practice. Standing at attention, at ease, left turn, right turn, and military boxing were executed in succession, prompting groans of discontent from the group. Many began to contemplate various strategies to escape military training. Unbeknownst to them, the instructors were acutely aware of their little schemes. As the afternoon drew near to the end of training, the instructor called out, gather at the playground at 8 tonight. We shall hold a bonfire party. A chorus of groans erupted from the students. However, upon hearing the latter half of the announcement, their spirits soared. A bonfire party. As the saying goes, on a dark and windy night, it's time for joyous revelry. With such an event, who could possibly lament the lack of companionship? Zhao Lei, in particular, was as excited as a deer caught in headlights. Bonfire party, brothers. Su Yi and the others exchanged glances of disdain, realizing that Zhao Lei seemed utterly frantic in his quest for romance. Long live the instructor! Someone suddenly shouted, and soon the entire playground echoed with their cheers. The fatigued students, seemingly rejuvenated, were suddenly filled with energy. If anyone feels unwell, you may request to be excused. I will grant you leave for the evening. The instructor chuckled. Who is complaining? This little hardship is nothing. We are all men. We are not weary at all. Whoever doesn't show up tonight, I shall laugh at for life. Many boys declared their commitment to attend. After enjoying a pleasant dinner, Su Yi and his companions returned to their dormitory. As soon as they entered, Zhao Lei hurriedly gathered a pile of items and dashed into the bathroom to shower. Su Yi shook his head with a smile, realizing Zhao Lei was truly famished. After over half an hour, seeing Zhao Lei still inside, Qianfei could no longer contain himself and knocked on the door. Lei Gu, are you still in there? Just come out already. The bathroom door suddenly swung open, revealing Zhao Lei, who exclaimed, What are you rushing me for? I feel like I can wash a bit longer. Qianfei rolled his eyes. You've been in there for half an hour. If you keep this up, we might not even get a wash at all. Zhao Lei's expression turned sheepish. He knew he had no ground to stand on. Su Yi, not wishing to waste time, promptly entered the bathroom, rinsed off quickly, and emerged, followed by Qianfei and Shui Kai, who went in one after the other. After another half an hour, all three had finished their showers and lay down to rest. Only Zhao Lei remained, enthusiastically preening in front of the mirror, applying various creams to his face. What they were, no one knew, and even grooming his brows and beard. Lazy, are you preparing to debut? Su Yi sat up, laughing. Zhao Lei shot him a glare. What do you know? This is called self-packaging. Just wait until we get to the playground. You'll see how I captivate thousands of girls. Shui Kai quipped. Zhao Lei, do you ever wonder how Emperor Qin Shi Huang left you behind while constructing the Great Wall? Zhao Lei caught the underlying meaning in his words, retorting with a laugh. Shut up. This is called confidence. After half an hour of grooming, Zhao Lei asked, Su Yi, do I look handsome in this outfit? Su Yi, grinning, replied, do you want the truth or a lie? Zhao Lei pondered, a lie, please. You don't look good, Su Yi stated candidly. And the truth? Zhao Lei pressed. Honestly, you still don't look good, Su Yi reiterated. Zhao Lei's veins bulged, wishing he could hammer Su Yi for his insolence. Can't you say something nice for once? You wouldn't understand the thoughts of us single souls. By the way, Su Yi, I remember you have a bottle of perfume, right? Su Yi thought for a moment. I believe I have it in my bag. Let me find it. He rummaged through his bag and tossed it to Zhao Lei. What do you need this for? You're not really planning to debut, are you? Zhao Lei retorted, of course I'm going to spray it on. I want to smell irresistible, so they flocked to me. Su Yi and the others exchanged glances, exclaiming in unison, Zhao Lei, you're truly full of yourself. After spraying himself liberally, Zhao Lei struck a pose, exuding confidence. Today, I am the most dashing lad in the entire formation. None of you can outshine me. And no one is allowed to spray perfume. Shui Kai raised an eyebrow. That might be a bit difficult. After all, our looks speak for themselves. And you're not exactly an advantage. Zhao Lei dismissed him, placing a hand on Su Yi's shoulder. Gulme, let us go out together so we can form a comparison group. Su Yi chuckled to highlight my handsomeness. Old 4, settle this for us. ISNT old 3 more handsome than me? Zhao Lei inquired. Qianfei spat out his drink, exclaiming, come on, brother. I know you lack shame. Why did he expect you to be this shameless? Su Yi is so handsome, and you dare to compare yourself? Zhao Lei's expression faltered. Feeling a twinge of insecurity, he believed he was indeed more handsome than Su Yi. Since childhood, his mother had always told him he was a handsome lad who would surely attract many girls when he grew up. Although she rarely mentioned it as he matured, he still considered himself the most handsome in the world. Let us go. Stop dawdling. The bonfire party is about to start, Qianfei urged. Upon their arrival, the instructors had already set several bonfires ablaze in the middle of the playground, where students were seated in orderly fashion, grouped by their formations. Su Yi and his friends found their designated area and stood in line. Upon entering, Zhao Lei quickly noticed the scant number of girls in their formation and let out a dramatic wail. He had assumed they could roam freely, but it turned out they were required to participate according to their formations. What is this? I've already stripped down for this. This is hardly a bonfire party. The lack of girls diminished his excitement significantly, perhaps due to the overpowering fragrance of Zhao Lei's perfume. The 4 of them drew quite a bit of attention. Do you smell that? It's so fragrant. Yes, yes. It seems to be coming from Su Yi's direction. Preposterous. A mere whiff would reveal that the fragrance belongs to Zhao Lei. One cannot deny the fact that Zhao Lei, with his fair complexion, unmistakably embodies the essence of a zero. But can you guess who among them is the one? Amidst the cacophony of chatter surrounding them, Su Yi and his companions furrowed their brows and glanced at Zhao Lei. Instinctively taking a few steps back, the rumors were simply too terrifying, and they felt the need to dissociate themselves. Furthermore, the scent emanating from Zhao Lei was overwhelmingly potent. One could only wonder how much cologne he had doused himself in. Zhao Lei, under the scrutinizing gazes of the trio, felt a pang of guilt and murmured, ahem, I may have secretly spritzed a little more while you weren't looking. It's not too obvious, is it? Su Yi retorted nonchalantly, spare me. That's not merely a spritz. Hand over my cologne. Zhao Lei hesitated, casting his gaze skyward as if to feign ignorance, unwilling to comply. Don't make me resort to force, Su Yi warned, and Zhao Lei, sensing the urgency, promptly retrieved the bottle from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Su Yi, upon observing that the bottle was nearly half empty, found himself both amused and exasperated. It was a brand new fragrance he had yet to use, which meant Zhao Lei had consumed a staggering amount. He pointed at Zhao Lei, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Lei chuckled awkwardly. Dear brother, your kindness shall forever be etched in my heart. Before long, the clock struck 8. Attention, everyone, the chief instructor bellowed. Once all stood tall, he commanded, march in unison. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. As they drew closer to the bonfire, he called for the formation to halt. Su Es instructor, observing the boys looking as dejected as wilted eggplants, remarked with a chuckle, you all seem rather glum. Is tonight's bonfire gathering not to your liking? I wonder who among the boys muttered under their breath, what is the point of this gathering? Let us hurry back to wash up and sleep. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement, feeling a deep resonance with the sentiments expressed. The instructor then inquired, would you be interested in mingling with students from other majors? Zhao Lei's eyes sparkled. Was there such a delightful prospect? Yes, indeed. The boys erupted in enthusiastic howls, their spirits lifted. The instructor announced, I require one volunteer to represent our computer science major in a draw to determine the mingling major. If fortune smiles upon us and we draw finance, that would be splendid. However, should we be unfortunate enough to draw civil engineering, let me whisper to you, it's all boys there, very few girls. The crowd exchanged glances, weighing their options. Who wishes to step forward? The instructor asked with a smile. Many hesitated, shrinking back in trepidation. Me. Zhao Lei exclaimed excitedly, raising his hand. The instructor chuckled. Since no one else is stepping up, it's decided. This student shall represent us. Brother, you must draw finance. Brother, the happiness of our entire major rests upon you. Faced with their earnest exhortations, Zhao Lei wore a serious expression. Fully aware of the weight of responsibility he bore for the happiness of his fellow male students, and he vowed to do his utmost. The draw concluded swiftly, and within minutes, Zhao Lei approached the formation with a blank expression while holding the slip of paper. It's over. The sight of Zhao Lei's demeanor extinguished the fervor of the boys, leaving them feeling as though they were standing before a roaring fire, yet still chilled to the bone. Sigh, Zhao Lei lamented, his expression tinged with sorrow, causing the boys' hearts to tighten in sympathy. Zhao Lei slowly unfolded the paper. Brothers, I drew finance. And with that, he could no longer contain his joy and leaped up in celebration. Woohoo! The boys reacted, unleashing a chorus of exuberant cheers. Zhao Lei, you nearly scared me to death. I was ready to. Zhao Lei shuddered at the thought and quickly covered himself, realizing the gravity of the situation. Su Yi chuckled at Zhao Lei's playful demeanor. What a rascal you are. As the results were announced, the finance students, led by their instructor, approached the computer science formation. The two groups stood on either side of the bonfire, exchanging awkward glances. Su Yi looked up and spotted Su Yushuang straining to tiptoe in search of him. Upon making eye contact, Su Yushuang beamed and playfully winked at him. Su Yi couldn't help but smile. How could his girlfriend be so adorably charming? As the wind picked up, the instructors noticed the stillness in the crowd and urged, what are you all standing around for? Gather in a circle. Hearing this, Su Yushuang sought to stealthily approach Su Yi, glancing back to see if she was being observed. Suddenly, a hand clasped around her wrist, pulling her back. She turned to find Li Mengmeng, wearing a teasing smile. Where's the rush, Frost? With confidence, Su Yushuang replied, I'm off to find my boyfriend. We're still in the throes of romance. I miss him dearly. Moreover, after such a long separation, he must have missed her too. Oh dear, Li Mengmeng sighed, realizing Su Yushuang had become somewhat infatuated. Mengmeng, please let me go find Su Yi. Su Yushuang pleaded, batting her eyelashes with a pitiful expression. Li Mengmeng, feeling exasperated, relented and released Su Yushuang. Xiao Yi, I'm here. Su Yushuang exclaimed, sprinting to Su Yi's side, completely disregarding Li Mengmeng's feelings. Li Mengmeng glared at Su Yushuang, feeling betrayed. Su Yi took her hand, smiling, what brings you here? Su Yushuang pouted, the bonfire gathering is bound to feature beautiful girls performing. Today's earlier events reminded me to keep a close eye on you. Otherwise, what if you were whisked away? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yi teased, playfully tapping her. Am I that kind of person? Su Yushuang retorted, I'm simply being cautious. You would understand. Sitting nearby, Zhao Lei and his friends exchanged complex glances. Isn't it enough that the bonfire gathering can't prevent you two from flaunting your affection? They mused. There are still 3 of us here. Can we not be mindful? Come on, sitting idly is rather dull. Does anyone have a talent they wish to showcase? The instructor called out. Silence enveloped the crowd, and everyone exchanged glances, none daring to step forward. If none of you are willing to perform, I shall choose randomly. Soon, a rather slender boy stood up, shyly declaring, I could perform a Tianjin clapper. Would anyone be interested? We would. Many sighed in relief. As long as it didn't involve them performing. The boy smiled bashfully, retrieved a pair of clappers from his pocket, and began his performance. With a clap, let me sing praises Not for anything else, but for the traditional delicacy, the dog doesn't respond buns. What makes these buns so exceptional? They are thin-skinned, generously filled, with 18 folds, resembling a flower. This is how we describe buns. Do not misuse it. To say a girl is beautiful is to liken her to a flower. Never say she resembles a bun. My goodness, how utterly classic. I found myself singing along involuntarily. Our Jeddah truly harbors hidden talents, with dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing. Hearing the applause, the boy returned to his formation, beaming with joy. Is there anyone else? The instructor inquired. Chi Xian hesitated for a moment before rising. Instructor, I learned a few folk dances in elementary school. May I perform for everyone? The boys from both majors brightened at the sight of Chi Xian. Wow, a beautiful girl. And she can dance. We absolutely cannot miss this. The instructor nodded approvingly, pleased with the array of performances emerging. Chi Xian arrived at the bonfire, gracefully beginning to dance. Her movements were light and ethereal, reminiscent of a flower swaying in the breeze, elegantly performing upon the stage, her form flowing naturally like water, each gesture imbued with feminine grace and charm. Su Yi stroked his chin, contemplating. Indeed, Chi Xian dances remarkably well, quite captivating. Zhao Lei, however, wore a foolish grin, already lost in the allure of Chi Xian's performance. Su Yi, isn't it beautiful? Suddenly, Su Yushuang's voice, heavy with longing, pierced Su Yi's ear. He maintained a serious expression, responding, not at all. I'm not interested. I'm merely observing the attire. Yes, the attire. Oh. Su Yushuang's lips curled into a delightful arc as she leaned closer to whisper in his ear. What if I were to dance for you? Would that pique your interest? Su Yi coughed, almost losing his composure, and quietly inquired, could you wear black stockings? Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed slightly. If you like. That could certainly be arranged. She playfully pinched Su Yi's chin, teasingly questioning, do you prefer me or the stockings? Su Yi grasped her delicate hand, replying, I adore both. I want it all. Su Yushuang withdrew her hand, chuckling, such fanciful thinking. Is there anyone left? The instructor called out. Only then did they realize Chi Xian had completed her dance. No one. I'll choose at random. Su Yi piped up. Zhao Lei dashed to the back of the crowd, shouting in a mock serious tone, Su Yi has a talent. He should perform. Su Yi's smile froze. Who was the rascal stirring this up? He instinctively glanced towards his 3 roommates, and sure enough, Zhao Lei was absent. How shameless. Since that's the case, Su Yi, why don't you come up and perform? The instructor chuckled. Little Yi, do you possess any talents? Su Yushuang asked with concern. Su Yi reassured her, don't worry. I know a little. With that, he stood and approached the bonfire. Allow me to sing a song for everyone. Zhao Lei returned, gleefully exclaiming, ha ha ha. Can't wait to see the third perform. Qian Fei and Shui Kai shot him a disapproving look. This guy couldn't go a day without causing trouble. Su Yi smiled faintly. Given the moment, he decided to sing that 2018 hit song, which had lingered for 6 years and still resonated. Adjusting his voice, he took the microphone and announced, this song is dedicated to everyone present and, of course, to my girlfriend. As he sang about the journey of youth, memories flooded the air, evoking nostalgia among the listeners. Even the instructor found himself reminiscing about his own youthful days. As the song unfolded, the crowd gradually inched closer. Captivated by the melody, many even pulled out their phones to record the moment. As he finished the final line, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, the sound reverberating through the night. Su Yi's classmates were left in awe. Wow, that was incredible. Oh no, I'm feeling emotional. I think I've fallen in love for the first time. What do I do? Su Yi ignored their banter and walked over to Su Yushuang, his eyes sparkling. My girlfriend, did you enjoy the song? Su Yushuang nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Su Yi chuckled, as long as you like it. I'll sing it for you anytime. Filled with happiness, Su Yushuang could no longer contain her feelings and, disregarding the onlookers, kissed him. This kiss was for love. In the midst of astonished gasps, Su Yushuang regained her composure, her face aflame with embarrassment as she buried her head in Su Yi's embrace, her cheeks burning. Su Yi, addressing the teasing crowd, said, ahem, classmates, my girlfriend is a bit shy. Perhaps we should take our leave. After showing off your affection, you think you can escape? Brothers, let us get him. Someone yelled from the back. Eyes lit up at the idea, and Su Yi quickly grasped Su Yushuang's hand, urging her, let us run. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on the playground. 2 people sprinting ahead, a throng behind them, shouting, don't let them get caught. Otherwise, they face dire consequences. After a considerable distance, Su Yi led Su Yushuang to a secluded spot. Breathless, he remarked, those people are brutal. They truly want to beat me up. Su Yushuang stifled a laugh. Having never seen him so flustered before, she found it endearingly cute. Noticing her amusement, Su Yi playfully pinched her cheek, teasing, "How can you laugh? If not for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament." Su Yushuang planted a quick kiss on his cheek, blinking innocently. "I was wrong. I wouldn't kiss you in front of so many people again. Tonight was just too moving." Rubbing his cheek, Su Yi asked, "Do you still like that song?" Su Yushuang nodded enthusiastically. "How could I not love it? It's beyond wonderful." She had no idea Su Yi could sing so beautifully. He truly was remarkable. "Are you hungry?" Su Yi glanced at his phone, realizing it was still early. After all that excitement, he felt a pang of hunger. "I'm a bit hungry," Su Yushuang admitted. "Let's go eat something," Su Yi suggested, pinching her cheek playfully. The two exited the school and headed to the snack street across the street. Shuang, what do you want to eat?" Su Yi inquired. "I'm fine with anything. I usually don't eat much at night to maintain my figure," Su Yushuang replied. "Then let us go for barbecue," Su Yi decided. Su Yushuang pouted, suspecting Su Yi was deliberately tempting her with barbecue, knowing she was trying to diet. When the food and beer arrived, Su Yi picked up a lamb skewer, grinning. Shuang, aren't you going to eat?" Su Yushuang hesitated, torn between maintaining her figure and the tantalizing aroma of the lamb skewer. "It's so tempting," she sighed. Su Yi inched the skewer closer. "Here, let me feed you." Reluctantly, she took a bite. Knowing it was a temptation, she couldn't resist. "Sigh, I'm going to gain weight tonight," she lamented, her expression tinged with melancholy. Su Yi took a bite and remarked, "Look at your slender arms and legs. You're not gaining weight at all. Eat more so I can hold you comfortably." Su Yushuang huffed, "I get it. Do you prefer a girl like that one from earlier, plump and curvy?" At that moment, Su Yi lost his appetite for the barbecue. He had never said such a thing. It was purely her imagination. "By the way, Shuang, she inquired, her gaze fixed on him. "How do you know that girl?" "You mean Xin?" Su Yi sighed, recounting the whole story of their acquaintance. Su Yushuang's jaw dropped. She never expected such a melodramatic twist. It was almost a version of her own story. No, I can sense a serious threat," she thought, her sixth sense as a woman alerting her that Xin was clearly interested in Su Yi. She understood the emotional turmoil of someone feeling rescued from despair all too well. From this day forward, she would remain vigilant, leaving no opportunity for her rival. Su Yi observed her vigilant gaze and chuckled softly. "Are you concerned that someone might whisk me away?" Su Yushuang nodded seriously. "Indeed, that is precisely my thought." Su Yi opened a bottle of beer, shaking his head at her unfounded worries. "Yushuang, I also wish to partake," she said, her eyes fixated on the beer in his hand, licking her lips. Su Yi promptly shielded the bottle, adopting a grave tone. "Minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol." Su Yushuang pouted in discontent, retorting, "I am well past the age of 18. I am an adult." Su Yi maintained a stance that still does not permit it. Su Yushuang grasped his arm, shaking it playfully, and pleaded, "Oh, come on, Su, you just let me have a tiny sip, please, just a little." Su Yi, though skeptical, relented, pouring her a small half-glass of beer. Upon surveying the meager amount, Su Yushuang complained, "This is too little, pour me some more." Su Yi cast her a sidelong glance, recalling her earlier insistence on moderation. Su Yushuang looked to the heavens, feigning innocence. "I never said that, it wasn't me." Amused by her antics, Su Yi laughed. "Yushuang, can you not be reasonable?" With hands on her hips, Su Yushuang confidently declared, "I am here to court you, not to engage in rational discourse." With that, she downed a half-glass of beer in one go, leaving Su Yi momentarily speechless, coughing from the rapid consumption. Su Yushuang's face flushed. "Su Yi, this beer is quite dreadful." "Drink slowly," Su Yi advised, furrowing his brow. "Yushuang, have you never had alcohol before?" She blinked innocently. "I had a small sip during the New Year, but that's about it." As she reached for the bottle again, Su Yi interjected, "Hey, what are you doing?" Startled, Su Yushuang withdrew her hand, gazing up at him with puppy eyes. "Just half a glass more, please, Su Yi," with an air of resignation. Su Yi poured her another half-glass, warning, "This is the last one. Any more, and you will be inebriated." Su Yushuang teased, "You wouldn't take advantage of me while I'm drunk, would you?" Su Yi lightly tapped her forehead, bemused by her whimsical thoughts. As they dined and conversed, Su Yushuang, having finished her beer, began to feel slightly tipsy. Su Yi, she exclaimed, tapping his arm. "Hey, Su Yi, when did you learn to clone yourself? I see 3 of you." Watching her ramble, Su Yi shook his head, bemused by her insistence on drinking despite her poor tolerance. "Su Yi, please don't leave me. I promise to be good." Su Yushuang sat dazed, mumbling to herself. Chapter 69. Su Yushuang drunk. Su Yi's expression softened. "Do not worry, I will not abandon you." Su Yushuang nodded dazedly, then suddenly hugged him tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. "No, I must see you every moment. You are mine, and only mine." Su Yi gently replied, "Yushuang, you are intoxicated. Let me take you back to school." Tilting her head, she seemed to ponder, "What is school, and where is it?" Su Yi, how about we go to a hotel? She suggested, belching slightly, her gaze unfocused. It seems you're truly drunk, Su Yi remarked. He would certainly not acquiesce. In her current state, he feared he might act inappropriately. Even if she were willing, it would be questionable given her intoxication. Be good. Let us return to school. Su Yushuang tilted her head thoughtfully, then pouted. Then carry me back. I can't walk. Observing her rosy complexion, Su Yi chuckled. Yushuang, I ought to capture this moment. You should see how you look tomorrow. Su Yushuang murmured something unintelligible, likely expressing her reluctance to be without him. Careful now. Su Yi assisted her to her feet, allowing her to lean against him. Boss, we're ready to settle the bill. Ah, young man, is your girlfriend intoxicated? Would you like me to call a cab? The proprietor's expression was laced with intrigue as he glanced at the beautiful Su Yushuang. Su Yi calmly shook his head. No need. After settling the bill, Su Yi gently supported the inebriated Su Yushuang as they strolled back to Zhejiang University, which was conveniently located across from the food street. However, their appearance drew curious glances from passers-by. Su Yi, holding the tipsy Su Yushuang, chuckled. Look at you, the epitome of a drunken reveler. Are you not embarrassed? Seemingly understanding, Su Yushuang tilted her head. Su Yi, am I embarrassing you? Apologies, then. Let me kiss you as compensation, shall I? Su Yi turned his head away. I do not converse with intoxicated individuals. Su Yushuang bit her lip, her gaze fixed on him, and, seizing the moment, she stood on tiptoe and pecked him. Since you've been kissed by a drunkard, you are now a drunkard too? We don't judge each other, do we? Her expression was one of triumph, feeling clever. Su Yi smiled, bemused by her logic. Despite her lack of reason in her inebriated state, he found her rather endearing. As they reached the dormitory building, he realized he had no way to contact her roommates, leaving him somewhat flustered. Reluctantly, he decided to use Su Yushuang's phone. Yushuang, hand me your phone, he requested. Su Yushuang stared at him blankly, then clumsily retrieved her phone, offering it to him with sparkling eyes. Su Yi, do you want to see my chat history? Feel free to look. I have nothing to hide. I assure you, there are no other boys in my contacts. Su Yi gently flicked her nose, uninterested in her messages. And he trusted her. He found Li Mingming's number and dialed. Hello, Su Yushuang. What is up? It's me, Su Yi. Su Yushuang is drunk. I'm downstairs at your dormitory. Could you please come down and help her back? I can't enter the female dormitory. Li Mingming paused for a moment. Okay, I'll be right down. 2 minutes later, Li Mingming and another roommate appeared before them. Su exchanged brief pleasantries and handed Su Yushuang over to them. Thank you for taking care of her. Please give her some warm water when you get upstairs, or she'll have a headache tomorrow. Watching them ascend the stairs, he finally felt at ease to leave. As Li Mingming assisted Su Yushuang upstairs, the other roommate frowned upon seeing Su Yushuang's inebriated state. How could she drink to this extent? Her boyfriend should have kept better watch. Su Yushuang protested. I'm not drunk. I only had a single beer. How could I possibly be intoxicated? Li Mingming's lips twitched. Goodness, it appears she's just a lightweight. She's not even drunk. Just a step away from making a scene. They were entirely unaware of Su Yushuang's poor tolerance for alcohol. All right, let's get you to bed, shall we? Li Mingming coaxed her as if she were a child, finally managing to get Su Yushuang to lie down. However, Su Yushuang continued to murmur, Su Yi, you are so handsome. I adore you. Su Yi, don't leave. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. The other three exchanged exasperated glances, realizing that her infatuation was evident. Suddenly, Li Mingming, with a mischievous grin, raised her phone and began recording Su Yushuang. The other two roommates looked on in confusion, uncertain of her intentions. Li Mingming cheerfully declared, I want to show Su Yushuang how she looks when drunk. It will surely be entertaining. The two roommates were utterly shocked, their expressions gradually morphing into something grotesque. Ha, this is simply delightful. On Su Yi's side, upon returning to the dormitory, he found 3 individuals seated in a circle around the table, engrossed in a game of dodiju. Zhao Lei was the most unfortunate, his face plastered with sticky notes, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. As Su Yi entered, the trio tossed their cards aside, and Zhao Lei hastily swiped at his face, removing the notes. Su Yi, where the hell did you run off to? It's a bonfire party, you absolute dog. Su Yi shot him an exasperated glance, as if you aren't the one being a dog. Don't think I don't know it was you who urged me to sing. And you, the one who kept inciting me to get punched, was also you. Clearing his throat, Zhao Lei wore a sheepish expression, awkwardly touching his nose. He thought his actions had been discreet. How could Su Yi have found out? Zhao Lei stubbornly defended himself. Wasn't I just giving you an opportunity? Otherwise, we would never have known how well you could sing. Just average, third in the world. Su Yi replied modestly, though his expression was anything but humble. I can't deal with him anymore. Brothers, should we give him a beating? Zhao Lei began to incite Shui, Kai, and Qian Fei. However, both Qian Fei and Shui Kai merely rolled their eyes at him. Zhao Lei felt aggrieved. He was clearly the second in command, so why was his standing so low? Su Yi, uninterested in engaging with this dramatist, flopped onto his bed and fell asleep. He was utterly exhausted from the day's events and had no time to waste on Zhao Lei's antics. He would deal with him tomorrow. In the grand scheme of things, nothing surpassed the importance of sleep. Chapter 70. Your Su Yi is famous now. I'm a mug, my head hurts. At 8 in the morning, Su Yushuang opened her eyes, her head feeling significantly better, yet still somewhat foggy. She closed her eyes again, gradually regaining her senses, though her mind remained a bit muddled. Sitting dazedly on her bed, she attempted to recall the events of the previous night. It seemed she had gotten quite drunk. Furthermore, she had been drinking with Su Yi. She distinctly remembered being with him. Did her boyfriend perhaps escort her back? At that moment, her roommate Wang Ting poked her head from the upper bunk, laughing, Shuang, you've finally woken up. I thought you were going to sleep until noon. Su Yushuang felt a twinge of embarrassment and cautiously inquired, did I get drunk last night? Wang Ting looked at her with a teasing smile. Not at all. You were the one shouting that you weren't drunk and wanted to go find your boyfriend. Ming, and I almost couldn't hold you back. Su Yushuang touched her flushed cheeks, feeling mortified. How embarrassing. Not only had she gotten drunk, but she had also acted foolishly. Oh, Su Yushuang, you've really made a fool of yourself. It shouldn't have been that bad, Su Yushuang murmured, her own uncertainty evident. Wang Ting anticipated her response and promptly produced a pre-prepared video, placing it in front of Su Yushuang. Please watch the VCR. Su Yushuang's expression stiffened. How could there be a video? Reluctantly, she steeled herself and pressed play. Little E, I want to cuddle with you while I sleep. The very first line sent Su Yushuang into a spiral of despair, and she flipped her phone over, fighting the urge to hurl it against the wall. Her heart raced, as if a little deer were pounding against her chest. Her cheeks turned crimson, even her ears flushed with embarrassment. Did she really say those words? How utterly shameful. Shuang, don't be shy. Last night, you were anything but timid. You were incredibly bold. Wang Ting teased. Su Yushuang bit her lip, slowly picked up her phone, and resumed watching the video, determined to face whatever came next. Little E, I want a hug. I love you, Little E. Listening to the words echoing from the recording, Su Yushuang felt lightheaded, acknowledging that she had indeed spoken far too loudly. How could she have uttered such things? She lacked the courage to continue watching. Who else knows? Su Yushuang swallowed hard, speaking hesitantly. Wang Ting pondered for a moment. It should just be the four of us in the dorm. Ming wanted to share it with Su Yi, but alas, she didn't have her boyfriend's contact information. So she reluctantly gave up. No, he must see it. Su Yushuang exclaimed, springing up like a startled rabbit. Shuang. You wouldn't want Su Yi to hear those words, would you? Wang Ting raised her eyebrows, her expression suggestive. As long as you don't spill it, I'll treat you to a feast, Su Yushuang decisively proclaimed, hoping to silence them with food. Otherwise, if these words reached Su Yi, he would undoubtedly think her a shameless flirt, and her carefully crafted image would be shattered. Deal. Wang Ting readily agreed, initially intending to tease Su Yushuang. But now she could enjoy a free meal. After all, she had no qualms about spending Su Yushuang's money, having driven a luxury car to school since day one, making her wealth well known throughout their major. By the way, where's Ming? Su Yushuang changed the subject. Oh, Wang Ting thought for a moment. She left early this morning for some event, saying she wouldn't be back until noon. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and Li Ming dashed in, her face brimming with excitement. Shuang, your Su Yi is famous now. The three occupants of the dorm, including Su Yushuang, were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Li Ming's words. Su Yi is famous? Su Yushuang's expression stiffened. Ming, what do you mean? What happened to my boyfriend? Li Ming rushed to her side, thrusting her phone into Su Yushuang's hands. Didn't your Su Yi sing a song last night? Someone recorded it and uploaded it to the Tianyao forum. It's now the hottest post on the site. What? Let me see. Su Yushuang leapt from her bed, forgetting to put on her socks. Wang Ting and the other roommate gathered around, clearly intrigued. The post featured a side profile of Su Yi, though the image was blurry. It was evident that he was quite handsome. Wow, what a divine voice. I'm in love. This boy is so charming. He has exactly my type. What is the name of this song? Have you heard it before? Haven't heard it. It must be an original composition. So talented. I adore him. I'm losing it. Who has the boy's contact information? I'll pay. Wah. If he sees my message, he should come at me. My plumbing is a bit blocked. And I need help. Upstairs. You better be talking about plumbing. Wow. Is he from Zhejiang University? My goodness. As Su Yushuang read through the flood of comments, she felt utterly overwhelmed. Her heart swelled with both pride and anxiety. prideful that Su Yi was so exceptional, indicating she had made a wise choice in her boyfriend. Yet anxious, knowing that with his newfound fame, her competition would intensify, and she would have to assume the responsibilities of a girlfriend. Wang Ting was equally astounded. Wow. The views are over 1 million. The comments section is completely overrun. This is unreal. Su Yushuang lifted her chin, filled with pride. Li Mingming tapped her forehead. Aren't you worried? You should declare your claim before someone else swoops in. Su Yushuang gasped, realizing her oversight. Hastily, she registered for a forum account and typed out a message with lightning speed. Su, he is my boyfriend. You are all forbidden from pursuing him. However, being one of the most recent comments, it was quickly buried beneath a tide of responses. Great, no one even noticed. The only reply was, who do you think you are? I'm saying he is mine. Su Yushuang hung her head in frustration, hating her own uselessness. Ding ding ding. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she perked up instantly and answered the call. Hello, little E. Has Su E sobered up? His head should be feeling better now, right? Su Yushuang replied gloomily. It's all right. My head isn't too painful. On the other end of the phone, Su E chuckled softly. I brought you breakfast. Chapter 71. I am a very traditional girl. All right. Su Yushuang hung up the phone. Her heart light as she hurried downstairs to find Su E. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted Su E waiting for her and immediately jogged to his side. Su E smiled as he offered her the breakfast. Su Yushuang accepted the meal and took a hearty bite of the bun, her words slightly muffled as she exclaimed. Xiao E, why do you bring me breakfast every morning? Su E scratched his head, a hint of confusion in his voice as he asked, don't you like it? No, I love it, she replied. I just think it's too much work for you. You hardly have time to sleep in every morning. Su Yushuang's eyes sparkled as she grinned. Su E affectionately ruffled her hair, his gaze filled with tenderness. Xiao E. Su Yushuang took a small sip of porridge and inquired, why do you think so many people like you? Su E, taken aback, replied, what do you mean? Su Yushuang, slightly envious, said, you're all over the forums now. So many people are calling you husband and saying they want to marry you and have your children. She handed her phone to Su E. As he opened the comments, his face lit up with amusement. It seems I have a hidden talent for stardom. Su Yushuang, feigning annoyance, remarked, these women online are utterly shameless. You're clearly my boyfriend. Su E playfully tousled her hair, urging her not to take it to heart. After finishing breakfast, they returned to the grueling routine of military training. When the assembly call sounded, Su Yushuang reluctantly parted ways with Su E, who rejoined his squad. Once in formation, Zhao Lei nudged him with his elbow. Su E, you become a celebrity. How impressive. So many views and likes. The comment section is overflowing. Su E responded nonchalantly. It's nothing significant. It doesn't matter much to me. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Zhao Lei whispered. You could take on advertisements and make money. Aren't you wasting a golden opportunity? Su E raised an eyebrow at the suggestion of taking on advertisements. How had he not considered that? Zhao Lei was indeed clever. Hey, Lei, am I really that popular right now? Zhao Lei rolled his eyes, of course. You have no idea how many people are waiting for you to register on the Tianyao forum. Su E stroked his chin. Can you help me register one when we get back to the dorm? Zhao Lei, brimming with confidence, exclaimed, leave it to me. I'll handle it perfectly. Realizing his voice had risen a bit too much, he noticed everyone's eyes on him. Zhao Lei glanced at Su E, who stood with a serious expression, making it hard to believe he had just been chatting. The instructor, with a sardonic smile, addressed him. Did you just say you wanted to try doing 200 push-ups? Zhao Lei was dumbfounded. I never said that. Instructor, I didn't say anything. But didn't you just say you would take care of it? The instructor replied. Zhao Lei felt trapped. He had not meant that, but now he couldn't explain. So, you were whispering to someone? That adds another 100. The instructor chuckled. No. Zhao Lei protested. 400. If you speak again, I'll add more. I don't believe we can't reach 1,000. The instructor laughed heartily. Fine. I'll do it. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth and reluctantly began his push-ups. By the time he tearfully completed 200, his limbs were twitching uncontrollably. Instructor, just in my misery, I can't do any more. The instructor looked at Zhao Lei's round figure and conceded. 400 is indeed too much for you. Someone, help him back to the dorm. Su E and 2 others immediately stepped forward, claiming to be Zhao Lei's roommates, and after receiving approval, they assisted him back to the dormitory. Once there, they unceremoniously dropped Zhao Lei onto his bed. Lei Ge, you really need to lose some weight, Qian Fei complained. Zhao Lei weakly pointed at Su E. Damn you, it's all your fault. I did 200 push-ups. You owe me a decent meal. Su E sheepishly scratched his nose. All right, once you can stand again, I'll treat you to a feast. Chui Kai handed Zhao Lei a cup of hot water. You should rest now. Even talking seems exhausting. Xiao-san, hurry, let us register for the Tianyao forum account. Su E couldn't suppress a smile. Despite his condition, Zhao Lei remained undeterred. No rush. Just relax. I'm genuinely worried you might faint, Su Yi teased. Zhao Lei pondered this and decided to lie back and rest. Half an hour later, he sprung up with renewed energy, laughing heartily. Haha, brother's eye, Zhao handed him back, seeing the three of them stare at him with bewildered expressions. Zhao Lei awkwardly touched his nose. Come on, Xiao-san, let us get that account registered. The atmosphere felt a bit awkward, so Zhao Lei shifted the topic. After some effort, Su Yi's forum account was finally registered. Su Yi commented beneath his post, "Thank you all for your affection, but I already have a girlfriend. So please refrain from any advances." Initially, people thought someone was impersonating him, but upon checking, they saw the school certification and the comments exploded. Oh my, the real deal is here, everyone step aside. Brother, I'm begging for the original version of that song. Su Yi, hello, I'm a very traditional girl. If you don't mind, I could be your little one. The three friends stared wide-eyed. Now that's what we call traditional. But isn't that a bit too traditional? They wondered how such a traditional girl had eluded them. Su Yi couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Upstairs. You remind me of an old acquaintance. Su Yi, your singing is phenomenal. Hurry and switch careers to become a star. I'll be your fan. Su Yi surveyed the chaotic replies, his mouth twitching in disbelief. The internet was truly terrifying. Suddenly, another comment caught his eye. Su Yi, would you be interested in joining our company? We see great potential in you. The comment section erupted even further. Oh my god, is that Sister Nan from Xingyu Company? Who is Sister Nan? You don't know? She is the most renowned talent scout from Xingyu Company, and countless stars have emerged under her guidance. Su Yi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated attracting the attention of such a prominent company. Clearly, he had underestimated the influence of that song. Upon clicking on her profile, he noticed the Xingyu Company certification, suggesting it was indeed legitimate. Sister Nan, thank you for your kind words, but I prefer to focus on my studies for now. I'll have to decline your invitation for the time being. With that, Su Yi exited the forum. No longer wishing to see the chaotic comments, he had registered the account for a different purpose altogether. At the Xingyu Company in the center of Hang City, a mature woman in her late 20s sat in her office chair, reading Su Yi's reply with a faint smile. Su Yi, interesting indeed. Chapter 72. Tung Dachun Regrets. Thanks to the instructor's leniency, Su Yi and his three companions spent the entire morning lounging in their dormitory. The afternoon brought another round of tedious military training, monotonous and tiresome, prompting numerous complaints. Finally, after enduring the day's training, the four of them hurried back to their dorm. Xiao-san, are you ready yet? I'm about to starve, Zhao Lei urged, now dressed in fresh clothes, his face a grimace of hunger. Su Yi sighed. You can't expect me to head out in my training uniform, can you? Zhao Lei settled onto the bed, musing that, after all, it was Su Yi who was treating them to a lavish feast, so he might as well await the occasion. Before long, Su Yi and the others donned their attire, and the four of them departed together. Su Yi took a moment to send a message to Su Yushuang, informing her that he would not be having dinner with her that evening, claiming it was a dormitory gathering. Understanding and considerate, Su Yushuang readily acquiesced, even though her heart longed for every moment spent with Su Yi. Yet, she recognized that couples must allow for a modicum of personal space. Otherwise, it could become stifling. As she contemplated their outing, Su Yushuang bit her lip and typed, "Boyfriend, will you be needing my car?" Su Yi, upon reading the message, smiled slightly. "No need. I'll be taking a cab with them." After putting his phone away, a tinge of melancholy washed over Su Yi as he pondered the necessity of purchasing a vehicle for himself. The BMW 3 Series he previously owned was left at home for his father, leaving him reliant on the Land Rover Su Yushuang had acquired. Although Su Yushuang harbored no complaints, he felt it prudent to acquire his own car, especially since she occasionally needed it as well. He couldn't monopolize it indefinitely. Moreover, as a company executive, it would be unbecoming to rely on taxis for every trip to the office. Lao-san, what are you dawdling for? Let us go. Chui Kai approached, throwing an arm around Su Yi's shoulders. Su Yi chuckled. Then let us be off. Lei Zi has been lamenting his hunger for ages. He is practically the pet of our dormitory. We can't let him starve. Upon exiting the campus gates, Su Yi hailed a cab and headed towards the pre-reserved restaurant. As they settled down at the dining establishment, a sleek black Porsche Cayenne pulled up at the entrance of Zhejiang University, instantly capturing the attention of many passersby. In this era, those who could afford such a luxury vehicle were undoubtedly remarkable individuals. The car door swung open, revealing a woman in her late 20s, with cascading waves of hair and a statuesque figure. Most striking was her attire, a sky-blue Japanese top paired with form-fitting pencil pants that accentuated her alluring curves and long legs. After her descent, a young girl with freckles emerged from the driver's seat. "Sister Nan, shall we head inside?" the girl inquired. The woman nodded. Xiao Xin, prepare the materials. We aim to secure Su Yi for our company. Xiao Xin patted her briefcase, assuring, don't worry, everything is ready. With that, the duo introduced themselves and entered the university grounds. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the principal's office. The assistant hesitated. Sister Nan, do you really think we can accomplish our task without bringing anything? Sister Nan shook her head dismissively. Principal Tung is an old acquaintance of my father's. There's no need for excessive formalities, as I would only jeopardize our rapport. Besides, given Principal Tung's esteemed position, it would be inappropriate for us to enter his office laden with gifts. Xiao Xin nodded, though somewhat perplexed. She trusted Sister Nan's judgment implicitly. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Xin stepped forward and tapped on the door. Come in. Sister Nan adjusted her attire, forced a smile, and entered. Tung Dachun looked up, a welcoming smile gracing his face. Xiao Nan, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Sister Nan replied, Uncle Tung. I haven't visited in a while and found myself missing you. Tung Dachun chuckled heartily. Come, take a seat. Sister Nan made herself comfortable on the sofa. Xiao Nan, how is your father's health lately? Is he still as robust? Sister Nan smiled. Father is quite well and often mentions you. He is hoping to invite you over for a drink soon. Tung Dachun laughed boisterously. Xiao Nan, let us dispense with the pleasantries. You're here because you need something from me, aren't you? Sister Nan, undeterred by the revelation, nodded calmly. Given Tung Dachun's connection to her father, she felt confident that her request would be favorably received. Uncle Tung, since we're being candid, I am indeed here to ask for your assistance. Tung Dachun paused his work. Go on. Sister Nan continued. I wish to recruit a certain individual whom I believe possesses the potential to become a star, and I would like to sign him under my company. Tung Dachun took a sip of tea. Xiao Nan, you are becoming increasingly audacious, even attempting to poach talent from right under your uncle's nose. Sister Nan smiled broadly, remaining silent as she awaited his response. I cannot make decisions on behalf of the students. Whether he can sign with you depends on your capabilities, Tung Dachun replied. Sister Nan beamed. Rest assured, Uncle Tung, if you give the nod, I am confident I can secure him, and I promise he will not drop out. We will merely provide him with periodic training. Tung Dachun nodded in approval, recognizing Sister Nan's competence. Could you provide me with the student's contact information, so I may reach out to him? Tung Dachun asked, momentarily taken aback. Certainly. What is the name of this student? Su Yi. Tung Dachun nearly choked on his drink, exclaiming, Xiao Nan, what did you say this student's name is? Sister Nan, slightly confused by his reaction, clarified, the student is named Su Yi. He just enrolled this year. Uncle Tung, do you know him? Sister Nan inquired. Tung Dachun nodded, clearly troubled. This Su Yi is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. I met him at the freshman welcome party, and he left a lasting impression. Sister Nan gasped in astonishment. Top scorer? Surely you jest. Tung Dachun, now in a quandary, had initially assumed he was dealing with an ordinary student and thought it would be a simple favor to sign him over to the talent agency. Little did he realize Su Yi was the top scorer. The implications of such a transfer loomed large in his mind. He could already envision the derision he would face from his old friends upon learning of this twist. However, having already voiced his intent, he found himself unable to retract his words without appearing untrustworthy. All he could do was hope Su Yi would decline the offer. Xiao Nan, please proceed to Director Zhao's office. He was the one who recruited Su Yi and has all his detailed information. In that case, I won't detain you any longer. Uncle, Sister Nan said, rising with a cheerful demeanor. Tung Dachun sighed. All right, off you go. Once outside the principal's office, Sister Nan squinted in thought, realizing the top scorer would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Tung Dachun sat in his office, feeling a sense of dread. He had really stepped into a quagmire this time. Chapter 73. Little girl, are you willing to come with me? Sister Nan and Xiao Xin inquired about the whereabouts of Zhao Huguang and soon found their way to his office. After knocking and receiving a response, they entered. As soon as they stepped inside, Zhao Huguang greeted them with a smile. You're here for Su Yi's contact information, aren't you? Principal Tung has already mentioned it to me. I'll get his number for you. Thank you. I appreciate your help, Sister Nan replied with a faint nod. After acquiring the information, they exchanged a few polite words with Zhao Huguang before departing. Once outside the office, Xiao Xin asked, Sister Nan, should we contact him now? As she spoke, she picked up her phone, ready to dial. Sister Nan glanced at her. I'll call him personally. This time, I must secure him. With that, Sister Nan dialed Su Yi's number. Meanwhile, Su Yi was engaged in conversation with Zhao Lei and the others, listening to Cui Kai and Qian Fei recount their romantic escapades. Zhao Lei attempted to share his own experiences several times, only to be met with their relentless rejections. Cui Kai chuckled. Lazy, you who have never been in a relationship, just listen to us. There is no need for you to share your so-called experiences. Qian Fei chimed in, exactly. Brother Lei, while I sympathize with you, your experiences are all failures. It's better to just hear our stories. Zhao Lei retorted, alas. This is quite the indignity, merely because he has never been in a relationship, is it? He vowed that within the 4 years of university, he would certainly find a partner. Otherwise, he, Zhao Lei, would refuse to be human. Dingling. Su Yi's phone rang, interrupting the conversation among the group. Upon glancing at his phone, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Furrowing his brow, he suspected it might be a telemarketing call, yet he still answered. Hello, is this Su Yi? Came the voice on the other end. Yes, this is I. May I ask who is calling? Hello, Su Yi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Nan, the owner of Xingyu Company. Su Yi raised an eyebrow in recognition. Ah, I recall you. You responded to my message on the forum this morning. You aren't contemplating recruiting me for Xingyu, are you? The voice chuckled warmly. Indeed, I believe you possess immense potential to become a star and have a remarkable singing talent. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our company, where we can nurture your abilities. Who knows, you might just become the next king of pop. What do you think? The king of pop? Am I truly that exceptional? I wasn't aware. Su Yi silently scoffed. He gently tapped his fingers on the table and replied, Let me consider it. I will get back to you once I have made my decision. Very well, Jiang Nan said with a smile. Take your time to ponder it over. It's getting late, so perhaps we could arrange a meeting tomorrow to discuss further? Sure, I will reach out then. With that, Su Yi hung up, and Jiang Nan remained unfazed, her demeanor still cheerful. Jiang Nan, Su Yi is rather arrogant, isn't he? You personally invited him, and yet he wishes to deliberate, remarked Assistant Xiao Exen, visibly upset. Jiang Nan dismissed the concern nonchalantly. It is only natural for talented individuals to possess a bit of pride. Every artist under my management has their own quirks. Assistant Xiao Xin fell silent, nodding reluctantly. Besides, he didn't outright reject the offer, did he? To my mind, his indecision signifies that we are halfway to success. Why should I be upset? Hey, third brother. Who is on the line? Don't tell me it's your girlfriend, Zhao Lei quipped. Su Yi cast a disinterested glance at Zhao Lei and shook his head. It's someone from Xingyu Company seeking to sign me. Zhao Lei exclaimed, What? You should agree at once. Why hesitate? There's no rush. I have my own plans. Su Yi replied. Zhao Lei ceased his inquiries, understanding that such decisions were for Su Yi to make, and he need not fret over it. After their meal, when Qian Fei suggested a trip to KTV, Su Yi excused himself, stating he had matters to attend to, leaving the other three to enjoy their evening. Once back at school, Su Yi messaged Su Yushuang. Shuang, I am waiting for you downstairs. Seeing the message, Su Yushuang replied, Okay, I'll be right down. After sending her response, she quickly donned her shoes and excitedly made her way to meet Su Yi. Upon arriving at the base of Su Yushuang's dormitory, Su Yi noticed a multitude of couples gathered, the scene a vivid tableau of youthful affection. Goodness, there must be over 20 couples, all engaged in their own intimate exchanges. Just as Su Yushuang descended the stairs, she spotted Su Yi waiting not far off, a bouquet of flowers in hand. Boyfriend, I'm here, she exclaimed, waving her arms as she dashed towards him, leaping into his embrace. Su Yi chuckled, Careful, you might break me. Su Yushuang tilted her head back, a blush adorning her cheeks as she whispered in his ear, If I break you, I'll take care of you. Su Yi pinched her cheek playfully. Taking care of me could be quite expensive. Su Yushuang raised an eyebrow, cheerfully responding, Money is of little concern. My family is well off. If need be, my father can support us both. Far away, Su Hamming was in his office reviewing documents when he suddenly sneezed, pondering if perhaps his dear daughter was thinking of him. Su Yi, chuckling softly, presented the bouquet of roses to Su Yushuang. I ordered these just for you. Do you like them? With stars in her eyes, Su Yushuang accepted the flowers and planted a kiss on his cheek. Wow, Xiao Yi, I adore you. Su Yi playfully stroked his chin. That seems rather hasty. I feel you don't truly love me. I love you the most, the very most. Su Yushuang exclaimed, nearly breathless from her enthusiastic proclamation. Shall we take a stroll? Su Yi suggested. Su Yushuang flashed a sweet smile. Sure. I just finished dinner and feel a bit stuffed. It would be good to walk it off. Su Yi glanced at her. Isn't that convenient? Su Yushuang followed his gaze, eventually looking down. You, don't look at me like that. She stammered. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Su Yi feigned innocence. I haven't said anything. Do not misinterpret. With a pout, Su Yushuang declared. I've determined you're a bad person. Su Yi lifted her chin. Little girl, would you care to accompany your older brother? Chapter 74. Collaboration. Su Yushuang blinked. Brother, I'm unwilling to go with you. Su Yi wrapped his arm around her shoulders, grinning. That's not up to you. Today, I shall be the bully. He then took her hand, wearing a mischievous grin. Su Yushuang did not resist, her face alight with joy. Walking side by side, they unknowingly found themselves at the playground. In September, Hangzhou still held onto the warmth of summer, so even at night, many girls were dressed quite lightly. Long, fair legs were everywhere, and Su Yi's eyes wandered. Su Yushuang pursed her lips, a frown forming. Xiao Yi, are you intentionally here to gaze at pretty girls? Su Yi quickly averted his gaze, feigning seriousness. How could I? Am I that sort of person? Su Yushuang huffed, playfully pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Ouch. Su Yi grimaced. Are you trying to murder your husband? Murder you? Indeed. Su Yushuang shot him an exasperated glance, scoffing as she continued forward. Wait for me, Shuang. Su Yi called out, quickly catching up to her in a quieter area, taking her hand once more. Then, he pulled her close, swiftly pressing his lips against hers. Su Yushuang began, but as she met his clear gaze, all her thoughts evaporated in an instant. Slowly, she succumbed, her body softening, nearly leaning against him. As the kiss concluded, Su Yushuang suddenly remembered she was still upset with Su Yi. Why did she kiss him? Cursing herself inwardly for being so weak-willed, she realized that despite her anger, she could not resist the kiss. Su Yi chuckled softly. Are you still mad? Fuming, Su Yushuang opened her mouth to bite his wrist. The next day, Su Yi arose early, subsequently requesting a leave of absence from his counselor. Shaking off the remnants of sleep, Su Yi suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He glanced down to find clear bite marks, and felt a mix of resignation and amusement. Last night, Su Yushuang had unexpectedly taken a bite out of his wrist while he was distracted. The sensation was quite the sting. After biting him, Su Yushuang had regretted it. Clinging to Su Yi and expressing her guilt, her eyes red and on the verge of tears, Su Yi could only pat her head, reassuring her that he was fine. What would he do? She was his girlfriend, and he had no choice but to indulge her. Perhaps sensing the commotion, Zhao Lei rubbed his eyes and, still half asleep, queried, Third brother, why are you up so early? Su Yi smiled. I'm going to discuss a collaboration with Jiangnan. Zhao Lei instantly awoke. Have you made up your mind? Are you really going to become a star? Su Yi chuckled and shook his head. Not to be a star, but for other matters. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei instantly lost interest, turned over, and fell asleep, leaving behind a remark. Remember to close the door properly before you leave. Su Yi shook his head with a chuckle, gently shutting the door as he exited the dormitory. After leaving the campus, Su Yi hailed a taxi and, once seated, called Jiangnan. Hello, have you decided where to meet? Jiangnan inquired. Hello, Sister Nan. In 1 hour, there's a company named a Y Baba on Wenaixi Road. Let us meet there. Just mention my name upon arrival. Su Yi replied. All right, Jiangnan responded. Seeing Jiangnan's straightforwardness, Su Yi ended the call, realizing that unnecessary pleasantries were superfluous for a woman of her caliber. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at a Y Baba, arriving 30 minutes early as planned. Needing to organize some materials, upon entering the company, Su Yi sought out the department head to acquire the necessary documents, and then settled into the meeting room to await her arrival. After about 20 minutes, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. As the words left his lips, the door swung open, revealing Jiangnan, accompanied by her assistant, Xiao Pexen. Dressed in formal attire, Jiangnan exuded an impressive and commanding presence. Su Yi promptly rose to greet her, smiling. Sister Nan, it is a pleasure to see you. Jiangnan nodded, with a hint of surprise, realizing that this freshman was, in fact, the owner of the company. Su Yi was unfazed by her astonishment. He knew she must have researched a Wei Baba's background prior to their meeting. Given the recent equity transactions, it was not difficult for her to deduce that he was the one wielding actual power behind the scenes. Sister Nan, please have a seat, he invited, taking his place across from her. Jiangnan lightly tapped her fingers on the table, eyeing Su Yi with keen interest. Now that she was aware of Su Yi's ownership, inviting him into the company was no longer a possibility. However, as he wished to continue their discourse, she was intrigued to discover what he truly intended to discuss. Su Yi, what do you wish to achieve by calling me here? She asked directly, avoiding any unnecessary circumlocution. Su Yi met her gaze, his eyes earnest. I would like to discuss the collaboration between a Y Baba and Xinyu company. Jiangnan scrutinized him, smiling slightly. Oh, I'm quite curious to know what kind of collaboration you have in mind. Sister Nan, if memory serves me correctly, your initial purpose for coming here was to recruit me into your company. Am I right? Su Yi remarked. Jiangnan acknowledged this with a nod. Her original intent had indeed been to scout him out, but her perspective had shifted. Initially, she viewed Su Yi as a promising talent to mold into a star. However, as she learned more about him, his status as a top student and a company owner piqued her interest, revealing he was far more complex than he appeared. With a smile, Jiangnan prompted, Go ahead, How do you envision this collaboration? Su Yi took a deep breath and pushed a stack of documents towards her. Please take a look at our company's plans first, then consider whether you would be interested in collaborating with us. Jiang Nan's brow furrowed slightly as she opened the documents. At first, her attention waned, but gradually, she became engrossed in the content. Su Yi smiled inwardly, pleased to see that his strategy was on the right track. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Nan lifted her gaze and closed the folder. Su Yi, do you believe there is a chance for collaboration between our two companies? She inquired. After a moment of silence, she continued. I have a general understanding of your company's situation. To penetrate the market, substantial promotion is required, which happens to be our company's forte. However, I have a question. Why should our company collaborate with you? Jiang Nan's observation was astute. Xingyu Company was among the top entertainment firms in Hangzhou, even ranking nationally, and many companies sought their partnership. There was no compelling reason to choose a Baba over others. Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement of her point. Sister Nan, having reviewed our company profile, you should have gleaned some insights. In recent years, the internet has flourished and online shopping has become increasingly prevalent. The expansion of the online market is evident, and entertainment companies like yours are likely more attuned to these trends. While a Baba may not operate in the same industry, we ultimately depend on the internet for our livelihood. If our recent initiatives succeed, capturing a significant share of online sales will be quite achievable. Therefore, I believe our company has considerable growth potential. Jiang Nan frowned slightly. Even if your company has great prospects, what relevance does that have for us? Su Yi chuckled lightly. There's indeed a significant connection. Our company requires your assistance with advertising and celebrity endorsements. Jiang Nan contemplated his words. Su Yi's intent was straightforward. He aimed to leverage advertising to promote a Baba and elevate its visibility. Although a Baba had experienced rapid growth, Su Yi believed that accelerating the process was essential. Given the changing landscape, promotion was paramount, and advertising represented the most effective means. Relying on self-promotion proved to be a daunting task, time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly, hence Su Yi's inclination towards Xingyu Company. In hindsight, a certain platform had swiftly seized a considerable market share through extensive advertising and initial low pricing, establishing a competitive landscape. Su Yi's inspiration stemmed from this very example. While the methods may seem questionable, their efficacy was undeniable. Jiang Nan regarded Su Yi intently, her expression neutral. What you propose is indeed intriguing. However, our company is not a charitable organization. We can assist with advertising, but the costs are substantial. Does your company have sufficient funds? Jiang Nan's assertion was accurate. While securing endorsements from renowned celebrities was straightforward, the associated costs were astronomical, beyond the means of most. A Baba had just navigated the aftermath of the internet economic bubble, making it difficult to believe they could allocate enough funds for advertising. Su Yi replied with a smile. Indeed, funds are somewhat tight. How about this? I can offer you 5% of the company's shares, considering this as our contribution towards funding. What do you think? Jiang Nan hesitated, eventually asking, what is your company's current profitability? Su Yi paused, maintaining his composure as he replied, we are still in the nascent stages, managing to break even at this point. Jiang Nan fell silent, contemplating Su Yi's audacity. He sensed the discomfort of his statement, realizing how it might come across to others. As an outsider, or even an insider, one could perceive a Baba's potential, yet that potential was merely theoretical. It implied the company had yet to mature, signifying the ever-present risk of failure. After all, Su Yi was the only one reborn with knowledge of the future. Others were unaware of a Baba's trajectory. Even if a Baba evolved into a formidable entity, it remained a future possibility. Many would prioritize immediate benefits over potential promises. Offering shares to Xingyu Company could easily be interpreted as an attempt to get something for nothing. Sensing Jiang Nan's continued silence, Su Yi cleared his throat. Sister Nan, how about we negotiate further? Our company can provide an additional $3 million for advertising. Would that be acceptable? Su Yi had resolved that if this proposal was rejected, he would seek out other companies, as Hangzhou was home to more than just Xingyu Company, albeit with potentially lesser results. Jiang Nan contemplated the offer before stating, let me consider this and I will get back to you in a couple of days. Su Yi smiled and said, of course, I sincerely wish for a pleasant collaboration. Jiang Nan maintained a cold demeanor. She had yet to confirm the partnership. Sister Nan, I shall gift you the copyright to that song as a token of my appreciation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's expression softened considerably, and a hint of a smile appeared on her face. The song Su Yi had performed had recently stirred significant waves online, with numerous requests for its original version. Thus, there was profit to be gained. Observing Jiang Nan's demeanor lighten, Su Yi could not help but sigh inwardly. acknowledging her acumen as a young company owner who would not engage in endeavors devoid of benefit. Did Su Yi feel regret for bestowing the song's copyright upon Jiangnan? The answer was a resounding no. After all, the song was not of his own creation. He had merely discovered it among future hits. Now that we have concluded our discussion, I shall not impose further, Jiangnan remarked, rising from her seat. Su Yi stood as well, saying, "Allow me to see you off, Sister Nan." Jiangnan nodded, and the three of them proceeded downstairs together. It was only after Su Yi had seen Jiangnan enter her car that he felt at ease returning to the company. Li Zhe had been waiting in the conference room for quite some time. Upon Su Yi's entrance, his spirits lifted. "Mr. Su," Li Zhe greeted. Su Yi responded with a smile. "Mr. Li, please take a seat." Once seated, Li Zhe inquired, "Mr. Su, are we truly going to collaborate with Xingyi Company?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "Of course, at present, partnering with them is the most effective means of extricating ourselves from this predicament." Su Yi was left with no choice. Were financial resources ample, he would prefer to invest more capital rather than relinquish even 5% of shares. It is crucial to understand that in the future, Audiobook would emerge as a colossal entity, while it may appear that gaining 5% of shares is a loss for Xingyi Company. Only Su Yi comprehended the true profit they stood to make. "It's all my fault, Mr. Su," Li Zhe lamented. Su Yi smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Once we have weathered this challenging period, we shall undoubtedly succeed." Li Zhe nodded emphatically before exiting the conference room to attend to other matters. Su Yi indulged in the rare pleasure of lighting a cigarette. "Audiobook, may you soar to great heights." Chapter 76. An Unexpected Incident, Rescuing a Life. Su Yi departed from the company, not returning directly to school, but instead visiting a small food stall not far from campus. He greeted the owner warmly, ordering a basket of scallion pancakes and a bowl of wontons. Since Su Yi arrived in Hangzhou, he had developed an addiction to scallion pancakes, enjoying them almost every morning, be it from the school or off campus. During military training, he had finally discovered this delightful spot, which boasted excellent flavors. "Here you go, young man," the owner, a man in his 40s with a slightly portly build and a kind demeanor, said, exuding an aura of sincerity. "Your scallion pancakes are truly remarkable," Su Yi complimented. The man chuckled. "You don't sound like a local. Where are you from?" "Haha, I hail from Fin City, here for my studies at Zhejiang University," Su Yi replied. Upon receiving confirmation, the man beamed with joy. "My daughter studies at Zhejiang University as well. What is your major?" Su Yi smiled slightly. "I am studying computer science." The owner's face showed a hint of regret. "My daughter is in finance. Otherwise, you two could have met." Su Yi chuckled at the owner's amiable nature. The man wore a proud expression. "I've been in the scallion pancake business for over 20 years, since I was 20. Although I may not be successful myself, my daughter has excelled and gained admission to Zhejiang University. Once she graduates, I shall finally enjoy the fruits of my labor, though I lament the loss of this craft." Su Yi smiled, relishing the delicious combination of scallion pancakes and wontons. To say it would be a shame to close up shop would be an understatement. "Here is the payment," Su Yi said, placing the money on the counter. The man chuckled. "You needn't pay so much. Since you're a student at Zhejiang University, I'll give you a 10% discount." Su Yi graciously accepted the owner's kindness, unwilling to refuse. After his meal, he made his way to the school. Upon entering the campus, Su Yi, having taken a leave of absence, was not obligated to participate in military training, allowing him to wander freely around the campus. Though freshmen were engaged in military training, the campus was still bustling with activity, and before long, Su Yi found himself at the playground. As he strolled, he noticed an elderly man nearby, his hair and beard completely white, dressed in a gray tang suit, moving with surprising agility for his age. Su Yi merely glanced at him, but was about to avert his gaze when a football unexpectedly soared from the center of the lawn, striking the elderly man directly in the chest. The old man staggered backward and fell to the ground. Following his fall, the crowd erupted into chaos, many gathering to watch. Yet not a single individual offered assistance, fearing potential repercussions. Meanwhile, the culprit stood frozen in shock, unsure of how to react. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly dashed over, parting the crowd to reach the elderly man. The man was breathing heavily, his complexion pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, clutching his chest, unable to utter a word. Su Yi's heart raced. The symptoms were unmistakably indicative of a heart attack, something his mother had warned him about. Although a considerable crowd had assembled, many came merely to observe, yet no one took action to help. Such is human nature. People are often drawn to spectacle. In recent years, numerous elderly individuals have been exploited for money, leading to a pervasive indifference towards others' suffering. "I know CPR. I need a few people to assist me," Su Yi called out. The crowd fell silent, and several students stepped forward, heeding Su Yi's command. They first laid the elderly man flat on the ground and checked for his breath. Confirming he was still breathing, Su Yi sighed in relief. The presence of breath signified hope. He hurriedly unbuttoned the old man's shirt, preparing to perform CPR. However, upon noticing the dazed young man who had caused the incident still standing there, Su Yi's frustration flared. What are you waiting for? Call for an ambulance immediately. You will bear full responsibility for whatever happens to him. The young man finally snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving his phone to call for help. Su Yi took a deep breath, choosing to ignore the young man and instead focused intently on the elderly man before him. Despite the surrounding crowd urging him not to interfere, he resolved to try, not for any other reason than to ease his own conscience. He could not stand idly by while a life hung in the balance. His mother had always taught him the importance of kindness. Su Yi placed his hands on the center of the elderly man's chest, interlocking his fingers, his right thumb raised, and began compressions. He was immensely grateful that his mother, a doctor, had insisted he learn CPR, otherwise he would be helplessly anxious at this moment. Eventually, the elderly man's breathing began to stabilize, his cheeks regained color, and his condition improved. At this moment, the ambulance arrived, swiftly transporting the elderly man inside. Su Yi accompanied him. During the journey to the hospital, the medical staff conducted a thorough examination of the elderly man's condition, expressing surprise at the significant improvement. It is well known that many patients suffering sudden heart attacks do not survive long enough for medical assistance to arrive. Noticing the appreciative glances from the medical personnel, Su Yi smiled and remarked, "My mother is also a doctor, so I've learned a bit about first aid. I never expected to encounter such a situation. I only performed basic CPR. I hope it helped." The medical staff nodded. "Young man, you did well. Had it not been for your timely intervention, the elderly man may not have survived until we arrived." Su Yi touched his nose, feeling satisfied that he had done a good deed. The ambulance remained silent as it sped towards the hospital, where the elderly man was promptly wheeled into the operating room. Su Yi assisted the elderly gentleman in settling his hospital fees, as the man remained unconscious and his family could not be contacted. After a 2-hour wait, the doctor emerged from the operating room, indicating that the patient's condition had stabilized and that visitors were now permitted. Su Yi nodded, watching as the elderly man was wheeled into the ward. After a short interval, Su Yi pushed open the ward door and entered. Inside, the elderly gentleman had regained consciousness, and upon seeing Su Yi, he exclaimed with excitement, "Young man, thank you for saving my life." Su Yi smiled and replied, "You flatter me, grandfather. I merely performed a trivial act. The true gratitude belongs to the doctor for his miraculous skills." The old man laughed heartily. "Young man, you are far too modest." Su Yi chuckled softly and gently said, "Grandfather, since you're all right now, please rest. The doctor has already informed your family. I'm sure they will arrive shortly." As Su Yi prepared to leave, he was called back by the elderly man. "Young man, don't rush off just yet. Sit and chat with me for a while. Pity this old bone of mine. I have no one to converse with. It is truly lamentable." Su Yi felt a wave of unease. The old man's eloquence made it difficult for him to leave. Reluctantly, he returned to sit beside the bed. The elderly man surveyed him and smiled. "Young man, what is your name? I presume you're also a student from Zhejiang University?" Su Yi nodded with a smile. "Grandfather, my name is Su, a first-year student majoring in computer science." The old man's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Su Yi, is that you? The top scorer in the college entrance examination that Xiao Ting mentioned?" Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Tung? Could he be referring to Tung Da-chun?" Su Yi gasped. Anyone who could refer to Tung Da-chun as Xiao Tung undoubtedly had a significant background. "Grandfather, your connection with Principal Tung." Su Yi hesitated, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. The elderly man nonchalantly remarked, "Xiao Tung was once my student. He is doing quite well now, surpassing several of his senior peers." Su Yi nearly choked. The old man before him was indeed Tung Da-chun's teacher. How astounding. The elderly man continued, "Xiao Yi, may I call you that?" Su Yi nodded, not daring to disagree. The old man, evidently pleased, said, "Compared to the dead of life, any words of gratitude are but pale shadows. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues at school, feel free to seek my assistance. Though I'm nearing retirement, my influence still holds weight." Su Yi suppressed his excitement and nodded with a smile. Suddenly, the ward door swung open, and Chi Exen dashed in, tears streaming down her face. Su Yi froze in surprise. Why was she here again? The world felt overwhelmingly small. When Chi Xin caught sight of Su Yi, she too was momentarily stunned before rushing to her grandfather's bedside. With tear-streaked cheeks, she anxiously inquired, "Grandfather, how are you? Are you all right?" The elderly man gently patted her hand. "Don't worry, my dear granddaughter, I am fine." He then looked at Su Yushuang. This is my granddaughter Chi Xin, who is also in your computer science program. I wonder if you were in the same class. Chi Xin wiped her tears and, with a choked voice, said, Su Yi. Thank you for saving my grandfather. Su Yi scratched his head. Class monitor, it was merely a small act. The elderly man chuckled, a satisfied smile on his face. So you two are acquainted. That is splendid. I must find a proper way to express my gratitude. Chi Xin insisted firmly, her gaze unwavering. Su Yi smiled wryly, reflecting on the peculiarities of fate. First, he had saved her, and now her grandfather. If this were a novel, he would certainly fit the archetype of the male lead. Unfortunately, he held no interest in Chi Xin, as he was already devoted to his wonderful girlfriend. Ahem, the elderly man cleared his throat. In my eagerness to chat with Xiao Yi, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Chien, currently the Dean of the School of Electronic Information Engineering, and also Chi Xin's grandfather. Su Yi's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Chien, the esteemed figure in the realm of computer science, an expert in electronic computing, dedicated to the development of electronic devices and computers, and a prominent leader in the field nationally. Chien smiled warmly at Su Yi, thinking that the young man was likely awestruck by his presence. Ah, it is all just a title. There is no need to pay it mind. Chien waved dismissively, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. Su Yi's demeanor grew increasingly respectful towards Dean Chi. Chien's expression turned serious, revealing a hint of irritation. Just call me Grandpa Chi. No need for such formality. Grandpa Chi. Su Yi obediently complied, a subtle smile gracing his face. Chien nodded in approval, saying, Xiao Yi, it seems you and Chi Xin are quite familiar. Su Yi chuckled. Chi Xin is our class monitor. Chien's eyes brightened with understanding. It made sense why Chi Xin had appeared somewhat flustered upon entering. Grandpa, Su Yi has also saved me. Chi Xin chimed in softly. Oh, the old man was intrigued. Chi Xin, do tell your grandfather what transpired. Chi Xin paused for a moment before recounting how she had fallen into the water and how Su Yi had come to her rescue. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. The old man regarded his granddaughter with a knowing expression. Could it be that she had developed feelings? However, after this brief interaction, Su Yi had left a favorable impression. He appeared mature, composed, and most importantly, kind-hearted. Now, having saved both him and Chi Xin, one could argue that this was fate. The old man affectionately ruffled Chi Xion's smooth hair and, with a smile, asked Su Yi, what do you think of my granddaughter? Su Yi cleared his throat awkwardly, responding, the class monitor is very beautiful and kind-hearted. She is truly a wonderful person. The old man teased. How about I introduce Chi Xin to you, and you can become my grandson-in-law? Grandpa. Chi Xion's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly waved her hands. Su Yi has a girlfriend. Please do not joke around. Chien was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Yi was already taken. Indeed, exceptional individuals are often in high demand, and it was a pity. Haha. Chien chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. He had initially thought to matchmake Su Yi with his granddaughter, only to realize that the young man was already committed. Reflecting on his words, he felt somewhat inappropriate. Su Yi, I apologize. My grandfather can be a bit forgetful, Chi Xin said apologetically. Su Yi smiled. It is quite all right. Grandpa Chi is simply showing concern for me. Chien gave Su Yi a thumbs up, appreciating his words. The young man certainly knew how to maintain his dignity. Su Yi glanced at the time and said, Grandpa Chi, you have no major issues now. Please refrain from engaging in any strenuous activity for the time being, but do take regular walks. It will benefit your health. It is also advisable to keep emergency heart pills on hand, just in case. This last remark was directed at Chi Xin. Chi Xin nodded, understood. Thank you so much today. Xiao Yi, would you like to come to our home for a visit? Chien inquired. Not today, Grandpa Chi. I have some matters to attend to. I promise to visit next time. Su Yi replied with a smile. With that, Su Yi turned to leave. Seeing his granddaughter standing still, Chien admonished her, silly girl, go and see him off. Chapter 78, Becoming Friends, Love over Friendship. Chi Xin paused for a moment, then quickly grasped her grandfather's implication, shooting him an annoyed glare before rushing out after Su Yi. Hey Su Yi, wait for me. As Su Yi took just a few steps away, Chi Xin hurriedly chased after him. Breathless from her sprint, Chi Xin finally managed to catch her breath and quickly said, Su Yi, please don't rush off. Can we have a word? Su Yi halted, his tone indifferent. Class leader Chi, if you wish to express your gratitude, I appreciate it, but please return. Grandpa Chi requires care. Chi Xin quickly stepped in front of Su Yi, her gaze resolute. Just wait a moment. Can we be friends? Su Yi initially desired to decline, Yet the words transformed into, all right, then from this moment on, we are friends. I must return to school now. Until we meet again. Chi Xin fell silent, feeling as though his response was merely polite, lacking sincerity. Taking a deep breath, she insisted, I am not joking. I truly believe we can start by getting to know each other as friends. Su furrowed his brow, his tone noticeably faltering as he pondered for a moment before slowly replying, very well. A radiant smile blossomed on Chi Xion's face as she eagerly extended her hand. Then let us reintroduce ourselves. My name is Chi Xion. Su hesitated briefly before slowly reaching out to shake her hand. I am Su. Then, he swiftly withdrew his hand, as if he had been shocked. Chi Xion remained unfazed and cheerfully suggested, how about I treat you to a meal as a way to express my gratitude for saving my grandfather and me? Su glanced up at her, his tone flat. No need. Anyone in that situation would have helped. Classmate Chi, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. With that, Su turned decisively and walked away, offering Chi Xion no chance to retain him. Watching him depart so resolutely, Chi Xion felt a pang of frustration. He was giving her no opportunity whatsoever. She looked down at herself, finding no fault. She was still as striking as ever. They say that when a woman's gaze doesn't reach her toes, she is a rare beauty. So why is it not enough to attract him? Is it my allure that has diminished? Or is Su simply unresponsive? But he has a girlfriend. Surely he cannot be uninterested in women. To be honest, Chi Xion felt a flicker of anger. Throughout her life, no one had ever rejected her. Su was the first, igniting her competitive spirit. Even though he had saved her and her grandfather, she was still somewhat miffed. Chi Xion stomped her foot in frustration and stormed back to the hospital room. Chien was lying on the bed, enjoying an apple. Upon seeing his beloved granddaughter return, he smiled widely. So, how did your conversation with Su go? Chi Xion, fuming, retorted, Grandpa, who exactly is your granddaughter? You ask about Su as soon as I arrive, showing no concern for me. Chien's expression turned peculiar. It seemed she was taking her grievances out on him. He chuckled and said, Xion, I suspect you might have feelings for Su. Chi Xion's cheeks flushed as she stammered. I don't like him. I just want to thank him for saving me and you. She turned away, hoping her grandfather wouldn't see her blushing face. Chien shook his head with a smile, knowing his little girl could never lie. Her face betrayed her every time. Xion, his tone suddenly grew serious. You must understand that Su is currently in a relationship. We, the Chi family, cannot engage in such underhanded tactics. And I will not permit it. Chi Xion fell silent, seemingly contemplating. After a moment, she replied earnestly, Grandpa, I understand boundaries. I will not engage in any unethical behavior before Su breaks up. Satisfied with her assurance, Chi nodded. This was indeed his beloved granddaughter. However, he also harbored a hope that Su might genuinely become his grandson-in-law, for finding a commendable young man these days was no easy feat due to this incident. Su returned to school in the afternoon, just before dinner time. Checking his phone, he found the timing quite perfect. He proceeded directly to the playground, waiting for the military training to conclude. Just then, the training ended, and Su made his way to the vicinity of Su Yushuang's squad. Waiting near a massive pillar. Ming, where should we go for dinner? Li Ming asked, linking arms with Su Yushuang. Su Yushuang pondered for a moment, her eyes sparkling. I would love to eat the lotus seed fish from the second floor of the cafeteria. Shall we go? Li Ming readily agreed, as she too felt a craving for it. Suddenly, Su Yushuang caught sight of Su standing diagonally across from her, leaning casually against the pillar, hands in his pockets. He wore a smile as he gazed at her. Sunlight illuminated Su's face, rendering it clean and radiant. Su Yushuang's heart skipped a beat, and the next moment, it began to race. Clearing her throat, she said, Ming, I might not be able to join you for dinner. What do you mean? Li Ming was perplexed. Everything seemed fine just a moment ago, and now Su Yushuang was suddenly changing her mind. Su Yushuang bit her lip and pointed discreetly. Li Ming followed her finger and exclaimed, Oh wow, Su is here. Sister, you're such a traitor, prioritizing romance over friendship. Li Ming lamented. Su Yushuang retorted. He came to find me. It's only natural for me to have dinner with my boyfriend. Li Ming grumbled. So your boyfriend's life matters? But your best friend's doesn't, right? Su Yushuang felt a twinge of guilt, but held her head high, arguing. I've already spent the whole day with you from military training. You're being too greedy. You can't monopolize me forever. Li Ming rolled her eyes. All right. So that is how you're playing it, huh? This isn't the time for your sweet banter with me. Women can change their minds so quickly. Oh dear. Su Yushuang, realizing the futility of her argument, began to act coy. Ming, you know you're the best. Love you, moi. Li Ming sighed dramatically. You're all sweet with your boyfriend while your best friend is left alone. How tragic. Su Yushuang froze, feeling her conscience being brutally assaulted. What should I do? Torn between her boyfriend and her best friend, she felt utterly conflicted. Seeing Su Yushuang's inner turmoil, Li Mingming could no longer suppress her laughter. All right, I was just teasing you. Go on and find your little boyfriend. Or, why don't you come with us? Su Yushuang pondered for a moment, her excitement leading her to exclaim. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. Having dinner with Su Yi while Li Mingming tagged along felt awkward. As expected, Li Mingming rolled her eyes. Am I supposed to tag along as a 1,000-watt light bulb, illuminating your beauty? Su Yushuang stuck out her tongue. Then I'm off. Bye. With that, she joyfully dashed towards Su Yi. She was off to dine with her boyfriend. Chapter 79. Let me help you wipe. Su Yi, I'm here. Su Yushuang sprinted towards Su Yi, heading straight for his embrace. However, just as she was about to dive into his arms, Su Yi's hand intercepted her forehead. What are you doing, Su Yi? Open your arms and let me into your warm embrace, sob sob. Su Yi chuckled. Su Yushuang, could you please be mindful of your surroundings? This is in public. You dare to act so brazenly. And what would happen if we were at home? After a struggle, Su Yushuang finally broke free from his grasp, looking pitifully at him. Su Yi, I've endured a whole day of military training. I'm exhausted. You must comfort me. Just let me hug you for a moment. Su Yi took a deep breath, holding firm, reminding himself that it was no big deal, repeating in his mind to stay strong. Su Yushuang pouted slightly, casting a look of feigned grievance at him, as if to express, you heartless scoundrel. How could you be so cruel? Su Yi instantly capitulated, allowing Su Yushuang to burrow into his embrace. You little rascal, how dare you bully a respectable man? Su Yi teased. Su Yushuang tilted her face upward, playfully hooking her finger beneath Su Yi's chin. Xiao Yi, don't you like it? Su Yi's heart fluttered, silently lamenting Su Yushuang's enchanting charm. He felt he could hardly withstand it any longer. Thus, he resolved to shift the subject. Are you hungry? Shall we go eat? He habitually pinched Su Yushuang's cheek, unable to resist her delightful softness. Su Yushuang's eyes sparkled. I want to eat lotus seed fish, the one on the second floor. Su Yi's gaze softened. All right. Su Yushuang released her hold on Su Yi and took his hand, their fingers entwined as they walked side by side. Before long, they arrived at the second-floor restaurant. As they strolled, Su Yi inquired, aside from lotus seed fish, is there anything else you fancy? Su Yushuang durniv, randomly pointing at the menu and adding a couple more dishes. Su Yi chuckled. With so many dishes, will you be able to finish them all? Su Yushuang blinked her eyes mischievously and replied, if I can't, there's always you to help. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. I won't be eating your leftovers. Instantly, Su Yushuang adopted a different expression, sighing dramatically. Oh dear, are you rejecting me? Su Yi found her antics amusing and snapped a quick photo with his phone. Delete that. Su Yushuang exclaimed, playfully lunging to snatch the phone from him. Su Yi swiftly tucked his phone into his pocket, halting her in her tracks. Mind your image. Su Yushuang immediately quieted, transforming from a feisty little tiger into a gentle neighborly girl. Su Yi marveled at her quick change of demeanor. After placing their order, they settled into a cozy spot. Open wide. Su Yushuang picked up a piece of fish and brought it to Su Yi's lips. He smiled broadly and obliged. Swallowing the morsel, Su Yushuang watched eagerly. Well, how does it taste? Su Yi grinned. Delicious, especially when you feed me. Su Yushuang huffed playfully, though her face radiated joy. By the way, Xiao, what have you been up to lately? I hardly ever see you. Su Yi rubbed his forehead. The company has been facing some challenges, so I've been busy resolving issues. Su Yushuang replied with a lackluster, oh, her interest seemingly waning. Noticing her diminished spirits, Su Yi took the initiative to offer her a bite of food. Shuang, do you have something on your mind? Su Yushuang forced a smile. It's nothing major. Just that I haven't been home in a while, and I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Su Yi's heart warmed, realizing that Su Yushuang was missing home. It was only natural, as military training was nearing its end, and it had been half a month since the semester began. It was understandable for her to long for home, given that she had seldom ventured far from it since childhood. Su Yi chuckled gently. Shuang. How about I accompany you home for the National Day holiday? Su Yushuang's eyes brightened momentarily before quickly dimming again. But your company has so many matters to handle. Perhaps it's best not to. Su Yi gently patted her head, his gaze tender. Silly girl, no matter how busy the company is, we can always find time to go home. Tears welled in the corners of Su Yushuang's eyes as she fought to hold back her emotions. Yet, tears have a peculiar way of escaping when one attempts to suppress them. Drip, drip, drip. Su Yi hurriedly embraced Su Yushuang, whispering words of comfort. After a few minutes, she managed to stop her tears, gazing up at Su Yi with tear-stained eyes. Xiao Yi, do I look terrible like this? Su Yi chuckled. You've turned into a little flower face, but I think you look beautiful. Su Yushuang transformed her tears into laughter. Yi, how am I so fortunate to have met you in this lifetime? Su Yi gently pinched her nose. That sentiment should be mine to express. With Su Yushuang's emotions stabilizing, they resumed their meal, the atmosphere becoming cheerfully lighthearted. Indeed, when one's mood improves, even the food tastes more delightful. Su Yushuang's mood shifted rapidly, disappearing without a trace. As she morphed into a voracious eater, relishing her meal with great pleasure, Su Yi chuckled to himself, realizing his earlier attempts to console her were unnecessary. Su Yushuang, with her mouth full, winked at Su Yi, casting him a pitiful glance. Though she said nothing, her meaning was clear. Come help me wipe my mouth. Su Yi smirked mischievously, opting not to reach for a napkin, but instead leaning closer to Su Yushuang. Su Yushuang blinked, seemingly perplexed by Su Yi's intentions. I'm here to help you clean up, he said with a light chuckle, gently cradling her chin and leaning down to kiss her. Su Yushuang's eyes widened in surprise, as if Su Yi had opened the door to a new world for her. She felt her body soften, surrendering to the moment. 2 minutes later, Su Yi gazed at Su Yushuang's slightly swollen lips and smiled faintly. Su Yushuang felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration, while her mouth was indeed clean. Her lips were now in such a state that she could hardly face anyone. Would they still be able to enjoy themselves? Su Yi regarded Su Yushuang with an amused expression, leaning closer to her ear. My dear girlfriend, are you satisfied with my service? Su Yushuang pressed her lips together, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I can only say it's rather average. She straightened her demeanor, adopting a serious tone. Your actions have greatly pleased me. A reward is in order. Su Yi pondered, wondering if this little girl had recently become enamored with some palace drama, as she seemed to have adopted the mannerisms of one. Actually pull it off quite well. Xiao Yi, do you think I resemble it? Su Yushuang propped her chin on her hand, tilting her head to gaze at Su Yi with a playful smile. Su Yi contemplated for a moment before responding. Very well done, but are you a princess or a queen? Su Yushuang shook her head triumphantly, declaring, with my cuteness, I am undoubtedly a princess. Su Yi chuckled, gently tapping her little head. Su Yushuang, where did your self-love come from? After some thought, she replied, it must be inherited from my father. Although he can be quite serious at times, I've seen him display a rather narcissistic side in private. She recalled instances where she had caught Su Hamming admiring his handsome face in the mirror. Xiao Yi, shall we go shopping later? Su Yushuang proposed suddenly, eager to drag Su Yi along for some retail therapy, as they had never formally shopped together despite their time together. Su Yi stroked his chin, realizing they had no immediate plans, and it would be a pleasant way to digest their meal and promote well-being. All right, let's go. After settling the bill, they set off for the bustling shopping street in the city center, which was conveniently located near their school, attracting a throng of visitors. Su Yushuang held Su Yi's hand, her eyes darting around in curiosity. Wow, Xiao Yi, look at that plush toy. It's so adorable. I want that one. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the plush toy. Su Yi followed her gaze and found a palm-sized, pink plush toy that was undeniably appealing to girls her age. If you like it, let's go get it, he said with a smile. He exchanged several coins with the staff, and Su Yushuang picked up a coin, exclaiming, I want to do it myself. All right, Su Yi said indulgently, watching her eagerly. With a determined expression, Su Yushuang approached the claw machine, confident she would secure the toy. The claw descended slowly. Perfect, but it's miles away. Try again. Su Yushuang, feeling indignant, could hardly believe that such a little child could evade her grasp. She adjusted her angle and pressed the button once more. This time, her aim was relatively better, though still not precise enough to secure the prize. Once more. Failure. Again. Failure. After several minutes, Su Yushuang stared at the 2 remaining coins in her hand, lost in contemplation. 30 seconds later, her eyes filled with determination. She was certain she could succeed, and she tossed in another coin. This time, she rubbed her hands together, glancing left and right, hesitating for several minutes before finally adjusting her angle and pressing down. The claw of the machine descended slowly until it grasped the delicate doll, then it began to rise steadily. Su Yushuang's heart raced with anticipation. It must succeed. It must succeed. She silently prayed, her eyes brimming with hope. Alas, just as it seemed victory was within reach, the doll slipped from the claw. How could this happen? Disappointment washed over Su Yushuang's face. Xiao Yi, she murmured, biting her lip, looking rather aggrieved. Su Yi chuckled as he embraced her from behind, whispering gently, let me help you. He then tenderly grasped her hand from behind. Su Yushuang turned her head, her expression questioning, as if to ask, is this feasible? A smile graced Su Yi's lips as he planted a kiss on her cheek and said, trust us, we will surely succeed. Su Yushuang nodded, following Su Yi as they adjusted their position. A minute later, she pressed the button again. Her heart raced, and she barely dared to open her eyes. Peeking through half-closed lids, the claw firmly seized the doll and ascended smoothly until it was deposited into the prize chute. Su Yushuang's eyes widened in astonishment. They had succeeded. It turned out to be simpler than she had imagined. "Yay, we did it!" she exclaimed, joyfully planting a kiss on Su Yi's cheek. Su Yi touched his damp cheek, pointing to his lips, feigning a pout. "You aimed for the wrong spot. I want it here." Su Yushuang huffed. "Not a chance. That kiss I gave you was already a reward." Su Yi feigned indignation. "How heartless of you. You want a doll, and then turn your back on me." Su Yushuang shook her head, giggling mischievously. Su Yi, seizing the moment while she was distracted, snatched the delicate doll from her grasp. "Quickly, your doll is in my possession. Otherwise, I shall rip up the ticket." Su Yi teased, a playful grin on his face. Su Yushuang's eyes sparkled with amusement. Su Yi was so childish. With no other option, she played along. "Oh dear, spare my doll. I can grant you any wish you desire." Su Yi pointed to his mouth, clearing her throat. Su Yushuang blinked and leaned in. A minute later, her cheeks flushed as she lightly tapped Su Yi's chest, exclaiming, "You are such a rascal." Su Yi feigned innocence. "I did nothing at all." Su Yushuang, feeling both shy and furious, glared at him, her cheeks puffed like a pufferfish. Su Yi pinched her cheek, marveling at how delightful it felt. Su Yushuang beckoned him closer. "Let me show you some affection." Though her smile was bright, Su Yi felt an inexplicable chill. Clearing his throat, he quickly wrapped his arms around her. "Darling, I admit my wrongdoing. How about I take you shopping for clothes?" Su Yushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of clothes, her favorite pastime. Chapter 81. The Sweetness of Soft Rice. They set off without hesitation, soon discovering a clothing store. Su Yi accompanied Su Yushuang inside, where they quickly realized that the prices were rather steep. "Xiao Yi, these clothes are so expensive. Shall we try another store?" Su Yushuang said, sticking out her tongue cautiously. Su Yi felt a surge of emotion. The clothes she wore were far from cheap, often costing thousands from high-end brands. A girl of her background could hardly think clothes were pricey. She merely wished to avoid him spending too much. "No need. Let us stay here," he insisted. Su Yushuang obediently nodded, deciding to trust his judgment. She meticulously browsed each garment, searching for a few budget-friendly options. Su Yi followed closely behind, occasionally commenting on which pieces were appealing. Suddenly, he spotted a beautifully crafted white dress and held it up against Su Yushuang. "What do you think of this one?" he inquired, tilting her head to examine it. Su Yushuang realized she was usually not picky about clothing. If it caught her eye, she would buy it, as her closet was already full. However, this time was different. Since Su Yi liked it, she decided to give it a try. "I'll go try it on," she said, taking the dress and heading to the fitting room. When Su Yushuang reemerged, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. The young girl's features were exquisitely defined. Her perfectly shaped eyebrows complemented her star-like eyes, while her rosy, glossy lips made one yearn to kiss her. The white dress accentuated her cool elegance, as if she had stepped out of a painting, enchanting all who beheld her. Su Yi felt somewhat dazed, overwhelmed by a sense of unworthiness. He circled around her, taking in the sight. "Xiao Yi, does it look good?" Su Yushuang asked. Su Yi nodded with a smile. "It looks quite lovely." He added, "The dress is simply outstanding." Su Yushuang pouted, casting him a sidelong glance. "Can't you compliment me a little?" With a chuckle, Su Yi replied, "All right, my girlfriend is the most beautiful." Su Yushuang covered her mouth, laughing with satisfaction as she twirled in front of the mirror. "Xiao Yi, I didn't expect your taste to be so good." She praised him. Su Yi puffed out his chest. "Humph, you should consider who I am." Raising an eyebrow, he picked up a sky blue top. Su Yushuang glanced at it, pursed her lips, and took the shirt before heading back into the fitting room. Moments later, she emerged once again. The sky blue top paired with denim shorts, along with her youthful, radiant face, gave off an adorable vibe. "This one is nice too," Su Yi remarked. Su Yushuang beamed, brightening the entire room. Next, Su Yi selected a few more outfits for her, all of which she found appealing. Afterward, as Su Yushuang changed back into her original clothes, Su Yi called over a nearby sales associate. "Wrap up all the clothes she just tried on," he instructed. The sales associate was visibly surprised, her voice trembling slightly. "Sir, all of them?" Su Yi affirmed, "Yes." "All right, sir, will you be paying in cash or by card?" "By card, please." By the time Su Yushuang reappeared, Su Yi had already completed the transaction. Pouting, Su Yushuang said, "Xiao Yi, I have money." Su Yi laughed, ruffling her hair. "Isn't it only natural for a boyfriend to buy clothes for his girlfriend?" Su Yushuang smiled, feeling a warm sweetness in her heart. As they exited the store, she skipped joyfully ahead, while Su Yi followed, carrying the bags. Soon after, Su Yushuang entered another clothing store, and Su Yi followed her in. Only upon entering did he realize it was a men's clothing store. Your clothes are all white, Su Yushuang teased. Su Yi chuckled. Did he care much for such things, as long as they were wearable? For boys, no matter how fine the clothes, a good pair of shoes was far more significant. As the saying goes, clothes can be shabby, but shoes must be pristine. Here, try this on, Su Yushuang said, holding up a shirt. Su Yi grimaced. This looks uncomfortable. I'd rather have a t-shirt instead. Su Yushuang puffed out her cheeks, her gaze sharp, as if to say she might take action at any moment. Su Yi cleared his throat and extended his hand to accept the shirt. In truth, I too wish to experiment with various styles. Su Yushuang chuckled softly. Su Yi, with great difficulty, took hold of the garment and sauntered into the fitting room. A minute later, Su Yi emerged from the fitting room. Su Yushuang's mouth fell agape, instantly transforming into an adoring fan, exclaiming, "Boyfriend, you look so handsome." Indeed, donning this white shirt bestowed upon him an air of refined elegance tinged with a hint of mischief. As Su Yi approached the mirror and caught a glimpse of his own reflection, he felt an undeniable awkwardness envelop him. Gazing at the delicate youth in the mirror, Su Yi couldn't help but muse, a gentleman as exquisite as jade, unmatched in the world. Su Yushuang covered her face with her hands, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her boyfriend's unabashed self-admiration. Subsequently, she tossed him another jacket. Holding the jacket in his hands, Su Yi sighed. Why purchase a jacket on such a sweltering day? Su Yushuang blinked, insisting, "It looks good. I like it." Su Yi, left with no choice, reluctantly donned a jacket at Su Yushuang's fervent insistence. Once clad in the outerwear, Su Yushuang declared it looked splendid, prompting her to request the sales associate to wrap it up as well. The nearby salesperson chuckled. "Sir, your girlfriend truly dotes on you." Su Yi raised an eyebrow and replied softly, "She indeed treats me well." Su Yushuang lifted her chin, her spirits soaring, for she had but one boyfriend. And if not for him, then for whom else should she express her affection? "Who has footing the bill? Use my card," she exclaimed, swiftly producing a card from her purse and thrusting it towards the salesperson. Su Yi chuckled. "Let us charge it to my card instead." Su Yushuang's demeanor shifted slightly, her eyes glistening with impending tears. Su Yi felt a pang of frustration, for every time they reached this juncture, Su Yushuang would resort to this tactic. Her reasoning was always the same. If he didn't spend her money, it signified a lack of affection. Reluctantly, Su Yi conceded, "Fine, let us use hers." Su Yushuang beamed. "Now that's more like it. It's only right to spend on my boyfriend, especially when we have more than enough funds." Su Yi could distinctly sense the sidelong glances from the salesperson, as if they were thinking, "What a pretty boy. Where on earth did he find such a delicate flower?" "I want one too." Unperturbed, Su Yi took Su Yushuang's hand and left the store. Upon exiting, he realized the sun had set. "Let's head back to school," Su Yi suggested. Su Yushuang surveyed the numerous bags in her possession, thoroughly satisfied with their shopping expedition, and thus agreed to the proposal. Su Yi sighed in relief, grateful that the outing had concluded. Accompanying a girl on a shopping spree could be quite exhausting. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the parking lot. Feeling somewhat fatigued herself, the task of driving naturally fell to Su Yi. After returning to campus, Su Yi escorted Su Yushuang to her dormitory before finally returning to his own room. Chapter 82, a series of joyous tidings. In the ensuing days, the military training at Zhejiang University gradually came to a close. The school decided to host a farewell soiree, allowing students to bid adieu to their instructors. Su Yi, lacking interest in such affairs, reluctantly attended the gathering due to the coaxing of Zhao Lei and his companions. Unsurprisingly, he was soon called upon to deliver a speech. With last night's events finally behind him, Su Yi relished a rare moment of tranquility. University life was settling into a routine, and the arduous task of attending classes had truly begun. It was only upon reaching university that many students realized the grand illusions painted by their high school teachers. They claimed there would only be 4 classes a day, yet failed to mention that those 4 classes consumed the entire day. They assured students that university would be a breeze, but in reality, they faced an endless array of tasks, unanswered messages, and a plethora of inexplicable screenshots. The greatest lie in the world, that university life is easy. On the second day following the conclusion of military training, coincidentally a splendid weekend, Su Yi had spent the previous night in his dormitory, staying up late to play video games with his roommates, not retiring until nearly 2 in the morning. Deep in slumber, Su Yi was abruptly roused by the shrill ring of his phone. Annoyed, he answered, initially expecting a telemarketer, but upon glancing at the caller ID, he became instantly alert. His expression calm, yet the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. As soon as he answered, Jiang Nan's frosty voice resonated through the receiver. Su Yi, do you have time today? We need to talk. Su Yi ruffled his disheveled hair, replying, all right, how about 3 o'clock this afternoon at that cafe near Zhejiang University? Jiang Nan responded affirmatively. Sounds good. I'll contact you then. After hanging up, Jiang Nan summoned her assistant. Su Yi glanced at the clock. It was already 9:30, and he had indeed enjoyed a refreshing sleep. After a quick tidy-up, Su Yi departed for work, arriving at a Wai Baba. Upon entering the office, scarcely had he settled into his chair when he noticed Li Zhe approaching with an armful of documents. Mr. Su, I need you to approve these files. Su Yi grinned. Li Gu, your previous secretary, Qian, wasn't he it? He could have delivered these directly. This task hardly befits your position as vice president. Li Zhe chuckled heartily. Shaon has been under the weather these past couple of days, so I granted him a brief leave. I didn't want to inconvenience you. Su Yi pondered whether he ought to acquire a secretary for himself. Otherwise, it did not quite align with his status. As the saying goes, a secretary handles tasks. When there's nothing to do, they're idle. Have a seat, Li Gu, Su Yi offered. Li Zhe settled across from Su, gazing at him with a mix of admiration and disbelief. Mr. Su, you are remarkably young, barely 20, yet already a company president. Just think at your age. I was still asking my mother if I could open a carton of milk. Such is the disparity between individuals. They conversed for a while about work matters when suddenly, Li Zhe's phone rang. After a few minutes of conversation, Li Zhe's expression turned grave as he ended the call. Suga, is there another issue facing the company? Su Yi inquired. Li Zhe sighed. Indeed, Mr. Su, it's the same problem I previously mentioned. The lease on our company's servers is expiring, and they have begun to press us for payment. Furthermore, the quality and quantity of this batch of servers are inadequate, severely impacting our software development. He looked at Su Yi with earnest eyes, recalling that Su Yi had mentioned he would take care of the server issue, hinting at the possibility of utilizing Zhejiang University servers. Su Yi smacked his forehead, realizing he had completely forgotten about this matter. How many days do we have until the servers expire? He asked. Li Zhe calculated briefly before responding uncertainly. There are 3 days left, and we can only extend the deadline by at most 2 days. Su Yi nodded, recognizing that he would need to seek an opportunity to meet with Old Master Qi. Otherwise, securing the servers from Zhejiang University would prove challenging. Despite being a top scorer in the college entrance examinations, Su Yi's status was still insufficient in the eyes of Teng Dachan. To rent the servers from Zhejiang University, he would inevitably have to navigate through Teng Dachan, who had no obligation to grant him any favors. Initially, Su Yi had little hope regarding the server rental, but fortuitously, he had recently aided Qian, and coincidentally, Old Master Qi was Teng Dachan's mentor. What a stroke of luck. It was as if a path had miraculously opened amidst a seemingly insurmountable maze. Li Gu, the servers from Zhejiang University should be compatible with ours, correct? Su Yi inquired. Li Zhe perked up, his excitement palpable. Yes, compatible. If the servers from Zhejiang University aren't suitable, then truly, no one else will be able to provide us with what we need. Mr. Su, if Zhejiang University can accommodate us, we must seize this opportunity. It will alleviate a great deal of our troubles. Su Yi reassured him, Li Gu, there's no need to worry. I will resolve the server situation in the next couple of days, ensuring it doesn't hinder our software development. Li Zhe's face radiated joy, a smile spreading across his features as he continuously reiterated his gratitude. That's good, that's good. Su Yi pondered for a moment before addressing Li Gu. How is the software development in our company progressing? Can we implement the suggestions I previously proposed? Su Zong, it's in progress, albeit many merchants remain in a state of hesitation due to the sudden shift in our model. The results are satisfactory, and we're gradually moving towards profitability. Li Zhe responded, opening his computer to showcase the prepared PPT to Su Yi. Li Gu, in the coming days, please prepare for our collaboration with Xinyu Company. They will assist us with advertising, and we must emphasize our new operational model, Su Yi instructed. The successive waves of good news left Li Zhe in a daze. First, the server from Zhejiang University, and now the collaboration with Xinyu Company for promoting our new software operational model. Su Yi's standing in his mind ascended to new heights. This young man was truly extraordinary. With a look of astonishment, Li Zhe exclaimed, Su Zong, how did you manage this? Su Yi smiled mysteriously. A wise man has his own strategies. Sensing Su Yi's reluctance to elaborate, Li Zhe refrained from probing further. After all, he was merely an employee and focused on fulfilling his responsibilities. By the way, Li Gu, I heard your wife has been hospitalized. Is her condition any better? Su Yi inquired, retrieving several boxes of supplements from beneath his office desk. Here, take these to your wife as a small token of my goodwill. Li Zhe quickly declined. No, Su Zong, I cannot accept this. Su Yi adopted a serious expression. These are for your wife, not for you. Besides, Li Ge, you have contributed so much to the company. This is truly my humble gesture of appreciation. A wave of emotion washed over Li Zhe as he felt a lump in his throat. As the pillar of his household in middle age, he was perceived by outsiders as a successful company president, basking in glory. Yet only he knew how exhausting this life could be. He was a man, after all, and could not voice his struggles. Almost on the verge of tears, Li Zhe responded, Su Zong, I shall convey my gratitude to my wife on your behalf. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. Li Zhe was invaluable to the company, and his good heart made him a significant ally, both for professional and personal reasons. It was only fitting to express a modicum of gratitude. Chapter 83, A Joyful Collaboration. After accepting the supplements, Li Zhe departed from the office. Su Yi lingered for a while, approving all the documents Li Zhe had brought, only to realize it was already noon. Contemplating for a moment, he decided to return to school for lunch and perhaps catch up on some much-needed rest, as the morning had been quite taxing. After a simple meal with Su Yushuang, Su Yi hurried back to his dormitory for a deep slumber. Zhao Lei scoffed, Old 3, for such a big guy, you seem rather weak. One might think you manage a large company, yet you're exhausted like a dead dog. Su Yi, disinterested in arguing, rolled his eyes and buried himself under the covers to resume his nap. Half an hour later, Su Yi abruptly threw off the blanket. Damn it, fatty. Can you keep your voice down? Me? Zhao Lei covered the computer microphone, grinning mischievously, I'm being very quiet. Qianfei rolled his eyes, if that is quiet. Then even a tractor would weep at your volume. With a forced smile, Su Yi remarked, Zhao Lei, are you deliberately timing your gaming sessions to coincide with my rest? Zhao Lei raised his hands in surrender, hurriedly explaining, Old 3, I swear it's not intentional. This new girl I added insists on duo queuing with me. Su Yi couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. You nincompoop, don't you care about my well-being at all? Feeling a bit awkward, Zhao Lei scratched his head, realizing that during the noon break, the dormitory was a shared space, and making noise while gaming at this hour was indeed inconsiderate. Chui Kai frowned, Fatty, are you in an online relationship? Lately, I see you gaming with someone all the time. Zhao Lei slammed the mouse down me, as if Zhao Lei would ever stoop to online dating. I may not be a heartthrob, but I'm not that desperate for female companionship. Qian Fei chuckled. This isn't the same as when you were frantically asking me to introduce you to pretty girls every day. Zhao Lei shot him a glare. This guy always knew how to hit him where it hurt. Irritated, Su Yi rubbed his face and got out of bed. Weren't you pursuing Chi Xian recently? Zhao Lei's expression fell, revealing his discontent. Chi Xian is being unreasonable. She hasn't even approved my friend request. You're always flirting around. It's no wonder she thinks you're a creep, Chui Kai teased, tossing a pillow at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei caught the pillow mid-air, looking thoroughly dejected. He simply wanted to date. Why was it so difficult? Su Yi tousled his hair, changed his clothes, and prepared to step out. Zhao Lei clutched his chest, feigning heartbreak. Old 3, are you off to be sweet with your girlfriend again? Su Yi shot him a sidelong glance. No, I have matters to attend to this afternoon. I'm meeting Jiangnan. Jiangnan? 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 Zhao Lei, Qian Fei, and Chui Kai were suddenly all ears. Zhao Lei was the first to pounce. Old 3, did T say you turned down her invitation? Su Yi nodded. I never claimed I wanted to be a celebrity. I'm just discussing some other matters with her. Zhao Lei's expression turned peculiar as he realized, Old 3, you're not actually falling for Jiangnan, are you? With a smile, Su Yi wrapped an arm around Zhao Lei. You keep talking nonsense, and I might just slice you up for dinner. Zhao Lei shivered, swallowing hard. Old 3, don't do that. I'm scared. Su Yi rolled his eyes, releasing Zhao Lei and giving him a light kick. Zhao Lei grimaced, rubbing his behind. Old 3, look at Jiangnan. She's beautiful and charming. Just her figure makes my mouth water, and she's wealthy too. Winning her over would be a great deal. Su Yi coldly chuckled, pulling out his phone. Everything you just said is recorded. Do you want me to send it to Jiangnan? Whoa, that's ruthless. Zhao Lei lunged forward, feigning an attempt to snatch Su Yi's phone. Su Yi sidestepped, knowing this glutton wouldn't behave without a little discipline. Seeing he couldn't catch Su Yi, Zhao Lei's expression turned sour. Old 3, there were too many people earlier. I'll kneel to you now. Qian Fei and Chui Kai erupted in laughter, finding Zhao Lei's predicament utterly hilarious. Su Yi deleted the recording, uninterested in engaging with this fool. I'm leaving. He waved his hand and exited the dormitory. Glancing at the time, Su Yi realized it was nearly 3 o'clock. He arrived at the prearranged cafe and called Jiangnan. I'm here. Have you arrived? Su Yi inquired. Turn right upon entering. I'm in that corner to the southeast, Jiangnan replied. After hanging up, Su Yi spotted a stunning girl waving at him from the corner. He confidently approached and seated himself before Jiangnan. Jiangnan summoned a waiter and ordered 2 lattes. Shortly, The steaming coffee was served. Smiling, Su Yi remarked, "Sister Nan, I presume you've gathered your thoughts on the collaboration since you invited me today." Jiang Nan picked up her coffee, gently blowing on it. "Mr. Su, I'm here primarily to discuss the specifics of our collaboration." Su Yi smirked, having already sensed that this deal was nearly secured when Jiang Nan called him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached out, nor would they be meeting today. With a gentle smile, Su Yi replied, "I was hoping to discuss how we might collaborate today." Jiang Nan stirred her coffee with a spoon. "I believe a 5% stake is too little. If increased to 10%, we would be willing to consider it. Furthermore, should your company mismanage and incur losses, we reserve the right to initiate bankruptcy proceedings." Su Yi sipped his latte, responding nonchalantly, "The latter terms are acceptable. However, the 5% stake is already the maximum concession I can offer. A 10% stake is absolutely out of the question." What a ridiculous proposition. Su Yi felt a pang of regret even at the thought of relinquishing 5%. Ababa is not a small company. Once it grows, it will be a colossal presence. And 5% is hardly insignificant. Jiang Nan's expression stiffened as she locked her gaze onto Su Yi's eyes, remaining silent for a long while. "All right. Under these conditions, let us proceed to sign the contract." Jiang Nan retrieved 2 copies of the contract from her bag, each to be retained by the respective parties. "Please examine them for any discrepancies." Su Yi accepted the contract and scrutinized it for an extended period, ensuring that there were no hidden pitfalls before signing his name. With a smile, Su Yi extended his hand towards Sister Nan, expressing his anticipation for a pleasant collaboration. Chapter 84. And thus it concludes. Jiang Nan cast a glance at Su Yi, her grip on his hand notably icy. "Mr. Su, may our cooperation be fruitful." Su Yi nodded with a smile. Yet an awkward silence enveloped them, leaving both uncertain of what words to utter next. In an attempt to alleviate the tension, Jiang Nan abruptly posed a question. "Mr. Su, was that song truly your original creation?" Su Yi, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, "Of course it was. Who else could it possibly belong to?" Jiang Nan pressed on. "Are you claiming all the lyrics as your own?" To which Su Yi retorted, "Whoever asserts it, it belongs to them." Jiang Nan's lips curled into a faint smile as she casually continued, "A person as accomplished as you, Mr. Su, must have had plenty of admirers during your school days. Correct?" Su Yi pondered for a moment. "Many?" "It seems not." He added, "Sister Nan, please refrain from teasing. I already have a girlfriend." Jiang Nan chuckled lightly, her exterior unruffled, while internally, her thoughts began to race. The online crowd had fixated on Su Yi, neglecting the other star of the video, the beautiful Su Yushuang, Su Yi's girlfriend. Indeed, the stunning girl in the video was Su Yi's beloved. The prospect of enticing such a beautiful girl seemed plausible. Perhaps the fame from the song could serve as leverage for some publicity. After all, many girls harbor dreams of sudden stardom. As Jiang Nan absently stirred her coffee, her mind drifted toward how she might contact Su Yushuang. Unfortunately, her aspirations would ultimately remain unfulfilled. Should Su Yi discover her intentions, he would undoubtedly sever ties without hesitation. Su Yi was all too aware of the entertainment industry's underbelly, akin to a vast dye vat, where many girls emerge unrecognizable. Countless actresses have recklessly pursued the lead role, with an unyielding determination that remains unseen by the public. Even if Su Yi refrained from intervening, Jiang Nan's ambitions would likely falter. While Su Yushuang's family may not be among the elite, they were certainly well off enough that she had no necessity to become a star. Should she desire to enter the industry, her father, Su Hanming, would likely invest directly, requiring no assistance from others. Given this, I shall take my leave. There are matters to attend to at the company, Jiang Nan stated as she rose. Su Yi nodded in agreement. With the contract finalized, there was little more to discuss. The specifics of their collaboration would be delegated to their subordinates, allowing both parties to refrain from further involvement. Su Yi cheerfully remarked, "Sister Nan, take care. The expenses will be on me." Jiang Nan glanced at him. "You are rather amiable." Having concluded their business, Jiang Nan exited the cafe, leaving Su Yi alone at the table. He leisurely finished his coffee and settled the bill before departing. Upon returning to campus, Su Yi made his way directly to Su Yushuang's dormitory, retrieving his phone to send her message. "Yushuang, come down and accompany me for a bit." "Received," came her swift reply. Moments later, Su Yushuang dashed down from the upper floors. Su Yi greeted her with a wave, and she trotted to his side. "Shall we go car shopping together?" Su Yi suggested. Su Yushuang pondered for a moment, pouting, "But didn't we agree that the car would be for you?" Su Yi playfully pinched her cheek, a smile gracing his face. "You should keep that one. I'll purchase another." Su Yushuang pursed her lips, respecting Su Yi's decision. She aimed to be a dutiful girlfriend, supporting him in his endeavors. They arrived at a nearby 4S dealership, where, after considerable comparison, Su ultimately chose a BMW 3 Series, just like his father. In his words, other cars simply don't offer the same value. The BMW is acceptable. After finalizing the purchase, Su took the wheel, driving Su Yushuang to a food street. Given the narrowness of the street, he opted to park outside, leading them to walk into the bustling area. Despite the lack of cleanliness, the aromas wafting from the food stalls were irresistible. Initially hesitant, Su Yushuang found herself gradually warming to the charm of the food street over time. With a skewer of stinky tofu in one hand and a stick of fried lotus root in the other, she indulged with delight. Su affectionately ruffled her hair, teasingly remarking, "Yushuang, I've noticed you seem to have gained a bit of weight lately." Su Yushuang blinked, casting a worried glance down at herself, her expression turning distressed. "Oh no, Su, what if I put on weight?" Su found her current state quite appealing. She had previously been too slender, which detracted from her beauty. Now, with a bit more flesh on her arms, she felt softer to the touch. "I think you look wonderful, just as you are," Su reassured her. Su Yushuang pouted. "What if I become too heavy, and you no longer want me?" Su playfully pinched her nose, his gaze tender. "Silly girl. I intend to feed you until you're a plump little piglet. That way, no one but me will want you." Su Yushuang shot him a sultry glance. "You're quite the strategist." Su chuckled, mischievously biting off half of the fried lotus root she was holding. "Hey you," Su Yushuang exclaimed, pointing at him, speechless for a moment as she simmered with indignation. Su had spoken so sweetly, only to snatch her food. "I don't care. You owe me a new one," she insisted, pouting. Su raised an eyebrow, gesturing to his own lips. Su Yushuang shot him a glare, feeling utterly bullied. Even in public, she could still feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Turning her head away, she sought to avoid the sight of his insufferable grin. Su stealthily moved closer, wrapping an arm around her and kissing her. Since his girlfriend was not taking the initiative, he would take the lead. Caught off guard by the sudden kiss, Su Yushuang's eyes widened, her hand lightly thumping against Su Yi's chest in a feeble protest that he easily disregarded. Her legs felt weak as she gazed up at him with a look of longing. "Ah, is that it? That was too quick." Chapter 85, I Have a Friend. Su chuckled at Su Yushuang's forlorn expression, leaning closer to her ear. "Yushuang, are you not satisfied?" Su Yushuang felt a ticklish sensation in her ear, responding with a soft, "Very dissatisfied. Consider this a low rating." Su raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Wait, Su Yushuang, I just recalled that earlier you mentioned something about finding a man." Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed a bright red, as if a thermometer could measure her embarrassment at that moment. "Ah," she nearly wailed in frustration. "Why bring this up again? I thought we had moved past it. You said you trusted me." It was all Su Yushuang's fault for mentioning anything about taking her to find men over the phone. Su Yushuang shot a guilty glance at Su only to find him regarding her with an amused gaze, sending shivers down her spine. Oh no. Why did I say low rating?" Swallowing hard, Su Yushuang stammered. "Su you said you believed in me, right?" Sui's attention remained fixed on her, pondering. "But you're making it hard for me to trust you, Yushuang." Su Yushuang felt momentarily speechless, taken aback by his words. Can it really be interpreted that way? Slowly, she replied, it was all Yushuang's nonsense. With a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, Su found her flustered demeanor particularly endearing. Thus, he leaned in closer, casually stating, "Yushuang, you're making me feel quite insecure." Su Yushuang fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly reaching out to hook her arm around Su Yi's neck. "Otherwise, how about we head to a hotel now? I'll prove it to you." Hearing Su Yushuang's fierce words, Su instantly faltered. "Su Yushuang, don't even think about it." Su Yushuang blinked innocently. "Didn't you ask me to give you an explanation?" Su forcefully suppressed the turmoil within him, giving her a gentle knock on the head. "Stop it, I believe you." A playful smile adorned Su Yushuang's face as she revealed her little tiger teeth. After strolling along the roadside for a while, Su noticed that Su Yushuang appeared somewhat fatigued, so he decided to escort her back to school. At Zhejiang University's female dormitory, just before heading upstairs, Su Yushuang turned back to glance at Su and found him looking at her with a broad smile as she ascended. Unable to resist, she flashed him a heart sign before hastily making her way upstairs. Once in her dormitory, Su Yushuang threw herself onto her bed with a sigh. Seemingly burdened by some distressing matter, her three roommates exchanged concerned glances upon witnessing her lackluster demeanor. "Something's up," one of her roommates, Zhou Milan, remarked to Wang Ting as they approached Li Mingming. Wang Ting tugged at Li Mingming's arm, gesturing discreetly towards the dejected Su Yushuang. "Mingming, what's wrong with her? She looks utterly disheartened." "I have no idea. She came back like this, as if she just broke up," Li Mingming replied, equally puzzled. Shuang, are you all right?" All three exchanged worried glances as Li Mengmeng inquired. Suddenly, Su Yushuang flipped over and sat up in bed, startling the trio. With a pitiful expression, she lamented, "What? I've completely ruined my image in my boyfriend's eyes." In her view, although Su Yi did not voice it, he must surely think of her as a bad woman now. She was in desperate need of a way to prove herself. Upon hearing this, her roommates perked up with intrigue. This is juicy gossip, and it's about our own roommate. How delightful. Wang Ting settled beside Su Yushuang. "Did you argue with your boyfriend?" Su Yushuang shook her head. "Not exactly, just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" The trio grew even more curious. "What kind of misunderstanding can't you share? Are you waiting for some melodramatic moment like in those cliches where the protagonists are mute until the very end?" Li Mengmeng exclaimed in exasperation. Shuang, use your words. Just explain it to him." Su Yushuan's cheeks flushed as she spoke slowly. "I don't know how to explain." Zhou Milan, intrigued, urged, "Tell us what happened, and we'll help you brainstorm." Feeling her face burning, Su Yushuang hesitantly recounted the entire incident. "Ha ha ha." Li Mengmeng erupted in laughter, nearly doubling over, while Wang Ting and Zhou Milan fared little better. "Your friend is truly something." Li Mengmeng gave a thumbs up, a nod to Su Yushuang. Su Yushuang felt exasperated. She too wished to strangle Su Yushuang for being so indiscreet. "All right, enough laughter. Help me think of a solution," she pleaded anxiously. The trio exchanged glances before arriving at a unanimous conclusion. No solution. Frustrated, Su Yushuang felt like she might spit blood in anger. These three rascals seemed to revel in gossip, offering no useful advice whatsoever. Coughing lightly, Li Mengmeng said, Shuang, don't rush. We'll think of something." Su Yushuang nodded, feeling utterly at a loss and now relying on her friends. 5 minutes later, Li Mengmeng suddenly slapped her thigh. Shuang, I truly can't think of anything. I can't help you." Su Yushuang felt disheartened. She had thought Li Mengmeng was on the verge of a brilliant idea. "Well, why don't you ask on an online forum?" Wang Ting suggested hesitantly. "There are plenty of experts there. They might have ideas." Su Yushuang recoiled at the thought of seeking help online, fearing the potential embarrassment. Wang Ting, sensing her apprehension, reassured her, "Don't worry. No one online knows your real name. Just ask casually." Li Mengmeng and Zhou Milan chimed in, supporting Wang Ting. With no other ideas, they were relying solely on her. Finally, Su Yushuang looked at Wang Ting, and with newfound determination, logged into her forum account. She composed a post. "Hello everyone. I have a friend who recently faced an incredibly awkward situation. While she was with her boyfriend, her close friend called, suggesting they go to a brothel. And my friend asked her boyfriend to answer the call. Consequently, he overheard everything clearly. Now, she is in a quandary about how to explain it to him. I'm trying to help her out. If you were in this situation, how would you explain it to your boyfriend?" After typing away, Su Yushuang carefully reviewed her post to ensure no personal information was included before hesitating a moment and finally clicking submit. Having completed this task, she let out a sigh of relief, thinking, regardless of whether it helps or not, at least I've done something. In the following days, Su Yushuang refrained from checking the post, allowing it to linger on the forum for ample exposure. Meanwhile, Su Yi seemed to have forgotten about the incident, and their daily lives continued as usual, with Su Yi occasionally accompanying Su Yushuang to her professional classes just for the sake of company. Time flew by, and soon the National Day holiday arrived. On the eve of the holiday, Su Yushuang excitedly approached Su Yi, eager to discuss their plans for returning home. This year's National Day was special, coinciding with the Mid-Autumn Festival, granting Zhejiang University a generous 10-day holiday, a rare gift for hard-working individuals and high school seniors alike, who could only dream of such a lengthy break. However, for university students, it was still insufficient. They could never have too much time off. Su Yi had initially planned to take Su Yushuang on a journey across the scenic landscapes of their homeland during this 10-day break, seeking to deepen their bond. Yet, after that day, he changed his mind, believing it would be better to return home with Su Yushuang. Indeed, she had been longing for home, constantly chattering about returning. Yet, she also felt conflicted, hesitant to go home alone for fear of not seeing Su Yi. Su Yi pondered for a moment, realizing that he too missed Su Changjian and In Hime. Having previously promised Su Yushuang, they reached a mutual agreement to return home together. Moreover, he imagined that Uncle Su and Uncle In might already be anxiously awaiting his return. If Su Yi chose to travel instead of returning home, he could already envision the wrath of his parents. Given the considerable distance from Finchi to Hangzhou, Su Yi and Su Yushuang decided to fly back, leaving the car at school. This marked Su Yushuang's first flight with Su Yi, and she insisted on taking numerous photos to commemorate their inaugural trip together. Su Yi couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. This girl certainly had a knack for creating misunderstandings. At the airport, upon disembarking, Su Yi carried his own bag while holding Su Yushuan's little backpack. The moment they landed, Su Yushuang declared her fatigue, prompting Su Yi to take the initiative and shoulder her bag. With her eyes sparkling like a playful fox, Su Yushuang quickly pecked Su Yi on the right cheek. "Little Yi, this is your reward." Su Yi chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. This sensation was rather delightful. At the entrance, Su Huanming and Uncle Wu were already waiting for them. Upon seeing the two, Su Yushuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately dashed into Su Huanming's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks in the next moment. The obedient daughter. Su Hanming, a formidable figure in the business world, found herself somewhat at a loss at this moment, gently patting Su Yushuan's shoulder, reassuring her, "Daddy is here. Don't cry." The butler, Uncle Wu, observed the touching scene with a smile, finally witnessing a semblance of a father-daughter relationship between Su Hanming and Su Yushuang. Over the years, the discord between the two had been painfully evident to him. Yet, as an outsider, he felt it unwise to interject. Witnessing this moment brought him great solace. Uncle Wu discreetly placed Su Yushuan's backpack into the trunk and raised his hand to take Su Yi's bag. But Su Yi politely declined. "Thank you, Uncle Wu, but this one is unnecessary." Su Yushuan wiped away her tears and, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Aren't you coming home with me?" Su Yi smiled gently, brushing away her tear. "Silly girl, I have parents too. They will be worried about me, so I must return home to see them first." Su Yushuan let out a disappointed "oh," yet refrained from causing a scene, instead nodding obediently. Su Yi tousled her hair, cheerfully stating, "Let us head home tonight, and tomorrow I'll take you out for some fun." Feeling reluctant to see Su Yi depart, Su Yushuan tugged at his sleeve. "You must come find me. You must." Su Yi nodded, grinning at Su Hanming. "Uncle Su, I'll be heading back now. My parents are still waiting for me." Su Hanming forced a smile, though he was quite pleased with the young man. Witnessing his daughter's attachment to Su, he stirred a tinge of jealousy within him, leaving him feeling rather uncomfortable. Su Yi watched as Su Yushuan and her companions walked away, the young girl turning back every few steps, waving enthusiastically. Amused and bewildered, Su Yi thought it unnecessary to be so sentimental, as they would surely meet again. Once her figure disappeared from sight, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Inhime. "Hello, son, what is the matter?" came Inhime's puzzled voice from the other end. Su Yi hesitated, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Mom, weren't you and Dad supposed to pick me up today? ISNT it tomorrow?" She replied. "Wait." Inhime suddenly realized the mix-up. "Son, it seems your father and I have misremembered the date." Su Yi fell silent, feeling utterly helpless, much like he did now. "Mom, am I even your biological son?" He silently mused. The awkwardness on the other end of the line prompted Inhime to hastily call for Su Changjian, urging him to pick up their son. Su Yi perked up, noticing the commotion on the other end, and curiously asked, "Mom, aren't you and Dad at home?" "Nothing's wrong," Inhime replied, a hint of guilt in her voice, as she couldn't very well confess that she was at the movies with Su Changjian. If Su Yi found out, he would be furious. Unable to provide a satisfactory explanation, Inhime hastily ended the call. Su Yi stared at the call disconnect notification, his lips twitching in disbelief. Living in the heart of Fin City, Su Yi was not far from the airport. 20 minutes later, he finally spotted the BMW 3 Series he had bought for his father. The car soon approached him, and Inhime alighted, taking hold of Su Yi's hand. "My dear son, let me see. You've lost so much weight in just a month." Inhime's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling that her son had endured much hardship. Raising an eyebrow, Su Yi wrapped an arm around Inhime's shoulders. "Old In, let us head home first. We shouldn't be crying in public." Inhime shot him a disapproving look, muttering "little rascal," noting that her son was completely oblivious. Su Yi chuckled, tossing his bag into the trunk before sliding into the back seat. Inhime took the front passenger seat, while Su Changjian drove leisurely, humming a tune. Leaning back, Su Yi suddenly noticed an unfinished bag of popcorn near his cheek. Picking it up, he realized it looked strikingly familiar. Could it be? No way, absolutely not, he thought, refusing to believe that his parents had forgotten to pick him up because they were out enjoying a movie. Glancing up, he caught Inhime sneaking a look at him. "Oh no, I've been discovered." She quickly averted her gaze, staring at the sky. "What lovely weather we have today." "Mom, don't pretend. You want to see a movie, didn't you?" "I want to say anything," Su Yi said resignedly. "I didn't." Inhime shot him a glare, feeling exposed. Su Changjian chuckled, watching the banter unfold between his wife and son. It seemed that whenever their son returned, his wife became more talkative, her previous eyes and woes lifting his spirits. Su Yi took a look around the car, smiling. "Dad, do you like the car I bought you?" Su Changjian beamed as he drove. "I love it. Having a BMW is quite comfortable." In-hime chimed in. Ever since we got this car. Your father has been bragging about it, and all his old friends know you bought him a BMW. You've given him quite the boost to his ego. Su smiled, content that his parents were happy. He felt he owed them so much from his past life, and he was determined to make amends this time around. Suddenly, In-hime began to chatter incessantly, asking about Su Yi's eating habits at school, how he was getting along with his roommates, and by the way, didn't Tsundere come back with you? Su pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm doing well at school. There's no need to worry. That's not important. In-hime pressed. You still haven't answer my last question. Didn't Tsundere come back with you? Su felt the warmth of familial affection swiftly dissipate, realizing that his mother's concern was less about him and more about his future daughter-in-law. Shuang returned with me. Her family picked her up early, he replied with a hint of resignation. In-hime sighed in relief, as long as they're both all right. Earlier, upon not seeing Su Yushuang, she feared her son had been rejected by the girl, returning alone to nurse his wounds. Little did she know, Su Yushuang had indeed returned with him, dispelling her worries. In-hime held a fondness for Su Yushuang, appreciating her gentle demeanor, elegance, and quiet beauty, which endeared her to everyone at first glance. The conversation then shifted to mundane family matters, which Su found quite engaging. Gossip about infidelities, the passing of elderly neighbors, and new births in the community filled the air. During this, In-hime fixed her gaze intently on Su. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Su protested. Mom, I just started college. Please don't look at me like that. It's frightening. In-hime scoffed. I'm not concerned about you. While their conversation flowed, the car had unknowingly arrived home. Su collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted from the journey. In-hime kicked him playfully, urging him to wash up, remarking on his unpleasant odor. Su felt a hint of annoyance. He hadn't even broken a sweat. His mother simply had a penchant for nitpicking. Under the threat of his mother, Su begrudgingly entered the bathroom, rinsing off quickly before re-emerging. Once clean, he returned to his room, sinking into the softness of his bed, only to discover a message from Su Yushuang sent 10 minutes prior. Su Yushuang, Xiao, I'm home, what about you? Su, I'm home, just lying on my bed now. Su Yushuang, Wu, I wish I could lie on your bed too. Ever since I slept over last time, I can't get enough of it. Su, you little rascal, don't even think about it. Su was cheerfully typing away when suddenly, a call from Su Yushuang interrupted him. It turned out that she found his typing too slow, asserting that a phone call would be far swifter. Upon answering, Su was greeted by Su Yushuang's melodious voice. Xiao, shall we go to school tomorrow? Su was momentarily taken aback. What on earth for? Oh, I just want to go back and take a look. Staying at home is rather dull, she replied, her tone tinged with a hint of playful coaxing. Su chuckled. All right, I'll take you to school tomorrow. They exchanged a few affectionate words before the sound of Su Yushuang yawning filled the phone. After bidding each other goodnight, Su hung up. The next morning, he was jolted awake by a knock at the door. Xiao, it's time for breakfast, came In-hime's voice from outside. Rubbing his eyes, Su glanced at the clock beside his bed, realizing it was only 7 o'clock. He sighed, bemused. He had hoped to enjoy a leisurely sleep during the holiday. But that was evidently not to be. After dressing and washing up, he emerged from his room to find Su Changjian and In-hime seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Xiao, I'm going out with your father later. Are you coming along? No, Su shook his head. He had no intention of being a third wheel, especially since he had promised Su Yushuang to accompany her to school. All right, here, SA 100 yuan for lunch. You can manage that, can't you? In-hime said, producing a crisp bill and offering it to Su with a lackluster demeanor. He sat down and took a bite of Yu Shao, chewing thoughtfully. No need. Your son can afford a BMW now, so I hardly need this. In-hime pondered for a moment, conceding that indeed her son had become quite well off. Su Changjian snorted. With how much you claim to have, you dare to boast? Su smirked. I might be short on cash lately, but I can still afford a dozen of those BMWs. Su Changjian nearly leapt from his seat, taken aback. He was aware his son was dabbling in business, having heard hints from his wife, yet he never realized his son was so affluent. After a few more bites of Yishao, Su said, Dad, give me your card number. I'll send you 100,000 yuan. You and Mom can spend it as you wish. Su Changjian was left speechless, grappling with the reality of his son offering him money, noticing her husband in a daze. In-hime admonished him. What is wrong with you? Why would you accept it? Su Changjian quickly regained his composure, realizing he should graciously accept his son's filial piety. What do you mean, what? In-hime interjected, hands on her hips, giving Su Changjian a thorough scolding. Then she turned to Su Xiao, even if you're wealthy now, you must be prudent, don't squander your money. Your father and I are at an age where we don't need much. Both Su Yi and Su Changjian exchanged awkward glances, daring not to mention the 100,000 yuan again, for that was the hierarchy in their family. In their household, the pecking order was clear. In Hime, Su Changjian Huahua, Su Yi. You may wonder who Huahua is. Ah, that is the new dog In Hime has adopted, affectionately named Huahua. Chapter 88. A gift awaits you. Mom, what about your precious Huahua? Su Yi pointed at the little mutt lying on the floor. You must admit, this little creature is rather adorable. Mutts, as a species, seem to thrive on the allure of youth. They are incredibly cute as puppies, but tend to grow into rather unattractive adults, belonging to the category of those who become less appealing with age. Oh, In Hime suddenly remembered. Her prized Huahua had no one to look after it. She gazed at Su Yi with a hint of melancholy. Su Yi frowned, Mom. I have plans today. I can't tend to it. He was not lying. He was set to accompany Su Yushuang and certainly couldn't bring a dog to school. In Hime shot him a stern look. I don't care. You'll take care of Huahua for the next few days. Just don't let it die on you. Faced with her unyielding gaze, Su Yi reluctantly acquiesced, though internally he felt distressed. All right, we're off now. Take good care of Huahua. In Hime instructed before joyfully leaving with Su Changjian, leaving Su Yi to grapple with his predicament alone. Sighing, he collapsed onto the sofa, contemplating how his mother could so effortlessly assign him tasks. Staring at the ceiling, he pondered what to do with Huahua. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He might not have the time, but someone else certainly did. After all, he was a single dog himself, and this person could accompany him. Su Yi pulled out his phone and dialed Chun Songen's number. Beep. Su Yi, are you back from a National Day holiday? Chun Songen asked, having just arrived home the previous night. Stay put. I'm coming over. I have a little gift for you. Su Yi replied. Ah, Xiao Yi, you're simply too good to me. Chun Songen exclaimed. See you in 10 minutes at your place. Su Yi hung up, affectionately rubbing Huahua's head. The little furball felt delightfully soft. Huahua let out a soft whine, seemingly displeased with Su Yi's attentions. Meanwhile, Chun Songen, initially disturbed from his dreams, perked up at the mention of a gift. What could it be? Perhaps a model car, his favorite? He felt a swell of happiness at the thought that Su Yi, always his best friend, had remembered him even during the holiday. After tidying himself up, Su Yi donned a casual outfit, placed Huahua into a box, and set off. Chun Songen lived just a street away, so wasn't he long before Su Yi arrived at his doorstep. He rang the doorbell. The door was opened by Chun Songen's mother, Qin Qing, who paused momentarily before breaking into a warm smile. Xiao Yi, when did you return? Su Yi grinned. Auntie, just yesterday. I came to see Anzi about something. Qin Qing ushered him inside, noticing he seemed a bit thinner. She had watched Su Yi grow up and thought highly of him, aside from his occasional romantic distractions. However, she had heard he had turned over a new leaf and had become a top student. Moreover, he had even helped Chun Songen gain admission to Beijing University of Technology, an achievement that once seemed unimaginable to her and her husband. Anzi, hurry out. Xiao Yi is here to play. After settling Su Yi at the table and pouring him a glass of water, Qin Qing busied herself in the kitchen. Just then, Chun Songen emerged from his bedroom, his casual demeanor in full display. Xiao Yi, what gift have you prepared for me? Let this lord have a good look. Su Yi, grinning, produced the box from behind him and placed it before Chun Songen. Upon seeing the little creature inside, Chun Songen's expression morphed into one of disbelief. This is your idea of a gift? Su Yi adopted a serious tone. What do you mean? It has a name. It's called Huahua. Chun Songen burst into laughter. You old dog. Not only do you want me to look after your dog, but you also tease me with the notion of a gift? I should thank you. Clearing his throat, Su Yi replied, feeling a tad guilty. I have some matters to attend to, and with my parents out, I thought I'd ask you to look after it for a day. Without needing to think, Chun Songen knew Su Yi was planning to spend the day with Su Yushuang, thus leaving the mud in his care. What a dog. Just then, Chen Xiao came running out in her slippers. Wow, what an adorable little dog. Her eyes sparkled with delight upon spotting Huahua, and she wasted no time in scooping it up into her arms, scratching its belly. Su Yi chuckled. Xiao, if you like it, would you help your brother take care of it for a day? Really, Ego? Chen Xiao asked, her eyes wide with excitement. Su Yi nodded. Since Chun Songen was reluctant to help, he figured it would be fine to entrust Huahua to Chen Xiao. After all, as long as it didn't die on her watch, it should be manageable for a day. Chun Songen rolled his eyes, while Chun Xiao thought to herself, if you want to raise a dog, then go ahead. After all, she was also enjoying her National Day holiday, and having a dog to keep her company was certainly better than pestering him. Upon seeing Chun Songen nod in agreement, Chun Xiao immediately cheered, twirling around with the little dog in her arms. Chun Songen inquired, do you have time tonight? Su Yi pondered for a moment, estimating that he likely did not, as he would probably return quite late. What's the matter? Chun Songan asked. There is indeed something, Su Yi replied. Chun Songan nodded sullenly. Su Yi chuckled lightly, a teasing smile playing on his lips. It wouldn't happen to be related to Ruan Mai Mei, would it? Chun Songan's face flushed with embarrassment. This rascal truly was a childhood friend, and nothing could be concealed from him. Su Yi languidly said, Go on, what's the matter? Let me see if I can help. Chun Songan scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Well, I want to find Ruan Mai Mei, but I lack a suitable reason. You two are together now? Su Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Although he was aware that Ruan Mai Mei harbored feelings for Chun Songan too, he was surprised to see his friend moving so swiftly. Not quite. Chun Songan blushed, a sight that was indeed rare. However, I believe it should be soon, he added. Su Yi contemplated for a moment and suggested, It's simple. Tomorrow, let's gather a few people to pay a visit to Teacher Wu. It would be a good opportunity, as we haven't had a chance to thank him since graduation. This suggestion illuminated Chun Songan's expression, and he couldn't help but give Su Yi a thumbs up. One must say, the mind of a top scorer in the college entrance examination is quite remarkable. Chapter 89. 3 years of watching, 6 years of affection. Su Yi gently patted the little dog's head and addressed the Chun siblings. Then I shall take my leave first. My girlfriend is waiting for me. Chun Songan felt a pang of bitterness. He couldn't shake the feeling that Su Yi was boasting, yet he found no evidence to support his suspicion. Goodbye, Ego. Chun Xiao waved her little arms enthusiastically, even raising the little dog's paw to bid farewell to Su Yi. Su Yi smiled warmly, realizing that Xiao was perhaps more suited to take care of the flowers. After leaving Chun Songan's home, Su Yi headed directly to Shindu Garden. Since his father had taken the family car, the previous one had been sold, he had no vehicle at his disposal and thus opted to ride his bicycle instead. In reality, both homes were located in the city center, not too far apart, and within a short while, he arrived at Shindu Garden. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Su Yushuang standing there, looking delightful as she awaited his arrival. Su Yi rode up to her, grinning, Hey little girl, would you like to go for a ride with your big brother? Su Yushuang smiled, Of course, big brother. She promptly hopped onto the back seat, wrapping her arms around Su Yi's waist. Su Yi chuckled, settling in, let's go. As the bicycle took off, Su Yushuang naturally leaned closer to Su, feeling the warmth radiating from him even through their clothing. Her thoughts drifted back to the day she confessed her feelings to Su Yi, a memory that still brought her immense joy. It was on that day that she managed to catch the attention of the boy she had long admired. They say one should not encounter someone too dazzling during their youth, but Su Yushuang believed this saying was only half true. In her view, it should be expressed thus: one should not meet someone too breathtaking in their youth. If they do, they must cherish that encounter. The excitement of youthful affection is the purest, deserving of the most sincere and fervent love. Shuang, Wei Ve arrived. Su Yi's voice drew her back from her reverie. I'm here, Su Yushuang replied softly. Su Yi found a suitable spot to park his bicycle and led Su Yushuang to the school gate. Fan City No. One high school was renowned as the best school in the city, placing great emphasis on security. Consequently, everyone entering must register, and non-students require a teacher's endorsement. At the gate, 2 elderly gentlemen sat leisurely, engrossed in the radio. Upon noticing the pair, they immediately stopped Su Yi and Su Yushuang. Wait a moment. You two need to show some identification, one of the elderly men said with a serious expression. Su Yi, feeling helpless, replied, Old sir, please make an exception. I'm a recent graduate and just want to visit the school. The elderly man cast him a sidelong glance. Many people say that every day, try a different approach. Su Yushuang stepped forward, politely stating, Dear sir, please let us in. My name is Su Yushuang, and my homeroom teacher is Ms. Sun Jing. You should be quite familiar with her. The elderly man regarded her skeptically, seemingly deliberating the truth of her words. However, seeing how charming she was, he decided she was unlikely to be lying. With a wave of his hand, he granted Su Yi and Su Yushuang entry. Once inside the campus, Su Yi felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance. Why was the elderly man so much friendlier towards her? Su Yushuang bobbed her head, clearly pleased. Perhaps this was the privilege of being attractive. The elderly man perfectly embodied the notion that beauty equates to justice. Holding Su Yushuang's small hand, Su Yi asked, Now that we're in, where should we go? Su Yushuang paused for a moment, narrowing her eyes like a little fox. I'll take you to a special place. Su Yi, not comprehending, allowed her to lead him onward. They soon arrived at Su Yushuang's classroom from her senior year, coincidentally located diagonally across from Su Yi's class. With the National Day holiday approaching, high school seniors rarely had a break, and, currently, the entire floor was deserted, save for the 2 of them. Due to the large student body at Fan City No. 1 High School, the senior classes were divided between 2 buildings, one for liberal arts and the other for sciences. Su Yi belonged to the science department, while Su Yushuang had chosen liberal arts. Su Yushuang smiled as she settled into her former seat, glancing across at Su Yi's classroom. Her lips slightly parted. Xiao Yi, during these 3 years of high school, you have been the sweetness of this period for me. Whenever I found high school life too dull, seeing you would make all my worries dissipate. Su Yi lost himself in thought, following Su Yushuang's gaze to the opposite seat. That very spot was where he used to sit. Su Yi was taken aback. He recalled that he had a habit of opening the window every morning to study facing it. He relished the feeling of sunlight streaming onto his face, and he had done so daily to stay alert. Little did he know that a girl had been quietly watching him all along. Su Yushuang gazed dreamily at that seat, her eyes filled with tenderness. Few noticed how the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the boy, making him exceptionally radiant at that moment. She had never shared this with anyone, not even her closest friends. Perhaps this was what it meant to be in love, to cherish someone so quietly that one hesitates to share that affection with others. Because she loved him. She watched him for 3 whole years, even though he was not hers at the time. You have always been watching me, Su Yi asked, his expression a mix of complexity. Su Yushuang nodded confidently. Since transferring, she had kept an eye on Su Yi. Shuang, since you recognized me long ago, why didn't you introduce yourself? Su Yushuang rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed on the seat across from her. Back then, I only wanted to observe you closely. I didn't want to disrupt your life. Out of love, I hesitated to approach you, fearing that my sudden intervention would push you further away. If it hadn't been for that love letter and the misunderstanding, perhaps I would have never dared to confess. Su Yi fell silent, studying Su Yushuang, yet found himself at a loss for words. The dazzling and proud Su Yushuang had watched him from the shadows for 3 years. In that moment, he was unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. Xiao Yi, Su Yushuang gently spoke. What I cherish most are those mornings when the first rays of sunlight graced your face. I have watched you for 3 years and loved you for 6. If you were to ask if I have any regrets, there is but one answer. Harboring a secret affection for a young man, yet receiving no reciprocation. She can only conceal her sentiments deep within her heart, being ever so cautious not to let anyone discover her true feelings. Despite this, Su Yushuang harbors no regrets. Loving someone should never be a cause for remorse. It was true in the past, holds true in the present, and shall remain true in the future. Chapter 90. So big, so soft, so fragrant. Shuang. Just as Su Yi was about to speak, Su Yushuang gently pressed her finger against his lips. Do not feel sorrow or think you owe me anything. At least for now, you are mine, and that brings me joy. Su Yi's gaze grew complex as he reached out, enveloping Su Yushuang in a tight embrace, as if wishing to merge their beings into one. Time seemed to pause at that moment, leaving only the two of them in their own world. My boyfriend, I feel a bit unwell, Su Yushuang stammered. Realizing he had held her too tightly, Su Yi quickly released her. He tenderly brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead, his eyes softening. Meeting you, Su Yushuang, is the greatest fortune of my life. He recalled a line from Chinese Odyssey. If love had a time limit, I would wish for it to span 10,000 years. My boyfriend, shall we take a stroll around the campus? Su Yushuang bit her lip, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. As long as she was with Su Yi, she would find happiness in any circumstance. Su Yi took her hand, ready to fulfill her every wish. Today, he resolved to play the role of a benevolent deity, granting all of Su Yushuang's desires. Upon exiting the classroom, Su Yushuang skipped ahead, while Su Yi leisurely followed behind. They wandered through many places, the golden sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Wow! Su Yushuang's exclamation drew Su Yi's attention. He hurried to her side. What is it, Shuang? I'm fine, she shook her head, pointing at a notice board with a beaming expression. Look, boyfriend, what is this? Su Yi glanced at the notice board, a smile curving his lips. Goodness! There, prominently displayed, was a photo of him and Su Yushuang. Though it was evident that the image had been digitally manipulated, one could not help but admire the skill of the editor. What astonished Su, even more, was the caption below their photo. Su Yi, male, height 1.82 meters, a genius panda from Fan City No. 1 High School. Achieved a score of 726 in the college entrance examination. Crowned as the top scholar of 2002, a pride of our school, revitalizing its glory. Su Yushuang, female, height 1.65 meters, scored 693 in the college entrance examination, also a pride of our school, a remarkable woman who does not yield to her male counterparts. There was an additional line in smaller text. Though Su Yi and Su Yushuang were in a romantic relationship during high school, they did not let it hinder their studies. Instead, they became an exemplary duo, inspiring each other to excel, and their spirit of mutual growth is commendable. This notice is specially posted to encourage everyone to learn from their achievements and strive to improve their grades, creating a beautiful narrative. After reading it all, Su Yi's lips twitched. Who on earth concocted this? Was it not a public execution? Moreover, who dared to write such things? And how could the school allow it? Were they not concerned that these students would focus solely on romance and neglect their studies? Su Yushuang squinted her eyes in laughter. I think this notice is quite charming. I really like it. Our love story can be preserved here. How romantic. Su Yi playfully tapped Su Yushuang on the head. What on earth are you thinking, little girl? Su Yushuang raised her chin. I've caught the attention of someone I admire, and he is a super scholar. I have every reason to be proud. Su Yi regarded her with a teasing smile. So you have been coveting me all along? Su Yushuang blinked, not denying it. Her affection for Su Yi had always been evident. It was merely that others had failed to notice. Wow, you two are quite bold. A voice from behind startled both Su Yi and Su Yushuang. They turned to find a delicate-looking girl in a short skirt, who, upon closer inspection, was rather lovely. Hey, you two, you really are daring. Even if it's vacation, you shouldn't be parading around the school together so openly. Don't you know that teachers frequently come by? Su Yi, bemused, thought, where did this girl spring from, making no sound at all? Do we know each other? Su Yi inquired, upon recognizing Su Yi's face. The girl displayed an astonished expression, rubbing her eyes. Oh my, am I seeing things? Is that really the academic god, Su Yi? Su Yi helplessly replied, no illusions here. It's really me. Seeing the girl's excited demeanor, he wondered if she might ask him for his contact information. To his surprise, she walked straight up to Su Yushuang, her eyes sparkling. Then you must be Senior Su, right? I'm so excited to finally meet you. Su Yushuang glanced at Su Yi. Yes, classmate, and you are? The girl cheerfully extended her hand. Hello, Senior Su. I'm Sang-yu. Also a liberal arts student, and you are my idol. Su Yushuang awkwardly smiled. Oh, I see. Nice to meet you, Sang Jr. Su Yi felt completely sidelined, which left him a bit frustrated. He had thought the admiration was directed towards him, but it turned out to be for his girlfriend. Senior Su, could I have your contact information? I've admired you for a long time, Sang-yu asked, her face full of anticipation. The notion of someone liking her felt strange to Su Yushuang, and seeing the eagerness in the girl's eyes made it hard for her to refuse. Reluctantly, she shared her phone number. Sang-yu was ecstatic, ready to leap into Su Yushuang's arms for a big hug. Su Yi stepped between them, placing a hand on Sang-yu's forehead to prevent her from getting too close to Su Yushuang. Sang-yu impatiently swatted Su Yi's hand away, annoyed. Su Yi, don't make a fuss and interrupt my hug with Senior. Su Yi shot her a sidelong glance. She asked my girlfriend, understand? Sang-yu pouted in frustration. Her cheeks puffed out like a puff furfish. Su Yushuang bit her lip. Junior, do you really want to hug me that badly? Sang-yu nodded enthusiastically, her eyes brimming with joy, clearly hopeful. Su Yushuang smiled at Su Yi. Boyfriend, let us just fulfill the junior's small request, shall we? Su Yi felt a bit embarrassed, as if it made him appear petty. After some contemplation, he reasoned that Sang-yu was also a girl, and a hug shouldn't be an issue. So, does that mean I can hug Senior now? Sang-yu's eyes lit up, her brows dancing with delight. Wow, Senior Su, here I come. She stumbled forward and leaped into Su Yushuang's embrace. Su Yushuang stiffened, feeling somewhat awkward, given that she had only just met this junior. Wow, so big, so soft, so fragrant. As their bodies pressed together, Sang-yu inhaled deeply, exclaiming in wonder. Su Yi watched, bemused, rarely using the term lewd to describe a girl. But it felt fitting in this context. Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed. The junior's words were a bit too forward for her liking. This girl, so young, should focus on her studies rather than such impropriety. Chapter 91. Keep going, strive for the senior. All right, Su Yi finally decided. Seeing that Sang-yu was reluctant to let go. Even if she was a girl, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Sang-yu clung to Su Yushuang, pleading, no, just a little longer, just a moment more. Su Yi, don't mind me. Su Yushuang appeared quite helpless, as it seemed this girl was overly enthusiastic, leaving her flustered. Su Yi's patience wore thin as he observed. Has the world gone mad? How infuriating. After about a minute, Sang-yu, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, took the initiative to release Su Yushuang. I apologize, Senior. I was just so excited to see you that I lost my composure, Sang-yu said, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Su Yi, standing nearby, remarked with a tinge of jealousy, that was no ordinary loss of composure. It was utterly disgraceful. I could hardly bear to watch. In broad daylight, too. What a world we live in, where decorum has seemingly vanished. Sang-yu shot him a glare, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she turned to Su Yushuang. Senior Su, may I visit you often in the future? Su Yushuang was taken aback. What is happening? This narrative seems off. Why is this girl so interested in me? According to the script, it should be Sang-yu who is smitten with Su Yi, leading to a melodramatic rivalry over him, right? Su Yi, without a second thought, grasped Su Yushuan's hand, asserting, "Your senior Su is mine." Sang Yu seized Su Yushuan's other hand, claiming, "Senior Su is mine, Su Yi." "No, she is mine. No, mine." Su Yi felt a chill run down his spine, and Su Yushuan was equally bewildered, her arms caught in a tug-of-war. Su Yi couldn't shake the feeling that Sang Yu's gaze towards Su Yushuan was peculiar, reminiscent of how he looked at her. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and his eyes widened in realization, as if he had stumbled upon a profound secret. He quickly pulled Su Yushuan aside, casting a threatening glance at Sang Yu to deter her from approaching. Sang Yu, fuming, stamped her foot in frustration but remained where she was, unwilling to provoke Su Yushuan's disdain. Su Yushuan, perplexed, inquired, "Xiao Yi, what's wrong?" "There is something off about Sang Yu," Su Yi replied, a strange expression crossing his face. "Off? I think she seems quite normal, just a bit too enthusiastic," Su Yushuan countered, pursing her lips. "It's just that her gaze towards you feels strange, as if something isn't quite right," Su Yi insisted. Su Yushuan scratched her face, unable to recognize any oddity. Su Yi leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Su Yushuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Sang Yu. "Are you saying Sang Yu likes me?" Su Yi nodded silently, affirming his suspicion. Su Yushuan fell into a contemplative silence, Su Yi's words striking her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her dazed. "Frosty, your charm is undeniable. It seems to captivate everyone, even women," Su Yi joked. Su Yushuan sighed inwardly, wishing she could forgo such charm. Clearing her throat, the two returned to Sang Yu, who approached with bright eyes, eager to close the distance with Su Yushuan. However, Su Yushuan, smiling, took a couple of steps back, maintaining a safe distance. Su Yi noted that while the initial encounter may have felt harmless, the tension had shifted following their conversation. "Sang Yu, you must have business at school today, right?" Su Yi asked nonchalantly. Sang Yu hesitated before nodding. She indeed had matters to attend to, having left some materials behind. Serendipitously encountering Su Yi and Su Yushuan at school had filled her with joy. "Since you have something to do, we want to keep you," Su Yushuan said swiftly. "As long as Senior Su is willing, there's no such thing as keeping me," Sang Yu replied, her hands fidgeting, her demeanor slightly awkward. Su Yushuan felt a shiver run down her spine, her earlier doubts about Su Yi's words now solidified. This Sang Yu seemed to harbor feelings for women. Su Yi cast a sidelong glance at Sang Yu, advising, "Junior, high school studies are demanding. You should focus on your academics." Sang Yu rolled her eyes at him, defiantly retorting, "Senior Su, don't think you're the only genius. My grades are excellent too, and I can achieve high scores without studying." Su Yi shook his head in disbelief, pondering how emotionally immature she was. Indeed, those with high intelligence often have low emotional intelligence. The ancients were not mistaken. Su Yushuan forced a smile, gently asserting, "Sang Yu, focusing on your studies is paramount in high school. We wouldn't want to distract you." "Senior, I understand. But can I still visit you in the future?" Sang Yu pleaded. Su Yushuan smiled softly. "I attend university elsewhere, so I may not be available often." Though she didn't finish her sentence, Sang Yu grasped the implication. "Don't worry, Senior. I will get into Zhejiang University," Sang Yu declared, her face flushed with determination. Su Yi mentally scoffed, wondering if this junior was all right. Su Yushuan's message was clear. She wouldn't be around, and Sang Yu shouldn't seek her out. "All right. Then I will wait for you at Zhejiang University," Su Yushuan replied with a gentle smile. "Yes." Sang Yu nodded vigorously before dashing away. She hurried to the classroom to retrieve the materials she had forgotten. From now on, she resolved to study harder, determined to gain admission to Zhejiang University. After all, her senior was waiting for her there. Sang Yu believed her feelings for Su Yushuan were genuine, while her admiration for Su Yi was merely a passing infatuation. The feelings she harbored for Su Yushuan were akin to admiration for someone she perceived as superior. She pondered whether it was love or merely admiration. Determined to excel academically and reunite with Su Yushuan, her idol, Sang Yu clenched her fists, quietly motivating herself. "I must persevere for the sake of my senior." Meanwhile, Su Yi observed Su Yushuan lost in thought, pondering Sang Yu's intentions. Perhaps she simply admires you. After all, teenage feelings can be quite fleeting. Once she meets someone she truly loves, she might realize her feelings for you are not what she thought, Su Yi suggested. "Is that so?" Su Yushuan mused. Chapter 92, A Bowl of Beef Noodles. With Sang Yu having departed, Su Yi and Su Yushuan chose not to dwell on her and instead strolled around the campus. Before long, they found themselves at the playground. As they walked side by side, Su Yushuan suddenly slowed her pace. Su Yi paused, a smile gracing his face. "Frosty, are you tired?" Su Yushuan pouted, "I'm not. I simply." Observing her stubborn demeanor, Su Yi chuckled softly. In the next moment, he turned his back to her, bending slightly. I'll carry you. Su Yushuan's face flushed crimson. Su Yi was undeniably attentive. What should she do? Should she feign reluctance before reluctantly agreeing? A battle of thoughts ensued in her mind, with two little figures at war. The white figure, hands on hips, scolded Su Yushuan. Have some dignity. We should at least be a bit reserved. The black figure countered, with a tone of persuasion, frosty. This guy is a straightforward man. If you miss this chance, it may never come again. Think wisely. Ultimately, the black figure emerged victorious. With a gleeful leap, Su Yushuan hopped onto Su Yi's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Su Yi stood upright suddenly, eliciting a gasp from Su Yushuan. After walking a short distance, Su Yushuan cautiously asked Xiao Yi, "Am I heavy?" Su Yi gently shook his head, feeling not the slightest burden, but rather, she felt surprisingly light. Haven't you been eating well lately? Su Yi inquired. Su Yushuan tilted her head, confused by his comment, yet replied, I've been on a diet recently. The results are quite apparent, aren't they? Su Yi frowned, concerned. This girl was dieting again? She barely had any weight to lose. If she continued, it would be detrimental. You're not even overweight. Why do you feel the need to diet? Su Yi questioned. Su Yushuan pouted. I feel like I've gained weight. I want to maintain my best appearance. I need to be worthy of the best. Su Yi found himself both amused and perplexed, unable to comprehend the thoughts swirling in Su Yushuan's mind. Perhaps it was the influence of Qi Xin from earlier that instilled a sense of urgency within her. Su Yi felt it was imperative to prevent her from losing any more weight, for being excessively thin is detrimental to one's health. He gently set Su Yushuan down and pinched her little face, saying, Oh you, could you possibly let me worry a little less? Su Yushuan pursed her lips, lowering her head slightly, her expression tinged with melancholy. You wretched Su Yi, you insufferable Su Yi, I'm clearly dieting for your sake. If I look beautiful, won't that bring you some pride when we go out together? Why did he have to speak to her like that? She was on the verge of getting angry and resolved to ignore Su Yi for a full minute. Su Yi, sensing her despondency, smiled and reassured her, Frost. In my eyes, you're the most beautiful. There is no need for you to lose any more weight. Instantly, Su Yushuan forgot her vow. Unable to maintain her silence for even a minute, she lifted her head and asked, Really? Su Yi nodded earnestly and playfully ruffled her hair. Meanwhile, he reflected internally, questioning if he had somehow failed to provide her with a sense of security. He resolved to learn from this experience and maintain a greater distance from other girls. As Su Yi glanced at the time, he realized it was nearing midnight without him even noticing. Speaking of which, he hadn't eaten much that morning, and after walking so much, he felt somewhat hungry. Surely, Su Yushuan must be even hungrier. Frost, did you have breakfast this morning? He inquired, with a somewhat guilty expression. Su Yushuan replied in a hushed tone, I had a piece of bread. Su Yi sighed. Oh women, why must you endure hunger and discomfort just to lose weight? What is the reasoning behind it? Are you hungry now? Su Yi asked. Su Yushuan glanced around nervously, wishing to say she wasn't but reluctant to lie to Su Yi. Ultimately, she simply pouted and admitted a little. Taking her hand, Su Yi declared, I'll take you out for a meal. At that moment, Su Yushuan didn't dare protest, fearing Su Yi's displeasure. She resembled a child who had misbehaved, obediently allowing him to lead her away. Before long, Su Yi brought Su Yushuan to a beef noodle shop located at the school gate. Though small, the establishment was well equipped, capable of accommodating a considerable number of patrons. Each table was spaced apart, ensuring a sense of privacy rather than crowding. As Su Yi gazed at the familiar noodle shop, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, realizing how swiftly time had passed. Since his rebirth, he had seldom visited this place. It wasn't that he disliked it, but rather that one must always retain a sense of longing. Wouldn't you agree? In his previous life, Su Yi's favorite pastime was to come here for a bowl of noodles in the morning. There were times when his parents were too busy to cook, and he would always find solace in a bowl of noodles here. The taste wasn't exceptional, yet far from unpleasant. This noodle shop held the memories of his 3 years of youth, a time filled with fervor. Upon entering the shop with Su Yushuan, the owner soon recognized their presence and greeted, Ah, 2 students have come. What would you like to eat? Su Yi raised his eyes and smiled, replying, just like before. The owner nodded, then turned to Su Yushuan, and you as well? With a smile that crinkled her eyes, Su Yushuan nodded in agreement. The owner, beaming with warmth, went off to prepare their noodles. Su Yi found himself puzzled by the owner's remark. What do you mean, you as well? Does Su Yushuan know the owner? How come I was unaware? However, he dismissed the thought, finding it too taxing to ponder. Perhaps Su Yushuan had indeed visited this place before. Though it struck him as odd that he had never seen her here, he soon remembered that in those days, his heart was preoccupied solely with Song, leaving little room for others. Feeling a bit bored, Su Yushuang tugged at her hair and asked, "Boyfriend, where do you think we should go after we finish eating?" Su handed her a pair of chopsticks and wiped them clean with a napkin. "Do you have any good suggestions?" With a gleeful smile, Su Yushuang cheerfully suggested, "How about we go hiking? That Mount Siguniang is said to be incredibly beautiful. They say you can even camp on the mountain. Just imagining it feels delightful." Sui, with a fond gaze, agreed. "All right, we'll go after we finish our meal." Just then, their noodles were served. The owner, wearing a friendly smile, said, "Please enjoy your meal, students. You must have already graduated, right? Time flies so fast. I'm so glad to see you back here." Sui responded with a smile. Indeed, Su Yushuang rested her chin on her hand, her beaming expression making one want to pinch her cheeks. Soon, more customers arrived, and the owner hurried to attend to them, allowing the two to enjoy their meal. Su glanced down at their 2 bowls of noodles and was taken aback to find them nearly identical, if not perfectly so. "Frost, it seems our tastes are remarkably similar," Su exclaimed. Su Yushuang playfully winked and said, "Perhaps this is fate?" Chapter 93, Goodness, It's Really Her. Su's expression turned peculiar. "Is it truly fate? Ah, hurry and eat, Xiaowai. I'm nearly starving over here. Do you have the heart to let your little darling starve?" Su Yushuang teased, urging Su to eat faster. Su complied, realizing that if he didn't eat soon, the noodles would become mushy. He picked up a strand of noodles and took a bite, instantly recognizing the familiar flavor. Yet he was no longer the same youth he once was. The boy of yesteryears, unrequited in love, ultimately found himself ensnared for a lifetime. The present youth, having attained his desires, now felt the winds of fortune at his back. A young man, a bowl of noodles, 2 distinct states of mind, and indeed 2 divergent lives. Su gazed at his bowl of noodles and softly remarked, "Delicious." Su Yushuang pouted, "Xiaowai, I feel like your bowl tastes better than mine. Should we swap?" Su lightly tapped her head. "Our bowls are identical. How could one be better than the other?" Rubbing her sore head, Su Yushuang gave him a pitiful look. "Come, I'll feed you." Su picked up a slice of beef and cheerfully brought it to her mouth. Su Yushuang opened her cherry lips and devoured the beef, exclaiming, "Wow, the beef you fed me is exceptionally delicious." Su transferred all the beef from his bowl to Su Yushuang's. "Eat more meat," he urged. With a smile, Su Yushuang happily indulged, and it must be said, the beef noodles made by the owner were indeed quite delightful. As they neared the end of their meal, the owner returned, having attended to the new customers. Looking at Su Yushuang and Su, the owner's eyes crinkled in a smile. "You two are together now, aren't you?" Su was taken aback for a moment before responding with a smile. "Yes, we've been together for quite a while." Su Yushuang nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with joy. The owner's familiar smile spread across his face. "That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Knowing you two are together makes me happy." At that moment, Su finally sensed something amiss and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "What do you mean by that, boss?" The owner continued, "Young man, it seems you're unaware. I thought this little lady had already informed you." Su's confusion deepened, caught in a fog by the owner's words. Su Yushuang, with her eyes gleaming like a mischievous little fox, laughed until she could hardly stand upright. The owner quickly understood the situation and said, "Ah, I see. Well, let the young ones discuss it amongst themselves." With that, he returned to the kitchen to prepare more dishes. Once the owner left, Su turned to Su Yushuang with a serious expression. "Frost, the boss knows about us." Su Yushuang rested her chin on her hand and teased, "Xiaowai, guess what?" Su frowned. This little girl has become increasingly playful lately, constantly teasing me. As a grown man, how can I be toyed with by a mere girl? This is too much. Determined to assert his authority, Su reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Su Yushuang's waist. He knew that she was particularly ticklish there. Su Yushuang erupted into a fit of giggles, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "Little I was wrong," Su Yushuang whispered, drawing close to Su Yi's ear, hastily begging for mercy. The warm breath brushed against Su Yi's ear, stirring a delightful sensation within him, prompting him to relinquish the hand that had been mischievously resting on Su Yushuang's waist. With a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, Su inquired, "What is truly going on? Speak candidly." Pouting, Su Yushuang replied, all right, I shall graciously reveal one of my little secrets to you." Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she continued, "Now, one less little secret remains." Su stood there, momentarily dazed, and struggled to ask, "In this noodle shop, every time I came to dine, you were silently watching me?" Su Yushuang nodded proudly, beaming with delight. Su nearly leaped in disbelief. How could this be possible? Absolutely impossible. Over the course of 3 years in high school, he had visited this place countless times and had never once noticed Su Yushuang. With his memory, he would surely remember if he had seen her. I always disguised myself when I came here, you know, Su Yushuang chirped, her tone light. It wasn't so easy for you to spot me. Su was taken aback. Well, you had a disguise? Are we playing a spy movie here? With a playful flick of her hair, Su Yushuang continued. Humph, I am quite clever. I wore a hat each time I came and hid in the corner. So of course, you and T have noticed. The revelation left Su agape. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Wow, that's impressive. Suddenly, a memory flickered in Su Yi's mind. He recalled a day during his second year of high school when he had a spat with old Ian and left home without breakfast, ending up at this very shop. It was raining heavily that morning, and he had been freezing. After hastily consuming a bowl of noodles, he prepared to head to school. It was only at the cash register that he noticed a girl in a corner, wearing a hat and enjoying her noodles. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, he sensed she must also be a student from City No. 1 high school, since she had a backpack as well. As he was about to leave, he accidentally knocked her umbrella off the table. Quickly, he picked it up, returned it to her, and apologized. I'm sorry, that was unintentional. The girl continued to eat her noodles, her melodious voice replying, It's fine, you can go. Su, noticing this, didn't linger, as he was almost late for school. He found it strange that the girl didn't seem hurried to get to school, and wondered why she wore a hat. Little Su Yushuang shook Su Yi's arm, bringing him back to the present. Realization dawned on him. That peculiar girl was indeed Su Yushuang. It all made sense now. Her actions were no longer strange. Back then, she hadn't wanted to reveal herself, merely wishing to observe him from the shadows. A pang of emotion struck Su as he playfully pinched Su Yushuang's nose, asking, Silly girl, was it worth it for me? Su Yushuang's radiant smile illuminated her face as she replied, Of course, the boy I've been longing for is worth it. Chapter 94. I like you. A flicker of tenderness crossed Su Yi's eyes. The former Su Yushuang resembled him, loving with a cautious heart, afraid to be reckless. Su Yushuang took a sip of soup, her eyes squinting in bliss. This noodle dish tastes even better than before. They continued to enjoy their meal in serene companionship, cherishing this rare moment of leisure. When it came time to settle the bill, they approached the owner together. You two students. It's a wonderful thing for lovers to unite. This time, your meal is on the house. Consider it a blessing for my little shop, the owner said, waving his hand with a cheerful smile. Su and Su Yushuang exchanged glances and chimed in unison. Thank you, boss. The owner chuckled. It's my pleasure. I hope that years from now, you return to enjoy my noodles again. That would truly fulfill me. Su took Su Yushuang's hand, affirming, we definitely will. After exchanging a few friendly words with the owner, they departed the beef noodle shop. As they stepped outside, Su cupped Su Yushuang's face in his hands, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Shuang, just how many little secrets are you still hiding from me? With a teasing glint in her eyes, Su Yushuang responded, Oh, many more. I'll unveil them to you slowly over time. I want to be the woman you can never fully decipher. Seizing the moment while Su Yushuang was reveling in her triumph, Su leaned in and kissed her, then swiftly dashed away. Su you rascal, Su Yushuang exclaimed, flustered by the sudden ambush. It was so unfair, she resolved to return the kiss. At that moment, Su was already 10 meters away, turning around with a radiant smile and waving at her. Filled with determination, Su Yushuang rushed toward him, defiantly planting a kiss on Su Yi's lips, evening the score. Su grinned and took Su Yushuang's hand as they strolled down the street. The city had remained unchanged for quite some time, and ahead lay the path to Mount Siguniang. In truth, the winding mountain road was not particularly smooth, yet there were bus stops nearby. Every half hour, a bus would ascend the mountain, but it could only take them halfway. The remainder of the journey required walking. However, Su Yushuang adamantly refused to take the bus, insisting on savoring the experience of climbing the mountain alongside Su. Reluctantly, Su acquiesced to her request. Shuang, wait for me here for a moment, Su suddenly said before darting away. Su Yushuang tilted her head, uncertain of his intentions, but decided to patiently wait. 15 minutes later, Su returned, panting and clutching a black bag. Shuang, this is for you, he said, extending the bag toward her. Confused, Su Yushuang accepted the bag, her curiosity piqued about its contents. Upon opening it, she discovered a pair of sporty shoes that appeared both dainty and charming. Little Su Yushuang said, her small head filled with big questions. Su gently patted her head, smiling. Since we're climbing the mountain, those shoes you're wearing aren't suitable. They hurt your feet. Su Yushuang's face lit up with joy. She hadn't even considered that. How thoughtful of you, my boyfriend, she exclaimed. Su led Su Yushuang to the bus stop, guiding her to sit on a waiting bench, and gently removed her shoes. Now let's see if these fit. Su Yushuang felt her cheeks flush. No boy had ever touched her ankles before, and Su Yi was the first. What is wrong? Su Yi asked, noticing her blush. Su Yushuang quickly waved her hands. It's nothing at all. It's just a bit warm. Yes, that's it. Oh, Su Yi replied, not thinking much of it. After putting on the other shoe, he stood up and asked with a grin, how does it fit? Is it comfortable? Su Yushuang stood up and took a few steps, pleasantly surprised at how well they fit. Little E, this is amazing. How'd you know my shoe size? She asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Su Yi chuckled. You're quite similar to my mom. I could tell at a glance, so I just bought them to try. Su Yushuang joyfully wrapped her arms around Su Yi's neck and planted a kiss on the right side of his face. I adore you. Su Yi ruffled her hair, thinking how easily satisfied this girl was. These were merely things he ought to do. In love, it should never be a one-sided affair. Such love does not endure. The scenery atop the mountain was indeed breathtaking. After considerable effort, Su Yi and Su Yushuang finally reached the summit, both drenched in sweat, yet wearing expressions of contentment. Wow, little E, come look over there. Su Yushuang suddenly pointed excitedly. Su Yi turned to see the mountain peaks outlined in a picturesque manner, showcasing their unique beauty. Looking down from above, the verdant pines and bamboo seemed to drape the mountain in a magnificent green cloak. With a gentle smile, Su Yi asked Shuang, would you like to take a moment to relax? Su Yushuang bit her lip, unsure of what Su Yi meant. Su Yi smiled faintly, cupping her hands around her mouth in a trumpet shape, and shouted towards the opposite mountain. The next moment, her voice echoed back to her. Su Yushuang widened her eyes, pondering whether she should do the same. She felt a bit embarrassed, mindful of maintaining her demure image. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to encourage her to give a try. Biting her lip, Su Yushuang displayed a conflicted expression, hesitant to act. Su Yi chuckled lightly, reassuring her it's all right. I'm right here with you. Summoning her courage, Su Yushuang yelled, Su Yi, I like you. Unfortunately, her voice was too soft, and the mountain remained silent in response. Disheartened, she lowered her head, confirming her fears once again. At some point, Su Yi stealthily approached from behind and embraced her, resting his hands on her waist. His eyes sparkling with mirth. Come on, let us shout together. Su Yushuang turned her head slightly, meeting Su Yi's gentle gaze, and suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Nodding vigorously, Su Yi gently rested his chin on her shoulder, asking, are you ready? Su Yushuang bit her lip, earnestly nodded, her hands unconsciously clenching. 3, 2, 1. Su Yi, I like you. Su Yushuang, I like you. Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling as if she had exhausted all her strength. Simultaneously, the echo from the mountainside returned. Su Yi tenderly held Su Yushuang's small hand, his eyes filled with warmth. Now, our love has been witnessed by the mountains and rivers. Su Yushuang beamed brightly, her lips moving softly as she whispered, only when the mountains crumble and the earth unites will I dare to part with you. Su Yi wrapped her in his embrace, watching him as he pointed out the vastness of their world. Chapter 95, The One Selling Gum. Su Yushuang and Su Yi strolled leisurely atop the mountain, and before they knew it, the sky had darkened. As they prepared to descend, they realized it was nearing evening, and the weather had turned ominous, hinting at an impending rain. Su Yi gently stroked Su Yushuang's hair, saying, it's getting late. Shall we head home? Su Yushuang linked her arm with his, replying, then let us go. As the saying goes, it's easy to ascend the mountain, but difficult to descend. And indeed, Su Yi had to take care of Su Yushuang, causing them to descend at a leisurely pace. The October weather was as unpredictable as a child, and soon a light rain began to fall. In October, Fan City was no longer sweltering, and the drizzle brought a refreshing chill. Su Yi kindly draped his jacket over Su Yushuang, shielding her from the rain. After a considerable effort, they reached the foot of the mountain, only to find the rain intensifying, prompting them to seek refuge in a nearby hotel. Observing that the rain showed no signs of relenting, Su Yi decided they should stay at the hotel for the night, reasoning that it was too late to return home, especially with both old Yin and old Su absent. Su Yushuang wholeheartedly agreed. As long as she could be with Su Yi, she was content. Upon arriving at the front desk, Su Yi produced his identification and casually stated, hello, I'd like to book 2 rooms. The receptionist, after taking his ID and completing the registration, apologetically informed him, I'm sorry, sir, but one ID can only book 1 room. Su Yi turned to Su Yushuang and inquired, Shuang, do you have your ID with you? Su Yushuang blinked, helplessly shrugging her shoulders, indicating she did not. Su Yi gazed intently into her eyes for 10 seconds before conceding. Then let us just book 1 room, he said with resignation. The receptionist understandingly handed them the key, smiling as she wished them an enjoyable stay. Su Yi walked ahead, with Su Yushuang trailing behind, secretly making a yes gesture. allowing Su Yi to guide her. They soon located their room number and entered. "It's so dark," Su Yushuang whispered. Su Yi found the light switch and turned it on. The moment the lights illuminated the room, Su Yi was taken aback. "Ah, pink romantic lighting? Is this for real? This is a serious novel." Su Yushuang, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked Su Yi, "Why does the lighting look so strange?" Su Yi's lips twitched. Thankfully, Su Yushuang was oblivious to the implications of the lighting. Otherwise, she might start giggling uncontrollably. Clearing his throat, Su Yi solemnly explained, "Every hotel is unique. This one is just a bit special." Su Yushuang's eyes brightened. "Oh, is that so?" Su Yi wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a twinge of irritation towards the hotel staff for assigning them a couple's suite. Did they not fear he might act inappropriately? As Su Yushuang entered the room, her first instinct was to inspect the bed. Upon seeing it, her eyes widened in surprise. Wow, it's a big bed. This meant she would be sharing a bed with Su Yi tonight. Taking a few deep breaths, she reminded herself to remain calm and not get overly excited. Shuang, why don't you take a shower first?" Su Yi said, closing the door behind them. Su Yushuang's face flushed instantly, feeling a bit shy. Is this too fast? I'm not quite ready. Yet, if it were Su Yi, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Sensing her inner turmoil, Su Yi, somewhat exasperated, said, "What are you daydreaming about? You're soaked from the rain. Hurry up and shower, or you'll catch a cold." "Oh," Su Yushuang replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice upon realizing it wasn't what she had hoped for. Su Yi, with a furrowed brow, wondered why she seemed somewhat let down. "I'm going to shower now. Don't do anything strange while I'm in there," Su Yushuang said with a meaningful glance before retreating inside with her clothes. Initially, Su Yi had no particular thoughts, but after Su Yushuang's words, his heart raced. Listening to the sound of water splashing inside, Su Yi's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the bathroom. The hotel's bathroom door was semi-transparent, providing some privacy, though the fully transparent ones were far more revealing, allowing a clear view inside. Through the frosted glass, Su Yi could barely discern a silhouette, causing his heart to race. Quickly averting his gaze, he recited calming mantras in his mind to regain composure. This felt sinful. He could not allow himself to act inappropriately. After all, Su Yushuang had just turned 18, and he refused to behave like a beast. "Su Yi, could you pass me a towel from outside? I forgot to grab one." Su Yushuang's voice called from the bathroom. Su Yi's expression stiffened. Did she really think of him as a gentleman? He picked up a towel, slowly making his way to the bathroom door. Su Yushuang's delicate arm reached out, swiftly grabbing the towel before retreating, appearing quite bashful. Su Yi chuckled softly, amused by her shy demeanor. Su Yushuang's melodic humming wafted from the bathroom. Su Yi shook his head and plopped down onto the sofa. Just as he settled in, the doorbell rang. Frowning, he rose and opened the door to find a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s standing there. "Excuse me, may I help you?" Su Yi inquired. The woman, with a mysterious air, said, "Young man, I have something good here. Would you like to take a look?" Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "What is it? Show me." The woman glanced around before producing a black plastic bag and handing it to Su Yi. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find several bottles of lubricant and a dozen packs of gum inside. Hastily, he closed the bag. "I don't need this. Please find someone else." The woman looked at him in astonishment. "You don't need even one?" Taking a deep breath, Su Yi reiterated, "I really don't need any. Please go find someone else." With that, he shut the door without waiting for her response. At that moment, Su Yushuang emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a bathrobe. The snow-white, perfectly straight long legs, still glistening with droplets of water, revealed an alluring sight at the thighs, causing Su Yi to momentarily lose his breath. He hurriedly donned his clothes and turned away, ceasing to gaze at Su Yushuang. Su Yushuang pouted slightly, obediently dressing herself. Once Su Yi turned back, he finally exhaled, having narrowly avoided losing control just moments prior. "Xiao Yi, didn't someone just arrive?" Su Yushuang inquired. "The gum seller," Su Yi replied without a second thought. Chapter 96. Is this something one can see without spending money? Su Yushuang's eyes sparkled, a playful smile gracing her face. "Really, it was the gum seller?" Su Yi nodded nonchalantly, revealing no hint of deceit, affirming his statement. He knew he couldn't let Su Yushuang discover the truth behind his thoughts, lest she utter something untoward. Su Yushuang chuckled, conceding, "All right, I believe you." She then turned and flopped onto the soft bed, propping herself up with one hand, her smile radiant. "Xiao Yi, aren't you going to take a shower? After your shower, we still have to sleep together." Observing Su Yushuang's beguiling demeanor, Su Yi's heart raced. Goodness. Su Yushuang was truly enchanting. Her teasing was utterly relentless. "Ahem, stop with the nonsense. I'm going now," Su Yi retorted, tossing the comment over his shoulder as he hastily made his way to the bathroom. He feared that if he lingered, he might lose himself entirely. Watching Su Yi's flustered retreat, Su Yushuang couldn't help but smile brightly. Xiao Yi, you're so adorable. Once inside the bathroom, Su Yi turned on the cold water, and the chill helped soothe his restless heart. He pondered how to navigate the evening. Truthfully, he was on the brink of losing control, terrified that he might act inappropriately. Yet, he couldn't allow Su Yushuang to continue teasing him indefinitely. After all, he had lived over 30 years as a man in his previous life. Didn't he have any pride? Su Yi washed quickly, emerging in less than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Su Yushuang had been staring boredly at the bathroom door, her spirits lifting as soon as she heard it open. The next moment, the sound of Su Yi's slippers slapping against the floor echoed as he strolled leisurely into view. Upon seeing Su Yi, Su Yushuang's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Su Yi was shirtless, a damp towel draped over his head, clad only in shorts. He possessed the physique that looked lean when clothed but was muscular when undressed, his well-defined abs catching her eye and prompting her to steal another glance. Oh, is this something I can actually see? Is this something I can see without spending a penny? Su Yushuang felt her heart race, her cheeks inexplicably flushing, though she often exuded a rogue charm. In moments like this, she found herself utterly overwhelmed. Su Yi, seemingly just realizing her presence, donned a bathrobe at a leisurely pace, raising an eyebrow at her. Why is your face so red? Though he voiced this, the mirth in his eyes betrayed his intentions. He was teasing her on purpose. Su Yushuang's mind was a whirlwind, replaying the previous scene. In nothing, she stammered, feigning composure and fanning the air. Haha, this room is quite warm. I'm just not used to it. Su Yi glanced at the air conditioning unit, a smirk playing on his lips. Frost, the air conditioning is on. How could it be warm? Su Yushuang seethed internally, finding Su Yi's teasing infuriating. She had clearly tried to evade him, yet he persisted in pursuing her. Did she truly have to admit that her blush was a result of seeing his abs? You weren't blushing just now? Su Yi chuckled, his tone tinged with playful mockery. And now, after a while in the air conditioning, you're even redder. Su Yushuang bit her lip, determined to stand her ground. Xiao Yi, I've never seen a man naked, so I'm a bit embarrassed. Oh, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, elongating the sound as if he had an epiphany. It's my fault for wearing so little. I've tempted you. Su Yushuang released a sigh, feeling her cheeks burn even hotter, yet she stubbornly asserted, yes, it's all your fault. Aren't you afraid I might lose control? Su Yi was not about to let her off easily, a smile gracing his features as he gently lifted her chin. Frost, weren't you quite bold just now? You mentioned you couldn't hold back. What did you mean? Did I? Su Yushuang feigned ignorance, steadfastly refusing to acknowledge the implication. Very well, I must have misremembered. Su Yi replied, reclining on the sofa and closing his eyes for a moment. Xiao Yi, Su Yushuang's voice pierced the silence, prompting Su Yi to open his eyes and gaze at her. What are you doing on the sofa? Come to bed. She pouted, looking adorably pitiful. Su Yi retorted, I'm afraid I might act like a beast if I come over. Su Yushuang crossed her arms, indignantly stating, if you don't come to sleep, I won't be able to sleep alone. Su Yi cast her a sidelong glance. If I go over, will you really be able to sleep? Su Yushuang nodded enthusiastically, her face alight with anticipation. How could you bear to let your adorable girlfriend spend the night awake? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yushuang felt the covers being lifted, and then Su Yi slid in beside her, yanking the blanket away from her grasp. Unwilling to yield, Su Yushuang tugged at her side of the blanket with all her might. Su Yi inched closer to her, draping the blanket over both of them. Are you satisfied now? He asked, pinching her cheek while adjusting the covers. Su Yushuang reluctantly nodded, though her expression showed she was still somewhat dissatisfied. It's still not quite right. It would be even better if Xiao Yi could hold me. Su Yi playfully tapped her forehead. You're dreaming. Su Yushuang chuckled. Well, this is still nice. It's better than not sharing a bed at all. Observing the girl beside him, Su Yi sighed in resignation. He wondered where she had learned such boldness. This was certainly not acceptable. It seemed he would have to enlighten her on proper decorum, as this could not continue. Chapter 97. Nosebleed. Xiao Yi, can I sleep with my head on your arm? Su Yushuang traced circles on Su Yi's chest, her expression pitiful. Su Yi paused before responding, just for a little while. Su Yushuang blinked, giving an okay gesture. Su Yi opened his arms, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. He couldn't keep rejecting her. He feared she might think his preferences were unusual. Su Yushuang nestled against Su Yi's arm, elated. Feeling his warmth, she thought she had found a human furnace. It seemed the tales in novels were true. If a girl felt cold, she should quickly find a boyfriend to stave off the chill. Sensing her restlessness, Su Yi remarked, Frost, are you unable to sleep? Su Yushuang's cheeks flushed. Yes, I'm not quite sleepy yet. Su Yi chuckled, amused by her earlier claims of fatigue, realizing she had deceived him to get closer. Frost, have you been using all your cleverness on me? Su Yushuang scrunched her nose, huffing. I'm not. I didn't tea. Su Yi laughed, unsure whether to believe her. He leaned in, kissing her softly. Aren't you afraid I might get a little handsy? Su Yushuang raised an eyebrow. A challenge in her tone. I'm not scared. If you have the ability, go ahead. Su Yi felt a sense of provocation, his right hand playfully lifting her shirt. Wait. Su Yushuang blinked, halting Su Yi's next move. Su Yi arched an eyebrow. What, are you scared? Yet, Su Yushuang remained unfazed, her voice soft as she replied. It's just not convenient these days. Su Yi was taken aback. Completely taken aback, Su Yushuang exclaimed, Is this what you wanted to show me? Her smile resembled that of a playful little fox, radiating an air of triumph. At that moment, Su Yi's emotions resembled a roller coaster, having just braced himself for an ascent only to find himself descending instead. He pondered how Su Yushuang could possess such audacity, waiting for him here all along. He chuckled softly. Su Yushuang let out a delicate giggle, then playfully pecked Su Yi on the lips. I can't seem to fall asleep right now. Would you allow me to feel your abs? Su Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, but he replied no. Pouting, Su Yushuang protested. You're being stingy. It's just abs. Touching them one tea make you lose any flesh. If you don't let me, I might perish from sleeplessness, she insisted, her tone shifting to a more beguiling one as she realized negotiation was futile. Su Yi smirked slightly, suggesting, you can touch them, but only if you utter something sweet. Burying her head in Su Yi's embrace, she murmured in a voice as soft as a whisper, Yi. Su Yi raised an eyebrow at the simplicity of her plea. Su Yushuang, emboldened by her earlier call, puffed out her cheeks and decided to proceed. She reached out her mischievous little hand and began to explore beneath his shirt. Oh wow, so firm, she exclaimed, instinctively giving his abs a gentle squeeze. Su Yi swiftly captured her wandering hand, his dark eyes locking onto hers, feeling unexpectedly bashful. Su Yushuang stammered, I didn't mean to. Blame my hands for being too sensitive. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Su Yi's gaze as he gradually guided her hand beneath his shirt. Su Yushuang's mouth fell slightly open. The sensation was starkly different from before, and it was utterly exhilarating. Suddenly, she felt warmth trickling from her nose and instinctively touched it, only to discover blood. Panic surged through her. Xiaoyi, she gasped, her voice trembling. Su Yi glanced down and chuckled. How on earth did you manage to get nosebleed? It seemed the excitement over his abs had caused this. Stop laughing and fetch me some tissue. Su Yushuang huffed, slightly embarrassed, as she playfully punched Su Yi. With a chuckle, Su Yi retrieved some tissue from the bedside and gently helped her stop the bleeding. Her cheeks, already flushed, were now even redder, resembling a little rabbit. She was too embarrassed to look Su Yi in the eye, fearing he would mock her. How humiliating it was to have a nosebleed from merely touching abs. It would surely become a source of ridicule. Xiao, you must think I'm a complete fool, she lamented, sinking deeper into despair as her self-image crumbled. Little did she know, her persona had long been discarded in Su Yi's eyes. This incident hardly mattered. Su Yi couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Su Yushuang with tissue stuffed in her nostrils. Frosty, a mere touch of abs, and you've got a nosebleed. Su Yushuang stared blankly at the ceiling, resembling a lifeless fish devoid of dreams. All that filled her mind were thoughts of despair. Su Yi comfortingly tousled her hair, assuring her, it's nothing to fret over, it's just a nosebleed. No one besides us will witness it. Oh no, Su Yushuang sat up and threatened. You must promise not to tell anyone about this. Understood? Her serious tone, combined with her adorably naive demeanor, made it hard for Su Yi to suppress a smile. Absolutely. I vow to keep your secret, he replied, seeing the fierce expression on her face. Good, she nodded in satisfaction, then reclined back on his Su Yi's lap, staring at the ceiling. What a disaster. I wonder if this little quirk of mine will affect my married life. Su Yi laughed. It's not that serious. Don't scare yourself. Su Yushuang, like a feisty little kitten, retorted. How can it not be serious? If we get married, I might be bleeding from my nose every day. My blood supply will surely run dry. Su Yi fell silent, torn between concern and amusement. At first glance, it sounded problematic. Yet upon reflection, it seemed oddly reasonable, albeit peculiar. Xiao, let me touch them once more for practice. Su Yushuang's eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea as she exclaimed. With that, she quickly extended her little hand toward him. Su Yi, exasperated, swatted her hand away. You're still thinking about abs, even after a nosebleed? Sighing, Su Yushuang lamented, I never anticipated this. It feels like fate is against me. She also cursed herself for being so inept. How could touching abs lead to a nosebleed? What great achievements could she possibly attain? Su Yi chuckled. I'd prefer not to witness you bleed out tonight. Pouting, Su Yushuang retorted. I'm not as bad as you make me out to be. I think I'm nearly recovered, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Su Yi glanced at her, then pulled her off the bed. What are we doing? Su Yushuang asked. With a teasing smile, Su Yi replied, we're washing your face. You don't intend to sleep with blood on your face, do you? Left speechless, Su Yushuang found herself at a disadvantage, feeling quite vexed. After washing her face, they returned to the bed. Su Yi wrapped his arms around Su Yushuang, tucking the blanket snugly around them. Now that you've had your fill of abs, can we finally get some sleep? She nodded, resting her head against him, her eyes fluttering shut. To be honest, she was beginning to feel drowsy. After a while, her breathing grew steady. Still, she murmured, good night, Xiao Yi. Su Yi smiled softly and kissed her forehead. Good night, my Su girl. Chapter 98. No, you're not Lu Xiaohui, a night of sweet dreams. Rather than a good dream, it was more accurately Su Yushuang's sweet dream. As for Su Yi, he barely slept a wink. The mischievous Su Yushuang in his arms was restless, causing his little friend to stir, preventing him from enjoying a proper night's sleep. As the night wore on in a foggy haze, it eventually passed. Upon awakening from her dreams, Su Yushuang sluggishly opened her eyes, staring blankly ahead for a moment. She noticed Su Yi had also awakened and quickly shut her eyes again. Su Yi, sharp-eyed, caught her in the act of feigning sleep and said with a chuckle, still not up? The sun is already shining on your backside. Realizing her ruse had been discovered, Su Yushuang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she sat up in bed. Noticing Su Yi's lackluster demeanor, she curiously inquired, Xiao Yi, you look rather drained. Did you not sleep well last night? Su Yi nodded silently, acknowledging her concern. Is it because of me? Su Yushuang asked. Su Yi ruffled her hair, saying, not exactly. It's a bit of both. With her warmth nestled against him, who could possibly sleep soundly? He refrained from elaborating, not wishing to explain that he had spent the night battling his own body's responses. After a brief tidying up, Su Yi led Su Yushuang out of the room. At the front desk, the same staff member from the previous night was present. Checking out, Su Yi stated, placing the key on the counter. He felt a twinge of nostalgia. It had been ages since he'd seen a hotel key, as they had all transitioned to card keys in the modern era. Convenient indeed. Please hold on a moment, the receptionist responded, picking up the intercom. Housekeeping, we have a checkout for room 3206. After placing the intercom down, the receptionist smiled warmly. I hope you both enjoyed your stay. We welcome your next visit. Su Yi and Su Yushuang nodded in appreciation as they left the hotel together. After departing, Su Yi escorted Su Yushuang back to her home. With Su hanging away on business, the house was nearly empty, save for Uncle Wu and a few servants. This was precisely why Su Yushuang felt comfortable spending the night out. Had Su Haining been home, he would never have permitted her to stay out overnight, especially with a boy. Shindu Garden. At the entrance of Su Yushuang's villa, Su Yi affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, today, I shall accompany Chen Song in to visit our teacher, so I won't be able to spend time with you. Su Yushuang pursed her lips and replied, all right. Xian has also invited me out to play today, so I will be occupied. Su Yi responded, that's good. You won't be lonely all by yourself. I shall take my leave now. He gave Su Yushuang a brief embrace before departing on his bicycle. Instead of returning home, Su Yi made his way directly to Chen Songin's residence. After all, there was no one at his house. Old Yin and old Su were still traveling. A bitter smile crept across Su Yi's face as he recalled the message from his parents. My dear son, your father and I are still traveling, and the scenery here is simply breathtaking. We will stay a few more days. Hua Hua, please take care of yourself. Be good, and when we return, I will prepare sweet and sour ribs for you. Sighing, he soon found himself smiling again. Old Su and old Yin had labored tirelessly for most of their lives. In their youth, they had devoted themselves to their work, striving for the betterment of the people, and in their middle age, they had been preoccupied with caring for him, always bustling about. Now, they finally had time to enjoy themselves, which pleased him greatly. Not long after, Su Yi arrived near Chen Songin's home and knocked on the door. This time, it was Chen Songin who answered, appearing as if he had just awakened, toothbrush in hand. Upon seeing Su Yi, he shot him an irritated glance and urged him to come in quickly. With a sharp click, the door was shut behind them. The drinks are in the fridge. Help yourself, Chen Songin called out as he retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Su Yi felt no need for formality. Having grown up together, this place was practically his second home. When he had quarreled with In Hime as a child, he would often come here to stay for a few days. Reflecting on those times, he realized how immature he had been. Noticing that Chen Songin was still occupied, Su Yi decided to lie down on the sofa and close his eyes, exhausted from the previous night. When Chen Songin emerged from the bathroom and saw Su Yi resting on the sofa, he chuckled and teased, Su Yi, is my home a hotel? You come in and just fall asleep. Su Yi opened his eyes and replied wearily, I barely slept last night. I'm utterly drained. Chen Songyin perked up with interest, plopping down beside Su Yi and inquired, so, what did you do with Su Yushuang last night? He knew very well that Su Yi had spent the evening with her. Su Yi smirked and retorted, what business is it of yours, you lonely dog? Chen Songyin sprang up in indignation, exclaiming, come on, Su Yi, you heartless wretch. I'm just concerned for you. And this is how you repay me? Su Yi rolled his eyes. Don't think for a second that I don't know what you're thinking. Chen Songyin, with a sheepish touch to his nose, admitted to himself that he was indeed curious whether Su Yi had spent the night with Su Yushuang at a hotel. The reason was simple. If Su Yi had returned home, he would have undoubtedly brought back the little stray dog, but since he hadn't returned, it implied he had not gone home at all. Wait, did you really go to a hotel with Su Yushuang? Upon seeing Su Yi's tacit confirmation, Chen Songyin's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Su Yi pinched the bridge of his nose. Are you out of your mind? Why are you yelling so loudly? Chen Songyin lamented dramatically. Oh, woe is me. I haven't even managed to win over my goddess, and my best friend has already. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like a mere NPC, while Su Yi was the protagonist. Su Yi shot him a glance. Stop wailing. Nothing happened between us. Don't overthink it. Chen Songyin's voice faltered, and he pretended to wipe non-existent tears from his eyes. Su Yi, don't tell me you went to the hotel and did nothing but sleep? Su Yi retorted, get lost. Chen Songyin began to circle Su Yi, eyeing him as if he were some sort of oddity. He seriously doubted if Su Yi was truly fine. How could anyone endure such a situation? Could he possibly be a reincarnation of Lu Xiaohui? Feeling Chen Songyin's mischievous gaze upon him, Su Yi grabbed a pillow and hurled it in his direction. Chen Songyin caught it and chuckled. Su Yi, if it comes to it, we should go to the hospital. I promise I won't mock you. Su Yi smirked and replied, Chen Songyin, have you forgotten why you invited me here today? Chen Songyin immediately dropped his playful demeanor and donned a more conciliatory expression. Bro, don't take it personally. I was just joking. Su Yi laughed. Pour me a glass of water, and I'll think about it. Without hesitation, Chen Songyin filled a glass and promptly handed it to him. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, nodding in approval. Well, your attitude is quite satisfactory. Chen Songyin scratched his head. Su Yi, so when shall we set off? Just then, Chen Xiaoxiao sleepily walked out, and upon seeing Su Yi, exclaimed in delight, Su Go, what brings you here?